It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. First. 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 First.
Hello everyone and welcome back once again to another day of VCT EMEA, coming to you live from Messe Berlin. I'm your host Sue and I'm joined by Cougar and a new gentleman on the desk. It's Tom. What a pleasure.
I'm looking forward to it. I don't get to do too many desks, especially not in EMEA. I was normally sat at home actually in my bedroom, so I'm quite happy that I've got to make it here soon.
Yeah, Mitch couldn't be here today, so
he's asleep. He's probably still napping. You know.
I honestly don't even know where he is, but I'm very happy, and you come in a very good day because we're finally gonna get to see all the teams by the end of today. So I'm pretty excited about that one.
I just hope he doesn't break anything.
He's going to,
and we don't have any bugs that happen. You know, any of that kind of stuff.
No, we're not going down that route. We're not going down that route.
It is always you, Tom.
No one's allowed to play Killjoy.
That's
just
why
no
we put
one's
him on the
allowed to do
desk.
that.
We put him on the desk because as long as he's not casting, we can have a show.
No.
The
Killjoy
FPS
bug
happened when I was on the desk.
It was all him. It was genuinely all him. But anyway, let's talk about something that's more positive. A couple of games we saw from yesterday. Cougar, what a day it was yesterday as well. We saw Heretics against FAR for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. And it was very exciting to see what Futbolists had to bring, especially on this first map. I would say we saw a Kiwi that was literally breaking all the charts. That first half that he has was memorable. And Heretics on the other side, even though they were the ones to pick this first map, it's a little bit cold, I'm going to say. And Zeke with his IGL, Zeke with his IGL debut here in EMEA. I don't know, Tom, how did you see it?
Did they turn up? Like it was a rough first map. Like I would say at least it got a little bit better going into this second one. The problem is, well, we're watching at least one of the pistol rounds here. I'm more thinking about what happens in that second pistol round where everything goes wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And it's after that clutch and everything turns off on the side of Heretics. So that the momentum that they have been building during the first half, I think that they only got one round on the defense. And I also remember that Mixwell went on an interview that was done by the Spanish casters, and he was just saying, honestly, we didn't even come out to play. It's not that we know that in scrims we've had better results, it's that I don't know what happened there, but literally we're finding no solutions. But hey, on the good side, I love the positivity. I love the energy that Futbolists were bringing. Yes. We saw them at Lock-in taking a map off of DRX, something that not many teams can do. So I think it's a very good note.
Yeah, it's a great day if you were a FUT fan, but later this game, talk me through this.
Honestly, at least in the first map, I feel like we've learned that Red Guard team still don't like playing Haven. Like, it's been one of those things that's sort of been going till the end of time, but on the other side of things, like Twiston popping off, I think Molesey had an absolutely unbelievable series. So I think we're seeing the depth of this Vitality roster that maybe we weren't necessarily sure was going to be there when it was initially formed. It was like, okay, they've got Twiston. He's a superstar. What about everyone else? Everyone else looked insane.
They want a pistol.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And not only
cool
that,
too.
one of the things that I loved about this game that Tom and I were watching from the pit, if anybody has any doubts about coming here, you need to live this experience because it was something else, especially with the fans of Vitality just screaming in every single round. I love that Destian showed up. I think that he needed that after the last 2 tournaments that he had. And even though Fractured looked really, really good, I think that the last map showed us everything that we needed to know. I have to say, Liquid looking so much better. So much better. I know that so many people were not rating them coming into EMEA, but even though they didn't get the win yesterday, I would be happy with the result overall.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like Safe, he was farming at least in map number 2, then his tractor broke down, and I think it was Yumpy who had to step up to the plate a little bit, but you're still seeing that there are stars. Like, they haven't gone completely dim just yet. It's whether or not they have that structure and team play just yet, but it's week 1, and they lost the Vitality.
The
it's not
trash
too
talk
bad.
was already there as well. Yeah.
We got the first knife kill on the hands of Twiston, if I'm not mistaken,
with
the
the
Oni
sword.
katana.
It was a katana kill,
Yeah,
katana
they look
kill.
even better.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more what's going to happen today as well, because at the end of today, we're going to see all 10 teams in action. Here is the schedule coming up. You've seen Navi and Giants already, but they're going to go up against each other. And later on, we have that crazy game between Cougar and BBL. 2 countries, a lot of fans as well, with a lot of high hopes behind them. So that's going to be a fun one, I feel like. What do you guys think? Which one are you looking forward to?
I'm going to say the first one just because I need some resolution from both the already losers of the week, especially because they have very different matchups. So I'm going to say the first one.
So you're basically looking forward to someone going 0-2 is what you're saying.
Exactly.
I'm looking forward to seeing the new debuts, Sue. I want to see everybody play.
Yeah, that's why you're here, Tom. That's why we brought you here. But you did mention you don't get to do this very often.
No.
So we didn't want to give you like too much of a workload, but is there anything burning that you want to address before we get everything started?
Well, that's the thing, Sue. Look, I'll be honest with you. I've watched the show over the last couple of days. Bayer, Lothar, they've done some amazing analytical segments. It's been wonderful, but they haven't talked about something that's quite important, quite close to my heart, and that is Clout. Clout. We need to know more about these teams. So I'm going to define it to you.
Okay.
We're going to talk about Clout. Now, Clout is influence or power, especially in politics or business, or in this case, in esports. And yeah, an example, I knew you carried a lot of clout. That's why I say to Sue and Bear every time I'm on the desk with them. So I wanted to bring my team, the team that I think are the most clouted. And of course, they come from a region which is known for its style, known for its loud fans that were here yesterday. And that is, of course, the region or the country of France. So we're going to be taking a look at Carmine Corp because they are a team that I think are incredibly clouted. 400,000 Twitter followers, it's a fairly new org and they're already building such a huge amount of people. You've got obviously the leader or the owner of that team, 1.6 million. They've got their own song that's been written for them. They filled an arena, 12,000 seats that were filled, 12,000 butts in seats. That's pretty impressive in itself. And then, can you get more clouted than Scream? I don't even know if that's possible. The man himself, 1.5 million followers on Twitch. He can come to the arena, he can win himself some games, but he can do it at home and have thousands of people watch him anyway. So the fact is, I wanted to talk about Carmine Corp because they're the most clouted. That's pretty much all I got for you, so I think we can leave it there.
Do you know what? You had me a little bit, but imagine having all of that, having Scream, the numbers. How embarrassing would it be to get owned by a bold man?
What are you talking
like Psycho? Dude, he doesn't know you, little bro. Take this L, Tom, plus ratio, plus whatever it is.
They cut off his head.
And honestly,
it's literally like the rest of the face.
I feel like everything you just said is just gone when you have Sideshow on the receiving end of that.
How did we lose to
I
him?
have something better. Do you know what? Can you believe it? I didn't even need to prepare for this one, but I got something better. Have you ever heard of Turkey, you know? Ever heard of them?
Yeah, I've been there.
Ever heard of BBL?
Oh, not the food?
If we want to talk about clout, how are we not talking about BBL? Forza BBL, I heard cheers in the arena already when I brought this org up. Look at the owners, Vutagen, he was a legend in a different game before he came over to form this org as well. We have numbers there. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The Twitter numbers is not there in terms of the actual org account, but we are so clouted because of BBL and the other teams in Turkey. They made a Turkish agent in the actual game, and
That's kind of cool.
champions was in Istanbul. Where's your tournament, eh? Where's the French tournament?
I'm just going to cut you off there. I remember the Istanbul was great, but how about you actually get BBL to those international tournaments? I am so sorry, but finally they made it to locking. Maybe with the money that they got from the skins,
Where did
they
you
can
make
pay
this
for
graphic?
Twitter Blue because they're not even verified on Twitter. Okay, so yeah,
Sorry,
maybe,
Rotterdam, if you're watching. I'm sorry.
honestly, I hope that you can make it to an international event that you're not invited to,
Wow.
because you know what?
All right, Bayer.
I can talk
Wow.
about another
Okay.
team. You pick up the teams that are playing today. I don't even need to do this. I don't even need to be prepared at all. Because if we talk about Clout, we need to talk about Spain. Because we even
Okay.
have 3 teams here.
Wait, you're going to talk about Spain?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
talk about Spain
Wouldn't have
and all the
guessed.
Spanish-speaking community. And we have to take a look at Koi. You want to see numbers? You want to see the big boys? I'm going to tell you,
that's
this
just
is
not
an org.
fair.
This is not even 2 years old, okay? Those numbers that you're seeing on your left, that almost 1 million. I know that this might be. I don't know if you can even read that number, but that's only in
can
less than
account
2
for 4.
years. Now, if we look at the owners, we have Ibai. Okay, he started as a caster. It's not only that he made this, he makes the best and greatest events in Spain. He has the Velada. I think that last week, he literally filled the Camp Nou just for an event. And not only that, I don't even need to look at the player, because I know it doesn't matter where we are. We have almost 600 million people that are able
You
to speak
can't
Spanish,
just take the
and
whole
they
of Spain
will
and all
support
Spanish
us.
speak-
No, I'll take Turkey. I'll take Turkey.
They will support us. So,
I've been hijacked.
who's topping that? Huh?
Yeah,
What can you do against us?
It does kind of, seem like maybe you've taken this one over the line. I don't know.
It's what I do.
It is.
Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless right now. What I will say is I saw PK as well. And speaking
Is
of PK, we can move on. Let's move on. I'm a big Barcelona fan.
Shakira?
Yeah. Let's just keep going. Let's just
What was
keep
that
going.
about?
You don't care about
BBL and K-Call, they're going to be playing a little bit later. We'll see Koi at some point as well. But first, let's talk about the first matchup. It is Navi versus Giants.
Esto es Giants, un club de esports español fundado en el año 2008. Posiblemente lo recordéis por su camiseta azul, por su paso por la LCS de League of Legends o por haber competido en multitud de juegos a nivel mundial. Nuestro territorio es España, donde somos con diferencia el club con más títulos nacionales. Seguramente no hayamos tenido el mismo éxito fuera de nuestras fronteras, pero hemos representado al país más bello de Europa y seguramente del mundo de la mejor manera posible. Este año es nuestro 15º aniversario y por eso hemos preparado algo muy especial. Quizá os hayáis dado cuenta de que pasamos a ser de color rojo en 2018. Un color que nos ha acompañado durante varios años y con el que hemos seguido levantando títulos nacionales e internacionales. También de rojo dimos un aire nuevo a nuestra marca, cambiando nuestra esencia para adaptarnos en un entorno cada vez más competitivo. Es posible que haya quien crea que hemos perdido toda la esencia, que Giants ha dejado de tener un color diferencial, que ni siquiera nosotros tenemos claro de qué color pintar nuestra camiseta. Hola, camiseta edición especial para el Play-in de Brasil. Puede que tengan razón, y por eso vamos a dar un gran paso adelante para volver a recuperar nuestra esencia. Queremos que nuestra participación en la máxima competición de VALORANT del mundo sea memorable y por eso volvemos al azul. Queridos rivales de VALORANT Champions Tour EMEA, Giants ha vuelto. Ha vuelto el equipo de azul.
Now, Abea, you know, you were talking about Koi, this support of Spain, but Giants, they have a lot of history and they built a really good roster too.
Yeah, exactly. We know almost all of the names, if not all of them. It's lovely to see Vitinho now playing with the big guys again. 2021, you know, was the year for them, but definitely not 2022. If you look at the screen right now, you can see Nuki, you can see Rhyme, you can see Clout. Amazing players and an amazing performance that was a little bit lackluster actually against Fnatic the other day. They weren't really finding the space. The plays weren't really there, and they ended up with that 2-0. Still, this is a team that a lot of teams fear here from EMEA. I don't know internationally, but at least at home, they're rating it pretty high.
I mean, now we got 4 slots. I feel like Giants are one of the teams that we expect to at least challenge for that slot for Tokyo as well. But they're going to be going up against Navi and Tom. I know they lost, but they're still one of the best rosters we have.
Well, that's the thing. People might put Giants within their top 4, but most people put Navi within their top 2. So the fact that they're not off to the greatest start is a little bit of a surprise. The names on your screen need absolutely no introduction. You've got the winners of a Masters, and then you've got CNED thrown in there. I think he won a Champions Fair. Like,
really?
Only a few people
and he's
have done that.
Turkish. Who was at BBL? I just want to throw that in there.
He is also Turkish, and he used to be on BBL. That is true. But this is a team that ultimately we expected to come in, play against Koi. We expected them to win. Like, that's the fact of it. Koi definitely did an incredible job. We saw the likes of their opponents do very, very well, but we expected more from Navi. The game was very close, but they tried to be innovative. They tried to throw in a Gecko, and although I would say on Lotus it didn't look bad, they might need to go back to the drawing board a little bit to get to the point where they're winning games.
But this is the thing, though. Both of these teams, we've seen them already, and they both lost. And in the fashion in which they lost, Tom, it felt like it was a little bit uncharacteristic here.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's one of those things where realistically there might have been a few mistakes. There might have been a few slip-ups here and there. So as again, I've come on the show, I've decided to remove any positivity that we had and look at some of those blunders. So I want to almost just get straight into things and talk about Icebox. Now, Icebox, the Giants, it wasn't brilliant. And it was one of those things where they're running a composition that didn't have themselves a Sage or a Harbor. And what do we know about comps that don't have Sage or Harbor, Bea?
That you need to push, that you need to execute and use your utility to grant you all the space before you get to that plant, because it's not going to be easy, it's not going to be right on the books, and we can see Nuki here.
So not at 15 seconds then. That might not work.
Yeah, that's also another problem, you know, but that's another issue that can happen whether you have a Sage or not.
Yeah, left it a little bit late. Fnatic did incredibly well with their flanks, their utility, catching off rotations, and Giants, they just ran out of time. A little bit of a panic. Now, sometimes things go wrong because timing, utility, counters. Sometimes, and I'm sorry, Bear, I know you love these Spanish players. Sometimes, sometimes people, sometimes people whiff. So if we could get clip number 2.
Oh, not this one.
No,
not
just
this
look at
one.
Leo. Look at Leo.
He's BMing. He's BMing him.
Oh, and it was just like, look at him. He's literally, you can see him not moving on the server because probably he was looking for Vitinho, being like, "You okay, mate? Do you want me to turn your monitor on?"
Right.
You did me dirty there, okay?
I don't want to just bully Giants. So this is the last clip of them.
Thank you.
Now, this next one, they found themselves in a pretty decent after plant position. They're in a good spot. And I'm a man who loves lineup. So unfortunately, they overswing a little bit. They peak, and they don't really do too well in finding these fights. But it's left to Hoodie. Now he goes, I've got snake bites to play with, but a wall goes up. So then he thinks about it. He's like, what can I do in this scenario? I've got a lineup for this one. And
Oh, no.
oh.
No.
I feel like we are bullying Giants. It's a bit painful.
Sure?
Yeah.
It's a
I
bit
have
too
clips
painful.
too. I have clips too.
Oh, you do? Okay.
You like them lineups? Well, I have a lineup that I saw the other day from Angel that I loved it. It was against Koi. It was in the new map. And I want you to take a look at it because it was the timing was perfect, okay? So, you know, Navi's on the attack, Koi is already executing that retake, they try, Trex gets a kill, and Coldamita's already defusing.
Yeah.
Look at Angel, you know, he's coming from main, the round is won, and there's a lineup. You see? You like it? Yeah.
What that tiny little snake bite that flew in at the end?
Yeah.
After his defuse.
He tried.
He
tried.
You know, I think it's just very loud there in the pit. So, but it's not the only thing that we saw in that Lotus. We were blessed by the presence of CNED, but now playing on the Omen, and you know one of the things that happens.
CNED Omen.
Yeah. When you're playing, you know, such an agent for the first time, is that you're gonna miss the timing sometimes. And in this very occasion, well, he loses the timing. On the smoke, and it starts to. So
we've all done that.
Yeah.
We've all done
and
that.
Stars is going to be like, you know, I master Omen. I know exactly how to do it. So
Do you know what? I love Omen too, though. And the thing I really like about Omen is that when you're in a tricky situation, you can shadow step out of angles where you're in certain doom. So let's take a look at this next clip, because I feel like this is one where CNED basically mastered using these TPs. So he's getting ready, like, under pressure. He's been hit by a paranoia. He teleports. Oh, he goes straight into a shrine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but to be fair, for the last 3 seconds, I don't think that he got much information besides the fact that, you know, they're all entering. He can't see, and he needs to step away.
That is true.
We were talking a lot about the Omens. We definitely saw the Gecko that maybe comes
Gecko,
back here
I love
today.
Gecko.
Yeah. And, you know, he has his little man, the wingman. And I have one last clip for
Okay.
us to
It's
watch.
nearly over.
Let's go.
You know how they were using it to plan? The thing is that you have to clear it first, and, you know, there's been too many rounds. The Stars is just clearing.
Go
and
on,
then
little
he's
bro.
like, Go on. He's
Go
like,
on.
Okay,
Oh.
the shorty's gonna, and
Where's the team?
yeah, and they just, you know, the spike is there, and you see
Oh,
the
look, the observers even pointed little bro down with the
Yeah.
spike.
I'm gonna go watch like a montage
happens.
of Icebox after this, of just him owning. I need to clean my
You need
eyes.
some positivity?
I literally need to clean my eyes. What
It
have you done?
happens.
Okay.
What have you guys done to me?
It's our
Amy.
favorite moment.
Oh God. Okay. I mean, it's uphill from here. I mean, there's a reason why we call them mistakes
Blunders,
and
yeah.
uncharacteristic things, because we know how good our players are, and we don't expect them to make these kind of mistakes again, right? That's not gonna happen again today.
No, of course.
No,
Okay,
no.
not
Never.
going to happen again. And speaking of today, of course, Navi and Giants, they're going to be going up against each other, but they have a few more teams to play as well, and the journey looks pretty difficult.
Yeah, exactly. If you take a look at your screen right now, you can see that these are the next weeks that they have to face against, and the teams that they're going to be facing off against. So if you take a look at Navi, you know, it looks like the rest of the teams, like the first 3 or 4 teams that they have, you know, they're looking a little bit easier for them. So maybe if they want to keep testing that stuff, they want to add the Gecko, maybe try with different compositions and all the different agents. You know, it's looking good. But Giants, after this week, they have already taken all the Giants of the competition.
That's the thing. They're facing Fnatic, Navi, and then if anything, Koi. And then after that point, I feel like it's going to get a little bit easier. So they're kind of learning now and have the chance to build back up at the end of the season. Whereas the other way around, like Navi, if they're going to be close on points and a little bit of trouble, maybe looking for that extra win, they got Fnatic.
You know, it's difficult because for Giants, I think that if they want to test something that is a little bit risky, they cannot do it the first weeks because they need to be top of their potential.
Yeah.
Maybe something very surprising that, you know, like some of their use leave that is only going to work once. Maybe. But hey, after this week, they can freely prac against Navi and Fnatic for at least a couple more weeks.
All I will say is that everything that we thought was going to happen has either not happened or something crazy has happened. Because you would have thought that Navi would be coming into this matchup with a win under the belt after Fnatic had a sub as well. So even looking at those fixtures, I don't know. I don't even know if it's even an easy game here. But I think you guys are kind of focusing. You're focusing on the at what point do you experiment? At what point are you kind of building up the momentum? Is today the game Navi? You feel like still they have room to do the stuff they did last time?
I mean, it definitely, in some way, has to be a turning point on if they keep the compositions that they were using the other day, because obviously we just saw 2 maps. Maybe they swap something else. This will be the moment to test it, and if it's not working, you need to scrap it. You need to think of something else. Of course, the time is not you know, I don't think they have a lot of it, but definitely within the week, I would say if it doesn't work today, you stop.
I think as well, like looking at something like Ascent, they were an amazing Ascent team. Like they didn't really have anything to fix. Like they were beating the majority of the best teams in the world on Ascent and doing it like quite easily. So I would say for them, there's always that point of going, okay, that didn't work. It wasn't great this time. Let's just go back to what we know, and it will probably work much better.
I want to talk about CNED real quick as well. Obviously, now the chamber meta is done. Jet is coming back. Kakuka, why is he playing Omen?
I think he's just trying to fit into the rest of the team's plan because, you know, there was a time where it was CNED and friends, but now he's in Navi. He needs to fit the role. He needs to fill in the gaps also when it's needed. And, you know, when he used to play Sage on Bind, it wasn't bad at all. I think we all enjoyed it a lot. Maybe Omen, maybe exactly the way that Navi wanted to play it. It's not that he just got in the server and, hey, you're going to be the solo smart could play in Omen. No, it's we're playing double controller and we're playing Gecko. You just fill in whatever you want. So the numbers, you know, are not the best.
Maybe he was watching Navira demos, and he was like, okay, if he can do it. So today he's actually going to Astra op.
Oh.
I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
You think
Insider info from my own brain.
You think he watches Boaster demos? I may be the only one.
Maybe, yeah. On Bind as well. He's ready for Bind Astra. That's what he's coming in for.
I think we sent Lothar over to Bind Together Weather as well for next week, so we'll see what's going to happen there. But for now, let's take a look at the map of Vetoes and see where we're going. Both teams, Tom, they are coming into this with a bit of a wee permaban already.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too surprising to see the likes of the Haven go out of there for Navi. It's not been something they particularly wanted to play too much. And at the same time, for Giants, they've been banning out Fracture. So I think that's where we can kind of get those expectations. The interesting thing, though, is actually that pick of Icebox. Now, this is one, at least for me, Bear, where I almost feel like that's a bit of a counter pick.
Yeah, especially after not only the cleaves that we've seen, but if you if you need this win, if you want it to work, if you want to start that win streak, why not just follow the formula that Fnatic was using the other day? And Giants is literally following the same formula. The first two maps are literally the maps that Giant played against Fnatic the other day.
I think the Icebox pick is bullying. I don't like it. No, I think Doombros and Angel need to calm down.
Listen. It's a double-edged sword because Giants can literally go back the bot. I don't think that many of the plans that they had were ever even executed. I think that the mid-round column specifically was just not there. So, you know, it's double-edged because you pick it because you saw a Fnatic deck, but hey, maybe Giants has already fixed some problems, some issues there.
Also, even with the stand and Fnatic are one of the best teams on Icebox in the world. I don't think that Navi, they've always battled versus them, but most of the time Fnatic have been the one to take that. So I think it's very easy to look at it and go, hey, Fnatic smashed them on an Icebox, now I can smash them on Icebox, but it doesn't work like that.
What about Split and Pearl? Is it more even, you feel like?
I think the split is going to be at least interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing that second map. Thankfully, we're going to have it. The maps are almost the same, but that last one for Giants. So definitely, if they were prepared for the other day, they should be prepared for today. So it's not a lot of homework that you have to fill in besides those mistakes.
Yeah, I think the fact that you've got that at the end as well for Giants, I don't think that's a map that they've shown. So it's one as well where Navi, you kind of had Doombro sweating away in the background, like coming up with all these counter strats because there's nothing to counter.
What I'm hearing is we are going to get a map 3, right?
Okay. I think it's
is that what I'm hearing from you two?
Yeah. I would like Navi to go in with the confidence and take that map that they picked. They followed that formula. Maybe we go back to seeing what was it, Angel on Cypher. I wouldn't be mad at that. You know, a different kind of lurking.
Angel on Split in particular is something that I just love. So I will always sit there and go, okay, Angel on Split gives me hope. The only thing with that map in general that's always worried me a bit is that's where I feel like they came out with their kookiest comps, where I'd be like, let's play double duelist when we had some of the best duelist players in the world. I want to see Zipan on Raze. I don't think it will happen, but that's what I want.
I want to ask for a prediction, not like a who wins, who loses prediction, but do we get Gecko versus Gecko today? Do you feel like today is the place we get it?
No.
No? Okay.
Maybe on that last map.
I mean, Xiao's only played Gecko so far.
Yeah. It's interesting. You know, there were some mistakes. Maybe they just bank it for now and they use it on different weeks. Maybe they need a little bit more practice. The other day, for example, on Ascent, I saw him like, you know, maybe doing a retake and not using the mosh pit to clean a hell in Ascent. So, you know, it's the little things that you can see he's not fully comfortable or he still needs a little bit more reps.
I think if you're Giants and you're struggling with some coordination issues, you don't throw a Gecko into the mix. Like that for me would just not be a good plan. Like that was the main thing with Icebox is that you definitely had a game plan going in, but I feel like it went amiss. I feel like people overthought stuff. People didn't play their roles well enough. If you're going to throw a little man running in to plant the spike, that's not going to go better for you. So I would say they should stick to what they've been doing. Maybe if they've been running a Gecko already on another map that we haven't seen, potentially, but I don't think that's a good plan for them versus Navi.
What about Navi, though?
Navi probably will. Like Navi are going to do something that I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if Angel plays Reyna. Like that could happen today.
But listen, we were talking about Angel. We're talking about what he's going to be picking. It could perfectly be the Harbor. It's something that we saw a lot on Icebox. So if they've been swapping up every single composition, that would fit into like the Navi guidelines.
I have seen him in an agent select going between 3 different agents because he goes, it doesn't matter, I can play what I like. So Sue asking me to predict what Angel's going to play, there's absolutely no point.
That's not what I asked. But I see your point. I see your point. Now, I can't wait to see what we're going to get today, and I can't wait for us to get into game. The maps have been selected. The stage has been prepped. Our players are also ready. You've seen them already, and they are here hoping to get their first win. It is Navi and Giants.
Navi. Giants Gaming.
This is the only week where we're going to see 2 fixtures, and for both of these teams, you don't want to be that team that come out of this with a 0-2, but it does feel like from what you guys have spoken about, Giants, they have Fnatic and Navi week 1, it wouldn't be disastrous, but for Navi, if they were to go into next week 0-2, I mean, their chances for Japan is dwindling.
It's demoralizing as well to maybe go against the teams that you think would not be that much of a hurdle and actually end in 0-2. It definitely would be very complicated, but for these teams, listen, both of them on their second map, they got really, really close to taking it to the second one. Is the fact that they take a little bit more time to actually get into the game on the first map.
But that's it. What's it? Fnatic, Vitality, Koi, all getting off to good starts, and their teams that are going to be competing with them. This has to be a bit more of a turnaround for them. So I think that going into this first map, that's going to be more of the defining factor for me, because I think if Giants can turn around and really prove that this is a map that they're strong on, this is going to be a fun series to watch. I think if they get blasted again, turning around that mentality quick enough to be up against a Navi split, that's going to be very difficult.
If it were to happen the same, where they just go into game, things are not working, and they're not able to turn it around, that would be like a major crisis that it happens to you twice in the same week, because I am 100% sure that the first conversation that the players of Giants had was like, okay, what happened and why couldn't we turn it around? Why couldn't we find the rounds and actually just get, I think, a couple on the attack?
But again, even though both of these teams lost, Giants, they seem like the underdogs here still. Navi, they've been together forever.
Yep.
Giants, they need a little bit more time. And we're going to head into Agent Select shortly and see what's going to happen on Icebox. Again, you guys, I feel like it's way too soon to see Giants on Icebox again, but I just want to see them do something better, anything.
We're at the beginning of the day, and CNET already has 4 cups. Jesus, how much water this is?
It's the buff. I mean,
no, that's not that Shao. No,
Twiston had 5 cups yesterday, so that's
Shao?
going to be interesting. It's a hover, Baya. It's a hover. It's a hover.
Okay.
Please,
I was
it's a hover.
already.
We know those are hovers. Okay, we have Sage coming in.
Wait. Watch out, because it looks like Navi is going to keep with the composition that they were playing at Lock-in. But if you look at Giants, they've gone back to the Sage, and Nuke is going to be playing on that Killjoy.
Yeah, that's the change, because they've been moving that Killjoy around quite a bit. Ryan was playing it, then Hoodie's played it, now Nuke is playing it. So I guess they're just trying to really find where that fits. I think that's a good plan, though. Like, if you're having problems with the composition they were running before, it's very difficult to turn it around. Whereas if you're running much more of a standardized composition versus what, again, is a relatively standard, minus the sort of Cypher being in there, I think this is definitely going to be an easier game to play.
Yeah, and definitely knowing Nuke, for example, that his utility can only be destroyed by a couple of pieces from the other side and then need very specific angles. You know, if you were not able to get those executes to get that extra space, there's nothing that a Sage wall cannot give you on Icebox.
I think the other thing as well, if you're an in-game leader, playing over on the Sage is a little bit more straightforward. Walk in, get the wall. If you die, then you can sort of lead from behind the team. I think that's actually a better plan, whereas before, Ryan was playing like a hard lurker. Now, I know Angel's going to be doing the same on the other side, but Angel has just an inkling more experience when it comes to the leading side of things.
I just hope they've had enough time for this change as well. Obviously, they played Fnatic only 2 days ago. They had to change something up. I really like the Sage a lot more than they had last time, but Navi, they're quick to adapt. They're not going to let this phase them.
Yeah, exactly. And seeing Clout there on the Sova is something that you need on your team, that you can rely on. It doesn't need any kind of micromanaging. If there is a player that Ryan will not have to speak a single word during this Icebox, is going to be Clout. We need a Vitinho that is there for taking the duels. We were talking the other day, it's not easy going head-to-head against Derek. Well, let me tell you, going head-to-head against CNET is not any easier.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely think I want to touch on what you said as well, Sue, about like them sort of switching up the roles. That's the one thing I really do give credit to Giants for. They have some of the most versatile players in the entirety of EMEA. If anyone can do it, I think it'll be them.
Oh, well, it can't be worse than the last time they play Icebox. That's what I want to say.
All right.
I'm going to throw this over to your casters, Ender and Pavlos, to get us into game.
Time flies by very quickly, I swear. And it's already day 3, already teams playing their second match of the season. This is crazy. When did we get here?
2 days ago, I've been here for a few months. You just like flew in, got up on the stage, killing it already. So loving what we're seeing so far. These two teams maybe struggling a bit back on day one, but a chance to put some wins on the board now.
It really is, right? I mean, Navi hasn't had a success. Well, both of these teams haven't won their games, right? So it's a chance for, like you said, put some wins on the scoreboard. And I think both of them had a different journey of getting here, right, to that basically 1-0 score. Navi, you know, had a very close match. But at the end of the day, they were heavy, you know, favorites. While Giants sort of expected they'd fall under pressure against Fnatic, but against a team that had a substitution in as well, I don't think everybody expected that one map to go that quickly.
The team is still called Fnatic at the end of the day, so it's hard to blame them. Maybe leaving Icebox open versus Fnatic is something they could consider for the future. But for Giants, they get to just run back two of the maps that they just faced off against previously. So perhaps they can work on some things, find some errors in the way Fnatic were able to exploit them. But we are just going to be going through a bit of a brief tech pause here as our players get ready to go in the game.
Yeah, not anything these players haven't experienced already from day one. But yeah, we're getting there. We're ironing things out. Obviously, we're looking at Icebox. Compositions look to what we would have expected, really. Yeah, okay. Giants will be walking into an Icebox that they haven't had the best of experience with on Monday, right?
That's very true. And their comp very much expected. On the opposite side, Angel continues to do Angel things.
Of course.
In a very peculiar way, locking in the Cypher. Now, for me personally, I don't really get behind the Cypher pick on the Icebox. I'll be honest. I think that Killjoy is so powerful for all the control you can have on defense around mid, with both your alarm bot down on your pallet, your turret up in kitchen. It just makes it so hard for teams to successfully split into that B side or find any late lurking timings through mid as an A hit is going down. The Cypher, after the buffs to extend the range of his trips, he does have more like kill trips he can place, I think especially over towards the B side. But I'm really just curious to see what Angel's idea is here, both on attack and defense with pick.
And of course, Navi, you know, definitely coming into this tournament, coming into this league as one of the heavy favorites. Obviously, it's been a while since we've had this team have 2 losses in a row, right? Last victory they've had was over in Lock-In, obviously, before the match they had against Fnatic, which did not go their way. But if you remember in Lock-In, every single match they had up against Fnatic, up until they had to play Fnatic, it was a 2-0 win, right? They hadn't lost it up until then. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Navi be actually at that state of mind, be actually at their peak of play.
Look, all I'm hearing is that so far these teams undefeated except up against Fnatic.
Yeah.
If you pull the mental gymnastics, so they could be the number 2 and 3 teams in the league. You have absolutely no idea, but we're gonna find out which is the better of these two teams, at least on Icebox. As our teams get ready to jump on in here, and I'm trying to see if there's anything special the teams are cooking up. Doesn't look like it too much.
Not yet.
Just a typical A hit with an early push up from Cloud.
Yeah, Cloud moving in a little bit closer at the start. Rhyme obviously greeting them first, but Cloud with a first shot gets walled in by his own teammate. Not too comfortable, has to hide it out, maybe in obscurement or where someone could not be.
Still have to get past this Viper wall, and there's 2 players playing right on that. Cloud is in front of his own Sage. Absolutely nuts. The push comes through. I love the timing out of Rhyme. Giants are looking unstoppable on the A site.
Cloud was alive for way too long there. So Giants are able to take it home. 1-0 on the board. Good start to the map.
Really nice stuff. The early push up towards pipes, and then also Rhyme knowing the exact time he can swing out, play with his teammate in front of the Viper wall. I think so much when it comes down to anchoring the A site is knowing if and when you're able to push through your own defensive Viper wall, right? Because you can catch players off guard, right? They're worried about the Maze player that has the pistol out, is trying to fight them up, and then you just sneak in right on the opposite side. It's something you don't expect, especially not with a flash to lead you on through there. But Rhyme was absolutely on point to get that done. Yeah, I just really enjoyed the little microplay of Cloud just hide. I mean, I don't know if that was the game plan by the end of it. It kind of looked like Cloud just walked into Rhyme's wall at the end. But yeah, it was something that their opponents didn't expect. Cloud peeks away, out from it, gets another free pick. Ended up getting 3 in that round as well. Took a while for him to get killed. So at the end of the day, that really paid off for Giants. Obviously now heading into his second round. We are jumping into another technical pause before we enter it, of course. But yeah. Good advantage for Giants. They now can invest into better weaponry and start rolling through a pace that they didn't have a chance to do against Fnatic the other day. 100%. And also, they didn't really get to play defense versus Fnatic either. Like, they were stuck trying to attack in to the Fnatic defense on Icebox. Not a good time. So I think For them, some improvements I want to see in the second half of this game. That's really where I'm looking at for Giants. A lot of their post plans, they just got rolled initially. The second, the spike was being planted on B so many times. The second their Viper Wall drops, they're losing like 2 fights at the same time at long range. Put your shoes back on.
Are you a shoes on or shoes off guy when you game?
I mean, at home, I'm a shoes. Okay, maybe I can't talk trash.
Right?
Because I definitely would not play with shoes on in the house.
Exactly. So they kind of want to feel as comfortable.
But I don't know. How clean is the stage floor? We don't know where it's been.
It looked pretty sure it was right there. I don't think it went anywhere. I don't think the stage goes for a walk.
I mean, that's true. But at the same time, like I was down on the stage earlier taking some pictures a few days ago. We were doing actually the walkouts to the players, which I actually think all the players, except like Boaster mainly, need like walkout tutorials, right? Like I want to see some crazy dance moves, right? Like the new jeans Boaster pulled out, absolutely fantastic. We need far more of that. Get the spice going on those walkouts.
True. I mean, Benkai, can we bring him over, please?
Yeah, true. Okay, so actually, this is free for any teams out there. The one I came up with, me and our observer Mel, is Mel had the sage hands out with me, right? I'm leading the charge. I pretend like I get shot, right? So I fall down, and then she revives me on stage.
I'm pretty
and
sure
I thought that was sick.
I'm pretty sure that's been done.
No, yeah, by me. No one's done that before.
Actually, it happened in a different game now that I recall it. Not in Valorant yet. So yeah, potential there. First for Valorant, let's see. Navi on the attack now. Looks like they will be heading towards the left-hand side. The A site didn't quite work out for them for the pistol, and they're walking directly into the crosshair of Vitinho.
Take flight.
Navi almost need to go for some kind of a gamble, because otherwise they're just going to get picked off completely. Playing it slow through B main when
there's a long-distance gun?
Yeah, when there's a Marshal and you can't get any armor. It's not the best of times, for sure.
It ain't pretty.
Unlucky times. But I mean, ultimately, when it comes to Navi's attack, one of the things that, again, I'm maybe a little bit concerned for them is the difference between Cypher and Killjoy's. Killjoy's turret is very reliable when guarding your flanks, whereas the Cypher trips, I just feel like there's so many ways, like even with the extended range, there's ways like if you put it over by this ramp here, you can jump over it. You can't block off both exits from A main. Yeah, you can put down a camera, something like this, but a lot of the times I think you'll see attacking Cyphers maybe use the camera as like a post-plant tool to be able to check out the spike, things like that. The pick definitely does have some value. But overall, in terms of the comparison to the Killjoy, I am still waiting to see what Angel is going to prove with that pick here today. He's always a guy that wants to play something a little bit different, always playing something just slightly out of the norm. And he has a history of catching teams off guard with that style.
Yeah. I think something else to highlight in this game as well in particular is the duelists as well, Vitinho and CNED. I know we've talked to this a lot, but CNED has been around the world playing this game, and he's had success and has got a world championship under his belt. Vitinho, on the other hand, this is the biggest stage has been if you put Lock into the side,
sure.
Obviously. So this is a great experience for him, and he's actually getting to show what his region even had prior, and how much skill he can bring to the table. He's an excellent player, and I hope he gets to illustrate that today.
Chance to have a breakout year. Rhyme, though, throws the early slorb. Now it's just going to creep up with Cloud. It's a couple of aggressive rounds on this A site between Rhyme and Cloud, and Rhyme is just taking heads.
Why have a Vandal when you can just tap people down with a Bulldog? Just yapping at you.
Yeah. I mean, this is legit, though. Like, I love seeing rifles, seeing Bulldogs in round 2, because the Bulldog gives you such a chance to fight at range in round 3. You can see Giants sporting 4 of them, actually.
Especially on long-distance maps like Icebox, right? You ADS, and it's just that much more accurate. You can just line up a couple of shots one after the other, and that's basically as if you were having a Phantom in your hand.
Yeah. Really nasty.
Especially against half shields.
Yeah, the problem now is, too, like, Zipan down to 38 health. And Giants are calling the rotations over. So they're going to have 4 players to fight very aggressively. There's no Sage Wall alive. So the plant now becomes very difficult. You're going to have to take a fight before you have a chance to drop the spike down. And with time ticking, too, like, Cloud could potentially early rotate over from A as well.
This is slowing Navi's attempt quite a bit. I mean, we're down to 30 seconds already. Angel waltzing forwards. Have a look at that. Gets one, Vitinho does spot him over. And does trade the favor, but still, Vitinho holding it back. Highlight him all day. That's going to be a triple for him on the 3rd round of the map, making an excellent start to this game.
And really, this whole round comes down to what Rhyme and Cloud were able to do, specifically Rhyme. I think all they ended up using was the one Sage slow orb. Gonna call that the slorb, just preparing all of you to be ready for that one.
Have you always called it the slorb, or is it just like a...
me and Mimi, when we were casting, we came like we have this whole lexicon. Okay, so the Sage slow orb, that's a slorb. The Viper mid orb, that's the morb, right? So we can be morbing it up in mid anytime. That's what attacking teams do all the time on Icebox. Just get ready. Like, we don't have enough time to say 2 words. It's too complicated.
I've heard the eco with sheriffs, there's the Shiko.
That wasn't us, though.
No.
You're going to have to bring that up with Pansy and Hypoc.
Ah, okay. Never really remembered who came
Yeah,
up
I
with
just
that
call it a tough time, really.
Yeah, Navi having a tough time this round. Giants, of course, having upgraded a few of the Bulldogs they've had with the Vandals that Navi brought over. So it's basically, yeah, here's a gift. Bit of a Valentine's. Maybe a kiss on the cheek. Hoodie, first blood, actually. That's all you expect. Navi's actually slowed up the pace for the past couple of rounds, right? And, you know, trying to traverse, trying to play the info game. No real success on the picks, though.
Well, the problem is, how do you really play the info game? Because they're playing Sovalus. Like, a lot of the A aggression early on could be simply solved with a Sova dart or a drone if the dart ends up getting broken. That's not really an option for them. They do have the KO knife. That's something they can play with, but just far less information tools in the kit to be able to work with.
For this one, they will be aiming to try and get that plant down. Cloud delivering it up against the smoke. Seen it unable to push forwards. That's a pick for Shao. Maybe an opportunity to get the spike down. That's exactly what it is. Not too shabby. Pair her up with a couple of kills and you call it a day. Continue up close and personal. Delivers a business towards the chest. Shao keeping it competitive. One more and you're well in your good way for a good eco round. That's Navi with a 3 picks and a spike plant. I call that pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Shao just collecting 3 orbs, 4 orbs there with the death as well. Not the worst thing in the world, especially on attack. I think you can find a lot of situations to take early fights and look for a cheap res, something like this. But again, I think Navi need to be on guard for the early A aggression. That obviously was not the case in this round, but I think I've already seen some glimpses of how Cloud and Rhyme want to play over on this A side, especially on the weaker purchases, right? Pistol round, they went for the aggression. Round 3, they went on it with many Bulldogs. So keep our eyes out for those pushes. Right now, I think with Vitinho moving over to the operator, he's just going to be posted up top gen for that early angle. And this is actually a really tough thing. I think a lot of teams will still approach A main on the ground. You can see just a Cypher camera to contest the early aggression. It's a similar way of solving things to that Sova dart, but doesn't end up clearing away pipes.
Fast forward 20 seconds into the round already. We saw some early presence from CNET in the mid. Didn't cover anybody up close, therefore he drops back, no pick. Navi now heading towards the left-hand side pivot where Hoodie is holding alone, actually. If he gets picked off, the B site is theirs.
Hoodie's a little bit concerned about some mid-aggression.
Yeah, he might have heard actually a drop there. I believe a footstep has been audible.
Yeah, download this off angle, though. So many players will hold that when they are playing back yellow, but you can just wrap around if you have the awareness for it.
Oh, they might be able to pinch him into yellow. Cena does end up dropping, tries to draw out a Snakebite, but not in time. Deleted. Snakebite obviously won't be dropped, but the Hunter's Fury will try and deny the spike plant. Won't be happening. We're looking at a 4-on-4 here. Navi setting up for the post plant. Resurrection coming through, and they've got all 5 alive for this setup.
Rhyme does have wall up for the retake, so that is an option. The attacking wall is really awkward. It's going to be hard to reclaim space on that side out in the open. And with 3 players fighting deep back towards Snowman, there's no fights actually being afforded to them right now.
Vitinho actually has an operator in his hand, but he's drawed out the blades. He's going to go super aggro on this one, and they're relying on him to pick up all the kills. Doesn't quite get the first one. Cloud trying to bring it all back. Oh, but they're trying to defuse it. Shao's on the case, delivering the action. Navi on the board.
Navi play through B main super quiet. And just sneak up right there on Hoodie. Yeah, he gets the one, but side open, free plant. And then not over-fighting deep towards Snowman when there was the 3 players trying to swing into them. I really like that coming on through. I think they could have been a little bit more diligent, maybe having Angel wrap around yellow on that initial walk-up. And then maybe they don't lose the first player, but a win's a win at the end of the day. They're going to be happy to walk away with that one.
Time to get a little bit competitive in here, right? Time to get some more action from both teams. Navi, of course, finding some confidence. They can start performing as well. Spread out, familiar to what we saw the first 3 rounds. No B presence instead. It's left with a Cypher Cam, Tripwire also to hold out any sort of luck that can happen from Giants.
Interesting that Nuke pulled back the alarm bot there. I'm not sure if he thought it was spotted out or he wanted to try and make the sound, pretend like it's there, then pull it away to place it somewhere later on. But yeah, he's just going to put it in that same exact position. Didn't want to, I actually don't think he wanted to allow Navi to play to early break it. Placing it later in the round actually gives him far more value. It's a clever little move from him.
They throw in the dagger, but then they freeze. 2 players now try to enter to kitchen from Navi, but they drop back as well. This is putting question marks into Giants right now. They know they've been pushed, but also they don't know how far Navi have pulled back and where they're committing to.
With 40 seconds, though, you see the wall go down. It lasts 40 seconds, so that one is going to be up for the entirety. The patience on Rhyme, perfect.
Wall drop, CNED, high ground, Rhyme up close to the wall. Who will be spotting out who first? CNED, elevated, delivering first, but now Navi starts moving through. Giants don't have all players here. Cloud's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting if he wants to keep his team alive in this one. Can't stop the defusal, wall in front of it. Cloud delivering onto Angel, but still Navi have got what they wanted, and they've dropped back exactly what they needed.
Hoodie big on the flank now. When the Cypher went down, I don't think any of the util was broken, so they may not be aware that the flank is inbound.
So Getsu is definitely looking that direction, and so is Zipan. Quick to react to it. Nukia trying to push forwards. That's one, but they've got way more kills that they need. It's 2 against 4. Make it 3, actually.
Oh,
not impossible.
Vitinho, the knives will be coming back for him now. So there's an option. But I think they're just going to end up saving the rifle.
Yeah, Navi's playing
the
way
null
to save.
command was perfect there on Zipan because
Exactly.
retaking the site as the Jet, not very doable with the operator, and removing the knives as an option for such a time. Secures the round, buys him everything. That's 2 on the board.
And Navi's a team that is just so solid on those fundamentals, right? They'll never go for those over peaks. And, well, if they do, it's going to be a rarity. And you
Sure.
definitely saw that illustrated right there. They have the advantage back out. Why take another fight if you don't need to? No chances given to Giants.
Exactly the right way to do it. Similar look with them over on the B site, and CNED on this opening, he heard the wall go down, was expecting the position of the stage. And actually, if they can time hits like that around the 40-second mark, they actually just know exactly when Rhyme wants to put down the wall. That could be something they look into a little bit later, but early float up with the Jet.
Get out of my way.
First operator for Vitinho, I think. Could be.
Angel is very well aware. So that's your discount Sova Dart right there. Also recharges off of a cooldown. You can't really line it up, unfortunately. It would be kind of funny if you could throw it off the walls and then it would just like stick to it. You know, it had an adhesive on the back, something like that, but Cypher's not high tech enough for that.
Turret out.
He'll get there.
Turret down.
But of course, Navi now entering now this B site. 2 defenders, of course, Rhyme close proximity to help out as well. CNED pushing forwards now, together with his team. Not greedy to buy anything, just utility, trying to delay it. It's a stall-out tactic from Giants.
Positioning Sugetsu is going to be big here. Up inside tube. If Nuke ever dies, that alarm bot goes down and all of a sudden, instantly, a pincer in the back. So critical that Nuke doesn't end up falling.
They're backing out.
But that's all right. Again, because they've gotten Sugetsu so far forward, really, they can just try to play. Now Sugetsu's positioning. He will hear every single rotate off of the B site. Actually, just goes for the fight. What is that?
Man's disgusting. And Navi now enter the A site. Of course, it's going to be completely open, and they haven't dealt with Sugetsu yet, which does cause caution for Giants. Even Angel onto the site left. He's going to be a perfect person to flank.
There are lurks absolutely everywhere. I think Angel's positioning, he might even be too far away, so he's not going to commit to the flank. He's going to rotate back through spawn while Sugetsu continues to be a nuisance up mid.
Giants are feeling like they're in Big Brother right now. There's people watching them left and right, behind them, on top of them. They don't know where to look. Surely uncomfortable to be in. And Navi, again, you know, advantage, drop back, spike touched. Snake bite is there. They've got so much utility to stop this from happening. Cloud delivering with the first kill.
Sugetsu coming up Raptors now.
Is he going to come in time? Yeah, it's not stuck with. He's got plenty of time to just rotate over, but they can't lose all of his teammates' lives. Sugetsu, optimal position. Just stay quiet. Nobody's looking towards him. And that's where he can spray upon them. Spraying through. He's running out of health, and he's running out of teammates. He will be spraying through, but not stuck with Cloud. Classic in hand, but has no time to defuse. It's a round for Navi.
That was wild right there. Almost slipped away. Navi secured at the end, though. Sugetsu wishing he had just a couple more bullets in the Vandal to make it clean, but the plays he made up mid, finding those 2 opening picks, absolutely perfect for what was required of him in the situation. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
That feels bad.
The thing is, I could have seen that stick on the spike actually work out. I could see Nukia running out of bullets on the Classic as well, because he ran out of bullets on the Vandal. I swear it was on just like 3 bullets on the Classic. When the nerves hit the fan, you know you're going to miss some of those.
I think when Cloud got off, he started right-clicking. It was a bit frantic out of him, whereas if Cloud stays on, it would be the left click. I think he would have been fine. I don't think Cloud actually had enough tick on that second half to actually make it happen, but got a little bit out of hand for just a moment. Sugetsu completely won that round. That was literally just him. No one else did anything. Yeah, they planted the spike, you know, were able to stall a little bit, but a 4K for him. And with those 2 openers up through mid, if Navi continue to find the exploit through mid, that opens up how you play this map entirely. Right? If you're losing mid on defense, it has become so much more challenging to contest, because what do? Your Killjoy setup doesn't really change, right? You can maybe try to fight aggressively into mid, but the angles kind of suck unless you're trying to do some stuff with like the jet knives going up top tube, with a Sage Wall to boost you. Like, it's really, really uncomfortable to try and fight through that area if you're just getting beat by one person.
Case in point, this round in particular, right?
Yeah, literally.
Even though Alarm Bot just got triggered, it didn't matter, because at the end of the day, Sugetsu was swinging wide and picked the kill up.
Yeah, he got that first one, then he's finding the second one, even though they know he's probably still in the area. Hold on, though, because, again, this early aggression, I really like what Giants have figured out. And I don't know if this is necessarily how they're always going to play their defensive side Icebox, but I think this is deliberately against a Sovalus comp. They're looking for a lot of those creeps forward, forcing Angel to use that camera early.
Slow it down. Navi, they do that quite a bit, don't they? Just slow down the pace again, trying to make sure Giants aren't pushing, like you said. Of course, without the Sova, no info. But they're cool with it.
Yeah, no, I generally really like this style of play, where it's more about seeing how far forward you can get a solo player to provide information, look for a good timing on the flank or on the lurk. But now it is just creeping through with 5 players. The late drone, though, again, Giants, their protocol is around 45 to 40 seconds, using that info utility or the Sage Wall to try and scout out when the hit is coming in. And because Navi are playing rather slowly, it has been exactly on the mark a couple of times now.
30 seconds left.
Fatinho, oh, he spotted out Angel. He knows surely there must be someone closer, but Angel delivers Zipan as well on the front line, wanting some action. Cloud forced to drop back out of this. Navi, full control of it, right? Sight is there, Spike going down, and Giants not much left to work with for this post-plant. Oh! And Cena just walks up and deletes Nukia's head.
Yeah, that's a quick save call right there. I think Giants got a little bit over-ambitious. They just had a couple seconds before the Viper Wall went up, and they all tried to take a fight.
The thing is, Giants figured out it was going to be an A hit way too late, right? By the moment that Fatinho figured out that Angel was close by, the rest of Navi was right in front of him, was right at the bottom of this A site.
I actually think that was all right, though, because Giants had 3 players on the A site with the 5. They saw the majority of players, I believe, with that drone. The issue was they didn't actually play off of any utility. They had 3 individual players take 3 individual fights, and 3 of those players, they all lost. Whereas, you know, there's options, maybe throw up the Viper Wall, play behind that, stall more time, as that is going to be a threat working against the enemy team. Because generally you can, you know, sort of hold your ground on the site pretty effectively there, especially when you have as many as 3 players. But there you have it, 1 fight over there. Then we're swinging into Maze with a wall out in our hands. Like, I actually think that was just very poor play from Navi after the initial scouting that they did get.
Interesting fact here for people that haven't really been in the know about players and the teams and such. Cloud is actually playing against his former org, Navi. Even though it's a completely different lineup, not ex-teammates at that. Definitely an ex-organization, so maybe some extra feelings in for this one. Early pick from Cena though, Fatinho's out. Talk about that duelist head-to-head. Well, we're already seeing it play out.
Navi saying, okay, yeah, we'll show you some early fights in A. That hasn't really been something Navi have gone for previously.
Pretty easy, looking at the right direction. He's going to peek through Angel. Oh, it's uncomfortable. Oh, and he just barely misses out on Angel.
No.
And Angel's just following through. Creep forwards, mate. The B site is yours.
They don't want to overextend, because if you go past yellow there, and the wall drops, there's too many angles to actually fight. So all they can do is take yellow control, clear back yellow. But that's actually enough to bring the rest of the team over towards the B site.
Pretty knows he's alone, which means he has to do some heavy lifting here, but he does drop. Giants fall further back. Navi just chip away at this squad. And every single time they enter onto the site, every single time they're on the B, on any of these sites and the spike is down, they're ahead.
Oh, this is big though. All of a sudden, 5v3 turns into 4 versus 4 as Giants commit 2 ultimates. Now, they also have the lockdown if they want to use that, and that's really powerful when trying to retake the B site. I think that's one of the reasons why Sugetsu is trying to fight forward there. He's trying to find some kind of a pick, give a chance. You can also see CNED going for this late reflank underneath mid. Navi are trying to fight before the ult hits them, but it's too late and they're losing.
It is. This has gone down very differently than what Navi would have liked, but CNED is trying to draw things back in his favor. Zipan ends up dropping. CNED having to drop through that wall here, but there's just so many players around him. Giants, good response with ults, good response with the play, and now back on the board and ahead on the scoreline as well.
Well done, Giants. Yeah, they lose the opening pick. The actual site rotation over to B from Navi, I really like from them. But then using these ultimates at the same time to even the playing field, and then having the awareness, having the reactions to fight against some of the forward aggression that Navi were throwing their way. Shut down any options. They didn't even have to use the lockdown, right? That's what Navi were trying to counter out. That's why they were trying to fight forward, but because they get sliced down before he even comes in, that's still going to be an option heading into the next. And another one of the issues on the site hit, I think, may have been the Sage Wall, too. It sort of trapped the planter inside the corner versus the Sovolt, you know? It's a very, tight wall that ended up giving no room to really try to dodge that one away. Bit unfortunate.
At that point, you're kind of like, dude, you're like, I'm going to commit to the plant. It's going to go down, but I know I'm going to die.
Yeah, it's like the theory behind that wall is it gives you, I think, more protection to run away and deflect bullets from someone that's playing Deep Snowman. But specifically against that Sovolt, a tough time to be the spike planner for sure.
10 rounds in, Giants ahead. Well, 9 rounds in, now jumping into the 10th. Cloud, actually promising performance, right? A lot of people have been looking to this young gun, 19 years old in fact, doing quite a bit already on the server. Whatever role he's put in, he's always had an impact on this fragging ability. Now, Navi, quick onto this A site. Giants actually have a strong allocation of players nearby.
I like this a lot, right? CNED was successful with the opening pick last time around, and they also have the Sage ult, right? So that body is pretty far extended. They may need to use the Sage wall to res that one through, but as they trade out a couple of kills, all of a sudden much more doable, and Zipan falls all the way back behind Belt. It's exactly what Navi wanted from the opening.
Yeah, it's just crazy to me that they just take these fights on the long distance. But of course, Navi can afford to do that. Now, Giants know they're on the back foot, which is why you see Cloud taking a chance. Moves on forwards. Yes, he's not finding anyone, but that also gives him info, right? By the process of elimination, no one this close could illustrate that the focus of their opposition is towards the other side.
He's played in this spot over by Jail before, but I don't think he's ever been spotted by Navi on their attack. It hasn't actually happened. So that would catch them off guard. Of course, Navi moving over towards the B site. And one thing to note in the post plant here, Angel's been doing this for the last few rounds. He's holding on to both his tripwires. Again, very unreliable at guarding out the flanks, and he's been placing them in the late round after the spike goes down.
30 seconds.
Something Giants are going to have to be mindful of on the retake.
Yeah, Guardian not the best gun to shoot with through the smoke, but still, Spike will be going down.
Watch mid, though, because again, they have to be able to find a pinch to break that lockdown. Nuki is killing everyone, though.
Yeah, Nuki's able to find it as well, delivering the information for Cloud to jump in as well to help out, because he's going to appear behind Angel right now, trying to kill him up, but Angel is ready for it. Well, now that's a plot twist. Nuki, though, staying alive, and he's short it down to a duel. A one-on-one against Xiao. Holding out the angle, pushing forth, and it's Xiao to pick it up. Look him in the eyes and put a bullet between them. And now we've got square scoreline 5-5.
The Navi mid-rounding right there, absolutely fantastic, deciding to late split into B, knowing, again, that lockdown was the plan from Nuki, so they wanted to have the ability to pinch down on it. Of course, they don't end up being successful in that regard, but the yellow players end up surviving, winning out in the clutch, giving their team enough of a chance in the 1 versus 1 to come away with that one. Now CNED actually going into the operator on attack here, looking for an opening pick. Now this does make actually executing into the site a little bit more challenging later on. There are options to throw that back to a backliner and swap over to a rifle when you do end up committing into the site, but CNED currently just prowling for some early fights.
Yeah, so far the game hasn't been messy at all, has it? Sort of mostly being dictated from the first few engagements. Only rarely showing into clutch as CNED with the first blood. Coutinho sticks by, blade still in arms. He needs his pick and he picks it up through the smoke. Watching the shoulder, CNED ready for it. And now, Navi take the opportunity. They're going to move into the site, get the spike down, but Giants going to take a while until Rhyme is able to rotate over.
It looks like Rhyme may end up trying to go for a flank. This tripwire, I do believe, is a diagonal tripwire that blocks off both entrances into B main. It is. And Rhyme's not going to deal with that. Instead, worried about that late mid reflank that's not coming through this time around.
And there's been so many lurks happening. He's got to be scared about what's going on, right? He's got to be scared about where they are, where they're hiding. But yeah, that's the round. They're going to have to drop back, save, and give Navi this victory.
Yeah, fantastic openers there from CNED. Finding them with the operator and then using the verticality. I actually think one of the benefits, usually I'm a big disbeliever in using the operator on Jet on attack throughout the entire round. I do believe in maybe using it for some opening picks. But I think especially on that B site, because B site isn't a site with a lot of corners you have to clear once you get through B main, and you don't necessarily have to be using your ability to dash to dive into site.
Last round before the
Quick little trade over by A main. I actually think it makes a lot of sense there for CNED just to post up on those, vertical angles. Top green, top yellow. And it was very successful for him there, even just murdering the jump peak.
I'm actually glad we got to see CNED POV there. He was playing within the smoke, obviously Nuki losing his life, but still picking up the pieces by the end of it.
Daily reminder, Berlin, that you guys are absolutely awesome. The fans have been so loud all these days, showing up for their teams, and quick trades in mid keeps this round afloat. 4 versus 4. Now, Hoodie does have the ultimate he can go into if he wants.
Ooh, Suiketsu. Going for a stroll. Fancies the weather. It's a bit chilly out, but sunny day. Hoodie. Oh, reads it.
That's good awareness, right? The second your Killjoy drops in mid, you better believe someone on the attack is going to try to find an opportunity to lurk up. Now, Navi, they hear this drone. They know at least one player's here. This is going to give them info of the second. Do they go in? If they do, they have to go quickly. You can see Angel immediately trying to capitalize.
It's real risky, right? Sticking into that as well, pushing forwards. Whether the side is set up, it's going to be a tough choice.
Hoodie's very safe too. He actually ulted all the way up from on top of Raptor, so he can look down, get that first angle on his opponents. The fact the spike got planted at all is insane.
Giants moving together. They're going to have to play the numbers advantage here and play for the trades. That's their way in.
Already a tripwire placed on site. 2 trips that Angel's going to try to swing off Maze to play through.
They're thinking of pushing through this Viper spit further. They want to clear it forwards, but no, they're going to actually go for the fight. Angel spotted out through the smoke. Hoodie's going to spray through it. Jumps out of it as well. That's a triple kill for Hoodie, and it allows Xiao to be alone. But how are you going to stop him when there's a wall up against the spike? This is a done round where Giants will be able to square things up again. 6-6 halftime. It's as close as it could be.
switching sides.
Great way to kick off the first game of the day right there. Coutinho and Clout having a bit of a half, I have to say, for themselves. Navi getting creative after losing a few of those first early rounds. But now I think the challenge for Giants, because they were so unsuccessful against Fnatic, it's Fnatic, of course, that's going to be really tough for them. But one thing that Navi have going for them is they have a map. They get to see some of those attack-sided tendencies. Yep. A lot of what we saw from Giants was late round B hits, right? If they weren't committing fully into a site right off the rip, it was always going to be getting some scouting up through mid, leaving a lurk over towards B, and then moving back into that in the late round. That's a tendency that I'm sure Navi are going to be aware of.
It was definitely a battle of the brains, so I'm glad we got the actual giant from Giants, Milan, with Yinsu right now to get his thoughts of this game.
I'm so glad you mentioned brains, Pavlos. That's right, I've got Milan, the analyst of Giants, with me. First of all, Milan, I didn't expect to see them on stage playing Icebox so soon after the Fnatic game, so tell me why that was floated again today.
I think the main reason we're still open to playing Icebox instead of Fracture is because I feel like Fnatic is a slightly weaker team on Icebox than they are on Fracture. That's the reason we kind of left it open. We feel more confident on this compared to Fracture, but that doesn't mean that we will not play Fracture whatsoever.
Oh, okay, okay. Now, you haven't had too many days to kind of prepare for this game, but we've seen a change in the comp already. Nuki, I've never seen him play Killjoy before, so what was the reasoning behind this?
I think the main reason for this change in general is mainly from picking KO over KO instead of Sage right now. Rhyme has a little bit more playing with the pack and that sort of stuff, and Nukia offered to play Killjoy, lurking around a little bit, and we only played 2 games. This is the second time we play it, so so far so great.
Yeah, how are you feeling about that, the way they play so far? You happy?
I'm happier than yesterday. I think we started off really well. I was hoping we would be able to finish it the same way we started it, but 6-6, I can't really complain about that.
Okay, last question very quickly. What do the boys need to do? Just one thing you'd like to see them do if they want to close this out.
I want to see them win the second pistol and the 7 following rounds after that. Let's do that.
There's a lot riding on that, Milan. Thank you very much for your time. You heard it from him. Giants, they need to win this pistol. Ender and Pavlos, let's see if they can.
I told you guys he was a giant, right? There's 2 people in this stadium that make me feel small. I'm just as a reminder, I am about 1.86 m, something like that, and Ender and Milan just make me
so
feel
you're actually
tiny.
like 178.
When I'm next to you guys, yes, I feel like that, or even less.
I want to stand next to him. I want to see who's actually taller between the 2 of us. But we get into the second half of Icebox here, and Giants. Curious to see what new stuff they've been able to cook up for us today. After a pretty tough match here against Fnatic previously. Now, we didn't see a ton of full aggro commits onto site. And Giants are playing slowly to claim some space, but they're about to explode forward.
And that's the thing about Navi, right? When they're attacked, they're going to pace the game however they want, right? They're going to make the game as inhumanly uncomfortable as possible they can for their opponents. So now it's Giants' turn to try and set the tempo. But look, how far forward they're going to push forward onto the site. Navi already here. Cena the only one to find a kill for his team, while Giants are able to take over.
Xiao does have wall for the retake. If he's put in good position, and Giants are playing fairly far back at the moment. No one entrenched deep backside or anything like this. They do have to get through. Cloud playing top site. He's only 50 HP, so he's going to get absolutely popped here.
Yeah, finds Sheriff, has to reload though. He's going to buy some time to get to. I don't think he spotted out the back of his opponent there. Xiao not able to hit his shot, so he gets to trying to pick up the pieces, but Xiao not be able to do so. Giants ahead as they enter the second half with success.
Nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Solid opener right there. Moving over towards Maze as well to wall off screens. I like this as a variation and actually giving your spike planner much more protection than the default Sage wall we see just going backside. That one, especially on rifle rounds, ends up getting broken down so quickly. And obviously tons of util being thrown your way. So Giants with the rifle advantage may just end up running this one straight back again. Similar ideas to the first half with a couple of Bulldogs, the Guardian, and a Phantom. What was that slow orb trying to do?
Was that Xiao as a slow orb? All right.
I don't think so. I think that had to be Xiao's.
He must probably a misclick, trying to shoot it forwards and it hit a wall and it bounced back, probably. Either way, Giants move closer to this. Xiao delivering. It took a while for that Guardian to make the job work, but does end up costing Coutinho's life, really. And the fact that Nuki is fairly low as well, there's chance for Navi to do damage with his pistols up against this who gets to, wants to drop forwards, find ahead potentially, but really isn't capable of much. It's a tough world here for Navi, as there's 4 remaining for Giants and Cena, with just the Marshal hemming down sights. Just creeping his way into the lines then, really.
This is where you shift enter, cringe, fight me. What is this, man?
Ooh.
Oh my! Don't fight him!
Okay, Cloud does, and just keeps on walking, shaking it off.
Look, I respect it. Cloud is a run and gun disciple. That is not okay. Absolutely just mowing him down right there, not giving CNED much of a chance.
Hey,
now though,
works.
Hey, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That being said though, actually Cloud having quite a game, 18 kills. for himself on the Sova. But one thing that I did notice in Giants play versus Fnatic on their attacking half is they like to spread out a lot early rounds and sort of catch early aggression. Oftentimes that meant 2 players over near B main, 2 towards A main, 1 player holding the fort down mid. You can see similar ideas with them guarding, you know, a little bit more forward with that Killjoy turret near A. Coutinho having this angle in mid to see if there would be a late little peek around. And they love to leave players in B main. Again, this team loves to finish over near B, so I'm honestly a little surprised to see Rhyme bailing out of that area. Now, one thing the Cypher gives you is that late camera in B main will scout out the late walk-up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Angel tag into that one every 15, 20 seconds or so, just to see what's up, just to see if back yellow is going to be a threat for them.
Giants looking to walk through. 1 minute mark and about to find contact. Navi pretty happy about defending this one. 3 players strong. Not too bad. Shao, first contact. Coutinho end up falling. Cned, high ground. Cned, what a flick. Doubles up and now against 3. Giants looking to move in quickly. Not allow Navi to find teammate support. Cned having to drop back with nanoswarms, having to hop his way out of there, but it's fine because Zipan is there to help out. And everything going to plan for Navi.
30 seconds left.
The wall goes up, only 25 seconds left. Coutinho has to do something ridiculous here.
Last player standing.
Not gonna happen.
Cned's just hitting his shots today.
Yeah. Oh man, was just camped out on the backside of pipes there. Took 2 heads off as the hit comes on through. Very solid from him so far.
Seemed to be sort of a slow clear from Giants, but they couldn't quite clear off Cned from this position. He gets 2, dashes away, and then that's the history of the round.
Yeah,
right?
I don't exactly remember when the drone was used, but oftentimes you almost have to use the drone to commit that close maze angle. Otherwise you run into a lot of trouble there. On the high, on the low angle. That first player walking in can't really do both, so it becomes very, very difficult. Unless you're also swinging on the high angle there too, up on pipes. Always though, you have to keep on your guard versus Cned. And the A main walk-ups. Now, okay, so this is the setup. Angel did this last round too. Again, mid, Killjoy, it's very simple. On the Cypher, you have to place that tripwire a little bit later. Down tube, and then also right there in mid.
Passive cam as well on B, possibly to focus out on Giants.
Yeah, there's the early drone. It will end up being a B hit here, almost certainly. But I would love to see Giants have a round here early in the half where they actually walk up in mid and see what the Cypher setup is. Because if they see that, they can break it with, utility, many things later on. You need to learn how the enemy Cypher is playing very quickly in a half. Otherwise, they're going to have permanent control down over mid.
The wall will be dropping. Nothing to stop the plant.
Spike planted.
Clean. No contact throughout that entire fight. You're probably wondering what fight.
Now, Angel, he still has the trips in mid, and Clout is going to be able to late lurk through mid. It's very important he does not die early here. He has to be the last one to be taking fights.
This could be an explosive one. This could be a really quick one, and Cino's able to enter the fight very quickly, entering with a dash perhaps. Shao with a ward, trying to get onto the spike already, put pressure on them, spray through. They haven't been able to break it already, and it's being diffused halfway. Can they spray through it already? Cino pushing even further, but he's composed to not go too far. Navi haven't lost their fights yet, and it's Giants under pressure. Giants need to push through. Giants need to interrupt the defuse, but being able to do so. Nuki stays alive to get to his low. He can potentially deal with all of them. 1 bullet for Cino. There's all that is needed. And Nuki, quadra kill, and Giants on 9 rounds.
Nuki does it all there to send Giants up. The 4K to close it. And that was just, bullet hell right there on all sides. Smokes everywhere. I don't think anyone knew exactly what was happening in that round. But you can see lines up the 2 on that. You just can't defuse the spike versus this guy. I honestly think Navi had won the retake. They outplayed Giants getting back onto site, had full control over yellow, but then the unfortunate reality of 2 players being instantly taken down and no one being in a position to really be able to trade him from under green.
It's as if that war gave them a false sense of security. They had full control. They were on the spike. They were on their way of defusing it all. And all of a sudden, it became weaker. It became exposed. And that's when Nuki was able to just deliver, really.
Yeah. Hard even to say that it was a misplay or anything like that because it's just one of those situations.
Cino's got his blades, and you gotta be scared of that one.
Oh no, and the spike out exposed. The Viper wall actually blocks off the spikes. There's a quick window. I think Cloud trying to grab that one very quickly before the wall goes down.
CNED once more. Look, there are games where CNED feels it. And this game is feeling it. You can tell. You can tell with his movement, with his aim, it's crisp.
Important not to get too over-aggressive now. With big numbers, you don't want to give that away for free. Big ultimates on Giant side too. I don't think they're going to end up committing those, but if you find a kill, find a second, maybe there are options.
Exactly. They need to pick if they want to consider themselves in this round. And that's what they're going to go for. Cloud with one. CNED still alive. CNED! Give him the ace. No. Taken down by Hoodie. And actually he's going in. Yes, ultimate's not invested, but Hoodie's going to try and do it all with his gun, trying to isolate Shao. Making sure Hoodie is no more. Punches him to the ground. And that is Navi on 8, closing up the gap.
I feel like you can rely on a guy like CNED. Every like 3rd or 4th round, it's just like, oh, he'll just straight up win it for you entirely on his own. Like, if you take your hands off mouse and keyboard, you know, kick back, feet up on the desk, you're still completely chilling because the man will just get the job done for you.
Lazy Song vibes.
Yeah, it's just everything. That was the round for them. The Giants will call the timeout. And I do feel like I'm seeing differences in their play compared to how they placed off against Fnatic. It's a little bit more fully committal, especially over towards this A site. But I would just really implore Giants to try and work up through mid, because we have not seen that. And again, having the info of where the enemy Cypher is trying to set up allows you so much to try and break those early in round with utility, with spray, everything, especially because he has to place that trip in mid very late. You can just pop that one down on your own as he's throwing that one up. But Giants just have no idea that that's actually happening yet.
Yeah. And a dynamic that is very interesting to this game is that even though Giants are ahead, even though, I mean, it necessarily doesn't feel like any team is really ahead of the other, right? It doesn't feel like there's a team that has a grasp on this game at all. And every round that Giants wins, it never feels comfortable. Same for Navi. It never feels like a team is doing it by a landslide.
It's always close.
It's always close. Not only in the round score, but within the rounds themselves.
Yeah, 100%. Blow for blow. Going back both ways. Actually, whoa, I didn't even realize before the timeout, but every ult is available for Giants.
Wow, wee wow.
It is a true thrifty for them. The knives on Tino and then Sheriff's on everyone else. And they're going to play through mid. Oh, you actually don't even see that tripwire get placed.
Continue wants this. Tries to unlock the round for his team, but yeah, shots is taken. But of course, as unlikely as it was, the outcome isn't as he would have liked.
It's good to know, though, that you actually don't really see that tripwire get placed, at least the edges of it, because it's placed underneath tube, and then the angle on the big wall is not actually perceptible from the attacking side. They were able to break it this time, though, so potentially downloading that for future use. Oh, man. There's another player here, too.
It's just a battle, really, that Giants are trying to bother them. You know, Navi right now, we're just chilling, and they've got some kids in the playground bothering them. And Navi's just shaking them off right now. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this round in particular. Come on. Let's get on with this. Let's have with grown-up duty.
Yeah, I think the next step is Navi just steal their lunch money. Just take everything from them. They're actually just playground bullies right now. Oh yeah, spend 400 credits, wall. We're not even gonna let you plant.
Hey, wait a second. These playground kids have actually been able to become quite menaces as they've gained quite a lot of ground. Yeah, but they don't really have space. No, not at all. Navi are not really letting that happen. Or are they?
Yeah. Hey, they got a plant. We'll take those.
Yeah, they will. Maybe for a kill. Wouldn't be that bad. Sugetsu's low. Shao as well. Could be a bullet on the Sheriff.
I'm going to say 1 kill.
Last player standing.
0 kills. Flawless from Navi.
Well, I got the average right. Navi got 2 kills. Giants got no kills. So.
No, that doesn't work.
Yeah, but it's like that's like the mean, right?
No.
Mean, median, mode. You don't remember that?
Yeah, I do, but if you take the average, first of all, it's 2 plus 0 divided by 2.
Yeah, you'd be fun at improv. Where's your yes and?
I'm sorry!
Just accept the things I say blindly, please.
Sorry, I studied computer science. I'm a practical man when it comes to these things.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
I am as well. I've lost myself.
I took 1 year of computer science in high school.
Yeah.
Realized it wasn't for me. Became a caster.
Yeah. I did 3 years of computer science for a bachelor and became a caster because I hated my life.
Man. I feel sorry for you wasting those 2 extra years. That's brutal. Oh no. Oh, we get the forward pipe ult this time. Instantly activating. It actually kills Angel. What? Just randomly snipes him off there. I think Angel had actually put a tripwire inside of the pit as well. Would have been a cool setup if your Cypher was alive.
And that's a really great advantage to Giants, right? Because so far in the attack, they haven't really been getting these first picks.
Now, what would be amazing is if someone besides Cypher died, they could have maybe still had some control around mid. Xiao could rotate over, potentially grab this orb on A and go for a res. Giants need to commit into the A site, because if they don't, that's a super easy res for Navi to snag.
Maybe foreseeing the future here, but with the lockdown, they may try and push towards the Viper split. Could be an obscurement in what they're actually trying to go to, as we see a lot of mid movement.
It's an A split!
It is. They're going to try and pincer the site players in. Ooh, Zipan didn't get...
This is forbidden technology.
Shut
This has never
Hoodie,
worked before.
That's a double. No, it's not quite there, but Clout is there to finish off the job. Navi get shut down. Get clapped, really. And Giants now will be entering onto double digits already. What a beautiful round by Giants.
Giants have done the impossible. I have literally never cast a game in which an A split on Icebox has ever succeeded. It is like the play that everyone's like, oh yeah, on paper it looks good, but you always die to CT there. But I actually love the theory using the lockdown, because A, I think a lot of players, instead of running backside, might actually run out screens there, and then they get shot right in the back with the good timing. It also pays off because there's no Killjoy or Cypher. Cypher was dead at the start of the round, so they get that free walk up into mid. Everything actually went right. The stars fully aligned for that play to work out, and I like what I see.
Yeah, Navi got a little bit too invested into their Viper spit there and thought, okay, will Giants really be stupid enough to push through it? They weren't. They weren't. They were waiting for the reinforcements to arrive from mid. So there you have it. Giants not really allowing Navi to gain an advantage here. Really want to be the ones in the driver's seat.
Let's not forget, too. So first of all, just this ult opening kill. Oh, got the drone tag. Actually missed that. Thank you so much for showing us the POV on that one. But then also, the mid control was lost because the Sage rotated over to try to grab orb to go for the res, right? And the timing just worked out absolutely perfectly that as she left, instantly the attacker slipped in.
That's the cool thing about getting a pick on the attack. It's you're thinning out the resources of defense, right? If you get a pick, it means some sort of entry is open, and you have to spread out the resources that the defense have.
There's no worse person to lose at the start of a round than your Sentinel. The person giving you that permanent information to control up through mid. This is actually the full-on budget Killjoy setup with the camera instead of turret in kitchen and the trip instead of alarm in mid. But honestly, the mid setup hasn't actually been punished. This is something that I thought maybe would have looked a little bit weaker, but seeing that under tube tripwire, I'm warming up a little bit more to the idea.
It wouldn't be too bad for Navi if Giants do crunch onto this B site after all. It's actually pretty optimal for them. The majority of their players are here. Fidinho on first contact together with a Cloud Burst just bursts out of it. Beautifully done. So Getsu now over. Of course, doesn't have any snake bites, nothing to stop from this plant from taking place. The Viper Spit going even further. Xiao trying to spray through it. Slow trying to delay any sort of push, but he's done his job to delay it and allow for resources to come in.
All the spam coming on down there. Absolutely huge. And because they kill Sage, no wall destroys this round. He's going to get another spam kill.
Oh, he avoids it, narrowly avoids it, but Angel is there to stop it. It's so close. Nitpicking here, really. 8 seconds. Oh, it's uncomfortable for Tingu onto the side. Seen it. How did he get it?
Watch
so
Nuki,
close.
watch Nuki.
Nuki on the back line. Delivering blows to the sides of heads, and now we're on a 2-on-2. It's a close endeavor. Spike within the Viper Spit. Seen it pushing even further forward. This man has no fear. And now it's Hoodie.
2 snake bites at the ready. Clock is ticking. And the shut-off doesn't work. He still has the util.
With 1 snake bite, he will reveal his position. Not sure if he wants to go for that. Cned inside the Viper Spit. Spots out Hoodie first and delivers the killing blow.
A stiff breeze would have killed Cned there. He'd worked all the way down to 1 HP inside of the pit. But he finds the shot to secure the round. The random spam doing so much work, and then Cned tracking Nuki after he had the insane flank opportunity. What a round. Again, one of those Cned rounds. How many has been? 3, 4 rounds? Okay, back to winning one. Straight back again for the team.
Cned's loving that the Jet meta is back, I'm telling you. Turkish Jet is back.
think I heard a Turkish Jet fan in the audience. All right. Giants have been using these early drones. Used them over towards A a couple of times. Now over towards B. One thing with the Giants comps is it's pretty hard to fight for back B control. You saw in the last round, there's actually no util support. There's just Vitinho winning the fight. Now, Vitinho has the Jet op, which makes fighting back yellow even more punishing. Now, a lot of times you'll see Sage try to use those slorbs to hit back yellow. You can use snake bites, shock darts. You can use all that utility to try and clear it out, but last round, at least, that was not the case for Giants. And if they play slowly, they're going to run into this setup where you have Sugetsu on the slide off angle, ready to swing off of the tripwire.
He's been isolated here before. That's the dangerous part. I mean, he doesn't have anyone for direct reinforcement. Yes, Xiao is nearby. Yes, maybe Angel in the proximity, but not exactly the trade fight you would like. It's a bit of a risky position, which means that he needs to get at least one before he drops to have any value into this fight. Cena pushing forward. Vitinho actually does get eliminated by Sugetsu as he holds that ground. Vitinho loses his comfort. And now it's Navi on top, rotating over already. They know this is where he has to hand his hold, where he has to have his stand. Quadra for him, looks for the ace, unable to find it, but the job is already done.
Give the man one more bullet, it was his. The 4K for Sugetsu. Absolutely killing Giants there. And Giants, where's the util? You have to invest it to clear back yellow. I understand, yeah, maybe they're trying to play contact, get Vitinho an opening pick, but you spent nothing to clear this way. A dart after the initial kill had gone down. That is not good enough if you want to commit fully into the B site through main.
It was a bit of an awkward one. It felt like Vitinho tried to open that up with a pick early and without any sort of like a dry peek, right? And instead of dashing backwards into safety, he went even further forward where his teammate weren't ready to assist him with that.
It's one of those gamble plays that on the surface, like, okay, it's not terrible. But then, after you lose the Jet, how do you then punish? Because it's not like after that point where you have 3 players in the open, you can then bust out your utility and throw it back there to clear. Now you're just walking into the crosshair.
And now he's dropped back to a Sheriff, right? He had the operator the previous round now. What are you going to do? The full stack in Navi with rifle galore.
Here.
A big mismatch, really, in their arsenal. Which begs the difference, right? It begs the question, how do Giants come back? They've had the lead so far. They were squaring round for round. But now, finally, Navi are on top. They haven't really been there for a while. And they're actually 2 rounds from closing it out. So this is the worst moment for Giants to lose that advantage.
Remember when I told you Giants always finish B? Here it is again. Sort of test the water outside A, instantly over here. But this is where I think the Cypher camera actually gives so much value to spot these late B hits. Hasn't actually caused too many rotations to come over. I don't know how many players it saw when it was tapped into. Here comes the cavalry, though.
Oh, it's uncomfortable. Clout gets picked off.
30 seconds.
I mean, how lucky are Giants, though, that the Sage is not the one that dropped. Rhyme getting that off gives them a chance.
And with the res, they believe in this round. They definitely do. Spray down towards Cloud's position. It's able to stop him from being resurrected, giving him an extra death onto his score. But still, Navi looking to peek on forward. It's actually going to be a very aggressive attempt to take over yellow.
They're so deep.
They're really trying to push Giants into a corner here. Squash them in, make them feel uncomfortable. It's being defused and the wall hasn't even been broken. Defusal successful. Navi on 12, 1 away from closing out map number 1.
Match point.
Giants just got completely pushed back there. Yeah, that was always going to be a tough round. But the Viper Orb made it impossible. You play 3 players in main, no chance for them to actually come out, swing, and threaten the planter. They have to be doubled up back yellow. This is actually an area where Fnatic really punished them. The B retakes. Giants were fighting too far forward versus Fnatic, losing theirs. Now playing a little bit too deep. Not in positions to trade off one another, just leaving Vitinho to his own devices back yellow. And Giants aren't going to want to mess with B again. Nuki does have the ultimate this time around. Take flight. Previously, they used that one to split their way into A. I don't think the opportunity is going to be there. Not all the pieces of the puzzle coming together for them on that, but they can just drop that one back pipes and get into the site. But you can see Navi have the read. They can play back rafters, maybe look for a late swing there. As you can see, there's a lot of room back site, and you can pop this Viper pit and hold on to it. Actually, I think you have to go all the way to the other side of Raptors, or you risk losing it entirely.
The thing is, Suigetsu could just walk for a second out of sight of his Viper's Pit and just walk back into it to make sure it's still there.
There it is.
Giants making a really difficult decision trying to move into it when the Viper's Pit is already into the site, covering all edges. Cloud delivering, keeping Giants on top, on the game, still in contention. Rhyme close to the spike. They're not going to play too far back from this. They need to play on the site. Pushing forwards, Navi not relenting. Zipan and CNED winning on their trades. That's what they need. Giants eager to find a pickup, and Fatinho high ground delivering, having a good read of the area. Now Rez coming forwards, Navi is well pressured. Nuki and Rhyme pushing further, 2-on-2. It's close, but Suigetsu wants his team to be on top. CNED pushing in, but he's alone. Solo endeavor. Operator drop for a Vandal, better weapon for the situation.
What?
Rhyme deleted, and now it's up to get Nuki. Suigetsu, he's so low, being diffused. Nuki has to push it. Shorty and out, but Suigetsu not getting it though. Still, one-on-one, running out of time. Nuki has done it. The round goes to Giants!
Nuki keeps Giants alive here on Icebox again for the team. Has been impeccable in the clutch. Pulling the heartstrings of Navi fans. A battle on 2 levels here in the Coliseum. Down in the pit and up in the up at the stands.
These players need a breather now. That was a tense post plant, really fast paced. Battles all across the site as well, right? There was a backline push. There was infiltration. There was a resurrection that had to be punished. There was so much going on. All of it happened so quickly. And it's a matter of who is able to keep up with that action that came out on top. But as well, Giants had the advantage. They had the spike down. If the pressure is on, they've got the guarantee that if the timer gets run out, it's their victory in the end.
Yeah, you know, Giants also got that early opening kill onto Angel. I think Angel's trying to jump Raptors to top site and just got sniped straight out of the air before the rest of the team was really there to supplement on the retake. Maybe jumping the gun just a touch, putting his team at a numbers disadvantage. And this is like clockwork. This is what I was talking about earlier against Fnatic, 2-1-2. Very standard for them. Try and get Fatinho and Hoodie up in B main if that ends up being the option. It's also possible Fatinho with the knives. Oh, he might go for a double updraft and look into B main.
Yeah, we might be looking actually 2 blades being enabled from both sides.
Here.
That's what it is. If they want to time a B main hit with Fatinho going on the double updraft, they could really punish the forward positioning. Navi could potentially be in. As I say that though, Zipan's actually backing away, so that won't be the option for them.
Giants looking to move now towards this B site. So he gets to there to greet them, as always.
In the post plant too, Cloud will have the Hunter's Fury. No one else with an ultimate really to play off of.
He's let a couple pass, obviously. Not able to see due to the toxic screen.
Suigetsu hasn't fought very forward on yellow. He's played that off angle more often than not, so I actually like him throwing some variation into that, looking for the peak, playing fully on the left-hand side there.
Due to the 2-1-2 setup, as you said, of course, due to the dedication of the defense, we're going to be looking at a retake here from Navi, possibly trying to trade through Suigetsu. That's his job, this one. Drop back, find the info, make sure you buy as much time for your team to arrive to have a favorable matchup in the end.
Some util spent back sight, no shocks or anything, just the slow, but no one's actually there. Navi gonna play to stall. 25 seconds, look at all the util to stop this one.
They didn't quite time it right. They got into it together with the fragment and the snake bite, but the Hunter Story is there to deliver still. 2 for 2 traded, pushing even further. Look how far Fatinho is pushed in. He's got the blades out. Still 3-on-3. The spike isn't down yet, and it's Fatinho that holds it. He wants to frag, but he's got to get his duty down. Put that spike on the floor.
CNED has the operator going double updraft. Cut out of the sky from Cloud.
Plane goes down. Cloud shoots it. And now Angel and Xiao on the case. It's their chance to close it out here. Also will be going to overtime. And that's where the pressure mounts. Wall dropping in. Angel on the far angle. Xiao alone. Blades out in front of him. Fatinho right click. Giants bring things to an overtime against Navi.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Cloud with the pick on CNED there. That was the difference maker. It's completely out in the open. Needed to shut it down. And this idea from Giants was wild as well. right? All the stall util was going down on site to use the Hunter's Fury to play Disrupt while the rest of the team was pushing through their own Viper Wall towards Snowman. Very rare you see that deep Snowman push, especially with the wall that cuts you off from it entirely. And it went all right. Kills were traded back well enough for Giants in that situation. Now they move back over to the defensive side. And so much of that defensive half was about the more aggressive A-main step-ups from Giants. They didn't blast at you right away, but they would try to put themselves anchored in forward positions. So Xiao's idea is to use the Slorb to try and shut that down.
They've been so equal, 6-6 at the first half, 6-6 on the second half, and now they're into overtime.
The Knife saw 2, I believe, as well. But that has not dissuaded Cloud one bit.
2 rounds in a row required from each team to get the victory now.
Look at the way those 3 players are playing. Double high angles there, then also on the ground with Vitinho. Rhyme ended up backing off just to guard in mid. Because they actually don't have the Sentinel utility. That's all been busted.
Look at the push from Giants. They may opt to move from Kitchen, but no, they double back from it. Not the decision they're making now. Slow and steady wins the race here for Navi, just as the first half they've illustrated.
They loved doing this wrap, right? You'll see Angel go forward in front of Yellow. They'll throw up the Viper Wall to get him to wrap around. The second the Viper Wall goes up, Hoodie has to look
Angel's
left.
walk past. Angel's walk past. He's on site. He could potentially crunch onto Yellow, but he's left it behind. Look at Hoodie. Spots out Angel. Now he's dead. And Giants on the front foot. Phenomenal
Awareness there from Hoodie, knowing the play and the timing when that could be coming through. They didn't even throw the Viper Wall, but now Navi have to commit with only 3 players into A.
The meat and potato of this course, though, is going to be this A side. Oh, what? Giants! They rotate over! They rotate over!
That's an all right gamble. Oh, Sugetsu finds the kill on Tanuki. Now, Giants, they put down the wall at 30 seconds. Now they have to retake 4v4.
That's a free gift for Navi. They get themselves onto the site, spike down, trade in equally, and that's good for them, but it's still 3-on-3. Seen it on the back flank. Giants have come in quickly, but Hoodie not quite yet into the fight. Giants not going to be patient for it, though. Clout taking action to his own hands. Hoodie finally arriving. Reinforcements are here, but still, Navi dropping. Vitinho in the fight, so he gets you alone. Can he do it? One found. Vitinho underneath them. Make sure he reaches the ground. And now with 13 for Giants, they're the ones on map points.
Giants had their backs against the wall. String together 3 here, now on match point. And it was the awareness from Hoodie here. Again, I didn't think he would turn around until he heard the Viper Wall come up, knowing the timing of the play that had previously been used to stab him in the back. But that's the problem. If you don't throw that wall up, Angel has to go all the way forward and fully clear the site, or else get backstabbed on that angle, which is much more likely a player is holding. That threw the round into chaos. Still, Navi had a chance. But I think it was Giants continuing to hit the gas, right? Yeah. They instantly retake. The second the spike was planted, they had 2 players dropping down out of rafters, which caught Navi completely off guard.
This is something Doombros loves to do. Whenever you feel things are getting out of hand, when your players are losing fights, when things need to be shaken off, when the situation gets a bit rough, Doombros calls a timeout. He does this exactly right now on overtime. Arguably the most important round of this game so far.
What's it going to be for Navi? Hard to come into a round like this and have a huge plan in terms of regression. It's just something you don't see all too often on Icebox, unless you try to activate some kind of fast flank. But CNED, who has been so successful with the operator so far today, will be going into that with no armor. I think the majority of time he was actually opting over towards the A site up on Generator. So the fact that he's not this time around, the hold is going to be fairly weak from Giants. They do have some scouting if they want to use Zipan's knife. Curiously enough, sending 1 shock dart to get a little bit of chip damage if someone was playing for the orb. Xiao, perhaps, trying to cheese a res late into the round. And that drone does nothing. That actually causes some problems. Now, no one's playing Maze this time around, but we've seen how many times CNED's been poached exactly right there and punished Giants on the attack without the drone.
Yeah, the only thing the old drone really did there is force Zipan out of that position, because now they would know where he is. But now switches up, now onto the back side of things. Xiao does drop a wall early, but there's an nanoswarm to his feet, and I don't think he quite knows it yet, or at least hasn't taken attention to it. If it does get
yeah, he's going to take some damage
at that moment.
On the other side, he was fully blinded when it dropped, so
he's got
no idea.
He's fine.
Giants still taking their time, but they don't actually have that late B player, so there's no real rotation out of the site for them, and yet Navi are still mindful of that. CNED has not abandoned the site, and even Angel has walked back towards Kitchen.
Giants 40 seconds on the clock. Navi really good read on this. 3 players, but not with all of them just yet. They don't have the full picture.
30 seconds left.
I think they could have just waited for the wall to go down. Doesn't matter though, they've wrapped around with that wall off on screen.
They haven't dealt with Chow, and that's exactly what Fatinho is going to go for straight away. Doubles up. There's a Suigetsu at the back of the site, very low, not dealt with yet. But look how quickly Navi have responded. All on site already. Just as the spike goes down, Navi are looking to go in for the fight. Into it. Cena, first to chime through with a kill for Navi. And that's what you need. Have the most crowned duelist probably in the world. Out of Europe for sure, do the heavy lifting in the rush round, trying to put your team on top still. It is Hoodie alone, and Suigetsu is able to take him down. Navi equalizing once again. We're going to another overtime.
Navi, they slow down the initial hit, and then look very strong on the retake, even with an attacking Viper roll towards A.
Switching sides.
A rarity so far this game for Giants, that's for sure. And the fact that CNED just finds that tight angle, just a shoulder, to find an opener, makes things so much more simpler for Suigetsu to finish the job. Navi have converted a lot of their attacking rounds into fighting that A main with players up on belt, and it's actually going to be Giants the one to call the timeout.
Yeah, back-to-back these timeouts.
A lot of breathers, you know? I feel like there is a bit of a meta in overtime when it comes to timeouts, because you don't want to wait too long to use them, otherwise the game's all the way over, and these coaches definitely have a lot to say to their players. So you'll see them come out right off the rip, and then if it becomes a long game, those players are stranded out there completely on their own. So it's very important to set up your team, understanding the tendencies of the other team, especially how they played their attack, their defense. Remind them, especially like in those first couple of rounds, after you've just played 12 on attack and you switch over to defense, it's very easy as a player on the stage to forget some of those tendencies that you had worked out. And the coach with the mindset, with the notes, can sort of bring that back into play.
Yeah, this is a clear EMEA game, EMEA fight. The meta, the way these teams approach this game, you know, Giants, traditional comps, same with Navi on the most part. You know, Navi do like to have
the Cypher excluded.
On the most part. That's why I added that in there. But still, the way they've been approaching it, the macro game, tactically fight it out, and this is a very aggressive peek here from Nuki.
This is unique. We have not seen Giants do much of this. Now, last round, Giants played on defense. We saw a later push up mid from Nuki, if I remember correctly. But this time, he has just been able to post himself right up there.
Yeah, something we haven't really seen on the post run, right? Have too much of a pincer on the back.
But I actually think this has been the read, because Suigetsu's also playing in spawn. He was able to catch Nuki in mid when he was rotating off of B, and he's expecting to see a similar play from him now.
He's just vibing, holding out. He can use his utility, help out his team with his toxins, but he can hold this ground and make sure that the rotation is clear.
I think that drone actually didn't quite tag Zipan. Xiao is the only one seen by that, so that's not going to cause any rotations to move over towards A! Angel!
Falls into the trap. Head ripped off. Giants with the advantage.
The aggression pays off. Actually, a very forward tripwire, too. Now Navi have to convert into A. There's no going back.
They still don't have a read on this, right? Giants still have no clue what's going on, so the rotation will come in late. But that is crucial for Rhyme and each defender of the site to hold down the fort while they can. And that's exactly what they do on the front foot. Clout delivering. Navi finding a blockade here, unable to break through. Seen it. He's going to try and push for this. Bulldogs his way through, but Rhyme, no. He's just going to be the thorn that prohibits him from taking another step. Giants, 14 on. Another chance for them to close out this map.
Switching sides. Match point.
Wow. The hold right there, these late Sage Walls too, make it so frustrating for Navi on the attack to do anything if they don't have some presence elsewhere on the map. They're just sort of stuck behind it. It won't break until after the round's already over. So they get funneled in through one area, trying to play up on top 410. Rhyme wasn't going to let that happen whatsoever. And now Giants back to a spread out attack.
Standing ahead.
Will Darton actually take the peak up towards Belt, it looks like, as well. Sugetsu has been such a phenomenal anchor for Navi over near B. This time not actually playing back yellow.
Defense and retake power of Navi has been exquisite so far. No wonder Giants are just scratching their heads on this one. And they're scared, right? They're not taking any chances.
That was so clever, pulling back the tripwire. I think he assumed that someone heard that, so when the orb goes up, that's the cover you need to be able to break the trip. He pulls it back, and it actually dodges away from the shock dart. Very good mind games out of Angel.
It's just the micro plays at the end of the day, isn't it, sometimes? Could make the difference. Ooh, okay. This time the cam did spot out movement towards the left-hand side.
Yeah. Also, the drone was shut off from Clout. He is going to be noted over towards A and abandon that endeavor entirely.
Note that the time is starting to tick down. Already at 33 seconds. There's not much time for Giants to work with.
30 seconds left.
Navi like to play so deep on site. It all comes down to the spam from Angel
And
to
like
stop the plant.
They really like to stall it out. Snakebite after Fragment. Out of anything else, they can stop this.
Still
Slow
two
door,
snake
Coutinho
bites.
pushing forward. Zipan on the back foot here, but still delivering. Xiao as well. Navi winning out on this fight. Giants need a miracle. Spike out into the open. They need to collect it. They need to win the fight, but they don't have much time. They don't have anything. They don't have players. They don't have util. They don't have space. Navi suffocating them and keeping this game on.
I think Navi are overthinking the walls right now, going for a very deep Sage wall that just gets instantly broken down. Then you have absolutely no chance to actually get a plant off on that site. Navi just continuing to take fights, and because I think Giants took so long, they were waiting for their second rotation of the Viper wall to come on up, but it doesn't last for long enough, so Navi are playing on top of that, waiting for it to drop, punishing every single time. Navi have been exploiting Giants in those windows of opportunity on the B site hits. Giants have not found much luck over there. And you can even see some of the change-ups in strategy. After playing so deep towards spawn last round, Sugetsu walks up more aggressively in mid. If he drops, there is still a Cypher trip to make sure there's no late flank or late push to hold a more forward angle in mid and cut off rotations. Although unlike a Killjoy turret, you can still get right up close behind it and hold to cut off any solo players from rotating back towards the rest of their team.
The players are actually so focused right now, their eyes are piercing their screens.
It all comes down to Coutinho. How many times have we seen this? Navi don't have the most amazing util to try and clear him out back here. You have to commit the C4, and CNED with the operator doesn't want to dash in to clear that either. It's really tough to commit into this guy.
It's so tough. Coutinho. He's won so many duels so far, very good on his scoreboard, but can he deliver now that he's suppressed? No way to fall back, has to hold through until he's able to use that dash again and drop back. Zipan flashing forward, great flash from him. Coutinho looks away and still gets the kill. How does that even happen? Back to safety, Giants on top, so he gets you through the smoke? Question mark?
Hold on, they're abandoning. Look at the position Angel's taken all the way up through A. It caused the rotations. Now again, they're concerned, and from underneath Tube, there's still an angle. Nuki has the angle to try and take the fight.
Shout was able to cross forwards. How many other players can manage to walk in? Nuki able to take down one, but the site is theirs. Oh, look at this. Angel's missed out on CNED. It's going to give him a really bad idea of how free the site is. Angel taking one. Cloud taking him down as well. Cloud and, well, Xiao and CNED are so low, and they need to keep themselves alive to make this stick happen. Nuki delivering, still meaning that Xiao is all alone. He's got res, but no space to use it. Now walks in. Rhyme caught with his pants down.
Yes, the res
gonna be used, and Angel back to life.
Nuki, what can he do now? He still has to get onto the spike, chase down these two players.
He's going around trying to make sure that they don't know where he's coming from. Nuki! 4 kills to his name, and the clutch, putting Giants right back on top.
Nuki is unbeatable in the late round. Clutch after clutch. Round after round stolen away from Navi. And what a chaotic round. It's his position in mid that finds the first kill to even give them an opportunity. And then what is that? Jumping around, trying to loop back towards Rafty, you'd imagine, but just gets caught with his pants down. Nuki will punish that every single time.
No wonder this guy has been such a player to watch throughout 2022. Yes, with his team, hasn't been able to reach the heights Navi or Fnatic did. APX, if you might want to call Navi back in that year. But still, this player has shined so much. His clutch potential, visible over and over again. Probably the most influential clutch he's had so far this year. And maybe more to come.
And it's a gamble A stack from Navi. Just a Cypher cam on B. It's a free plant completely.
They know of it. They know of it, at least that. Navi, they're happy for this retake. They've been able to be successful in the B site retake so many times. Snakebite not deterring. Whoa, it's actually touching right here. He's sticking it, and he's lost so much health, and the spike hasn't even gone down.
And I think the right chunk of his wall actually blocks it off. You can't plant in front of that portion of wall.
They've got 1 minute on the clock and a decision to make. All the defenders are here for Navi.
Giants have really run into issues trying to plant on this B site, the Sage wall. Oftentimes not giving, you just need that extra chunk in case you get forced off like that. Just slightly more forward, slightly less angled.
Giants split up their attempt. 3 towards mid, two left behind. Spike as well, leaning towards B. Of course, mid push. Oh, they're going through mid, underneath. Oh, they spotted out Angel's gun, but Su gets covering it. Do they peek it? It's going to be traded correctly for Giants. They're now on top, and they've got space for the spike.
And the positioning of Nuki, right? He can get up into kitchen if he wants. It's so hard to re-clear here with full B-site control on Giants.
Shout on the fight. Water cross through, but Vitinho will definitely know of his position. There's a pass from bottom, there's a pass from on top, and still, it is going to be traded for Shao. Rhyme. Battle of the Sages. Shao wins that one out. Hoodie, alone, but still capable. Very capable. And now a 1-on-2 as Shao brings Zipan back to life. Can they touch the spike? That's the question. They know exactly where Hoodie is. The pressure is mounting. Touched once. Hoodie doesn't buy it. Touched 5 times already, but now eventually defused halfway. Peek out. Hoodie, what a shot! Stop defusing. Still, Snakebite in his hand. Could be possible. And it's stuck with Navi. Win the round and keep this game going.
Switching sides.
There's just absolutely no way. Just out of eyesight. Oh man, what a retake though. Shao going up on his own wall here, swinging on aggressively forward. And then even having the res. Like, literally, that is the definition of your battle sage right there. Right, fighting your way through an OT round, building your way back up into an ultimate, into the res. That is the player to defuse the spike and win it all for your team.
Look, being a fan for either of these teams can't be easy, right? Right now, you're feeling a bit frustrated. Imagine how frustrated the players are. Things aren't connecting as they would have liked. Opportunities, 3 opportunities for Giants to close out this game. 3 of them. Still unable to do so. Has to mess with your mental.
It does. Navi, though, they just need to get an attack round win. Problem is, look at the positioning over near Maze. 2 players to clear on through and no info to get the job done. Zipan has some flashes, and actually the camera, I always forget the camera. Just gonna pop that one out there. Still, Vitinho has been able to creep up forward. The camera didn't see him.
Vitinho again, the man in charge, the gatekeeper perhaps. Angel right in front of him, dashes out into safety. Hoodie is there as well. Giants win trades. How many rounds have finished like this? It's not all over, not yet. Navi still in the fight, but 3 remaining. But 40 seconds to make a decision. Stick to it or rotate over.
A little bit too slow there, not instantly punishing off the info of the camera. Vitinho is able to re-step back up there, get out, no problem.
Stick to
30
it.
seconds left.
Hold your horses. Navi giving it another go. 3 defenders,
Contact?
man. Yeah. But with 2 players holding the same angle, nobody looking in the direction that Navi potentially could have pushed, but no, wall drops. They know where Shao is. Spike goes down. They're going to give him a chance to go for it. Hoodie on top, but still delivering. Suigetsu dropping quickly. Hoodie is accurate. 4 kills to his name. And he makes it look easy.
Win an attack round challenge impossible here in OT. Giants making it look so simple on the retake there. Just a highlight reel for Hoodie, playing just on the edge of vision. Very nicely timed on the swing there too. You gotta respect it. But now everything on Giants to actually come through.
Again, Giants on match point.
It just won't stop. Honestly, it's defense every round until someone comes up with something impressive.
Remember, they use their timeouts on overtime. Can't take the wise words of their coaches.
Oh, CNED's got an angle here. And Hoodie's actually playing on the ground. A lot of times you'll see teams just all drop off a belt to avoid that angle. But Hoodie's gonna walk into it if he doesn't throw the wall up. The shot misses on CNED. That is brutal. That should have been a kill on Hoodie. Actually, no, it tagged him. He's down to 30 HP, got a leg, I think, on a jump peak.
Giants really want to close this one out. They can't really let it go so long. It's tiring them out. It's the first map, man. 32 rounds in.
But the drone's already been used for Cloud. Used that very early to try and scout out an operator angle.
Sugetsu's just chilling. He's got a clear view of the B site. He's telling his teammates, calm down, boys. Not here, not yet.
This may end up being the B finish for Giants, or actually just a B fake, perhaps. Because the spike is still A, and down to 40 seconds. Actually, almost mind gaming themselves a bit.
Yeah, they can't sell it anymore. Navi, no, they've got a clear picture.
Yeah, also with their Viper already being used A, going B is the death sentence.
Seen it holding out with the operator. Exactly what you need. Could have been a collateral, but no, just one before he drops. Vitinho into the fight, has to push even further though. There's not much time.
Where's the wall?
22 seconds, wall eventually dropping, but the spike can't go down as they're spraying upon it. Slow Orbs still running out of time.
That was a defensive wall to block them off from the spike. The time is ticking down. Rhyme didn't pull the trigger, and now it's all falling apart.
Zipan with the first shot of that second fight. Zipan still alive. How is he still alive? 5 seconds. Nuki delivering, and now Zipan alone. Can he make it a quadra? 3 to his name, but Nuki finds it. And Giants will be closing out Icebox 1-0 in the mats.
Mr. Reliable. How many times did we say that game? Nuki wins the clutch. Nuki wins the 1v2. Nuki wins the 1v3 over and over again. This was a close game. 2 teams very evenly matched. But the one player to push it over the edge, to tip the scales in Giants' favor, Nuki.
Yeah, give Nuki a cookie. Give Nuki a cookie this break. Wow.
Give him a raise, too. I don't know which one you'd prefer more.
Look, he saved his team out of so many situations this game, right?
Yeah.
So many rounds went their way when they really shouldn't. And Navi are probably hitting their heads right now because that was their own map pick.
Yeah, and they're going to have to come up with something. That was a grueling map 1 affair, but there is a second right around the corner. We're going to toss to a break and see you on the other side.
Woo! Nice! Dawaj, patrz. Nice! Insane! Nice!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
F-flex on the beat. F-flex on the beat. F-flex on the beat.
It is another overtime that involved Navi, and once again it didn't go too well for them. Giants, however, have grabbed their first map win here at VCT EMEA. I'm your host Youngsu, and I'm joined once again by Cougar and Tom. I was going to ask if you're all right, Tom, but I feel like I need to ask Cougar first if she's doing all right.
I mean, I'm screaming a lot just because, you know, we've had so many crazy rounds. We're going to go over the stats in a bit, but we've had so many multi-kills, so many clutches, especially in the overtime. Things were decided in the matter of seconds, and I'm, in general, very happy with the performance of both of them, but I'm really, really happy with the change that we've seen from Giants Day 1 to Giants Day 3.
Yeah, I do wonder if starting on the defense actually helped them out a little bit, because it definitely seemed like their defensive structure, especially with like Rhyme sort of picking up a role that we'd seen him not so much playing on. He did very, very well of just like actually putting down these like late stage walls and using his utility well. I think also they did well of catching the lurks of Angel, who did get caught quite a few times. And I think like Hoodie actually did fantastically well of sort of like reading into those positions he was trying to get into and catching him out. That's all based on their structure, and that was the main criticism we had of them before.
Yeah, I think that if I have to sum up in one word the performance that we've seen from Giants is discipline. We can see that Ryan probably did not have the best numbers, but we could see it in the camera, and definitely we could see it in the minimap, that the movement from Giants, it was very, very different than against Fnatic. They were much sharper. They learned how to wait for their other teammates in order to take action, and you know, it worked.
Do you remember round 6?
For sure.
Do we remember any of this before overtime? I mean, I'm a little bit worried here for Navi, at least. As a team that has so much LAN experience, Angel, you know, CNED, Pavlos is talking about how he won a world a champion trophy. These overtimes, you would think that they would favor Navi a bit more.
Let me tell you, I did not see fear in Fitinho going up against CNED a single time. He was 100% trusting in the plan, trusting his teammates, something that, again, we did not see on that day 1. And Navi, in some occasions, they needed to get the lurk, to get the play, and
that was ridiculous.
Much more reactive. That's what we saw Giants so many times running down the clock, being like, come on, at some point, they got to do something. We got to make them waste a little bit of utility.
I think the difference as well is, even though like we still give huge respect to Navi, Fnatic did a lot better at punishing any of the overplays that were there. Because that's the thing, there were clutches. There were clutches for both sides. Like Sugetsu pulled out, I think it was a 4K at one point, 1v3. Like there was impressive plays from either team. The thing is though, it didn't look like it was as dominant. Whereas versus Fnatic were going, oh, you've made a mistake. Well, now we're going to own you for it every single time. So I think maybe there's some more of a punish on the other side last time, which definitely helped. But in this essence, I think there was also the fact that everybody looked more comfortable, more confident.
Also, I think that now with the results, we need to think of the two variants of what happened here. Either Navi had a new composition that they decided to back off since the new compositions didn't work on day 1, and they had practiced this one a little bit less, or the protocols had already been changed, or, you know, for how long did Giants actually plan for this? Because we heard Milan in the interview that you did saying like, oh, Nuka just said like, I'll go on the Killjoy, it's fine. So, you know, how much time has gone into both of the decisions that we saw on the server today?
I mean, whatever Giants are doing, it's working. I hope they keep doing that. I joked about if you guys remember round 6, but let's take a look at round 12.
Yes.
Which one, Cougar? I know you definitely remember.
Yeah. I remember it because I was talking about the discipline, and to me, this was a clear example of how things had to be done. Hoodie had been forced out and trying to move around. This is when you see all the players from Giants trying to take a step back and wait for that plan, lay it around Hoodie and his ultimate. He was forced out, as I said, with the 0 point. He came back. They knew exactly how the timing was working, and they decided to take things one step at a time, taking every single angle in pairs, just making sure that the trades were going to come out their way.
Yeah, I think as well what I liked about this round is you could see them sort of holding on to a lot of their utility. Like, there was a much more push and pull with their defensive side. Like, either they had a set plan where they were going to get aggressive in the round, or they had rounds like this where we go, okay, we think they're going to try and do this. Let's hold the Sage Wall. Let's hold the Viper's Pit. Let's not just panic throw it down and use everything when we get it. It was much more, okay, I'm going to use this with 30 seconds left. I'm going to use this in the late round because they know that Navi like to play nice and slow, so they adapted. And that was the main thing that was important, just basically making sure that they didn't just waste their util because they had it.
Much more, you know, synchronized, and I think that's something they probably learned from Fnatic from the previous game that they had, because the moment that Fnatic did not land a trade, Mini asked for a pause. And this is this is literally the Giants that have seen that situation and has seen it on the other side, being like, it's impossible to win against that.
I mean, even after all that, it still came down to clutches. I felt like every single time. And I feel like this is the only time we've seen Xiao lose more than one clutch. That's actually crazy. The fact that
and he still won 3.
Yeah. The fact that he was being challenged to that degree, I think, really shows the way the Giants were playing. But also, I feel like the 2 Jet players, we've got to really talk about those, Fatinho and CNED. Tom, I think both of these players are definitely benefiting from the Jet meta once again. And what a battle it was between those two.
Fatinho's stats were night and day. Like, he was, I think, 11 and 16 last time they played. This time he ended up with, what, like 27 kills or something absurd. 9 2Ks. So just like multi-fragging across the board, and I think that these are going to be 2 players that are very interesting to highlight going forward, because although in this match you got the Jet v Jet, both very happy to be playing into that, in the next map the chances are they're going to have very different roles. We've already seen CNED play the like of an Omen or something like that in previous games because he's trying to fill the spots. So now I kind of want to see what's going to happen going into Split. Is he filling a spot or is he playing a CNED?
Yeah, and it's going to be a crazy situation. We'll see when Agent Select comes into play. So we can see that Fatinho, for example, has a lot more higher first death because he was constantly taking those risks. And on the side of CNED, you know, sometimes it's Angel. That's not how it works.
A lot of the
Sometimes
time.
it's Angel.
I don't know if that's definitively a bad thing. I feel like in that context.
You know that he likes calling from the other side, so.
Oh, when he's dead? Oh, okay, I get you. But Fitty, he's actually warming up right now in the Aim Labs. Not that he needs to. I don't know why he, out of all
Keep
players,
it hot. You know?
I mean, he doesn't. He's the last. But I need to Aim Labs a little bit more. He definitely does not. And you can see why he's being so hot on the server as well. Again, I feel like we should talk a little bit more about him, because in all the conversations of all these Jet players coming in, you know, you had CNED, you had Durka, all these great players. I feel like his name kind of got left behind a little bit.
I'm going to tell you something. I know that when the rest of the lineup was for him, probably Fatinho felt a little bit like he was the underdog. You know, he was the one staying from Giants and maybe being a staple of the organization, that he was staying there. And he's grinding so much. You can see him not only on scrims, you can see it on stream until very late in the morning. He's really taking this seriously, and I think it's showing off not only on the Jet, but now that we're talking about Split, when you see his KO, you definitely can see the improvement and that he's put in a lot of time.
I think the main thing, and it's something that might be a bit almost a taboo to say, but when you look at the Spanish organizations, a lot of people went, okay, they're going to keep a Spanish player. So you started off with sort of Mixwell being one of them. Codamenta obviously is the sort of well-known IGL. I don't think anyone had a problem with that so much. But then you look at Fatinho and go, is he a player who's going to be as good as everyone else, or is he being brought in because he's Spanish? He is as good as everyone else. He's proven that over the last couple of months.
And he is Spanish.
He is also Spanish too, but
he's going to really be able to prove that if he can beat Navi 2-0 here.
Sure.
But they have to win Split if they want to do that. I think Icebox was the one where we're like, can they do it? But now they've done it on Icebox. Surely, Tom, this is the time to bring it home.
This is the thing. It's like, I will never count out a team like Navi because they're always going to be working on pretty much every single map within the pool. Like, maybe they'll have one that they don't play, but something like Split is actually a map that I would say for Angel and his calling style is one of the best. It's slow, it's structured, a lot of build-up play on the attack, and normally the teams that are best at it are the ones that can pull off rounds on the attack. The defense is something I feel like everybody can play to a degree, whereas that attacking side, in the past, they were one of the best.
Yeah, definitely. But you mentioned it. It's in the past. The last time that we see actually Navi or FPX at that time playing this map, what was it? July? Because obviously Split has been...
It's been a while.
Yeah. It's been a long, long time. So let's see also, we were talking about CNED. What is he going to be doing? Because if he were to fill in the shoes of Artis, he would be going on the KO. And if he were to go on the KO, we would have another surprise. We were talking
I don't want to see that. I'm not going to lie. I don't want to see that.
That's another thing I'll bring up. I don't like mentioning this team's name for many reasons, but their game versus Forza in the past, when they played Split, it was the most overcooked game of Split I've ever seen in my life. It was a game where you looked at that FPX who became Navi, and they just overdid it with all of the different ideas. They played Zero Duelist, which they like to do on Split, and I'm just hoping that, in many cases, I don't think they need to do that. They've got fantastic Duelist players. They've got someone like Zipan Xiao who can play whatever, and you've got CNED. So I kind of hope that they almost go to something a little bit more simplistic because they've got the callers, they've got the coaches, they've got the players. They don't need to do something massively crazy to win this game.
So nothing wacky. You just want to see them.
It's
keep it
gonna be
simple.
wacky. I just don't want
But
them
okay,
to do
so
it.
meta in meta, you want to see some meta picks.
It's not only that, they have the players to do that. You put CNED on the Jet, you put Zipan on the Raze, you get Suigetsu, you can either give him a Killjoy, you can give him a Viper if you want, playing with double controller. Angel, you know, he can go in the Omen. We will see him again with that Cypher. I mean, you have the facilities to play actually whatever you want.
I want to talk about Angel real quick because obviously, you know, I feel like we get two versions of Angel. We get the Angel that can TP into your spawn and just get an ace, do his thing, and one that's kind of a little bit, I don't want to say running it down, but certainly running somewhere.
You want to, the word you want is inty.
Yeah.
That's the word you're trying to say without saying it. Sometimes it looks like Angel is trying to make the plays all the time when he has a team that can do it for him. A lot of the time it'd be a sacrificial lamb. Sometimes that's brilliant. Sometimes in the last map, for example, he got caught. I think on Split, he normally gets it right. I think he's very good at taking mid control and using that position around the map to sort of gain control for the rest of the team. The thing is, though, that was something that was aggressively fought for by Giants. They constantly tried to maneuver Hoodie around. And I will say he got wrecked by Durka a lot, but I don't know if there's anybody who's going to be as aggressive or as in his face as Durka was in that previous map.
You know, Angel sometimes works like a beacon of gathering information, and I want to say if it's going to be the same on Split because the information is going to be definitely very different. It depends on the agent that he's playing.
Well, let's take a look at agent select here. Like you guys both said, it's been a while since Navi has played Split. We've seen Giant Split already. They gave Fnatic a real fight, and Zipan's locked in the sky.
Okay, well, that's definitely initiator. CNED is going to be going.
Oh
my God,
no, it's Angel!
Wait, is this going to be great or is this going to be cursed, Tom? Tell me.
I don't know. I feel like for someone like Angel, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. I think it still gives them the rest of the players to sort of have that setup around. I think CNED still being on a Jet, I'm happy to see that. That gives them that extra little bit of initiation, which I think they need when they have a composition like this.
Yeah, exactly. And going for that double controller, Xiao is going to be the one going on the Astra. Now, I'm wondering, you know, maybe if Angel wants to have that lurking power, maybe swapping them two around, knowing that Xiao was, you know, the first and only Gecko that we had so far. Well, or Simple would say Goku. But, you know, putting Angel on that role, I want to see how that is going to work. Definitely, it's a first time for him, but this is very, very exciting to watch. I cannot believe, you know, that Navi, even being put in the situation where they can end up 0-2 again, they decide to go with what they prepared.
Well, Tom, you didn't. You said we weren't going to see Gecko today, so you're wrong. Angel.
I said I wouldn't see double Gecko. I said double Gecko.
You wrong, and I can't wait to get into game to see some Angel Gecko tech. Over to you, Ender and Pavlos.
This is pretty tasty.
You guys don't know. There's a boba truck in the venue that I'm sure everyone has already went over and gotten something at. But yeah, we got some Gecko drinks brought up for us because, of course, we have a Gecko in the game. Of course, Angel's going to bust that one out. Was bored of watching Xiao play it, so he decided, my turn.
You got a bit jealous out there, right? But yeah, I don't know how long these are going to be around for in this arena. So if you've got a chance, if you're debating about coming here, I think for this reason alone, you should make
As you can see, I've already spilled about like 8 drinks on myself today, which is a problem. What you don't understand is the shirt is actually soaking wet.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Just don't touch it. Your handle, it's like kind of sticky. It's not good. It's not good. Stay away.
But getting to the real meat and potatoes of this series actually is the fact that Navi has lost their second major overtime game. Right. This is the first one obviously against Giants, but second overall in VCT EMEA, and that can't feel good. Not being able to close maps.
Yeah, they had that really rough one back versus Koi on day 1, of course. Was not a fun position to be in. 20-18, a brutal affair. Icebox, another really long game. So, hey, if the track record is anything, we are in for another big game here. It's Split as well, which I know Split only recently came back into the competitive pool, but this is also the map of OTs. So get a drink now because you might not have a chance for a while.
Yeah, especially if these guys have got us glued to our seats like they did the previous game. Early aggression here from Navi, looking for a fight, looking to just get up in their opponents' faces, look for a few fists here and there, but it's Patino that is just knocking them down one by one. Navi can't be too happy about that trade, as Giants have got a full advantage. 2 players above their opposition.
Yeah, just trying to pop out from behind the Viper wall right there, but gets absolutely shut down. And yeah, just quick little reminder, it was Nuki on the Killjoy on the previous map, but on those Raze maps, his Raze is something to be feared. That's for sure. Has all like the highlight clips from back in the day on the Raze, sniping people from the skies with that rocket. And for now, Giants just going to abandon the lower ground here, playing entirely up into A heaven.
Shao in the smoke, able to run out of trouble. Still getting one, evening the playing field just a little bit. Flash into the site. Shao still alive somehow, but does take him down. Giants with a clear advantage here. Angel with all to do.
Yeah, the timing there, having Rhyme come down in through main. At the same time, Nuki's going flying out of heaven. Really makes it impossible for that player stuck in hell. Shao, nothing he could do down in that position. So from the early picks, countering out the early aggression in mid, into the site hit from Giants, a very well executed round one.
I think it was just more than anticipation there. I mean, obviously Giants couldn't really expect that there was a push coming in from mid, but having one player with the right crosshair placement, maybe not the best timing there from Navi, allowing one player to peek without the assistance of others or any utility. That could have been a slight misplay, but either way, Giants collect it, take advantage of it, and are able to carry through with it. Now, bit of a spread out approach, somewhat like a default. Navi, you could say the same thing about their defense. Maybe they try and get some orbs in here, trying to find as much of an outcome, as much as a greater outcome as they can.
Yeah, and sort of looking at both these team compositions as well, it's a little bit odd. We have no Sentinels on either side. Double smokes, of course, has been popular on Split even before the new meta coming in here. Always have seen a lot of Viper in play for those A main walls, either for the attackers to take heaven control, or for the defenders try and block that off. You can see some mid control with that wall too permanently for the squad, but also the lack of breach and the line control, because neither team is even rocking an Omen. It's actually kind of awkward, I think, when it comes to actually setting up aggressive plays, enabling your Raze. Yeah, you have the Sky Flashes you can work with, but I think this is going to be a fairly low support game in terms of what Nuki is going to have.
It's going to be a Traderoo already on the site. Oh, Surigetsu had a chance to take Cloud there, but a 180-degree turn from Cloud is able to deal with him quickly. So, Giants will be finding themselves onto the site. Navi on the outside, really looking in. And with the Gecko, we have yet to see, obviously, the capabilities of it so far. Be interested to see if it does have a substantial impact really in this game. I think a lot of people have been looking at Navi picking up Gecko. I think in every single map they played so far, except from the previous one, they've had Gecko in the composition.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Gecko... I mean, the thing that Gecko gives you that no one else can give, of course, is Wingman, especially for the diffuses. And I think that on a map like Split, you know, one of the quirks of this map, of course, you have the high elevation in heavens of both sides, but both sides also have big pillars, right? And you can get into this dance of when it's late in a round, 1 versus 1, 2v2, low numbers, where the attacking team is going to try to sort of wrap around on either side. And a lot of the times, if you're diffusing, you have to gamble which angle you hold. If you have Wingman there, it makes it so much easier to pop that one down, push one side on your own as that spike is ticking away for you. So I think the Wingman diffuse is actually a really big benefit on this map. The rest of the kit, I'm not quite convinced. I still think the lack of breach here is a little bit alarming for me personally.
Yeah, breach is just really strong, right? You really can't make your way without those flashes, but still, Giants have a good hold on to this. CNED, nicely done. Holding his line. Nuki no more, but the rest move in nonetheless. CNED holding still, changing the position and delivering the blows to their head still. He's got reinforcements now, so he gets him in the fight. He's needed as he's got higher elevation, and Hoodie is the only player remaining from Giants. Strong round for Navi as they get themselves a first on the board. Try closing things up before it gets out of hand.
Yep, just shut down that hit entirely. Good fight from them, and also the awareness, knowing these rounds are always going to come down to one player late lurking in through mid. I think that can be the baseline expectations for both these teams and how they want to play without the Sentinel utility in mid and the way that double smokes comps want to play. Usually you have one of your smokers in that lurk role, always trying to see what they can get done for themselves.
Doombro's happy with that one. Certified thumbs up.
The seal of approval. Gotta love it. Oh, man.
Ooh, CNED on fire.
That was an attacking flash as well that popped slightly late or didn't actually attack him. I was blinking and then all of a sudden CNED had a kill. Little bro.
He's no more. And a bit out of depth to try and pick him up again as well. At this point, Navi, with the pick they have, not willing to take too many fights. We've seen many of teams not wanting to fight out in mid when they've got an advantage.
Yeah, don't worry. He's in a better place now.
R.I.P.
That is rough. 3 players up
Mosh
into
pit.
heaven, though.
Does make the move out. Nuki is in the corner, gets out of it, tries for a pick. Angel drops back, though. Nuki, blinded still. Holding on. Giants want heaven control.
CNED down in hell in the reposition from Angel. They could cut up Giants as they're trying to come out from heaven here.
Only one flash remaining on Fatinho, though. Has to use it wisely. CNED posting up. Oh, spots out Nuki's cross. Flash into his face. Drop back. Oh, he's so low. Angel delivers. And finally, CNED drops. Angel still alive, delivering. And Navi on the front foot. Ahead in numbers. 32 seconds. Fatinho wants to cross forwards. It's a successful fight. And now with a spike plant, they can put Navi on the pressure point.
I think Sugetsu slipped the molly out of the hand, hearing a player drop, was expecting the push, but couldn't get the gun out in time to stabilize his aim and take that fight. Now a 2 versus 2.
Shao dropping silently.
One enemy
Bit of a switch
remaining.
push here by Cloud, but Zipan. Good shot to Fatinho. Cloud quashes Zipan. And now it's a one-on-one. Seekers thrown Shao! Quicker to the trigger. Navi to square things up 2-2.
That one was looking dicey for a second right there. But Shao will take care of the Seeker, also win the duel. Giants were able to open up B Heaven almost entirely, you know, sort of getting past the mosh pit with their raise. And it was really Fatinho that even gave them a chance because they still went down in numbers. And when you're down in numbers, tails all this time, you have to go a little bit extra, right? You have to make that gamble play to catch one player off guard. In most situations, I think that's exactly what he did. And it was good. Just unfortunately, in the 1 versus 1 at the very end, was not going to go their way.
Giants, again, not letting anything get out of hand too quickly. Quickly on the timeout. Quickly to try and catch their breath. Not that they're running out of it. They're chilling. Vibes. Listening to their coach, probably. My guess.
I would hope so.
I'd hope so.
Imagine just
maybe
one player goes rogue.
Sometimes coaches just say, take 20 seconds,
That's also
guys.
true.
Don't speak. Just chill.
Yeah. Also, like, there's a lot of times like players will have like much more of a discourse. It's not just like a coach coming in.
Yeah.
The voice of God raining down for 60 seconds. No, it's a bit more back and forth in a lot of situations, especially between the IGL.
It's a good time to communicate, right?
Yeah. Because a lot of the time too, like the coach may not be working with like perfect information if you know, he didn't hear some of the footsteps that a lurk player heard. But now you can communicate back to him, come up with an idea. And a lot of the times too on attack, it's like asking your duelist like, where do you want to go? Where, like, how can we set you up to take that opening fight? Because a lot of teams, especially on Split, not always about just like full executing into a site. Maybe sometimes when you're playing those like crazy double duelist comps and you're just trying to dive bomb in on them. That can be the idea. But here, oh, Cloud, you don't want a piece of that. Get on out of there.
Thinking of it, it's probably a setup for the next round as well, given the likelihood, or the unlikelihood rather, of Giants picking up around here. Cloud with a hero Vandal. Placed further back. Little bro.
I'm numb to it now. It's happened so much.
It's happened so many times.
It means nothing to me.
Ooh, created by Cloud, the only Vandal on Giants' side has been able to find a kill.
I actually think with the way that wall works, he could see over for just a second with the ebb and flow.
And Giants are quick to react to it, though. They get the pick, they move forwards. You can see how far Nuki is pushed up in vents. Cloud as well hasn't taken damage, so he's clever to take a fight here. But Angel is able to rip his head apart and keep things square.
There is a rifle there. Tino can grab that one, use a flash just to make sure he can secure it. The rest of the team is rotated over back towards A. Now, I'm a little surprised to see Giants not actually working through mid to split into heaven, but that's the play that Navi are going to expect. You notice the positioning of Shao. He wants to sit inside any potential smoke that would go down, actually falls down into hell himself.
30 seconds left.
2 Vandals in play here for Giants. Rhyme drops his life. No more smoke is available here for Giants. They'll try and get a spike plant, but there's a lot of presence here from Navi. Shao on the smoke. Try to walk past it slowly. No chance for you. Shao, really good to close the gap there. And now Angel on the flank, delivering 3 kills to his name. And that's Navi on 3 rounds as well, finding themselves the advantage.
That's crazy. I think Nuki actually ended up getting slammed by the Seekers.
That's true.
Appeared to be concussed right there. And Navi win the round as expected. Now Giants headed into this next one. Vitinho has ultimate. Hoodie 1 point off too, so if they give Spike over to him, having that Viper Pit in the post plant could be very impactful. Nuki's still a couple off. He's only been able to find 1 kill in the first 5 rounds. And again, this brings me back to my slight concern that there's no line control for either of these two teams. Giants in particular, trying to capitalize off of double flashes, not having the concuss mainly is my concern. They do have those flashes, but I think we've seen teams and players be so much more effective at just turning them, dodging away, especially the Sky Flash you could hear coming for a long time.
Likelihood that we'll be pushing together with a Trailblazer here. Cloudburst denying any sort of aggressive maneuver. Something to note here, Giants, yes, they picked this map, but they're playing against Navi, which they haven't really seen in this composition before. So, yeah, okay, they've got something prepped up for us, but still have to figure out how Navi like to play it.
It's been a little difficult for me to notice the impact Angel's had. He has been going for the vertical flashes, so can go into those dizzies pretty frequently. Scouting Hawk sent out from Zipan into A main that doesn't spot anything. And the fact that Rhyme was over there, hearing that, there are ways you can play with that false information that Navi think they have.
Ooh. Early Nockamon coming through at the 40-second mark, forcing the play
off
of
legs.
Heaven, dropping down. That's going to hurt. It's going to make him limp a bit, but Angel drops through the smoke. That's a great kill by Clout. They're moving even further. Cena taking down Vitinho, but that's okay because he can be brought back to life. Cena out of the smoke, weaving in and out of battle, delivering finishing blows. Nuki, and he's able to find 2 suddenly, and Giants are right back in the fight. Nay Shao, 180-degree turn. What a wonderful display.
You've heard of a CNED round. Let me introduce you to the Shao round right there. Wow. What is that? Giants know his position. He's just turning around on a dime, kill after kill after kill. You think he gets maybe 1 there. Oh, 2 if he's lucky. No shot.
Spike down.
Instantly tagging on.
How easy did he make that look? Right, and it wasn't only just Shao, it was Cena as well, going in and out of the fight, finding himself isolated fights, picking them off, and winning on each given instant.
Ooh, I like that wall spam at the start of the round. You can do a similar spam from the attacking side. The attackers are trying to use some utility, but actually if you get 1 bullet tagged to the wall, you get that slow from the bullet pen. That could turn into a kill with something like the snakebite mosh pit. Hawk from Zipan also notes that at least 1 player is outside of A main, so Navi, CNED not going to be able to rotate. Although if he just posts up with the operator, Zipan could actually be the one to rotate or pick up A heaven.
Trailblazer spotting out, at least that's who he gets to his nearby. That's why Vitinho is there ready on the trigger. At the right position of the crosshair. Keep in mind, Spike is dropped back. They're not going to go directly in for the side without it. Or maybe they will and forget about it.
Yeah, just run that one straight back. The problem is no setup again. Nuki, nothing to set him into that area. Shuts it down. Zipan's there with the bird too. It slows everything. Navi have stopped Giants in their track.
Oh, Shao holding it back. Hoodie having to fall back with the Spike has relieved the pressure off of Garage, meaning they can hold down to the side for now. But now it's Giants with control. 30 seconds, have to play this smartly. Viper Spit dropping, CNED with blades. Oh, he's dangerous with those. So dangerous with them. Flying above, as if he's an airplane. Does right click, means he has to use the operator snake bite in hand. Oh no, he's just going lower and lower in health. Vitinho walks into him, unable to put that barrel in his stomach. Zipan, he may have noticed it's Vitinho's cross, but unsure of Hoodie, takes a shot in the dark. Oh, this is difficult. Can't switch things up. Has to play it quickly. Can he spot out Hoodie? No one peeks, guiding light, trying to isolate, knows where one is. Has to replenish his health before he walks back into the Viper's pit. Oh my God! This man! He's got the awareness of a god, of a deity! That is not possible! Not for a normal human being!
That required divine intervention. My word. From the opening kill in heaven to this, the first one is reasonable. The second is unholy. You can't teach that.
Let that sit for a bit. Let that sit for a bit. What did we just see? Zipan spraying through, Viper Spit having no idea where he gets to is, walking as well. 1v2 clutch, just like that, 5-2. Navi feeling comfortable now. Looking to take a fight early in Garage, spotting out some movement, dropping back a bit. No reason to be overzealous here.
Wow, Vitinho actually has 4,600 in the bank. Just went for light armor and a sheriff. A little surprising. Because it's not even like you're going to be saving to operate on attack. Definitely not. Just trying to contact up now. Oh no.
Oh, they haven't checked Xiao. You cannot not check Xiao.
Did no one here ask to go, like, ooh, a little tickle by the pain shell? Like, come on.
That's not much of a tickle, though, right? That's just lead making holes in their bodies. Uncomfortable, to say the least.
Have we determined if lead is what the rifles in VALORANT actually use?
I don't know, man. Is it some sort of other material? I'm pretty sure.
It also depends on skin, because this is like uranium or something. It's a uranium bullet right there.
Well, I'm not going to make a new word for every single skin here, mate. All right, 6-2. Navi, as expected, win off the round, only dropped a play. I think they can be very happy about that result. But overall, I think it's the fact that they found confidence. Taking trades, winning them, that's what they needed.
Wow. I think just seeing Navi bounce back here really strong after losing that long OT when they were on match point up until it went to OT. Good sign for them.
And I think for Giants, looking at how they're using their economy right now, they're sort of focusing on longevity here, right? Investing into half shields, making sure they can buy up next round, even if they do lose it, ending up this one.
All right, so Sugetsu's going to use the Viper's pit down mid. But what does that mean for Giants who still have 2 players around it? Wait, Rhyme just got a spam kill?
Apparently, allegedly.
Did he hear him running? Was he guessing?
I've got your trail.
Well, the kill was bussing.
I mean, that's like return for Xiao getting the 2 earlier, or Zipan getting the 2 earlier, I suppose. My word. Actually, though, this was going to be a perfect fake. With the spot that Rhyme had up in mid, just going to call the other team to rotate up in through B heaven. They're going to send 2 over through main. Now, no one's on site, unbeknownst to them. But Giants have really liked this split into the B site.
Navi, how do you work with this? It's a difficult one to unravel.
Go get him, buddy.
Wrong way, bro.
Planted.
That's tough.
Hey, look, it doesn't even uncover the position of Hoodie, right? Who's will eventually come in for the flank. They're wary of it, but can't deal with it quickly.
Yeah, they're all out of flashes, though, so actually getting out of the smoke CT, brutal.
And then he
has an op.
CNED misses the opportunity.
Grab the up and run,
yeah.
I think.
Well, that's what Angel's going to try and do, and he may be able to do it. Yeah, falling back to spawn, that's a wiser choice. The Zipan is there to help him out. Zipan, are you sticking around? They've got some money. Might want to do some damage to their opposing economy. That could be more important than his own gun and well-being. Or is he going for a ninja defuse? No way.
Surely not.
No, there's one nearby. It's all right. Okay. For a second there, I started to create a drop of sweat.
I mean, I actually think if he got that kill,
it could have been possible.
The timing that Rhyme would have swung him would have been super close. Like, we're talking milliseconds there, whether or not that actually would have worked out. Okay, yeah, so we're seeing from both sides. Yeah, no one is doing or seeing anything.
And it's just Rhyme pressing mouse 1.
All right.
That's how it's done, everybody.
He's cheating. Cool. Now we know. That's crazy. Unreal. All right, guys, call timeout. How did he know I was in my ult again? How did I know I was there?
Guys, I'll take a timeout. I need to go into the report. Press escape real quick. Okay, right.
Can you even report on Tournament Client? Because that would be really funny if you could.
Pretty sure you can on every client.
I wonder if there's just a log. Because there's no way any Rioter is checking the reports on Tournament Realm. But if someone were to go back and like read reports from like 3 years ago,
like on Scrim,
yeah. It's like, yeah, this guy, I think his name is 11s. He just like shot me. He's playing on like 40 ping and is just like murdering. Like, what's actually happening? Like, I bet there's some funny stories back there that we could comb through. It'd be like a little time capsule.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want to have that job myself, going through all those reports.
Good thing.
Yeah.
It's not anyone's job to find those reports on Tournament. I don't think.
I mean,
could be wrong.
Even the ones on ranked can't be.
Yeah. Keep me away. Keep me away
about
from
that one. All right, Giants. They've got still buying them. Obviously, they kept most of the players alive. That's what they needed. Still looking into the future, making sure they are robust economically. But now they need to put up a few rounds together, trying to chain them through.
So one of the things I'm looking at for Giants, with Vitinho's ult coming back, when Giants have had the big site hit ults, right, the KO and the raise, it's been split hits up into B heaven working off of those. And with Vitinho's positioning, I think it could end up being a look similar to that. Other options are, with this Viper wall, it's very easy to try and pinch down into any sort of A heaven / vents player.
We've seen a few Dizzy so far. I wasn't too happy about them because they're not in position that they can be quickly collected, right? At least I'm not sure. Yeah.
He's thrown some verticals, I know I've seen, but I think all in all, sort of hard to judge the efficacy of the champion, of the agent so far.
Of course.
I did not just say champion, guys. Didn't happen.
I actually didn't notice, so you pointed that out.
Nope,
you know,
it didn't happen.
Put yourself in jail.
Oh,
but yeah, not having a Dizzy available now does really prohibit their chances in the post plants. Yes, they have
Here's
Sky.
my theory. They hit A heaven and then go into mid trying to pull rotations, which actually CNET is reading up in heaven, and it is the B split like I was telling you.
Poison Cloud, though, won't be able to let him know of a push quickly, of course, with a Nebula dropping as well. Has to fall further back. Onto the side they go. Angel is alone. They know of this now with attacks on the dagger. He's going to be able to pick through, but just in damage found, no kills. So we get to the first kill for Navi. Giants got control all across the board with the Cosmic Divide to split the Cosmos in two as well as the site.
Gorgeous play. Now Nuki in front of that Astral wall.
Oh! Try to predict it, but no. An upper ground level for Nuki! 2 kills to his name, and Giants solidifying it. Very nicely played, always in control. Shao making a chance out of this one, dropping back 28 points of health. Not good enough. And he's got a save. Honestly, he's got a save.
Nothing you can do there.
Great round from Giants.
I loved that. That was elaborate, and you could sort of see right before it went into gear exactly what they wanted to do. Their own Viper wall, it's like a red carpet that lets them go all the way up into heaven and then cut back through vents. If any player's in mid, they're going to get crushed. Navi have been playing pretty passively around mid too. So because the defenders, after they've lost A heaven, after they lose vents, they only have one way to actually rotate through their spawn. It's so hard for them to retake B, right? Because a lot of times you'll see one defender player try to late push back through mid, but Navi in their head know Giants cut through there, so they can't safely go back into that area with one player. It's a huge, huge gamble.
So I saw a stat earlier in the day, and I want the stats team, if possible, to affirm this. But yeah, take this with a pinch of salt. I believe every composition on Split we've seen in lock-in included a raise for a reason. Now, the way that Navi are playing does not include it. It's definitely different, definitely something we haven't seen too much of, and we can see clear frustration from Navi from this.
Yeah, CNET on the jet did not look happy. And I mean, it's a CNET classic, just keep going back towards the jet. Now with an operator in hand, we'll try to hold the forward angles, but it does seem fairly difficult for Navi to make aggressive plays early. Like, they can hold with the jet, but the lack of a raise and a paranoia or a fault line makes it very hard to burst forward from the defensive side of things, right? You don't have the fault line to control mail, early or mid, B main, A main. All of a sudden, the attackers get to hold that angle much earlier on and just need to use one flash to force the operator back.
I'm not sure if that Trailblazer was able to catch out Nuki's attention there.
And what this means is that now all of a sudden Navi play virtually every round without mid control. This is the first time I think I've actually seen someone in vents from them. 3 up towards A heaven. They have to be able to fight through this Viper wall. Otherwise, the same thing that happened last round could be repeated.
First blow onto Nuki. CNET happy this time around Rhyme. So Getsu wouldn't have thought of that would have been possible, but yes, they left it open, walked through, and now they're equal in numbers.
The aggressive tool's hard to fight for mid. No Sentinel util to guard your back either. Perfect punish from Giants, and now they can work into B.
Yeah, utilizing mid to cross onto the B, exactly like last time, but this time there's 2 defenders for Navi. Angel up close, not winning his fight. Shao, can they read? He's nearby. Angel dropping, Giants are on the fight, then looking to push forwards, but still, Shao should have to deal with next.
Hoodie as well was in A heaven, has called the rotation in from CNET, knows there's going to be a jet. Moving into heaven very shortly, he can stab him straight in the back.
Rhyme reading it and seeing it. Yes, he got the first pick, the only kill for Navi this round. And he's like, guys, I did my job. Can you make this a little bit easier for me? It's frustrating, we know, we saw it from him. Doesn't feel happy. Saving the op probably is the best choice for him, but he doesn't have a dash to get out of it. Oh, that is rough. Walking out, knife out into mid and retrieving a bullet to the middle of his head.
Giants have exposed the weakness now in Navi. It took them a little while, but now 3 rounds in a row have been exploiting mid to the fullest. Fantastic from them. And for Navi, it feels like they're sort of playing a little bit on their own, right? Like CNED finds the pick and he's strong enough to get the one. But unless everyone is finding theirs as the hits come through, as the rotates through mid happen, the round is quickly going to fall apart.
And this investment into the future, how many players they would have lost, they still have plenty to keep this chain of rounds going. Nuki on an operator on attack. Trying to see if maybe perhaps someone peeks it out. I wouldn't be surprised if they even have a Vandal drop for him if he elects to choose it right next to him.
Yeah, being the last round and all that. Vitinho also has 7,100 credits, so yeah. I should hope they
There's
left a little goodie bag for him outside of garage.
Giants moving forwards in mid this time. Navi contesting it, not wanting this to be such a weakness.
But what are you
Angel
fighting with?
Walking into mid and retrieving a bullet between the eyes. That's not good. Navi on the back foot already. Giants.
I think he's trying to fight with Dizzy, but it gets instantly broken. There's too many players there.
Hoodie was isolated though. CNED, good pick from him, but can he convert the success over to the B site?
CNED is going to try to go through mid. This is what I was talking about. You need a way to pinch onto the male player on the attack. The attackers always leave someone here. And if he's successable, it gives them all the options in the world.
Trades are even. CNED on the mid could get a pick onto Ryan, and that's exactly what happens now. All 3 players could be playing together, but Vitinho able to isolate them somehow and gets away. No more flashes for him though. Dropping, Vitinho to the side, switches a position, drops back, wants a pick, not getting it. Shao on the case. Nuki falling, and Navi looking to close the last round of the half.
Wow, got close there for a moment, but CNED and Shao, definitely the heroes of Navi. CNED finally able to backstab in mid, punish the male player on Giants. A little bit late, but better late than never for them. And because of all the good work they did early on in the half, they will have 7 heading into the attack. But I think my read overall is that even though Split, usually a very defensive-sided map, because of the lack of these comps' ability to play a little bit more aggressively on the defensive side when they want to, maybe not as defensively sided as normal.
I think looking at the players, there's a visible frustration on Navi, right? This is not what this team has been formed to make. This is not the team that was made to struggle against teams like Giants. Yes, it's a good squad. Yes, they are capable. But Navi was made to contend against Fnatic, to even beat with them and be the best in the region. Yeah. They're having a rough time right now. And I can tell that these players are frustrated. We saw some cam reactions. Case in point, CNED not feeling it right now.
And the fact is, Icebox was close, right? Could have won it on any number of different times. It was Nuki that was always clutching it out, stealing that one away from them. And then moving back over here, they are ahead with the lead, but I think you saw the frustration on CNED in a couple of rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, mouse into table, hard. As they started going Giants' way time to time.
It's a difficult composition because you don't really have
Sorry, that play just shocked me again seeing it.
Yeah, I was focused on looking at the players for a second, but yeah, you're right.
But they have a little bit of time to reset themselves before they head into the second half.
And look, it's 7-5. They're still ahead, right, at halftime. It's not bad. Obviously, this is not their map pick. Giants could have more in store for us.
I mean, the fact is they're in the lead, but they are under the most pressure right now.
Yes.
After dropping that first map. Very important here to be able to force things back onto Pearl. Another one of those maps for them, and now is really where we see the test, right? Because now it's CNED on the Jet on attack, not having access to the Raze, but we also get to see the potential options with Wingman here as well. How do they send him out? How do they protect him? We saw the blunder with Wingman that actually cost them that Lotus map.
Yeah.
Little bro got sent into sight, died with Spike in hand, was completely incapable of recovering it. But having an extra man to sort of fight on site as Giants try to quick retake versus you, something they'll definitely try to do with this Raze and all the damaging utility they can throw out your way.
Yeah, hopefully they don't believe Wingman is Rambo and can kill everyone in his way. Yeah, that's not the case. He's a very fragile boy. And he's protecting that man.
Navi playing very spread out at the start here, 2-1-2.
Ooh, Nuki taking a fight early, waiting for the flash drive, and it's a pick. Good start, drop back. They've done their job.
What is the spacing there with Zipan, though? I believe he tried to use a flash there as well, but I mean, it was a 2-1-2, but he was not in trading distance. I don't know if they were trying to abandon the Astra there for a late rotation after faking A, but that was very unfortunate.
Looking to increment on their success, to bounce on the site. They do a search. Rhyme trying to delay it a bit, but the cross has already commenced. Getting one on the cross, actually staying on site and doing quite a bit. CNED and Zipan keeping their team in check, but still, Navi on the back foot, on site, unable to get the spike down given how far Giants have been able to circulate around them.
The spike stuck back here in hell, and 2 players now to trap Zipan in there.
Guiding Light reveals at least there's a presence of one player there. Trailblazer only spotting one. Do they know that Hoodie's there as well? Zipan getting into a corner where the snake bite isn't affecting him, but he's effectively out into the open. And they're so low, Navi. They need clean heads.
This round is cooked.
Giants are just playing with their feelings at this point, making them feel pressure, crushing in on them. And there you go. That is 6 for Giants. Pistol on the board.
Slight blunder, I think, starting off that round there, and then after that, Rhyme finding 2 kills with the head right there on the Ghost. Looked very strong for them. And again, I believe the call was to leave the Astra as a late lurk. With Zipan showing the flash and then being on the A site, maybe showing a little bit more presence or feigning more presence towards B than it actually ended up being for them. Regardless, though, I think we're going to have to really see Navi play these early rounds well in the future. CNED, how can they get him forward? How can they set him up to take opening fights? It's by dashing straight on in.
He's going in. This man wants blood. He smells it. And runs right after it, but no. Won't be getting anything out of this one. Navi is leaving the fate of Garage to Angel, maybe to make his way forwards little by little with no side steps as Navi look to enter Garage. They've gained a lot of space here. Giants not quite clear on the picture, maybe across towards Vents. They've given it all mid, so anything could be possible. Hoodie peeking out finally will reveal their movement, and Navi actually put Giants under a lot of trouble. 2 picks for nothing. Rhyme on site with a Bulldog trying to hold it back. Sustain Navi's, well, Giants' advantage. And with the equalized field, Navi trying to pick up weapons and put themselves right back into the fight. Rhyme, triple kill, Cloud in the fight. And now it's Angel, the captain of the team, to make it work.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, man. I mean, Navi gave Giants a good run for their money right there, but even after losing the 2 initial players, the remaining 3 of Giants locked it down very nice for them. What I will sort of prep us for is a lot of these sort of split plays with more players up in mid. I think early days of split, you saw a lot of teams trying to play like heavy A main, B main, use 1 or 2 lurk players through mid to find a good timing as the hit was coming in onto the site. But nowadays, and especially with how Giants just played their attacking half and how the majority of teams play split nowadays, it usually will be 3 or 4 players in mid with just the one as a late entry in towards main. What that does mean for you as a defender is, in theory, you could try to, stake out more territory in B main. If you maintain that position, it's very hard for the attackers to actually get a plant on site if their main player ends up falling. But because of the lack of Omen for the one-ways, potentially, because of the lack of the blinds, the concusses, not as much of an option, and you could very well be running into a CNED operator, just a CNED rifle holding down the line in B main.
Now with a Logitech power-up round. Let's see if Navi can find themselves on the board. Obviously, yeah, this is the first time they kind of have guns in the fight against Giants now on the second half. We were wondering to see how Gecko would be influential.
Ooh, check this out, though. Late retake of B main. You don't really have utility to fight for it, and it is traded out evenly. This is what I was talking about, right? If you don't have the early utility, you can try to find the timing attack, and Giants! What is that?
I was about to say, both Astras are down, but now on the side of Navi, they've lost CNED as well.
But I mean, between the decay of the orb and the vulnerable, like, that's just a one-tap anywhere, I think, with the Sheriff.
Angel doesn't clear it. Classic
this
mistake.
Is sloppy.
It is. Definitely not what we know Navi capable of. Nuki on site.
Nuki's still expecting
30
someone to be
seconds
main.
left.
But Navi are making a noise.
Oh, not checking the left-hand side. Navi all of a sudden are actually in the fight because they've got the sight, and it's a 2v3, and it's Phantoms and Vandals against Bulldogs
It's
and
doable.
Guardian.
Also, Zipan will get one orb off of this plant. If he gets another kill, that's Seekers with only 2 players alive on the enemy team. All of a sudden, very doable in the late round.
Anyone's round. Flank from Giants.
Oh no,
Hootie
this
on
is
the
bad
back
though.
side.
The fact is, a player coming in B main and site players swinging 2 backside at the same time, that's almost impossible to play for Navi.
Unless Giants don't time it right. Guarding light to the side. Hootie doesn't spot them. They know someone at least is there. Do they know that both of them are? No, so he gets to drops his life. Zipan with one. Can he line them up? Looking for heads. It could have been a kill-out double, but it just isn't. This is going to be Giants on top, giving Navi no chance.
Perfect corralling there of Giants on the retake. Sending a player into main, using the flash hit both players backside. That's exactly what you want to see. Navi are going to have to be careful for these late re-aggresses, especially over in B main. With them committing so heavily, so many resources over towards mid. Just one player watching B main, that hurts, right? Navi were spread out 1-2-2, with the weak side of the map being B, and yet that's the area they wanted to move into. Well, it gets punished. Yes, Giants had to take that gamble, had to take that step forward, but it paid off and it really shut down the options for Navi.
The thing is, it feels like Cena has got this added role that he has to be the playmaker now. Go for heroics, try and seek plays where they don't exist, and that often is a coin flip, right? Ends up costing them more, putting them on the back foot here. Good line for Rhyme. Does put out movement. Hiding away. But still, Nuki and Rhyme, they've got one on top, one at the bottom, and they're both collecting kills. Navi trying to salvage it with pistols. And there's actually a chance because they've got guns now.
Yeah, but
they've got to deal with Hoodie.
Hoodie's positioning is absolutely fantastic here. Still 2 players. He has to get through, but the rest of the team, the reinforcements have arrived.
Yeah. Hoodie had to buy time. That's exactly what he did, waiting for his team to arrive, and they can all put their collective effort into shutting Navi down. 7-9, and that advantage is just increasing. Giants with every round of the second half so far.
Yeah, and they just farmed up some huge ultimates as well. Showstopper, Seekers, Cosmic Divide. I mean, in a post plant, if you abandon the site after putting the spike down, and you're facing off against an Astral Wall, and then from behind it, there's a Raise Rocket there too. Like, you can't actually approach. You have to entrench yourself, play very far forward. So Navi going to be thinking about that one as they call a timeout here. See what exactly they can do. I think that was a bit of a throwaway round, right, on the pistols for them, going fully into B main. That's not something I expect we'll see very much from them again, as mid play has been the option truly on their side.
Joombros taking a timeout for Navi here, trying to see if they can figure this one out, but Cena really showing his emotions, holding back on it, very visible. All of them, frustration. I think it's clear. Definitely not what we're used to, but valiant effort for Giants. They've been reading the play of Navi, putting pressure on them all the time. They've never really let off of that pressure.
I want to see Navi, and I actually like they're moving over towards the A site. I want to see some more early A pressure, see if they can take control of A Heaven. And we've already seen, you don't have to fully commit into the A site, but fighting off your wall up into Heaven, and then activating perhaps into that Xiao lurk. Xiao, yes, he traded 1-for-1 in the last round, but has been the top performer thus far for Navi. And actually, with the positioning of Navi, I think this may be a bit of a copycat round the Giants pulled off. Yeah, following the dog up in towards Heaven, no one they're able to interact with.
Yeah, the fight will commence actually quite a bit late, so by the time they get there, they're going to use a lot.
The difficulty is there's 2 players potentially fighting in mid, and Navi aren't looking for a pinch.
Early crunch here from Giants, looking to push forwards with the defenders, and Cena is able to catch one off guard. He looks to make a heroic play here. He's got assistance from 2 teammates pushing forwards. Asher does drop the Nebula. Still, Cloud finds himself a trade. Navi on top on the numbers, finally getting themselves some trades going their way.
Yeah, CNED falls, but the rest of the Navi is just right behind him, ready to fight through. And now Giants a bit confused. Shouldn't they be on A right now? What's actually happening? I think Angel's going to throw a flash to try and fake some kind of attempt over here, but I think you learn very quickly that nothing's actually happening.
Yeah, as soon as Nuki does peek this out, he'll figure it all that Navi just sent that flash for a fake, and the rest of them are just moving to B.
Seems like a bit of a gamble, though. They really spread out, even up 4
left.
versus 2. Giants weren't really in position to punish as they were trying to re-clear space over towards A.
Yeah, Angel is alone here, isn't he?
But this always makes me a little bit nervous, though, because Navi are playing so much on their own. Only Zipan and Xiao and Sugetsu are in positions to actually trade off one another. The round is turbo doomed, I think, for Giants, but there is a world where if they were re-clearing back in the middle a little bit swifter, things could have gone awry.
Yeah, the economically sound decision is just to save, and that's exactly what Giants are doing.
It's just little things like this you notice, and maybe one round it's not problematic, but if this were to continue to happen, that's something you could point out to. Not even be like, okay, numbers advantage, maybe playing a little bit too loose and out and about. I wonder if they'll actually challenge a fight towards CT though. I think the money is fine enough for them if they wanted to try and take some kind of a fight, and Navi definitely don't have much of the tank, so.
No risks.
Nothing doing this time around.
Nope.
Just a little hard yakka. Standing in between us and victory.
Bit of stand backing, that is what these teams need, right? Get their hopes up yet again, feel more comfortable, feel that they're not alone.
Navi going to be happy just to get an attack win here after losing the first 4 in a row. And, I mean, look, their more committal A attempt did look very strong for them. Now, though, much more attention near B. And actually, CNED with the Blade Storm here.
Again, leading the charge.
The difficulty is, I think the ults again from Nuki and Rhyme, so strong in a post-plant situation. Even on the site hit. We saw previously when it was the B exec, CNED dashed onto site, and there was just an Astrosuck right in front, so no one actually could follow off of that. There's a world where if that comes in, the raise up from heaven too, the stall power is there. Now this time, the pull comes in a little bit earlier. The commit actually didn't go through.
Standard Navi tactic, try and bait out a lot of utility for Giants, so when they get to the latter stage of the round, they'll be able to have an advantageous situation.
Ooh, this dog not going to see anything, I don't believe. I don't believe so.
Yeah. I don't think it can turn right at the end there, so no.
That's a good flash.
But that guiding light definitely figures out
That's the thing, because you always know after one piece of utility, that's when the enemy team is going to try to punish it. The flash, they're perfect.
Seen it pushing in very quickly, trying to follow up with the Trailblazer, dashes through. No longer having the ability to dash is really important. Now, moving in further, guiding light together with the Showstopper, interrupting Angels' push. Seen it, so aggressive in there, wants to punch on them, wants to put daggers in their bodies. So eager to put Navi back on top, but still, it's a 4v3, 25 seconds, trying to get the spike down, and Patino on site taken down, dealing with Cloud quickly. Navi with the advantage.
Navi fighting their way through the Showstopper. Zipan there for a couple, CNED as well. Rhyme stuck in a 1 versus 3 now.
You can tell how frantic CNED was there, man.
Yeah.
He wanted that, punching his way through like this.
Good reposition, though, from Zipan. You could see, again, all 3 players were spread out now. Zipan, Sugetsu holding hands just a little bit.
He's going to give it a go. He's going to give him a run for their money. Or maybe just exit.
It's really just exits, yeah. Still, though.
Repositions, and that's Sugetsu with a kill. 2 remaining for Navi. Scoreboard signing 9-9. I'm getting quite a deja vu from the previous map. Things are going neck and neck.
Also, 2 of the players, Patino and Hoodie, were down to 0 credits on that last round. So this is going to be a half by force at best for Giants. Navi absolutely getting the ball rolling on this one. I thought there was a world where maybe they just call it off and split into B after seeing 2 players down on that A side. Actually, I don't think they were aware of the player stuck down in hell. But regardless, very nice attempt. And I think continually we see these executes from Navi over towards the A site working very effectively. Even that time showing a bit of a fake towards B. The presence there early and then swinging back right after they hear the Sky utility go throw down. And importantly for Giants, it is 2 hero rifles on the light armor. For them, still going to be very happy going into the next.
Yeah, it's not impossible for Giants to do damage this one. Absolutely not.
It's more about how can they actually put Nuki and Cloud in positions to find opening picks. But they're not actually, that's not really the mantra for them. Nuki is back in spawn, rebuy guns.
Yeah, there's 2 ideologies you have when you have 2 hero rifles. It's to either guarantee that they're in a position to save or a position to shine.
100%. I think that in the current, wow, nice read from Angel there, just tapping that one. Expecting the Rhyme pullback. It has been around that 50 to 110 mark. The Giants have looked for the B main reaggress. So good awareness on his part. Yeah, no need for Nuki and Cloud to save here because of the light armor strats. They'll be perfectly fine going into the next. So take your fights and give your team a chance.
Nuki, this is where he's supposed to shine. Paint Shield's thrown onto the site, maybe the delay, and funnel them into his crosshair.
Whoa, look at that pit up in heaven. That is funky.
That is funky, and it closes off a lot of Giants' approach here, right? Where do they enter? They're essentially funneled into B main.
Now Cloud has a couple of flashes to try and work his way through with the information as well, but he's so concerned. There's so many different spots players could be hiding in mid, so he takes the extra time, due diligence to clear out. It may actually turn into a late flank or exits for him again.
Guiding light, CNED can't capitalize. Giants still gonna give this a go. One dropping, Hoodie no more. Nuki can't find the kill, and without it, he's gonna call it off. Drop back with the rifles they have, and Fatinho maybe to go in for an extra pick, but that's all she wrote this round. Giants, they're gonna have to concede it. Navi potentially put themselves on top of double digits. CNED wanting to go for more. It's a statement piece. Oh, nice.
The little satchel interrupts the fire there from Zipan.
Good tech.
I like that. I also appreciated the tech of Sugetsu pulling down that that Viper pit in heaven. The second CNED wanted to swing the corner and go for the fight. Nice stuff on both sides there, but it's Navi again securing themselves the round. Look, the site went virtually uncontested. I think Angel had a great read on that spray down through the Astra pullback. And you can see as these teams spend more time in the server with one another, they become more accustomed to the habits of what Giants are trying to do with those late garage reaggresses.
It's a big back and forth, a massive back and forth. And it's mentally draining, right? Because you never feel comfortable, you never feel in charge. That's not a really nice place for a player to be in, right?
No. It's tough. You call a timeout, try to get your footing back a little bit. I mean, Rhyme's been sitting on this Cosmic Divide for, I don't know how long, 4 rounds now? I think he had that since they won the 15th. Angel also has access to Thrash. So that's something we could see come into play. I think one of the things that it was Navi actually using it back on Lotus. They used it to sort of scout out the early angles away and then sort of spend half the duration running to clear the first 2 corners, half of it running back to you so you could quickly pick that one up, pop back into it not too long after. And I think especially, I mean, on the B side, I think that's a little bit harder perhaps, but if it just clears back sight and then it's sitting for you back on default, that could actually be really strong the more I think about it. So you could just leave him back sight and he'd be completely protected from heaven.
Navi showing early presence towards the left-hand side, but quickly rotating over now towards the right. Obviously, Spike left in the proximity of the B site. There's probably an indication that they will end up in that area.
We saw the dog come out from Sky, and you can see Cloud. About 5-10 seconds after the dog is going to throw out that bird. Make sure there's no timing window in which the walk-up could happen. It's happening now, though, very loudly.
Navi actually has spent quite a little bit of utility in mid, keeping Giants as busy in that direction, meaning there's only one on that B site trying to hold off main.
CNED just wants to find a pick, cause havoc, pull a rotation out of mid, but it's actually a walk-up. 2 players from Giants. These mid-round pushes have been successful for them, and they could very quickly activate into a flank. And they're going to hear CNED. They're going to wait in market this entire time and just shoot CNED in the side of the head.
What Thrasher can't do is go up walls, and that's where Rhyme was. Now
turn
it's
around.
shut down, and he's back into the fight. Nuki finding CNED, updrafting up. Angel onto the site, stopping it from happening. B site under the control of Navi, but it's still a 4v4.
You are divided.
Giants splitting up now, not wanting to put 2 players into B main, where Navi would expect them.
The pace is so off.
Satchel out.
But now they're trying to amp it up. Nuki tries to go for the impossible. Shuigetsu ready for it, and now has to draw it back up again. Angel's got his teammates back. Cloud with a bird in his hands has to drop. And Navi increase the gap.
Navi refused to lose a single gunfight right there. The only player that falls is CNED, who's just getting absolutely cheesed. 2 players waiting between him and the rest of his team. Can't ask for more than that. The Cosmic Divide being so powerful there. I mean, I can't help but feel like there was maybe a flash lacking to get Nuki passed through that wall. Just gets shot in the toes. And then when Patino tried to get in there himself, it's a quick dodge, too many different angles, try and clear away. He's unsuccessful making it in there.
Ooh, good early pick here for Patino. Seeing that dropping was a lot of the reason why Navi was so successful on these attacks. The explosiveness he brings into them, but now no longer being an asset to the attack, can quite dwindle their chances.
I think that was Thrash we heard running all the way down onto the A site. Going absolutely mental. That's what they were trying to track Cloud with, but they were unsuccessful spamming him out through the smoke with all the utility raining down. Xiao, can he do something? If he were to find the pick in mid, that would open up so many different options, but this wall from Navi doesn't allow them to really split A into mid all too effectively. They could if they want, but leaves them vulnerable to so many different angles.
Really does. Still, Navi, comfortable to keep it going. Cloud, having to drop back, force back with everything thrown at him, but still, a play in heaven could be a menace. Angel pushing forward, he's got the spike. The spike is now dropped so deep in. Hoodie does get punished eventually, but still, Cloud onto the back of it. He's got reinforcements. There's 2 onto the A site. Navi have to fall back.
This is so tough. What do they do? Only 25 seconds. It has to be an A hit. But these two players in perfect position trade off one another. Cloud has a flash. We'll send it out. They're not concerned about CT anymore. They can focus on these three.
Patino, so clean with that shot, and there's not much time. Navi,
there's no
running
time.
out of it.
It's a save.
And the call is made to save the guns. On that 10-second mark, it was now or never. If they got in the pick, they would have gone for it, but no. They draw back, and that allows Giants to be right back into the fight.
Wow.
An arm length away from Navi.
Two critical things going wrong for Navi. First, the initial kill from Patino onto CNED. No more dive to get into the site. And then after that, Thrash wasn't able to convert into the kill onto Zipan, who I believe, or not Zipan, the player who had actually dropped down into hell. They were trying to spam and kill away that player, but it did not work. And after that, playing for Heaven control was just very hard.
Man, it feels like these two teams have got a lasso on each other and they're just pulling at them.
They really are.
All the time. It's like, you're not getting away from me.
And even when one player falls, there's like 4 other players ready to step up directly behind him.
Yep.
That round was Angel, like completely fearless, running into Heaven, using all his own utility to set him up. And here we go, CNED.
Yeah, last time he got spammed through and ended up falling. Now double Cloud Burst to try and keep himself alive, pull his team in. Nice little attempt. They do cross over. Patino dead, putting Navi in charge. Cloud doesn't want to hold back on the pressure. Angel dropping. They don't win any of their fights. How do Giants win that? How on earth is it that simple?
Giants playing so well in tandem with one another. Cloud gets the first kill, so the swing comes through, but Hoodie's right there, right next to him.
Great collaborative play from Giants. Fundamental strong, Navi shaky. Fully taken advantage of. Trailblazer spotting where Shower is. They've got to take advantage of that, meaning there's probably 2 on site. Stun on CNED, and he's trapped on the other side of the Cosmos. Nuki dealing with him. Now 2v4, 2 per player, and they both succeed.
Hold.
Spike being defused. Can they pull in time? Off the spike. 2 on 2, CNED delivering. It's close! CNED on top, Navi on 12, 1 round away of putting their names on the map line.
CNED pulls Navi out of the grave that round. It looked completely lost for them, but a 3K to close it out. Playing on both sides of the Cosmic Divide. I mean, Giants started off this retake absolutely perfectly. The utility was there too, but then Navi back and forth, up and down, over that wall. Giants don't hear him going for the updraft, the element of verticality unsuspected in their minds. That's exactly what Navi needed. Speak of verticality, hold on. I think Nuki boosted up Rhyme there onto the upper box that you can see he has no satchels in the inventory. I think that's how he got the upper angle.
Quite a lot of smokes, right? Nebulas within the poison, within the Viper's pit as
This
well.
is crazy. Hold on, because there's B main control for Giants,
Yeah.
a Viper's pit in mid, and yet there's 2 players in vents. So now Navi can actually wrap around and pinch into this A site.
There's a good understanding from both teams where the question marks are on the map.
And what this means for Giants is they could activate a very fast flank potentially, either all the way through spawn or potentially through mid because of this pit. They could walk out of there with Hoodie as well, but I say go all the way around.
The more Navi wait, the better picture Giants have on the position of their opposition as well. Pushing forward, that's going to clear the Heaven side, meaning there's one on Heaven. Cloud gets spotted. No, he doesn't. Cena walks right past him. Still, has to move out of position due to the whiplash. Angel, good shot onto Cloud still. Navi with a chance. Still have to deal with one on site though. Vitinho finding his kill. Hoodie on the back flank. Cena trying to stop it down, but it's still a 3-3.
Watch Hoodie. Vitinho finds the first. They're trying to pinch down onto Vitinho now. But the knives aren't good. The knives aren't good.
Rhyme is also flanking. Flank on a flank, and it's a 1-on-2.
Shao to close. 20 seconds remaining.
Spike to be planted. Lacking on info.
Oh, the util.
Stunned. Out of it though.
But they know.
And sound. Spraying forwards. But when there's two shooting towards you, the chances are in favor of the Plenty. And Giants still in the game.
What a chaotic round. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the choices you have to make in a round like that. Do I flank? Do I not? Can we commit now? Can we push past the Viper's pit? With the pressure of match point on their back too, Giants come up heads nearly every time. And it was Rhyme deciding to go the long way around. It was so good.
Thrasher available for Angel, Viper's, well, Showstopper from Nuki. Two very good ultimates that could dictate the pace.
Yeah.
Oh, Thrasher's used straight away, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a scouting tool. Honestly, Thrash is best at scouting. Actually sending all the way down to the site. I'm a little shocked to see that. Trying to clear Hell and directly under Heaven.
Ooh,
but now no Showstopper. Nuki falls.
That's really important. Ultimate and a tool to be down, depleted. Rhyme on the bottom end. Can't finish the job. And now it's a 3-on-4. Giants have to win the trade. Angel, he cannot miss those. He's got to be hitting himself for that one, but now the rest of the team has to focus.
All three from Heaven. Quick heals come on in. Vitinho has 2 flashes, 1 already out. Cloud's been able to drop down Hell.
Oh, Zipan is so low, barely really breathing. A whiff of air will knock him out of him. And now 3-on-3. Cloud pushing forwards. All of the 3 players of Giants looking to move together.
He knows, he saw the head. The call is good.
Chu holding the line, guiding light, it's good, but it binds his teammate. Cloud takes the fight alone. Is it good enough? But Giants, they come out on top. And for the second map in a row, we will be going to overtime.
And for the second map in a row, it's Navi on 12. It's Giants crawling their way back with immaculate retakes. One after another, the utility, the coordination, player to player.
Remember that moment. Remember when Angel didn't hit the shot, the corner that he was holding. Those moments add up and mess with your psyche. Navi, 3 overtimes out of the 4 maps they've played in VCT EMEA so far. Their inability to close out maps is messing with them.
But it's not over for them just yet. The momentum siding with Giants, with a timeout to go over their options. Giants have to move back to their attacking side, which was dominated with Hey main play, I believe, really abusing mid. Right, Navi went out, I believe, 5 rounds up to kick off the first half, but Giants were able to come back very, very close afterwards. Really were able to pinpoint that, hey, Navi just aren't playing for mid, and when they do, it's a solo player here, right? We can pinch down into vents, we can punish that, find timings to get a player up into vents, up into mail.
Look, this frustration for Navi comes in hand with the excitement of Giants. They're feeling it right
Absolutely.
now, right? They brought it back to an overtime. They were down 12-10. There was 2 opportunities for Navi to close it out, have a map on the board of their own, but no, Giants just recover from it. And the fashion that they did it in,
oh yeah. Look, this is the easiest OT speech ever. Like, hey guys, remember what we just did to them on Icebox? Let's do it again. It's already underway. From winning the 23rd and the 24th.
It's an overtime curse for Navi, perhaps. If they end up losing this, it's going to be called the Navi OT curse. It's going to be called that. There's no going around it, so they're going to have to mitigate that.
CNED went for the operator purchase and immediately got wallbanged, I believe, with a little bit of spam. Out in A main, abandons that endeavor entirely. And I think Giants, their read here, I do believe they know the Jet was in this area with the AWP. After seeing it, perhaps the Jet rotates off. Now we can move over into the site.
It's a stack. It's a stack by Giant, showing their presence nowhere else other than the A site.
Not much of a fallback plan because they don't have that mid pressure, but all the utility is being waylaid at Navi now.
Everything is dropping into this attack. Nothing will be kept back. Angel onto elbow, looking for help, but he gets one before he drops. Is that good enough? It has to be. Navi rotating over. All of them are here apart from Shower.
The spike in a pretty tough position with no smoke towards Heaven. No one's actually holding Heaven though.
Gets out of the pickle. Navi realize it's just a 3v4. They can't afford it. They're going to wait for Shower.
Watch this. Yeah, Shao's flank back through sewers. Shao versus Hoodie.
Hoodie's aware of it, man. It's a matter of timing, though.
He has to be aware of so many different angles, though, because as that smoke pops up, he thinks maybe he's getting pushed from main.
3 in charge of elbow. There's an opportunity for Sugetsu to help out here, but
it's taking a lot of time.
It's taking so much time. Hoodie even wins the trade, and he's spraying through the smoke. He's still alive. Vitinho doing his duty on elbow as well. Sugetsu to do it all. Absolutely everything. It's all in his arms. But no, Giants turn it all around after being behind, and Navi on 2 opportunities to get the victory. It's Giants now on match points.
Giants are criminals today. 2 maps. Navi the lead, Navi on match point. And now Giants with a chance to immediately close. I have been impressed with this team today. Not giving a chance over to Navi. I mean, Hoodie outplaying in the 1 versus 2, and then after he gets the first kill, not over peeking. He just hides completely.
Yeah.
What's that player to do? Wait until he pops out, run at him like a psycho, or go to site? There's no winning line at that point. Giants are playing high percentage Valorant right now, and it's paying off in this comeback.
We're definitely getting to see more of Giants this game, right? Obviously, playing up against Fnatic was definitely the hardest task for them. And considering they're playing up against the top 2 Goliaths of this league, one after the other. Now, if you beat these Giants, or at least have a good showing against them, the coast should be fairly easy.
I mean, honestly,
allegedly,
this is the type of week, right? 5 days that you can redefine expectations for the next 2 months. If Navi fall here again today in a second series, if Giants are able to find the win after faltering against a Fnatic with a sub, Giants are here to raise the bar for themselves, for the perception of the fans and the community.
Nuki wants to staple himself as a top player of the EMEA. The same could be said about, there's so much proving to be done, right? There's so much proving to be done on this side of Giants. So many excellent players that haven't made it big.
Once again, we saw the double boost there from Rhyme. Raze shows on the ground, and that's the only agent that can achieve any amount of verticality. So they're never going to clear this angle. If they commit into B, which they may do now with that kill, Rhyme is here to kill them.
Rhyme, they don't know where he is still. They don't know where he is.
C-Net didn't clear him.
Out. They've got no clue. He can just hold his ground. Trigger, discipline. Trigger, discipline. Rhyme, 3 kills to his name, turning the tide around. But Shao, he saves the day. No way.
You have got to be kidding me. On death's door, Shao stands up. He comes knocking straight back.
It felt over.
It was over.
It felt over. Rhyme had it. 3 kills to his name. Then Shao peeks out from heaven. All of a sudden is like, wait, stop. This is my show. It's not over. Navi, put your heads together, boys. We're good. We can come back. It's not over yet. Another round of overtime. Round 27.
Icebox was defined by the clutches from Nukie. Navi already. Shao, Zipan, multiple rounds. Just to get us here, just to put us in this position. Giants back on the attack, and this is giving me a reminder of those A to B hits we saw through mid. Because of the positioning of Rhyme and Vitinho.
Giants, chill out a bit. Bit of a default spread out.
The awkward thing is Spike is a little bit further behind, so they'd have to pick that up before committing to any sort of play here. And they may actually decide not to go up through Heaven. By now, they've seen both Sky and Gecko in Heaven. So the ability for those 2 agents to throw flashes, concusses outside or past that their own Viper wall, maybe something they don't want to deal with, and instead can go for a B split. It should be heavy through mid. You'd expect at least 3 players in mid, but Raze as well. So it'll be 4 up here, cutting straight in, but there's been 4 players all ready to rotate from Navi.
Navi have got such a good read on this.
And a huge flank as well from Xiao.
Nearly impenetrable, but can they break their way through? The line is great. The great wall of Navi. This site shall be called. No one shall pass. No one shall cross. And Navi with another chance at match points.
Navi downloaded Giants that round. Absolutely nothing fooled them. The slow pace exploited. Even having the flank option, right? They didn't even have to show that to Giants, but that was going to be there if there was any question of who was going to own the site.
The Giants have done it before. They've been able to switch it right back up. It's not their first rodeo. We've seen it in overtime. For Navi, this is a chance, right? This is the opportunity to get themselves split. There's Pearl on the line. Steal. Imagine, 3rd map. How many rounds have we had?
Too many. Oh, okay. Ooh. Full blast on Angel there, down to 76.
So Angel shows his presence and just backs off. The rest of Navi aim to cook something up on A.
I'm curious whether or not there'll be a mid creep from Giants this round. They've done it before, but because they encountered the Gecko early, perhaps not.
I got the spike.
I do think Nuki actually deciding not actually to cut across mid for the time being. 5 players now from Navi coming into the site, making a lot of noise.
Carbasin, seen it looking to drop through. Cloud delivering, but still. No one has crossed from Navi. The only player that crossed died. So ground to be gained on Heaven. Still, Xiao attempting to put pressure in main to allow Hoodie's position to be taken advantage of from Heaven.
They're busting out, but Nuki invents has an opportunity here.
Angel is on the right spot to take him down. And maybe this is it. Maybe this is where it's all turned around. But the hero of the previous time, Rhyme, is on the fight. And he's only got 2 to deal with.
It was Wingman that got the plant too, so you can see no one's actually on site. They can play so far back here. Navi not gonna give an early fight to Rhyme.
Where's the plant? It's planted for Heaven.
It's open, yes. Rhyme has to move fast.
Oh, and there's a potential star there. No ability available, but Rhyme doesn't know that.
With obscuring vision.
There's the enemy pull potentially. There it is. Wait.
Gets back into it.
That's half. Wait. Wait.
Spray down coming through. Navi read the play, spray in, and get themselves a map win.
What a show here. My word. Navi and Giants testing one another, pushing them to the absolute limits. But Navi, I think it was the previous defending round, they just completely read Giants like a book, shut them down at every step, and put together another clean A exec. We are going over to Pearl.
Man,
and give us another OT.
What a
we'll
show!
Go all day.
What a show! Okay, Navi, good job. They've done it. They've closed out a map. That's what they needed. They haven't done that yet in VCT EMEA. Imagine. Or did they do that? Was it
no.
best of 3? No, they haven't done
close.
That.
We thought they were going to push it there, but we'll have to see what awaits us on the other side of this break. Pearl is there, and only one of these teams can walk away a winner.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
What a day of Valorant we're having here at Messe Berlin. I'm Yingsu and I'm joined once again by Cougar and Tom. We should have known that there was going to be another OT. It's split and Tom's here.
Yeah, but he's
You can't put
usually
everything
on
on
the other
me.
side, you know? I was like, he's not casting. It's not going to happen. But yeah, somehow it did. So what do you have to say in your defense?
Yeah, apologize to us right now.
Nothing ever happens to me when it's Pearl.
Oh,
okay.
Yet. So
For now,
that's
so
another
let's
one.
change
That's another one.
that.
But I can't believe that went to another OT. I felt like maybe Navi
What do you
could've
mean?
closed
You
it out.
said at like 12:10
okay.
you went it's OT. You
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
did think it could go to another OT.
Okay, I will. Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's just because we wanted to see a little bit more. Maybe we wanted to see. For example, my take from this is that I kind of want to understand the intention of the Gecko. I was not surprised. I don't know about you, Tom. I know that, you know, it was being a little bit of Disney, a little bit of winging to control mid, but I wasn't getting that feeling that Angel was using it to the best of its potential.
There's a part of me that thinks that we consistently look at like new agents as like, what is this going to do? Whereas I feel like a lot of the time, especially when it comes to someone like Angel, it's being used for just maybe more minor details than we expected.
Yeah,
so I
probably.
think they are using it purely as an initiator. Find that information, so a lot of the utility isn't reclaimed. I think that's one of the things that we always expected, but at the same time, is Angel finding out spots that people are there? Yes, the same way he would a Sky Flash. So I kind of see the idea behind it is like, okay, I know there's someone here, so now we can adapt to try and play around that, which I don't think is necessarily bad, but is it going to make him look good? No, not really, but that's fine.
I like some mosh pits. There were some mosh pits that I think that were very useful.
I want to see more of it, like you said. I feel like we
For
didn't
sure.
see enough. But what we did see, though, is both of these teams are going back and forth. I'm going to throw us back to a round before OT, but Kukuka, a very, very important round for Navi to win here, especially after the pistol.
Definitely. And, of course, being the score side, as we're seeing right now, right after the plan, they use this Viper's ult to completely deny the entrance for the boys of Giants, either if it's from mid, either it's from CT. It's just not safe. And it's not only that, the fact that Vitinho can barely get any information from that 0 point tells them, I don't know if we can do this, and they already have to start thinking of the next round.
Yeah, I think it's one of those scenarios, and something that I think Saigetsu did quite well on the defense as well, is that when he was taking Heaven control, it's just so difficult to play through all of that utility. And with the fact that it was clear they wanted to try and split through that on their attack, I think Navi just went, okay, now we're on the attack and defending this area. Let's just shut it out altogether and make it so that we can still have visibility on everywhere else they try and push. But if they're going to try and come from Heaven, well, there's no angle we have to check anymore.
Yeah, in fact, Saigetsu playing with his utility is one of the most beautiful things that you can see in Valorant, because he's pretty good. But also Xiao, I think, like, to me, my eyes were definitely on the controllers for this one, because you saw that there was a lot of users. Rhyme was so close when that counter ability. I can't.
It had to be Xiao though, didn't it? I think him on Gecko was a little bit underwhelming, but him on by what it looks like anything else is great.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just one of those things with new agents, but for Xiao, he's been versatile for a very long time. Like, when we first saw him, like, sort of burst onto the scene, I wanted to sort of talk about, like, oh, he was an amazing jet. He could play a great Raze. Like, we called him the Xiao stopper, and now people won't even think of something like that because he's played so many different agents since, and he masters pretty much all of them. So I guess if anybody was going to make Gecko work, it probably will be Xiao eventually, but for now, I'd rather see him on other stuff.
But also, I got to say, when Xiao got that 2K in overtime, when Rhyme did all the work, did you two think that Giants had won? Like, just before they cut?
Oh, yeah, I was already standing up, being like, oh my God, I'm going to say congratulations, boys. But no, I very quickly shut down. And I remember hearing Pablo's being like, oh my God, Giants has done it. And no, that lasted for like half a second.
We got debated by Xiao. We should have known. We should have known. But one man I want to bring up is CNED as well. Traditionally, a very cool, calm, collected dude, doesn't really show any emotions. Gets an ace sometimes at international lands, and he just kind of shrugs. But today, I feel like he was fired up. He was really kind of involved. We can see some real emotions on him. Like, look at him here. We never see this. We never see this.
Never. People may say,
oh my goodness,
that was close.
See, there's definitely a word that's used quite a lot in the CIS that I think he might have said a few times in there. Maybe he's picking it up. He's picking it up.
That eye roll is fantastic.
The eye roll,
that eye roll is actually iconic. That should be a meme. That's got to be a meme.
I think we need to keep the compilation going for the rest of the weeks to see if we can see some more emotions coming from CNED.
I want someone to make like a meme out of that and just do like, oh, every time like Angel runs in and dies.
And then you can do the same thing, but get it like with Nats, where he's just like.
Yeah, and Leo. I feel like Leo's joined that gang of just like ice cold players. But you know, if CNED is getting really emotionally involved, that must be a really tough situation for them. But they've dug themselves out of that, and Giants are all of a sudden in the back foot as we go into Pearl. How do we feel about this?
So the thing is that we have never ever seen Giants on this map. So the possibilities are completely are endless. And we're talking about a Giants that so far has won every pistol and still did not manage to close their map pick of Split. So it's a Giants that is definitely open to surprises as well.
Yeah, it's been a map that more recently as well has been sort of revolutionized by the Harbor Edition. I think it's become such a really strong attacking way to play over onto the B side of the map. So I want to see if that's something that either of these teams are running, because I think it's really, really strong with being able to section off different parts and then just get that strong B side after plant, which has been so fantastic for a lot of different teams. Then again, though, there are other ways to do things where I feel like almost what the likes of Navi have done in the past, where you have that almost CNED the pinnacle and then everybody else almost like DRX playing around to set him up. So
I would love to know what Angel was talking about there. That looked very animated. But also, if any stats nerds are out there at home, have we ever had a 3-map OT in EMEA? Like OT.
Probably with the old Navi.
Well, I mean, when Pansy and Hypod casting, maybe one of those times.
Oh yeah, definitely Pansy and Hypod.
But have we ever had actually, like, in the league, in the history? I don't remember. I don't remember it happening.
Because I think it might have happened. Maybe not the 3 maps. You know what I mean? Maybe
definitely the 2. Yes. But the 3.
I also don't know if it would have gone like as far, because that's the other thing. These OTs haven't been like single OT then done.
I think
like
Navi might have had it last
the ones that Navi have been having have been going on for quite a while. So they might be looking for having the longest series ever at this stage, excluding best of 5s, obviously.
No. Like Navi, I think last year had one that was over 3 hours. I think it was.
Well, they had 24-22, but if they get 3 maps in a row that are all OT, they might beat that.
I'll look for the number.
I will up you with Liquid versus Oxygen. I think that was 2 days, right? We had to. We had to run it back the day after.
I don't think we count technical pauses in those days.
It was still the longest series. It didn't finish for 24 hours.
Yeah, you could also put Ascend as well in there. When
that was like 2 days. Wait, that was more than 24 hours.
Very intense day.
Yeah. I think we should look into it. We should definitely look into it. But if you're the players out there right now, you know, this is not an easy thing to do on a LAN environment. You're tired. You probably didn't anticipate playing this many rounds in a row. And I think if it was Navi last year, I would have been like, okay, they're going to close this out. They have so much experience, they can do this. But I don't know if I agree with that anymore.
Oh, Angel's been there a million times before.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably been on LAN since some of the players on the server right now were even born. So I don't think he's going to be stressing whatsoever.
I think that the pressure that Navi went through last year, if we think about the entire thing, I think that they've gone through enough, and this is just another day at the office for them.
Well, I want to see what comp we're going to get here on Pearl. We are going to Agent Select now. As Bayer, you said Giants, they've never played Pearl before as this team, so I want to see what we're going to get out here.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get any kind of surprise. Also, if from the side of Navi, are we going to see any changes? We were talking about how Harbor had become
Clout.
so... Okay, so this is the second team. Okay!
It's Gecko versus Gecko! Suck it, Tom. Suck it. Tom, you're wrong.
Love it when
Tom
loses.
I love it when he's wrong. I love it. But yeah, talk me through what you're expecting here from the Gecko versus Gecko.
A lot of B plants.
Yes.
Just sending him in from very far away. I would have liked to see it combined with a Harbor, but I think you can just have like so many awkward angles, and with Astra Util being able to place those stars from so far away, you can really set up some lovely execution.
The compositions as well, like the idea behind them is so similar, because even though Sugetsu is going to be in the Killjoy and he's going to have a Viper in front of him, the idea of the agent is to fulfill the same role. Maybe some abilities are a little bit different, especially in the attack is where you will find the biggest one, but I still think that they came in on interpreting the map the same way.
Well, I was talking about this could potentially be the longest series ever, especially if we get another OT here. Ender, you've just come over to us. How do you feel about the prospect of already breaking a record?
All right, what a show so far. 2 maps that were insanely close, overtimes on both of them, and multiple laps of overtime, if you will.
Our players just played 60 rounds of Valorant in 2 maps. That's a lot of rounds of Valorant. You usually don't see anything like that, and now they get to play a third. I think both teams have shown so much grit throughout today. I'm really excited to see what our teams have prepared for us, because again, we have double Geckos. It's almost mirror comps apart from a Killjoy and a Viper. And we've seen some of the most ridiculous clutches from individuals ever. I mean, Zipan had his round, Xiao had his round, Nuki had Icebox. The map just belonged to him entirely.
Yep.
Who's gonna step up?
It's not only a question of the teams and their mental capacity and the way they've prepared around these maps, is the fact that someone has to step up at the end of the day when it matters most.
Yeah. When the pressure's on. And as we get on to Pearl.
Getting on to Pearl, 3rd map of the day.
Shout out to VCT Americas, starting pretty soon. But until then, hang out here. We've got the Gigabanger overtimes. Over and over again. All right, so
and
Cloud's,
the good games.
That's very true. Cloud's just going to recover Dizzy there. Not be too unhappy with how things go. The nice thing is CNED can get very quickly over here to fight back from Art. Hasn't run into anything, but this wall could be problems.
Well, they will be making their way onto the site, being able to spend an extra player to the delivery of the hold in the backside. Zipan, how does he get 3? And how does he keep on going? But no, ended up being stopped by Cloud and Hootie, are very, very low. Could be quickly be picked up. And Sugetsu catching them off guard on the off angle. Cloud can't find the head. Angel, the captain of Navi, delivering on the final blow. And there you have it, Navi on the board.
Yeah, gorgeous. I mean, I guess you'd call that a fast retake there, since Wingman was technically planting the spike. Just shutting down Giants. Giants kind of wanted to just drop that one down there, leave like Patino on site and then back on out, but wasn't going to be the case. And sort of talk a little bit more about this Gecko theory on the map. I think this is a map almost more than any where it's really hard to actually plant the spike, right? Think that B site, especially, so many angles you can get spammed from. Not a whole lot of cover, unless you're rocking a Sage comp, which isn't super popular anymore. And this A side as well, if you sort of tuck yourself in there, you can actually plant the spike without having secret control or without having, art control. You can just drop that one down. All you really need is one player to sort of guide it into the site, and that, I think, is going to be Vitinho a lot of the time.
Giants actually going to move up very quickly towards this mid side, enter from Arts. It's going to be 3 players defending, actually. Very strong hold for Navi if the crunch does commence in that direction.
Unlucky for both these teams is they're both Gecko teams on this map, so they're going to be very ready for a lot of these dizzies that are going to be thrown straight on up. You can see with 4 players in mid, Giants quick to shoot that one down out of the air.
I think with Geckos, now there's a much bigger reason to be looking up than ever before.
It's true. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think of like the other things you used to be able to shoot.
There are recon bolts, there are daggers. But most of them, there's now a lineup where it's no longer that visible, right? From a position where you're attacking, perhaps. But for Gecko, his abilities have to be visible on your screen for you to be able to be affected.
That's very true. Except Wing, he's so loud. I feel like he just bothers me with how much running around he does. It's obnoxious. If there's 2 wingmans, it's impossible. Your ear's completely ineffective.
Vitinho, close margins there. Still, classic right click. Oh! It's a bit rough by the end of it, but a couple of kills forward to the laps of Giants. Well, Navi are able to guarantee that the site is all clean and swept, being the janitors of the story. Now,
the janitors premiere in a lot of stories.
I don't know. But this one, we've got the cleaners trying to sweep up Hoodie, but he's a very difficult speck of dust to clean.
I also don't think the cleaners are using them either.
Well, there you go. Done their job. Swept the floor.
Now the snipers. There are a lot of stories about snipers. Let me tell you.
Quite a bit. I feel like janitors deserve more stories.
NT walked over to the bathroom. The stall was very messy.
Hey, look, they get to be in places on off-peak hours where interesting things happen, where people think there's nobody watching. So,
actually, for real though, shout out to the janitors out there.
Yeah, hell
respect.
Yeah. Necessary.
Not
very necessary.
An easy job.
No. Anyway, Logitech Power Up round coming up, where we'll be seeing Giants on a buy. Obviously, 3 rifles for Navi. Right, we started to see quite a bit of this. More rifles being brought into the second round so they can be saved over to the next, or even no one investing. There's a player not investing on the second, so they can bring up an extra rifle for the next.
Yeah, and CNET will actually be able to op in the next round. That's really what this is about for him. Just sitting on the Marshall that I believe Sugetsu just chucked on over to him.
High chance for Navi to come out on top here. Zipan does drop. One of the rifles gone.
Really awkward, like, clear there from Zipan. I don't think he really knew where he wanted to be on site, was maybe trying to get over towards Church. I don't know. That was very, very strange from him. And you can see Xiao actually takes the mantle and tucks right in, close right.
Difficult spot, definitely, which is why Angel is there to assist if needed.
Luckily, there's no Viper wall, so a little harder to block that one off. Everyone's flashed.
Nice one. Line up, Wingman onto the side, trying to get the spike down. Vitinho dealing with the players before he focuses on the denial of the spike plant, but no, still, little buddy gets it done. And now, down to 3 on 4. Giants. Advantage is theirs. They've got the pressure onto Navi with the spike being down. Nebula drops. Vitinho takes care of it. And so he gets you up against him. Ooh, dash onto the side. The timing was perfect for him. It would have been challenged that second, but no, he's alive and he can peek again. Zenith, less than optimal weapon, but he's going to walk in through library.
Hoodie finally plugged in his keyboard. He's now working back into art, but being cleared the whole time. He shoots Sugetsu.
Just looks away at the wrong time. Not the best outcome. Cena, can he find anyone? Yes, cleaning up Vitinho.
Blocking sight.
We'll get on Spike, but no time. No time. Absolutely no time there. So, Giants finding their way on the board with 3 surviving at the end of it. Navi drop every single gun they have.
Yeah, not only no time, but also minus 400 and minus gun. Granted, he had a Marshall that he was going to upgrade to at the very least, but regardless, he is now moving on into operator territory. And yeah, that I don't know, that opening pick just seemed so peculiar to me. Very, very strange.
What was also strange to me is that we saw quite a lot of Gecko engagements in that attack, right? Something I'm not familiar with, right?
Yeah, you know, I think Vitinho got a kill while blinded by the Gecko. Yeah. And again, this takes me back to my point that I think Gecko's flash sucks. Like, just the ability to still have awareness of your surroundings and where your crosshair is, because it doesn't block your entire screen. If you can't see where you're shooting, knowing where to line up for the headshot angle, right? Like, There's a lot of power in that.
Oh, as soon as the alarm bot triggers, Suigetsu swings. Why did Hoodie have his knife out? Maybe wrong info. But still, Suigetsu holding the angle and waiting for Angel to arrive, but he ends up dropping. Rhyme doubles up, and now there's a chance for Giants.
Yeah, Cloud's just down B long, sending Wingman into plant for long as well.
He doesn't hold back from the fight, wants all in on it.
Thanks, little man.
But that allows Navi to be on top now.
Ooh, playing from long here. I don't actually know if they are aware that there's an operator in play for CNED. I think if you check tab before the game, or before the round, you'd expect it, the money he had.
Yeah, you can't quite know it, but still, Navi playing with limited time, constantly dwindling.
Now you can play on that back sign there where Cloud is very nicely, just show barely ahead. It can make it hard for an operator to hold that angle.
There's a gravity well. That will be due straight up. Nebula as well, at the same time, trying to spray across it, making it impossible for a trade to commence. Shower's low, could be cleaned up. That's exactly what happens. Cena's going to stick it, isn't he? No?
Oh, the pull. Yeah, the pull is brutal.
Enabled yet again, and there you have it. Rhyme with a final kill, and Giants squaring things up 2-2.
Right there.
It's not the first time these teams have been tied in the game, and it's certainly not the last today. It's always been blow for blow. Yeah, and honestly, like the way Giants were able to play here, bit of a gamble sending that spike all the way down B long, but it was able to get the plant without forward committing too much. The decision to play long, maybe risky against the operator, but again, the angle you have there is super nice, and I think I even underestimated the fact that Astra had the pull there. Just made it impossible to full stick inside of a smoke.
People are really getting hot in here.
Should we turn on the AC?
Right there.
No, there were a couple of players that were wearing hoodies. They're off now. There was so much pressure into this.
Oh, like literally?
Yeah.
You're not kidding, yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, we had the, I couldn't tell who it was, but there was the hoodie under Jersey Strat earlier today as Zipan is holding B long and just gets deleted. Hold on now. CNED could open things up. If he finds the initial pick here, he could cause so much havoc with the knives in the back line.
Yeah, it's all for CNED. Now, with the Wingman planting, at least that's something for Navi. Good for the eco. CNED gets it done in the end. It's been a bit rough, but gets the reset. Looking for the heads. It's 2 against him, runs out of blades. Now, with a classic, tries to close up the gap.
What?
Somehow still survives. It takes so long to be taken down. The rest of his team now can move onto the site, but the plant position, not perfect. Wingman taken down as well. And with Dizzy allowing the crossover, Giants have got a clear view over this Nebula, trying to conceal it for a little bit longer. It's rough. What? Thrash expended. Was that worth it? If they get the win, it will. Stun, diffuse, halfway,
That's
maybe
fine.
even full way. They're sticking it! Oh my goodness! They just allowed Navi to pick around. That shouldn't be theirs!
Ain't no way. What? The Thrifty on the full stick, and what happens here, right? CNED gets this kill, everyone falls back so far down long, they're like, look, we have the rifle advantage, we'll be okay. But the fact of the matter is, it's so easy to get it to half through smoke. It's hard, because there were so many players still alive, pushing back through, challenging through smokes, even with the Sheriffs. The players on Giants couldn't actually commit to spamming on the diffuser. They had to take fights.
Yeah, and I was wondering, why did they commit Thrash? Surely they don't believe they have it, but yeah, they did. They absolutely committed everything they had into it, starting off with pistols, but of course CNED's blades, assisting with a double kill. At the back of it, he did it all by himself, by the way. He gave his team that advantage alone, and he drew everyone into him. So much kudos to CNED that round.
Defensive Thrash now. Shot down in a tough position to recall it.
Yeah, maybe some help from a teammate, but don't really have the resources to expend someone away from Art. So yeah, that ultimate tick will run out. Dizzy clearing out the main entrance for them as well.
Nuki has the ultimate to get on into sight here. Should end up just popping that one and going for the commit. Trying to see where the stars are. They do have enough stars to come on through, so here it goes.
The rotation from CNED will take quite some time.
Problem is Spike isn't with Gecko. It's not on site. It's going to be really slow. It doesn't matter, though.
Vitinho, 2 kills to his name. As he falls, Angel picks up the pieces, and now Giants fully under control. The only 2 players alive were the ones in B, and the rotate took way too long.
Yeah, call a save. Just not going to happen. CNED has an operator. There's no way you're getting into the Viper's pit.
Oh, man.
And I really thought they were going to run into some problems there because Navi were set up to fight so aggressively. 2 players and 1 player backside near Secret.
Navi had to win those kills.
They literally did, yeah. And because it wasn't Wingman actually planting, it was the spike very far back. If a couple players died on the entry, they were just going to get completely stopped dead in their tracks. So credit to Vitinho especially, entering into sight and finding not just one, but two.
Keeping things close yet again. Who would have thought 3-3 to be the score once the spike explodes? And everything around it to bring us to round number 7. Am I going to call it here? Are we going to be looking at another overtime game? I know it's 3-3, getting ahead of myself, but come on. This is how the round started on the previous match.
Look, Pavlos, you're putting me in a tough position because I want to say yes, but if I say yes,
it counteracts the caster's curse
counteracts
and voodoo magic.
So I'm going to say, who knows? It's open for interpretation, as all things should be.
Timeout out.
Navi called a timeout, and
yeah,
I think Giants, how have they been playing the majority of these rounds? I think it's been fairly standard for them to show some presence in mid early on, and then lean more heavily into the A hits. The B hits have been a little bit more through Link, I suppose, but A has looked pretty tough for Navi, gotten caught out a couple of times. They tried to fight forward in front of smokes and have just simply lost those ones. So maybe some work to be done, Navi, in terms of actually how do we hold down that site. Is it worth committing 2 players to Art? Probably. Because if they do decide to split you into A, even though we haven't really seen that just yet, you'll just get punched in the back, and that's no good. And yet, because it hasn't been shown, maybe they do commit 2 players to site, just leave 1 into Art to mix things up and make it a little bit easier to trade with one another on site without running past through into a smoke.
I don't think we had too many players to highlight this particular game so far. CNED is probably one of them due to that one clutch, but other than that, everybody is on the same benchmark.
This is an interesting read. I was wondering what Navi were going to do, and it is a much more committed A hold. They rotate off, curiously enough, just the Jet. CNED with the operator. Maybe even gambling back over towards B, but that's not the right read. I'm actually a little confused with the way Navi are playing. Now, they can't play too far forward because they have no one, nothing in Art. There are options to try and play with a Killjoy utility to watch that out as CNED finds a huge pick down B long.
It's actually massive, and it actually draws out the rotation from them. They no longer stick towards the B side. They sort of figured out it's going to have to be an A hit.
Okay. Didn't have a spike in hand, was just trying to clear out Secret, but now the operator's moved over here. This is exactly what I want to see from Navi. Always 2 players on this site ready to fight.
Always keeping Giants on their toes as well. Where is CNED? Where's the op? Which corner is he holding?
And Giants aren't threatening mid. Like, Art is not a problem in actuality.
Flash, CNED can't see, but he can see Vitinho's head, delivering, switching up the angle. Now, Mosh Pit behind him, avoids it.
What?
CNED yet again, 3 to his name. Oh, blind, and Cloud delivers. Now 2v4, Navi on the front foot.
It got canceled.
Players are separated.
The spike was canceled. The C4, the null command from Nuki was perfect to shut that down.
Even more pressure for Giants then. And Navi can just chill. Mosh Pit delaying the push.
Now all of a sudden Xiao has a potential to stab them in the side.
Oh, I thought that was a kill for Kyle for a second, but no, that is it. This is the round. This is where Navi will close it out. Cloud with 1 by the end of it. Magnificently done, elegant by CNED, and that's 4 on the board for Navi.
Navi had the perfect read, exactly what I wanted to see from them. Okay, that's just silly. That is just silly.
Oh my God.
Patient too, but then some of those flicks very nice on the site. I just love that Navi were able to identify the weakness, right? Fighting through the smoke out of Art was a problem.
The confusion.
Coach comes in with the timeout. They figure out immediately there's always 2 players, even as they're rotating players in and out. CNED was all over the place with the operator. Always 2 on site, ready to go. And after nothing in mid, all of a sudden, potentially 4 players almost in mid.
Yeah, CNED switching things up yet again. Could be coming in contact with Hoodie, but the rest of the players of Giants are towards A.
Because I think the idea could be if the op gets under pressure and there's utility spent, the players start funneling into B-Link. Those 2 Art players could look to wrap around in mid.
Did good.
I like the setup, at least for the A main take by Cloud, using his utility, being able to pick it right up, and basically no risk involved. So nice little set piece for that A site for all you future pros.
Now this time around, Navi, they will get smoked off. Just walled off immediately, double stars towards backside as well. It may just be a fast retake attempt. Whoa, that's big.
Yeah, it's massive. With Mingman no longer being able to spike, put the plants down. Nuki will have to do it himself.
Hoodie.
On the back flank. They don't know it yet. He's holding his trigger. Misses though. Misses. But still delivering at the end. Shao recovers and now Navi ahead. But they're back on the flank. Rhyme so close to it. Cloud, they're taking the fight to them. They're just going to hold. It's down on Navi to peek. They sort of know there's presence here. They're going to come in with Cena as well. 3 players stacked up. Suigetsu with the headshot. Suigetsu doubles up. Nuki alone. Nearly impossible. Oh, it's rough onto Shao. How does he even pick it through the box as well? And Navi increase the lead. The question is, can they extend it even further?
Up by 2 now. They did such a good job clearing those 2 secret players. Look at that, I mean, just like on top of one another almost. Sugetsu gets both. And ultimately, when it comes to the post plant on the A site, you almost always, as an attacking team, need control over either one of Art or Secret. You need one of those to stop the flood in from so many angles, to have multiple points of pressure in the post. There's not a lot of great spots to actually chill on site. So being aware of that, after it was the late lurk into Art, okay, only 1 player there. Oh, they maybe doubled up Secret. Here we are, boom, boom, boom. Make quick work of those 2 players. And now another look for CNED. He has been feeling himself now.
Yeah, definitely. Took him a while to get online, but he's doing his job.
And all of the power now comes to where he puts himself in the early round. Can he find the early picks? Is he guessing right? Is he reading his opponents? Every pre-round will be asking CNED, where do you want to go?
And now Giants has definitely switched up the pace. A bit of a default, everyone looking in all directions, and now 2 towards mid, maybe where Cloud wants to push. Of course, Moshpit will be denying them the aggression. Navi, 2 players here, they're comfortable to hold.
We have seen a couple of times from Giants, the solo player late down B long, while the rest of the team attempts mid, maybe into Link. That's exactly the position where CNED would carve them up.
Cloud
but it will be working in towards Art now.
First contact catch for Cloud. Shao behind the smoke. Cloud burst. Coutinho dashing forwards. That's actually really important because now he can just enter the site. He's got a clear bird's eye view of all of it. Lockdown to delay though. You're going to have to get the spike down quickly and get out of there, or wait for the lockdown to expire.
No, the mosh pit is on, I believe. It breaks it. Yeah, that was huge. That was huge. Cloud got in position to throw the mosh pit and pump that one out.
But with the spike down, Zipan can throw nades towards Rhyme. He's going to go down low, eventually dropping. No, he's still alive! 45. Shao ends up falling. It's Giants with first blood. Spraying through the wall. Cloud is low, but Hoodie again delivering. Navi are finding so much difficulty in getting any of these kills.
Angel now walking into Art. He's able to find 1, but there's 2 players on either side. It's a 3 versus 4.
He can't go in. His team needs to put pressure. What? Angel! No way he finds that. CNED as well! Navi stepping up to the plate when it's most required. On the spike, putting pressure. Snake bites! Suigetsu alone. There's Timmy the Turret has done the job. Timmy the Turret MVP! And the Suigetsu can get this kill! Oh! It's Hoodie that stops it from happening! And Giants close up the gap, 4 in their name.
It slips away from Suigetsu at the end. Had done a phenomenal job, but not able to find the shots. What a messy round here. The fact that Angel is able to find 2 kills, I think Giants getting a little anxious to hunt him down. And then, of course, with the decay from the Poison Orb and the Snake Bite, easy kill on the Diffuser. That is what you need. All of a sudden, look at that. Coutinho so fast up, but instantly hits the brakes.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the dash anymore, right? Oh, contact in mid.
What is this?
Spike left alone.
And this is new. They can hold one another as angles. Now, I don't think we've seen a lot of late re-clears into mid from Giants.
Not
Maybe
so
if they have a couple of players there initially and they'd walk into them. But this could get awkward.
Giants trying to figure something out here. Surely Navi should be playing onto something. Oh,
the flash timing, gorgeous.
Collects it. Good coordination by Giants. Nuki setting up his teammate for success.
Giants have had so many of those pieces working together so nicely. The 2A players now abandoning that attempt to regroup with the rest of the team play numbers.
The Dagger spotted them though, right? So Navi sort of curious, are they sticking to their guns on the A site? It's pretty much sold their entrance there, right? So now baiting their way towards the B site, it's gonna be basically clear.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, the double mollies go through, just sort of guessing if and when the players could be getting that push. So an easy plant all the way for long. Nobody really playing on site.
Playing for long.
But we've seen this before. This has been a problem. The full stick is an option now. There are double smokes on CNED to try and stick this one through.
He's got two choices. Play it aggressively with the blades or play for the operator on those long distances. No one is on the flank. All of Giants can look towards the spike.
Knife cleared backside, so they can all peer down long. There is a pull on spike. That'll be the first way to interrupt the defuse.
Oh, CNED! First shot! It's true to him. And still, equal numbers, a lot still to bounce onto the spike when needed. No utility usage so far. Diffuse, not even halfway. Vitinho with the blades is doing magic around that smoke. CNED cannot find him. Vitinho, what was that?
Gorgeous Vitinho around the edge of the smoke. Just when things could have gone bad with those two smokes being popped. He's playing on the edge. The knives are true. And I thought it could get dire with CNED playing on that angle. That was nasty. But a combination of the shots through smoke, the knives through smoke as well. I think he gets that second one.
Wow.
Seeing the swing come on through the second he dips away out of vision.
That wasn't just a fine tune, it was an entire symphony.
That's a real MVP,
Weaving in and out of battle. Yeah, of course.
Thanks, Mel.
Thank you, Wingman. Giants.
What is, again, walking up in mid.
Hoodie is one of them, man. Hoodie gets it. CNED, blades, wasted.
I mean, you never expect the mid push again after it failed so hard in the previous round.
Never expect the Spanish Inquisition.
Apparently there's a lot of things you don't expect. I wasn't expecting that, for one. Oh, man.
Two of the OGs out there that get the reference. Two of the Zoomers, never mind.
I get the reference.
Good, good, good. I know.
But just out of left field. I respect it.
I know there are a lot of Zoomers out there, so it might take a while. All right, Vitinho in it. Good little shot. Keep his team in the fight. They've been able to square things up, right? It's a 4v4, and Giants forced to get out of it.
Thrash is going to be fantastic, though. It will seem no one's actually A main, so you can see rotations already coming over. Shao doesn't want to be on A anymore.
Navi are happy to hold it to be on the B site, though, because Suigetsu is there with a ton of util.
30 seconds
An attacking knife in spawn to catch the rotate even, or even a Killjoy playing off-site. That was actually really clever. I think it was to turn off the util. It misses, though.
It does.
And that plant won't work.
Yep, deleted. Spike now into the site. They have to get it down themselves, wasting a player in that expense. Suigetsu falls, and Clout and Ryan pick up the pieces. Zipan comes out of nowhere and saves the day. Angel, with 5 HP, is also the last man standing.
Navi read the play with Thrash right there. Back in time and shut it all down. If that knife had hit, and I thought the attempt from Nuki was sick to try and catch a Killjoy playing very deep off site, that changes everything.
Really
All of a sudden, Lil Bro can plant the spike. Giants can play off site. Navi cannot attack them as they try to put that down. They can't find all those kills with the spam. But here we go.
Pressure is on. A real fight. The real deal. So gets onto the other side of the Cosmos, might be able to interrupt it. Does make sure that there is no cross of the spike, but still, Vitinho is shut down by CNED, still alive, looking to peek through. This is dangerous, but he doesn't care. He looks danger in the eye and says, I can kill you.
Cloud, Rhyme, it's all down to them. They're stuck backside. Rhyme finds 2.
And Rhyme for the heroics, but CNED is there. Whatever Giants try to do, CNED will stop you.
CNED, the read, and even wall flashed. While he's flashed, he's running towards the wall, ready to peek back through it again. Madness.
Now that's the CNED we were looking for. The frustration of the previous map in contrast to that smile. That is all the money right there. Not this, seen it. But yeah, you get what I mean.
That's a pretty cool face, too.
Yeah,
You got to give it credit.
Pretty cool.
And yet,
Halftime.
we were in halftime before on Icebox. We were in this exact same situation. Navi leading 7-5. Navi would go on to go up to 12 points on the scoreboard, and they were not able to close. Giants were able to crawl back, able to force it to OT. It was so close until Navi eventually came out on top.
Cheering on both sides of the Coliseum. The pit is on fire.
Let's not forget that full stick that Navi were able to have.
Yeah.
During that, I mean, that was just absolutely insane. On a thrifty, no less.
That kill is ridiculous. Pixel play.
I feel like Valorant goes so quick. There's so many cool moments round to round, game to game. And you just almost forget them with how fast-paced it is.
And it always seems to come down to the battle of the Jets, right? So many of these clutches, so many of these openers has either been CNED or Vitinho. Vitinho really proving his worth. Remember, this is amongst the biggest stages he's ever played. Up until this point, he's played Tier 2. Maybe Lock-in being the biggest, obviously playing a global event. But this is only due to the fact that he's now joined this Giants with this partnership.
And Navi are no easy competition. This team is stacked. Yeah, disappointed on day one, dropped map one here. But the fact that Giants are putting up this good of the fight. Vitinho as well.
Stars on both sides, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And at different moments, different key players. From the entirety of this match, from the entirety of this series, no team looked comfortable. Always on the edge, always trading rounds. Cena's chill now. Like, that is a face of a man that is relaxed.
What a turnaround. I saw some of the Navi players backstage before heading into this third game. Spirits seemed high for them after clutching it out and winning on split rather. But now they have to close it out once again.
Keep up.
Navi on the attack, Giants on defense, side switched, and a mid-play imminent. Seen it actually to be the front of this force. And only Cloud for now to be a thorn in the mix.
Well, that's uncomfortable. One player pinching in from main as well. The flash actually hits CNED though, and that slows down the hit.
Yeah, Cloud's in the corner, he's got a decision to make. Does he play within the smoke? He's within the crowd. It's the gravity smoke for Cloud!
What?
Does end up with 2! No freaking way! Cloud with 3! How does he dance away around that?
Nah, I just don't believe it.
A ballerina of sorts, I reckon.
I mean, flashes are coming in. There's a wingman behind him trying to clear him through. And somehow, he keeps afloat.
And Cloud potentially for the final kill to give us a curtsy. He shall drop by the end of it, but yes, that is Giants on the board and a pistol. How many of these pistol round wins were Giants'?
So many, because I think the same thing happened last map when they were down by 2. They wanted to go up to 6. Instantly bringing things back to even. They have been so good. And look, the fact is CNED can't really clear this coming in. I mean, he has to worry about backside, front, maybe he could do a quick flick as he's dashing on through. But you have a player in main you expect to be all right there. The fact that the smoke was dropped just to give some element of protection to Cloud allowed him to fight forward.
Nice little flick there from Rhyme, so he's not stunned over. Busy doing its job to be collected.
Looks like Zipan's the guy to be farmed orbs in this round. Trying to work towards that KO ult. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially playing against so many smokes on the opposite side. You want to be able to shut that down, shut down all the stall tools. Now, one thing Giants are lacking in this comp, Sentinel, right? They don't have that Killjoy to give them permanent information around mid. We saw Giants on their attack hardly challenge through Art at all. In round 1, Navi, that's exactly where they went through with most of their pressure. We're going to see a lot of this. Lurk timings. Can we get players in here? Maybe with the whole team, maybe just with 1 or 2. It can allow them to play very fluid in a way that I think Navi love to play. They've been doing this so often. They love to spread apart.
Yeah.
Obviously in this round, going to be tough for them, but this is a sign of things to come for them and them trying to find good timing to punish.
Spreading out to hopefully one of the players get a pick and then they can convert on that. But no one has done so thus far.
30 seconds left.
And the main pressure point that you can actually hit is like B-Link, right? You just put one smoke where Hoodie is standing right now, and then you have threatened to walk through B-Link into connector. If you have connector control, it ruins what a defender is trying to do. Just keep your eyes out.
Running dry on that clock. Xiao out in the open. Xiao gets a pick and gets back to the defuse. CNED with another pick. They've got a chance. They've got a real chance.
Also, Sugetsu has a monster lurk all the way back in spawn. Ahead in numbers. You have to turn around. Rhyme is wary for it.
Who would have thought with pistols they would have been so far forward?
No.
Sugetsu on the flank with so much to do. CNED softening them up so the rest can clean up. They've got Sheriff as possible. Sugetsu inching forwards little by little.
And it's open for him. It's playing completely open for Heaven.
Oh, and Zipan gets the kill. Might not even come down to Sugetsu, but he's just putting so much pressure. Smoke down. Diffusal.
Stop
coming
him.
in.
You have to
Looking
stop him.
Xiao getting a pick. They've interrupted it. Zipan again. Rhyme with a pick. It's down to Zipan. Can he find the shots? And he gets it! The poison cloud disperses just in time for Zipan to pull that trigger into the hearts.
Navi have been stealing these rounds away from Giants. The full stick in the first half. Oh, man. And here, no reason this should work. And yet it does. I think Cloud may have even been able to stick on the spike. The first shot of the share whiffed. It was milliseconds away from going all the way through. You can't fault him for pulling off it. But the small decisions may be what cost you things in the end.
I'm sure Giants would have wished they had the success that their opponents did on the eco. But they're already down at play. Remind you, Navi were down at play at the start of their pistol.
Unbelievable.
And still converted.
Giants have fully bit on the rotate. Navi are fully spreading out and playing the map. I have to say, the fluidity that Navi play their attacking sides on the majority of maps has been quite spread out, right? Sort of testing the water, especially in mid on a lot of maps. I think the triple site maps they've looked fairly solid on in terms of how much poking and prodding they're able to do. And again, they find a pick, collect themselves back with the rest of the team, work together, abuse the numbers advantage, find themselves with an open site.
Cheers out for Wingman doing his job. Good job, little bro.
It's just planting a spike, okay? Yeah. Anyone can do that.
I feel it's the equivalent of a Rift Herald going into a turret when everybody cheers
I
for
don't
it.
condone League of Legends discourse in my Valorant casts. Nope, I won't stand for it.
Okay.
That's your one free pass, never again.
Okay, I used it, that's it. Sheriff's out for Giants, they've got quite a lot to do. Yeah, it's not looking great. Continue with it. They're looking for damage, really, at this point, knowing that Navi losing weapons will have difficulty into buying up next round. But I think they're happy with keeping 4 players alive. And there you have it. Chapter closed, 9-6. I believe 3 rounds is probably the greatest gap we've had so far in this entire match. Probably.
I want to say there was like a first half where there was like a 5-2. I think 5-2 on split. As a matter of fact, but I don't think it ever got much more above that. Definitely not this late. It's always been super tight between the 2 squads. Giants will call a timeout, and I wasn't able to get a look at the money. But I really hope Fatinho was able to save enough to purchase an operator heading into this round. We saw how effective it was in the hands of a phenomenal Jet player with CNED in the previous half.
Yeah, looking at the players right now, there's a lot of conversing going on amongst the Giants players right now. Definitely a lot of speaking.
I should hope so. They called the timeout.
Yeah, no. But that's the thing, right? It's the matter of what your focus is in that timeout. And for now, they're trying to iron out some kinks.
A lot of ideas, a lot of voices at play. You're on the defensive side, and I do find it very difficult to actually make like put together forward aggressive plays on defense. You know, you could consider, oh, do we fight for A main control? Okay, but if we go there, how long is our rotation actually back over to the B site? Oh, how weak is our art control? You know, like going down B long, also fairly challenging unless you're just posting up an operator player that would quickly fall back off the angle. So I imagine more it's about trying to figure out how are Navi playing a lot of these rounds. How do they want to execute into it? Because Navi don't leave a lot of holes where you can push against them. Again, they spread out 2-1-2 very often. Look for an opening pick, look for a forward position, and then off of the information they're able to gather after those first 30, 40 seconds, that's when they make a call. They all commit and are instantly able to convert onto it. That does make prepping against them very difficult.
Very tough, very tough. Notoriously known for making it very difficult for them to be prepped up against. But I do see there was a player that was restarting their client. I believe they're back in the game, so I assume that the tech pause will soon be over. But of course, don't have the full information around that. Should be getting right back into it. But yeah, definitely putting more pressure onto these players. The more they wait, the more they're not playing. It's a mental game.
I mean, they've been here a long time too.
Yeah.
What time do we have now? 9:47?
I'd like the addition of all the rounds played thus far.
Wait, did games start at 6? Is that true?
The game started at 6, or around that.
A little bit after, because you have map select, agent select, of course. But man, these players have been here a long time.
The thing is, BBL and Carmen Corp are waiting to play right after this. They're like, come on,
yeah,
guys.
they're playing a different battle. Like, these two teams are trying to win. The other two
and the other ones are just worried. What are we going to do with the next match? It's actually
well, it's like, will I fall asleep? You know, it's like, when do I go for the Red Bull? I don't know.
That's actually a valid question.
Yeah, it's important. All right. Tech pause, both over. We're back into the thick of things. No actual mid-fight this time around. Navi just want to explode, and this is indicated by Zepan having the ultimate. Navi have been much more willing to commit quickly when they have access to that. But they call it off for the time being. Now, Vitinho did get an operator. He has no money, no armor either. So he was poor. But they made the choice to give him that up. Actually playing in art, I really like this. Now, Navi aren't walking into that. But the read being our art has been weak. Navi have gone there before. We don't have a setup to really shut that down with utility. That would be a funky angle to run into an operator.
Looking at the stakes of this round, Giants have a lot to lose. Losing it will keep them very far behind. 4 rounds of difference, potential of being 5. Given that they'll have to be forced onto pistols, Hoodie dropped back. Cena takes a splash of damage, but still up.
Giants might be on light armor, but they have no cash in the bank. Very early ult. That was actually Zipan on the post, just spammed through smoke. Unbelievable, and they call the save.
They have to. They've got no money. Otherwise, they'll have no guns into the next round, and going into a B site with 5 players are alive and they've got no info in mid and a potential flank in the works. This has got to be a save by Giants.
That'll put Navi on 10. Zepan also using the immediate ult to make sure there was no quick retake option as they were trying to get the spike on the ground. And I like this. Go hunting. Anything they can get here, that is a rifle gone. Giants cannot buy next round. It is not an option for them.
Oh, Vitinho dies.
That's the op. They can't even pick up the op again.
Rhyme, he gets it. Okay,
Huge.
gets 1 kill. Massive! No, he loses it! And look, he dies as well! No guns saved! No guns in the bag! No money! And Navi, a clear trajectory towards success. One which they've never had up until this point, this series.
I don't know what he's thinking. Rhyme must have thought the safety was on. Why pull the trigger? It throws it away. Giants left with nothing, not even knives. Pathetic assortment of pistols. 4 players trying to creep up into A main. I mean, it is an eco when you try to throw away something crazy.
They've got to come up with magic. They can't afford to lose more rounds.
But again, this is the issue, right? Like, there's only 1 player actually waiting for you here, and then the rest of the team could wrap around on you from art.
Dizzy fell on the other side of the wall, which means it cannot be collected easily, which is where Giants are holding. That Sheriff shot does indicate there is pressure from that direction, which does prompt Navi to move to the other side of the map.
Obscuring
That's fine though, there's only one player here. I can't imagine Giants are able to do anything with this whatsoever. Hoodie's holding the Marshall like it's a shorty.
Ooh. Cena comes out on top. Hoodie unable to pick it up, and still, Navi've got so much control of this Giants. Oh, it's tough. We know this is a difficult situation for Giants. They're not meant to win it, but it all means so much to them. They're falling so far behind. Such a great job they've done on the previous 2 maps, the overtimes.
That's a rifle on Cloud.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Suigetsu though makes clean work on the flank. Thrash even has a guarantee, because why not? Suigetsu, Quadra in the bag, bringing up that confidence. That's, well, bringing up the stats. 11-6, Navi, 2 away from that closer.
You're right, though. This is the first time we've had a team run away with a lead now. Navi, all the momentum on their back. The best chance Giants had to shut it down, Coutinho, is now. He saved last round. I think he had 2,900 in the bank. He now has enough for the operator. No, he actually doesn't. It's CNED with the op on the opposite side.
Uh-oh.
And CNED also has knives, so this isn't one of those situations where your attack stalls out because you don't have the jet to dash into sight. No, you have that backup threat always.
Look at the push here from Giants, gaining early control over B. That Prio is going to give them a lot of access to rotate their players to another area.
The thing is, Navi heard all of this. They have to know it's possible that someone is posted up forward on B, and I think they want to punish it.
Xiao's just waiting to peek out. So is Suigetsu, so is Angel. 3 players stacked up here is no easy task for a single player. Coutinho, man, asked to deliver more than he can, potentially.
If Coutinho can't even get one, I think this round's just over. Giants are leaning much more heavily over towards A. No other players on site. You can see he's getting nervous. Coutinho's actually abandoning B entirely.
Yeah, the Spaniard felt the pressure, drops back.
It's the right call, though, because the util was going to come in and absolutely destroy him. Ideally, what Navi are looking for. They want some player to rotate lazily through Art to connector. That's what CNED is waiting for, but they don't have dive to get into sight.
It's a split B crunch, and it's all commencing right now. Pressure from Long, Cosmic Divides. It's basically
oh, this is tough for
making
Navi.
The site a square. Isolating Coutinho. Zipan doubles up, and Navi managed to unlock it. And now, 3 for Giants. They need magic. Mosh Pit denying Nuki's entry. Nuki trying to bring things through in his favor, but Xiao stopping it. This could be all over very soon. Giants need to win. That next round will be too tough to buy.
CNED up in hand is going the long way round to spawn. He's going to be very late, but again, it is planted open for him, I believe.
They're going for it.
Too many angles here. Suigetsu and Link.
Way too many angles. Way too much to cover. Suigetsu will be spraying through. They're touching the spike, putting pressure. Rhyme doesn't connect, and Suigetsu converts the crossfire. Converts the spray. 2 kills, and Navi match points.
With no jet to get them into sight, it's Zipan who steps up, a perfect flash to send himself in, finding both kills on 180 degrees, had to snap left, snap right, gets the job done.
The pressure is all on Giants right now.
Coutinho has an operator again, and he's at doors in mid, stepping forward, a chance to find Suigetsu.
Knowing a presence in A main, Giants, more resources on the left-hand side. Rotations have to come in quick if this hit of this A site is coming soon.
Suigetsu has ultimate. The question is, does he use it to get on site or in the post plant? Because in the post plant, if he's able to save it, that is lights out for Giants.
Clout has Thrash as well. Super important, super vital ultimate. And when does he use it? Does he use it early to try and find the information? If he doesn't use it, he'll end up hating himself, given that the Navi push is coming now into the A site.
He could use it shortly in front of him just to clear out Art. That's not the call. CNED all the way into sight.
Yeah, it's going to have to be the retake. Rhyme, it's locked between. So much utility, still somehow alive. Xiao finding one, it's a trade. They can't get the spike off of the plant. Still, 4-on-4, Zipan to the backside, putting pressure onto Giants. 2 players together. Nice peek by Hoodie and Nuki.
Now the lockdown though for the post plant. They must push this. Cloud,
no way.
Doesn't have the mosh pit. They have to come into it or get on spike.
It can be defused.
It's a half.
It can be defused,
Wait.
no? No, it can't be. It can't be.
The timing, it works! The timing, it works perfectly!
And Giants, they're still in the game!
Unbelievable! Down to the nanosecond.
Maybe that's a little bit of mental pressure off of their shoulders now. They know they can bring it back on retakes. As tough as they get, they've always got the clutch potential. Maybe that just brings a little bit more hope into their hearts. It's not all over yet. Yes, it's a mountain to climb. But they've just given themselves a little bit of fuel to get them up there.
Giants have started the run. Can they maintain? Now, finally, first time Giants are even slightly comfortable after a round. But Art has been the constant weakness. Navi haven't gone here even that often. May have lulled Giants into a false sense of security. Clout is right on the head.
5 chances in a row for Navi to close this out.
The pressure has pulled Vitinho over towards connector. They're actually going to go deep connector. I think this may end up being a B hit.
I don't think Nuki knows of this. He has no clue and gets beaten to the chase.
How can you be ready? And now that the operator is gone from B long, these two players can get down here too. Hoodie from backside puts down the pit. It's his kingdom they have to conquer.
Let's see if he can hold on to it. He's being pressured from all edges, banging into the walls. Pressuring, Hoodie is down, and so is the pit. Cena doing his job, and Navi on top. Giants, they've gotten their team out of the situation before. Can they do it again? Limited resources, limited space.
So hard, so many angles. They have to work through. CNET finds the first.
Stepping up when it's required. Vitinho with the blades has to get more than that one. Draws out closer, he's got assistance, but CNET collects it. The Jet v Jet fight, Rhyme alone, but surely this is the end. Surely it's too much, and that's exactly what it is. Navi pick up the win, 2-1.
The resiliency of Navi throughout today. 80 rounds. They won it through in the 80th across 3 separate maps and in the most dominant fashion of them all.
That was a real marathon.
And it was an outstanding performance, both sides. I mean, the fact that Giants pushed them to the limit, both of those overtimes, but then Navi were too much. They just ran away with that second half. Unbelievable.
It's crazy, right? It was a marathon filled with sprints as well, right? Making that pacing so tough, never comfortable. The only chance you felt that Navi, okay, they had some control, was at the end of that last match. It was back to back.
And it's certainly given us a lot to think about these teams, right? Giants playing against some of the best competition we have in EMEA with Fnatic previously, now Navi, heading toe-in-toe with Navi throughout.
Look, Navi have to be very happy about that victory. Going down 0-2 would be a ginormous upset for them and definitely will be messing with their mental capacity. Now walking into the Prime Gaming highlights, we'll be able to see exactly what happened this entire series.
It was Nuki on Icebox. This man was an absolute demon. I mean, he was just the clutch factor. You could not get past him. But it was a different story. Players on Navi showed up here on Split. I think it was Zipan with that insane. We're going to see it in just a second, I'm sure. He gets the massive spray down through the Viper's pit. Can't remember seeing something like that in a long, long time. But also, Xiao was able to close out that. I mean, we almost didn't have a third map, right? Yeah. Navi lost on Monday with that insane 20-18 scoreline. If they'd clutch that up, how different does that third map look?
If the Giants need to be happy with his performance nonetheless, but still, considering the fact that they were so close to 2-0 victory against the Goliaths out of Navi.
I mean, it hurts. It hurts for sure. But the fact remains, CNED had some obscene rounds here. Back on Pearl.
So many. So many. I feel like he felt there was duty within him to actually perform the way he did. Take risks. Go for these fights.
I mean, the amount of rounds, too, that were stolen away. The full stick into the denial there on the eco round. Like, this very well could have been a much closer third map had Navi not been able to secure those huge, huge clutch up rounds. Again, Zipan taking backside there when CNED was off to the races, going for a very late flank. Time after time, every single player on Navi was able to show up, stand up to the task. But that's going to do it from us here up in the desk, in the booth, whatever that is. It's down to Yinsu for an interview on stage.
Thank you very much, Ender and Pavlos. I am joined by the in-game leader of Navi, Angel. Now, Angel, that felt like a marathon from where I was sitting. What was like that for you? Are you tired? Are you doing all right?
I'm all right, obviously, because we won. But yeah, I feel very tired, especially having in mind how hard we worked like last 10 days. We had like just 5 days to prepare for this league here on LAN in Berlin. And I'm super happy that we got this win. It was super important before this like week break, not to have like 2 losses after a super week.
Yeah, and you closed it out before overtime. Now, in the last 3 days, I don't know how many rounds you played, but it's so many rounds in overtime. Why do you think that you guys weren't able to kind of close it out a little bit cleaner in regulation?
I have no idea. It's literally, I want to ask why so hard? When I was living before, it wasn't that hard.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen you kind of fight this hard
I think it's just a general pressure on the team, you know? It's like finally the season started, Brazil was a bit of, like not the part of VCT, right? So we could be a bit more relaxed. And here, like a big pressure comes on us, league, everything else, probably this.
But you, as a team, you know, minus Cena, you've been together for so long, and you still feel pressure? I guess you at least have a way to deal with it.
Yes, we are. We're just looking like new plays. We played an opener match. There was a lot of technical problems first match, so it also annoys your head. But now I think we feel more comfortable than like playing opener, basically.
Now, I got to ask you about Gecko. You know, Shao was on Gecko duty game 1, and now it's you, it seems. Was this always the plan that you were going to split this, or is this something that you came up with in the days you had it as a break?
No, it depends on the role, right? It depends on the map, on the role. If, like I played Sova on Pearl, for example, and Gecko is potentially replaced for her, yeah? So for him. So I can take him and try. And we played Prax, it worked good. Something new, plus I think Gecko at the beginning of using him gonna be like a bit OP because no one knows like where the flash comes from, how to counter the wingman and stuff. So I think he's strong at the moment.
I think one of the things that the desk, Cougar and Tom was discussing on Split is that when you use your Gecko, you didn't really reclaim the utility as much as we expected you to. Is that a particular strategy that you were playing, or maybe
it's just super hard against Viper comp on mid. Against like comp when we're taking Serum all the time, like it's much easier. But when I have to do some pressure on mid, like do some sounds, even if I'm alone, I have to waste my one of the utility.
And lastly, this didn't really happen today, but moving CNED away from Jet, you know, Chamber meta is finally over. We thought CNED was only maybe going to play Jet. Him on the Omen, what was the reason behind that?
Jet is just not super good on this map, and we was looking for who he wants to play like more, yeah. And we came out with an Omen. He said, yeah, I'm fine, let's try it. It's a league. If we don't try it now, when we try it?
I love it. I think that's the Navi motto. If we don't try it now, when we're going to try it. Thank you very much, Angel. Go get some rest and celebrate with your fans.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you back here later. Guys, can you believe it? There's another game. Don't go anywhere because after this, BBL are going to be taking on the stage against K-Corp.
Nice! Let's go. Nice! Nice! Good job. Nice! 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 Nice!
Well, honestly speaking, as a fan, I can assure you that it's super difficult to cheer for Navi. I even lost my hair right after I joined. To give a definition, it's like a horror movie, but with a happy ending. Hello, my name is Yevhen, and I'm the CEO of Navi. Natus wins remains born to win. So winning is in our team name, is in our DNA, in our history, basically everywhere. However, we have defined that there is a thing that is more important than winning, and it's being obsessed with winning, because this mindset helps you to grind even after success.
My nickname is Angel, name is Karasov Kirill, I'm from Ukraine, I'm a professional player
and the captain for Navi VALORANT. A bit different from other people from Ukraine who was cheering all their life for Navi. All my life I was competing with Navi, against Navi in all the rosters I played. I'm still in the process of changing my associations about Navi. But I'm super happy joining, obviously, as the biggest org in Eastern Europe and one of the biggest in the world, and I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of trophies.
I know that our players will give everything they have on the server. Same goes to Navi staff that will be working behind the scenes. And the last but not the least, Angel personally promised me that we're going to have best walkouts in the industry, so it also may help.
I feel like in Navi, everyone is working on the same goals. I feel like a lot of people have a long-term planning, a lot of staff working around us, including media, including like coaches, we're looking at psychologists. I see the work being done, basically, yeah.
You can definitely expect tons of content from Navi as we are a content factory. We are going to use our expertise and experience to create different types of content for VALORANT fans. It's going to be vlogs from bootcamps, vlogs from tournaments, EMEA sessions, watch parties, documentaries, interviews, everything you can imagine in a content world. So please subscribe and follow Navi.
People should watch us if they like the high-quality VALORANT, if they like the proper strategic approach, they like the proper way of playing the game, switching the tempos, because like we are the team who can play any kind of game. We can be super aggressive, we can be super passive, we can do straight rounds, we can do fakes. It's like the goal of me as Agile is to make us as unpredictable as possible.
Dear Navi Nation, I would like to ask you to keep on supporting us. We are going to do our best both on the server and outside, content-wise, everything-wise.
I want you to know for 100% we're gonna try our best to win every tournament we attend, and we will work our hardest for every tournament we play.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back once again, everyone. I hope you had a nice break after that grueling series. I know we did. Managed to go for a walk and get a cup of water and everything. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Kukuka and Tom. We heard it from the Angel interview there. Despite winning, he admitted they felt some pressure coming to this league. You know, even though they've been around for so long, they felt the pressure and you could see them being under that pressure. However, in true Navi fashion, they brought it back and won the series.
It was, yeah. I mean, it is in Navi fashion, and it was definitely very complicated. It's been an intense and long day for all of the players. I mean, it's already what 10, 15. So obviously, I mean, if you can choose, you want to do this first match. But especially the way that they managed to close this last one, I think that we did enjoy a little bit more of that clash between Gecko and Gecko, and definitely the utility was all running across, not only to support your own Gecko, but to to try and counter the opposite.
Yeah, I definitely think when it comes to those sort of B-side executions, it was where both teams sort of had decent ideas, and we even saw like some rounds that I think were defined by Gecko, so I definitely could see it coming in. I do agree though with what Angel was saying. It's like, thus far, it's kind of been one of those things where it's like, it's a bit gimmicky. It works because people don't know how to play against it. I think either in the future it's going to end up like Fade, where it'll be either everybody masters it and it becomes great, or it goes a completely different route. It's a bit like Yoru, where it's like, hey, it cheesed at the start, but now no one cares.
I mean, I quote Angel, if we're not going to try it now, when are we going to try it?
Exactly.
So they might as well.
Yeah. It's great. It's not only that. I think that, to me, one of the most important things was the usage of KO and how those 0 points were used to gather the information, especially when it comes to that mid control, to combining utility between Gecko and him. I think it was everything that you want on your side to get that info.
Yeah, and there was a round that, Tom, we should revisit. There's a lot of nice kind of counter plays. There's some big brains are working on the server as well. If we take a look at that now.
Yeah, for sure. No, there was some cool rounds where it was like, you had this sort of knife, I think it was highlighted by Ender, which was basically used, you can see where it landed, back towards the spawn. The idea was to try and catch out a Killjoy or Astra that might have been rotating to stop this from happening. They had themselves nanoswarms, which basically just denied that plant from coming through. And this meant that when there was a push forward, you actually had these sort of crosses being held by the players of Navi ready to rotate in.
Yeah, we talk about how you need to be more proactive, for example, on Icebox when you play without the Sage. In my eyes, when you play with Gecko, is the same. You need to confirm that you have that space before walking in, because even if you have those lineups to play against any team that does not have Gecko, if you throw Wingman before you take that control, he's just destined to die. He's just too weak.
That's where I want to give Fatinho the credit as well on their A-side executions. Every time they had that Gecko going in, he would also do the same as you would normally with a Jet and smoke and dash into it. So everybody's focused on that, and he's just running his little legs through to go and get the plant. It's a cool little double push rather than, say, some of the mistakes we saw prior with Xiao, where it was like the guy running in on his own and everybody else just kind of watching him.
Well, moving forward, you know, in the pre-match, you guys brought up the fixtures that both teams still had and what they needed to do strategically. Now, Navi have won this series now. What does this mean for both teams? Let's start with Giants, since we haven't really spoken about them yet, and I thought they kind of maybe had a chance to close the whole series out before Pearl.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it was that split that they didn't manage to close out, but hey, what I'm going to get out of this match is the Icebox, because to me that looked way, way, way better. I think that we, you know, kind of looking at the entire week, we didn't see Giants coming out of the Super Week, like the Super Team and the winners. Yeah. But I definitely think that they got a lot now in their books and on their replays to go through and be like, okay, this is how it works, this is how it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the main winners out of this are actually Koi, because Koi beat Navi, and then Navi beat the team that they're probably going to be in competition with when it comes to those top 4 spots. So if anything, Koi have ended up in a great spot here because they've beaten one of the heavy hitters, and then the heavy hitters done exactly what they needed to do. Whereas if Navi lost to everyone along the way, Koi's still sort of in a bad spot because they would have just beaten a team that everyone beats.
Also, Giants, they survived Fnatic versus Navi in the space of 3 days. Like, that's done now. They don't have to face them again until
well, they survived, but they lost.
Yeah, but they still survived, you know? It's done now. We don't have to think about it anymore. Which I think, Bea, that you said that was a really important thing, because now they can scrim against them.
Yeah. And it's not only that. To me, is the reps, and you know, if they were to test that
you
stuff,
learn the most.
Yeah, you learn the most, definitely.
Yeah, well, let's move on to the next series, because I feel like...
There's another one?
I mean, we've had 4 hours of Navi versus Giants, so let's have something a little bit more different. It is K-Core versus BBL.
1, 2, 3.
Salut, PM, head coach pour Carmine Corp.
Salut, c'est Zeish, assistant coach, 6e joueur, couteau suisse, tout ce que vous voulez.
Après une année en VRL, Carmine Corp a souhaité continuer sur un projet francophone avec évidemment les meilleurs francophones du moment, ceux qui avaient le plus d'expérience possible. Donc Scream et Nivera. Et puis on a complété, Ahmed et moi, le line-up en choisissant des joueurs qui avaient une complémentarité avec ce duo. XMS parce qu'il était très en forme et lui aussi a beaucoup d'expérience, donc c'était une évidence. Et puis on a pris 2 joueurs qui apportaient un soutien, une fraîcheur, et qu'on connaissait de près puisqu'on les avait coachés pendant toute une saison. Et ça a été évidemment Shin et Newzera.
C'était un choix logique pour nous. On a pas mal travaillé avec eux la saison dernière. En vrai, on a quand même été un peu hésitant pendant la off-season parce que forcément, il fallait compléter avec les 3 autres profils, d'autres profils qui matchaient bien, que ce soit au niveau des rôles, que ce soit au niveau des personnalités et de l'humain.
Newzera, c'est le meilleur support de France, donc c'était une évidence que de le choisir. Il complétait le line-up dans les rôles et dans ce profil qui est rare. Rare parce que, alors il joue soutien, c'est vrai, mais surtout, il a une puissance de feu qui est associée, et ça, c'est ce qui fait sa rareté. Il est capable d'envoyer du lourd tout en ayant ce poste qui est souvent en retrait et souvent sacrificiel.
C'est vraiment un pur support dans son état d'esprit et même dans sa manière de jouer. C'était un choix logique pour nous. Des profils comme ça, il y en a très peu et c'était important pour l'équipe d'avoir un certain équilibre au niveau de ça parce qu'on a quand même pas mal de star players. Donc il fallait des gens qui se sacrifiaient, il fallait des gens qui avaient ce rôle-là de base, de prédilection et pas juste prendre quelqu'un pour le mettre sur ce rôle-là parce que ça allait pas du tout fit. Donc Newzera, certes, il sort de VRL, mais c'était le profil qui collait. Puis après, on a eu Shin. On savait qu'il lui manquait des clés pour y arriver à ce niveau-là. Individuellement, on savait très bien qu'il avait ce qu'il fallait. C'était surtout au niveau du gameplay et au niveau de la maturité de son jeu. Donc on a eu 4 mois pour travailler avec lui, ce qu'on a fait. Et voilà, on l'a poussé à être là aujourd'hui.
Pour XMS, c'était un choix du club assez évident. Et pour nous aussi, il avait l'expérience, il avait le niveau de performance juste avant avec Mad Lions. Et dans les postes dont on avait besoin, il avait cette polyvalence entre Sentinelle et Smoker. Il n'y a pas eu de problème pour ce recrutement et c'était nécessaire. Il fallait monter en expérience pour un line-up de VCT et il apporte évidemment cela. Avec le recrutement d'Adil, il y a eu une surprise, c'est qu'Adil avait un système très particulier de composition sans dueliste. Il a fallu étudier la chose, s'en imprégner et on a soutenu complètement Adil dans cette entreprise, il a eu un blanc-seing là-dessus, pour pouvoir développer son jeu et son système. Et on a été aussi son relais pour que les joueurs comprennent comment fonctionner et comment évidemment être efficace, épanoui vis-à-vis de ce qu'attendait Adil.
What an introduction that was to the roster. Of course, we know the Liquid Brothers, Scream and Navira. I think they were the ones everybody was excited about. But when we saw them at lock-in, Tom, it was another guy that really got the ball rolling.
Honestly, I was shocked because I went in and I expected I expected XMS to be good because we've seen him quite a bit, slightly in tier 1 for that team I can't remember the name of. That one was just a hurt Mitch. But obviously, I think it was Shin. Shin was the highlight. Like, he was someone who came in, I think averaged around like 275 ACS across all agents, had ridiculous opening stats. He was 20-6 in opening duels. Just an absolute absurdity. And I was really impressed with sort of how he managed to sort of fit into this system. Now, I do think it was a bit of a weird system. It was one where they specifically said, we're not going to run duelists, although they did actually run arrays. So I think that was a little bit of a porcupine. But it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that. But as a whole, okay, they didn't do amazing versus FPX, but they went fairly close versus Loud, even if some of the stuff they were doing definitely didn't meet the meta.
I really like this project because I think it's bold, you know, like for example, in Koi, they have one rookie coming from VRLs, but here they really think that they can make this work, that they can keep a core, that they can upgrade it, and actually believe in that transition that we're going to have this year when one of the teams, you know, joins for the next one coming from tier 2.
I mean, we touted this as like the Clout head-to-head, right? K-Corp, they have a lot of fans, and their owner's very well known, the French fans as well, but I want to talk about BBL now. I feel like they have always, Forza BBL, bias caster, what can I say? But BBL coming into this beta is also very interesting because I think the expectations are slowly shifting.
Yeah, I think that for them, of course, there is a lot of fan base behind, and you know that, Sue, very specifically. But this is a team that we have seen in the past, that we know the names. It's not like they're coming out of somewhere. No, 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 no. And honestly, the fact that they were able to even take a map out of DRX, to me, says a lot of how they performed at locking. The fact that Kushner was able to be there, that Brave and Turco still are names that we have in the scene. I think that it says a lot for the Turkish region.
I think for me, the main addition, even though they've made so many, was actually Vlad. For me, it was that sort of move away from, okay, it's a player-run team with like, okay, we're going to do what we want. And
minus
I feel like,
Vlad plus Vlad.
Yes,
Yeah.
but now
That's
he's
it.
back. I think a lot of this comes down to, okay, we want to get an IGL. We want to get people in set roles with a structure and actually sort of set up properly. And okay, they lost to DRX, the kings of structure, but I don't think they look necessarily bad, at least on the Turkish map of Ascent.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the IGL, because it's not just any IGL. It's a good Turkish IGL, which I feel like that scene has been lacking for a while. But both of the IGLs in this league right now that are Turkish have really proven themselves. Mr. Farland has got a win already. I don't know if Sochny can do it today, but here he is talking a little bit more about BBL.
BBL's secret talent is the bonding, for sure, yeah. We literally call ourselves brothers, and we always look after each other and do like many things as possible as 5 people, and like we try to be exactly family. So it's going really well for now, yeah.
A real big shout out to the BBL guys. Perseverance to come out onto the stage and lay it all out there. It's truly extraordinary.
Since we're brothers, no one can take the criticism badly, you know? I could like warn someone and they could not take it personally, because we know that we are brothers at the end of the day.
Swarmed from every approach, every angle, and BBL are going to claim map number 2 in this series when everything was looking done and dusted.
First thing first, we would love to qualify for Masters in Tokyo, and that is our first goal of the year. Which teams are going to Masters with BBL? I'll say FUT because of that Turkish. In the server, we are rivalry, like we don't like each other. Outside the server, we love each other, we're really good friends, so what happens in server stays in server, basically. Yeah.
And for a team of all Turkish players to be able to make waves would be huge for this team and Turkey as a whole.
The Turkish community, Turkish fans are really crazy, and like they're the biggest thing that pushes me to do much better than what I am now. So I really thank them for doing this.
I absolutely love Sochny. They do have a big task ahead of them. They got 8 weeks before they can even think about going to Japan. So let's bring it back to this matchup against K-Core. We've spoken about XMS a little bit, but I also want to do a bit of a comparison against Aslan Machado as well. Both of these players have been around for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not only that, I think that they had quite a journey, especially after the 2022 into 2023. Yeah. And we kind of, you know, expect this kind of players to be Mr. Do them all, you know, like it doesn't matter if it's a Sova, if it's a Smoker. And it's actually very funny because both the transitions have been following the same steps.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that's interesting with both of them is they started off as like these controller players. I think XMS was one where he sort of was filling the role for his team, but then he made his way over to Chamber and basically in that Mad Lions core became the superstar. And that was the thing that was sort of really cool about that. But now moving into the new roster, it's like, okay, well, Chamber sucks now. We don't need you as a Chamber anymore. Their team's not even running a duel list. So you go, okay, well, what's the move from here? And the move is to put him on that Sentinel.
You talk about duelist, and as I said, Aslan is Mr. Do-It-All. He started off as a duelist. You need him to be a Smoker, he'll play the Astra, he'll play the Brimstone. You need a Soba, he'll be there. You need a Sage, he'll be there. Then Chamber comes out. Okay, I can play the Chamber too. Everybody was playing Chamber on that team. Then you need to play KO, I'll play the KO. I'll tell you what, his performance was not affected, and it's insane for a player to say that. Now moving into 2023, he picks up the Killjoy, and now is when we start to see that you know, role and him being more effective. But honestly, it was just one match. I don't think that we can, you know, run out our prediction just based on what happened against DRX.
And incredibly fan favorites as well. I feel like you ask any Turkish fan about Aslan, no one is going to say a single bad word. And XMS is a French legend.
I don't think they can.
French legend for, I feel like, a decade at this point. And speaking of legends, Tom, there's a bit of a discrepancy when it comes to Turkish teams against this man.
Yeah, you see all these ticks. Now, this is every single time throughout his career that Scream has faced off against Turkish teams. he has won. And it's been one of those scenarios where statistically he always performs as well. The only sort of caveat I'll give with this exact sheet is in every single one of these matches he was playing a duelist. So maybe this will be the first time that BBL can finally upset the man who is the Turkish kryptonite of Scream. But honestly, that's the main task they're going to have to face today, because he has always been an absolute demon when he faces up against them.
A 13-0 as well. Let's not forget that. It's like demolition.
And a 13-1 and a 13-3. One of them he runs down mid and aces them on his own. There are so many terrifying moments of this man versus Turkish teams. I'm surprised they still like him, if I'm honest.
I mean, it's not only that. It's the fact that he was with Liquid. We still need to see how, if this is a legacy that is going to continue now that he's with Carmine Corp. And it's, you know, not only the duelist, it's, you know, the IGL in status. I know that probably LCQ it was already there, but historically, you know, he just has fun against Turkish teams.
We have we have to bring that up because we have some big hitter IGLs in this league. I would even put Sochny as one of those people up there, given how he's transformed BBL. But how is this matchup going to go when it comes to pure, you know, leadership in IGL?
Well, that's the thing. They're very different, because I feel like Scream has only just taken over a role that wasn't really one that I would say he ever really did in the past. He's also someone who's known for his fragging, not for the big brain. So I think that's definitely going to be something adapting. A lot of what we saw at Lock-In was slower defaults, where I feel like he was being fed information to try and work out what they need to do, and on the call strats didn't look that great. So I want to see if that's something they've been able to develop.
I think that it's Sochny that has the biggest pressure on here, because you were saying it's not like the Turkish region has been producing the most IGLs.
Yeah, that's
so now that you have one that is good, he feels like he needs to be the CNET, you know? He needs to be, okay, CNET is the Turkish jet, I need to be the Turkish IGL.
To be fair, Belgian IGLs? No, in this game. I realized what I said as I said it. I feel like, I know what you mean. I think it definitely is.
IDEX?
They're probably still the... I don't know if the underdogs or not, but we're going to talk about that in due course. But first, let's take a look at the map vetoes and see which maps we're going to be playing today. Both of these teams, we saw them in Lock-In already. I feel like there could be somewhere that Keiko can avoid and BBL might not like them avoiding.
Yeah, probably that has to be Ascent. Tom was mentioning earlier, the fact that, okay, no surprises here on the side. And Carmine Corp do not want to see that Ascent, that Turkish Ascent actually look very, very good. And Icebox, we're going to see another Icebox as the first one of today. No complaints here. I think that is going to be very exciting. It's a map that Carmine Corp did not play in Lock-In because both FPX and Loud banned it against them. So, you know, it can be because of them or
I also like, I feel like the no duelist is fine here. If they want to do that, I don't mind at all.
Yeah, but the thing is that that no duelist, it used to be more with Chamber, but maybe if you want to keep the KO, if you want to keep the Sage, and plus the Killjoy, I mean, it's doable, definitely, for them.
Yeah, I think we're going into a map pool, though, where, again, it's kind of hard to say for both these teams, because at least for BBL, we have data on 3 maps. It's not a lot to look at. We don't know how deep their map pool was going into the tournament. They were ultimately trying to beat DRX, and the only map they managed to do it is the map we expected them to be good on, and the map that was permabanned out of this series. So I think ultimately this is going to be a big learning curve for both teams, because to expect what they're going to be doing is going to be very, very difficult.
I think that still, I'm pretty happy with what I see. I think that we're learning a lot about the intentions for EMEA teams. I wonder if Carmine Corp and BBL are going to be also testing out stuff, because remember, these are the only 2 teams that we haven't seen just yet in EMEA.
I think even going into that first pick of Icebox is actually an interesting one, because the last time it was played, I think, was like in the preseason, and that was before Sochny was even there. So it's like their comps have changed wildly with even what's being played, because he's come in, taken that initiator, and everybody else has moved around him. So I think even the Icebox that we might expect, sure, okay, you're probably going to get Kusha on a jet. I'll give you that one for free, but everything else is like, it could be anything.
Surely no Chamber, because I know the last time they played it, it was kind of the Chamber meta still. Unless both
teams. Hey, Aslan can do it. Aslan can do it. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, if they needed him to, they could. But here let's talk about the expectations here. I think K-Core, they've got one of the most clouted, if not the most clouted, as we spoke about, players. Of course, Navira is a great player. Shin showed up. BBL traditionally, for anyone outside of Turkey, we kind of go like, oh, if they win a map, that's great. Is that still the same, do you guys feel like?
No, I don't think so. I want to think that this is going to be a good year for BBL. What I liked about them at Lock-In was literally looking at like a different perspective. It was not just running in and trying to get the shots. Of course, there were some flashy plays, but I saw depth into what they were doing, and I think that's where Suchini just came in and changed that perspective. For the side of Karma Club, we need to see those compositions running if they're going to keep going without the duelist. If Nivera is going to keep going on that controller role, because actually it was a surprise seeing him and Omen just picking out something else, and actually his performance was not affected. So
I think for me with Carmine Corp, they've already showed a willingness to innovate. Again, the beginning of the series starts on Icebox, and it's a map where we've seen a lot of teams run Harbor. They've already been running Harbor, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're one of the teams bringing in that composition. Also, Icebox without a duelist, that does worry me a little bit. Like, I think it's a map that Jet is just so strong on with taking that extra space, getting you that extra positioning that you need. Now, maybe you can throw like a Raze or something to do exactly the same thing, which Scream like to do in the past, but to run no duelist, well, that just makes me think there's Nivera is going to be on an Omen again.
Oh, I mean, we heard it from the coaches, right, in that video. When Scream is coming in with ideas, wanting to innovate, they are fully supporting it, whether it works or it doesn't work. Is that too much pressure on someone who's role swapping, who has to IGL, who has to bring all these ideas, which I don't feel like is something he necessarily did at Liquid?
We were talking about innovating and what the teams have been doing, what Navi has been bringing, also Giants when we saw the Gecko versus Gecko. I think that for them, this is a great starting point if they want to test something, if they want to, you know, bring some innovation. If there's something that they liked at Lock-In, this is the moment to test it.
I will say it depends though, because from my perspective, this is a game that's a launching ball for both teams. Although I agree that testing stuff here would be great, like, do I think either of these teams are going to be a Fnatic, a Navi, at this point maybe a Koi? I don't know. So if you want to be getting towards that sort of spot of getting to Japan, this is a must-win for both these teams, because realistically, we put these two probably in the lower half of the table.
So I'm guessing what you're inferring to is that if they don't win here, their chances is going to get lower.
Diminish. It's like, do they beat Navi? Do they beat Fnatic? Do they beat Giants? Do they beat Koi? That's where my question starts off. Vitality as well. That's pretty much my top 5. And then even a team like Liquid has high amounts of firepower and very good at disruption. So I think for both of these squads, if you're going to be there to prove that you are going to be making a challenge for Japan, you have to beat the other.
Tom, it's 10:30 p.m. I don't think I can take this, but it's time to bring out the last two teams we haven't seen in this league. Please give a warm welcome to BBL and K-Core.
Carmine Core. BBL Esports.
Don't wanna be us on a madman ting. Don't care whatever madman bring, make a boss when I push that swing. Shake it up, that's right. Take it up, shake it up, shake it up, that's right. Trying to catch the vibe, the vibe, the vibe.
A lot of cheers for both of these teams here as well. Again, I said we haven't seen these teams play in this league just yet. We've seen everybody else. I want to see something different. I say this every time we see new teams. But do you guys feel like BBL at all are the team that can innovate maybe to the stage that K-Core have so far?
I mean, I don't see why not. I think that the learning curve is starting now for these teams. Of course, we're already on day 3. We're talking about 2 teams have already had all their matches for this season. So definitely, probably they have been seeing something. They have spotted something, even with the compositions that they're going to be playing that they hadn't thought of, and maybe they're implementing today.
I think my main worry for BBL with that sort of innovation is I don't know if this team is necessarily known for its flexibility. Like, I would look at certain players like, okay, Kushner, maybe on the duelist he can play. He tried a Yoru once, but no, that's the thing. Turco is actually going to be my question mark, because I think that when he plays a more aggressive initiator, I think he's very good. I think his KO was decent. When he played Breach at Lock-In, okay, sure, again versus DRX, but I think he got 10 kills in 2 maps. No matter what agent you're playing, that's not an acceptable amount, and he wasn't particularly setting up the team well either.
Listen, I just want to see the Turco that we met in 2021, where we were literally all talking about him, the way that he was playing the Sage, the way that he was making a name for himself.
Perfect map for it, innit? This is the one going in. You got Icebox.
I mean, yeah, I hope so. I mean, now they have Suchny. It would make sense that Turco is the one moving to the Sage, and Suchny picks up the Sova.
I mean, normally when a team goes up against Scream, we talk about it. You know, Scream has a lot of potential to shut them down, but a Turkish team going up against Scream, Tom, I know you spoke about the history already. There's just something about these Turkish teams that Scream just knows how to handle.
Yeah, he bullies them.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's what he does. And I think the problem is, okay, this team, he's definitely not playing the same role that he did before, where he was this aggressor, he was this one who could take the same amount of risks. Now he's, a lot of the time, trying to set up the rest and almost lead from the back. So I'll be interested to see if he is maybe going to pick up more of a similar role, like go for something like a Sage, go for something a little bit more aggressive, but ultimately, if he is in that more supportive role, I want to know where he's playing on Icebox.
I mean, I feel like BBL, they probably don't want the Scream to play duelist as well. They've been on the receiving end of it. We are into the agent select here for Icebox between these two teams. Again, first map, we're going to see them here in EMEA. Let's see what they're going to lean towards on this map. We've seen this map a lot, I feel like, and XMS playing Harbor. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, why not?
Why not? I mean, you know, we didn't have enough with Navi picking up this.
Kute?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Cutie going on the Omen. Aslan on the Sage. I'm just telling you, anybody can do. And Switch is going on. This is all so confusing and so good at the same time. Let me tell you something. K-Cup will go to any length to just not play a duelist.
Okay, Kute has only ever played 8 agents in his life, in his entire career. He's played Jet, Raze, Neon, Yoru, all the duelists, and he's now gonna play Omen on Icebox? Tom, this is what you were saying, that you might be a little bit worried about that flexibility.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this now?
Yeah, that's the thing. I am still, like, I think like Aslan going over to a Sage, if anything, will probably work better for him. If allow him to focus more on his aim, he's ridiculously good individually. For QD, I assume it's going to be basically utilized to have those few extra smokes, have the paranoia, and then on the defensive side, just use it for a TP operator.
The thing is that playing with that double initiator plus the double controller is going to enable a lot of circumstances for K-Corp to go on that execute and shut down all the defenses that they have. Like, imagine that Aslan and Suchnian in one side, one knife gets the kill, or gets the Sage, your defense is mostly gone.
Okay, we didn't have Gecko versus Gecko on your bingo, but did you have Omen versus Omen on Icebox on your bingo?
No, because I don't really want to see Omen versus Omen on an Icebox. I also will say, like, playing into what is going to be there for K-Corp, they might have the nastiest possible post plant on this map ever. Like running in with a Harbor, a Viper, a Killjoy, and a KO. Like, if you can get that plant down, which they're going to use the Gecko for, they can just sit there and spam their util until the end of time, and also section off a lot of the angles that people might try and peek from. So I think it's definitely an interesting composition, but again, it's all about getting into those after plants on the attacking side, and for the defense, the same will be there. A lot of retake utility as well.
I want to see how much thought has gotten into this, because when you decide to play double controllers and you test it and you go around what the other controllers might be doing, do you expect to play against this specific two, an Omen and a Viper, and how the segments, you know, how you're going to segue your way onto the side and how you're going to play for those post plants? I think that maybe the positions are going to be a little bit different from what we've seen before in Icebox, and honestly, I would really like that, because I'm kind of bored of Icebox being the way it is.
I'm upset.
Why?
I'm upset. A Turkish Jet not playing
Give
Jet
me their name.
on Icebox. On Icebox. Hello, like Kiwi, you know, he gave me the taste. I was really in on it. CNED, another Turkish Jet. I'm like, yes, give me more, give me more. And I get this for dessert. I waited 5 hours for this.
Listen, he's like, okay, the other day, CNED played Omen. If this is the way to go, if this is what father says, I will play Omen too.
The thing that might actually play into BBL's hands, though, is that a lot of what K-Corp were doing at lock-in was slow defaults, waiting for their opponent to aggress. They don't have that duelist with the need to sort of get aggressive anymore. They can sit back and play their own utility, use one-way smokes and hold. Obviously, there's a lot of executes available to the side of K-Corp, but that wasn't really their strength. In fact, if you watch versus Loud, one of the main adaptations they made, which ended up closing out the game, was they stopped getting aggressive. They played more passive, they locked themselves into the site, and BBL actually do have the ability to do that on their defensive side.
Yeah, just catching you guys. What is that guy wearing? Is that a 100 Thieves hoodie? Have you no shame? Oh dear God, that's a paid actor.
I think he's
That's a paid actor.
He's clapping and he's not listening. He's being like, she's not talking to me. We are talking to you.
He's a plant. He's a plant. NA plant.
Got on the wrong plane.
Yeah, I want to give you guys an update because obviously Pansy and Hypoc are casting soon, so you know they need more time. They want the pause. They want to get ready. They want to look pretty.
Is there anything you want to bring?
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to
No,
bring?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to ruin the sort of time for sort of Pansy and Hypoc to talk. So I don't want anything to go wrong while I'm here because I know they have it in their contracts for extra camera time. Like Pansy in particular absolutely loves it.
I also heard they're like setting up a bid right now that when I toss they're just gonna do it. So they've been talking about it for the last
Didn't it involve breakdancing?
I'm looking forward to seeing it because they've been hyping it up so much.
Yeah. I saw Hypoc doing a backflip earlier. So I just want to see it on camera. Yeah.
Wow, Mike. I mean, that's entertainment. I feel like after 6 hours of being here, we need the kind of entertainment we need. So I hope they don't let us down. But to bring back to this game, Bea, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah. You're talking about the time that Michael and Hypoc have been waiting. Just think about how long.
Michael and Hypoc.
Oh my God, sorry. Mike and Lauren.
Honestly, I can't wait for Pansy and Lauren to cast this one.
Listen, it's been a long day, okay? That is literally what I wanted to say, that it's not only for us, not only for the casters waiting, but these two teams have been here at the venue waiting to play for hours and hours. I think they've been here since 6.
Did you know that Mitch Man and Mitch have been there the whole time as well?
I actually think
Thomas and Tombiz.
I think Sombiz and Tombiz. I wanted to run it.
I
wanted to run a Som versus Sombiz like skit thing back at Lock-In because Som was doing really well.
I think that got insta declined as maybe the worst idea that's ever been put forward.
But in my head at the time, I thought it was going to be so good. But as you guys can see, we're getting some of the issues resolved here. But Bea, you're right. I mean, they've also had to wait here for a while. But now they're going to be getting on stage. They've already had international LAN experience as well. I think they're probably just quite excited to get into the game. I'm still a little bit upset about the BBO man on the side of BBL, but I'm going to trust the process. I'm going to trust it.
Sure.
You know? I have faith in Vlad. I have faith in the boys. They've obviously both of these teams are Lock-In. They were in the first stage, the alpha stage, so they've had a bit more time than the likes of Navi to prepare.
There was a lot of time to watch, a lot of time to enjoy, and probably that's why XMS decided to go on Harbor for the first time. Of course, if they couldn't test it there at Lock-In, they didn't have much to do with it. But, you know, if Scream thinks that he can beat Turkey without playing a duelist, then so be it. I think that he has had one of the craziest plays that I've ever seen. I don't know if you guys remember that vertical flip that he won on A. I still have nightmares with that.
I think the thing is, though, looking at the comp that they're playing, he kind of is the duelist without being the duelist. Like, he is coming in as the KO. He still has to initiate all of the fights and go in aggressive.
Tom, I'm going to have to cut you off. Pansy and Hypoc want to talk now. So over to you, Pansy and Hypoc.
Lauren.
Thank you so much, Sue and the Des. Yes, we were patiently waiting for this, but luckily it does get to now be past the watershed, Mike. We get the late night VALORANT, so it's all on the table now.
Here's where things get weird, to be honest.
If they weren't already, but yeah, we do. Don't start laughing because I'm going to go. But we do have a fun matchup here, potentially because I think a lot of us still have questions around Carmine Court and what we should be expecting, especially after Brazil, some highs and lows. Start with me on some of the highs. Let's start on some of the high notes, some of those takeaways we were quite impressed by.
For me, to see Shin's performance, I mean, that even just as a standalone comment, I think speaks for itself. If you watch those games, the problem being when we start kind of delving into even the surface level issues with Carmine Court, and there's a lot going on, going on
under the hood
that's a little concerning.
Yep.
But some of the surface level issues were not really built around actually Shin being the shining star of this roster, which on paper isn't what you expect when you look at this. You then start talking about some of the decision making, some of the economical decisions. That's when things, you can get lost in the sauce talking about Carmine Court for quite a while. On the other side, I think BBL, I think it's another one you can characterize as, I mean, you never want to play DRX at any stage of a tournament, let alone the opening series.
Yeah, and they certainly didn't go out without a fight, but again, it was a very short-lived stay. So a lot to be looked at here for these two. So the first time we get to see a real glimpse, and again, agent-wise, questionable, but BBL showing what they had in mind here. Only Navera to find any sort of fight back, and it's with the pressure through mid. The aggression for Carmine Court seems to be continuing, but at the end of the day, the spike's down on the B side. They've got control.
I mean, Brave's gone huge here in mid. 29 HP, able to actually slip away. regroup with his team, get that heal up as well. Messe now, next on the chopping block, but Aslan deals with that swiftly.
Yeah.
Just leaving Navera. So a pacey hit towards B. And that pressure point for Carmine Core was mid. Nice little set piece as well with Shin over the top, but unfortunate not to find a little bit more than just Suchny.
Gonna need a lot out of that. Doesn't get it. BBL, perfect start, really. Yes, losing one at the beginning, but again, the whole plan from Carmine Core seemed to be just right up the guts. Take the fight, hope the flash works out of the back of Shin, which it somewhat did. It did apply a fair amount of pressure, but it wasn't just a single player. It wasn't just the man on the screen, Brave here, who still came out perfectly fine.
Brave's able to actually reset midway through that fight and find the second as well, which is very impressive from him. At least take what you will from that. Some of the set pieces we did see it lock in from Carmine Core just looked so disjointed, so
I think we were questioning
unfeasible.
Kind of exactly
the
the
way
end
you
goal,
looked at
right?
some of them. Yes, yeah.
And I'm sure any Egg fans out there will have watched his thoughts on Carmine Core's performance. But
If you haven't, you should.
You really should. It's quite the series. But as it stands, we wait and see, right? Because there's plenty of potential in this roster. Wasn't really actualized in Brazil. Now would be the chance to show some of the fruit of the labor, right? What have they been up to in that meantime? How are these players looking? Can Shin pick up where he left off? Does Scream look more comfortable in that in-game leadership role that he's potentially still in? Navera still safest pair of hands to my mind, but outside of that, I want to see more from them. As it stands though, cautious beginnings. Maybe after that little bit of a shocker coming through from middle. I want to take their time here, BBL.
We'll see Brave and Susie the ones to bring in pistols here. 3 rifles across the rest of the BBL inventory. A slow re-hit towards A. Going to be no secrets about this with the drone going over the top from Turco. That's BBL take the space pretty quickly here. No challenge ahead of this site hit from Carmine Core.
And timing's great. Yeah, lovely work between Shin putting that in and Scream capitalizing on it. Gorgeous. Navera finds Aslan. Things starting to fall by the wayside. Just 1 rifle left in the hands of BBL now. Carmine Core have the sight control. Now, can they break that back line, though? Do they have anything left with it? Scream, ooh, put to bed. And head first there. And the defuse beginning. Shin holding this down, nothing stopping him just yet. He's going to continue to sit this one. Defuse has not been stopped. They can't take him away from it. Tied up all even, rifles in hand. Carmine Core fighting right back.
A little bit questionable here of actually, again, the damage is done ahead of this reset into the post plant, but nobody from BBL coming forward here. The fear of what's behind this Viper wall prevents them from even actually pressuring that defuse. Carmine Core going to be loving that. They're away with a freebie here. A couple of upgrades, but with that purchase in mind from the previous round, BBL actually going to throw 2 rifles in the mix here. Brave and Kushner. We'll try and get something done.
Logitech G power-up round now in play. Kushner
it's dropped.
a really rough time. And the amount of times the combination between Shin and Scream making the most of those flashes coming through is perfect. Scream in the paramount position to find that pick. Support there from Shin. This could be the new deadly duo between the two of them. We look towards Brave now. Still has a rifle into play, but he's only got 2 teammates beside him. And the site's certainly not safe by any means.
Zera now tuck himself in. Does have that alarm bot as well. Just that second layer of security. Still actually having a snake bite to work with. Brave will isolate Shin. Actually pick up a heal on the back of this, but I'm curious actually how deep BBL need to dig to actually secure this site hold.
Again, I feel like CT has to be fought for. Nuzera and Navera not letting much happen. Really nice. Good discipline at the end then. Yep, fighting Shin, but beyond that, pumping the brakes.
Hey, small sample size, but already seeing some cohesion here from Carmine Core, which was lacking in a number of different occasions.
Absolutely.
At lock-in. Even just that synergy you've noted, actually, the big questions come around composition and, you know, the overall ethos here for this Carmine Core roster of not having a duelist, not believing in the requirement of that role. You can get 2 initiators bouncing off each other like this with the possibility of flashes and some fact finders. Potential there for those 2 individuals to shine.
Gosh, and a really early operator for Navera too. That's wonderful for them. Scream, not phased, happy to take a little bit of a challenge early on towards A. Going to posture up towards Pipes, but the pacing we've seen out of BBL has been now quite tempered. They have slowed down. working through protocols, potentially just trying to get a bit of a grasp on what Carmine Corp are up to here.
Concerning actually to see the Bulldog brought across into this round, whether that's going to be a factor. Nevera's operator will be noted early. Obviously, being on that kill zone, does have to retreat a little deeper than maybe you'd expect. Jet to post up once again. Do have that anti-plant set up as well, though, so there's no requirement for Nevera to re-explore any of these angles. I guess actually we talk about compositions, well, we talk about Kushner on the other side of this. Maybe taking a leaf out of Cryo's book with the Omen pick here. Very slow work. Scream hasn't been given any information just yet. I'm not even sure actually of Kushner's ability to clear that angle until he gets very, very close up on pipes. We'll hear the jump though, at least.
30 seconds left.
This one here, so Scream will have an indicator.
Yep, Shin's on the way, especially now with that smoke being committed. Rest of the utilities can come in and Scream's patience gets tested. And
checked.
It might be his virtue. Patience pays, finds one, good damage done, and you've already got XMS on the site. Quick to rotations. Now look at the rest. Shin's coming in as well. This is great from Carmine Corp. BBL leaving it so late in the day, they barely have time. The spike is not in hand. It is just a scrap. 5 seconds and there is no plant. There is no chance at it. And now Nevera needs to play his life. He's still alive. Great work from Carmine Corp to keep themselves in this. Nevera just holding on to the operator, and BBL finding a new enemy in the form of the clock.
Again, a couple of moments there where you think, actually, yeah, Aslan's fallen and Spike's down. It's as close to default as you're going to want it with that Viper's pit down, but BBL invest everything to clear back sight. Spike never even goes down. And the paranoia sent, but maybe just a lapse of concentration there. Nobody actually clearing that pipes angle. Everything is so late on in the round that nobody's going to be still playing that spot. They're now switching things up, holding angle up towards Belt.
I like seeing variety though. These were some of the things we were asking of them in locking. Clearly weren't there yet. This time, much better. That's a lot to potentially deal with though. Could be overwhelmed again. KJ, not exactly the traditional agent for it, but the man's good for it normally. Brave going to be the first challenger. And Nevera has to respect this though.
We got the tag, and that's even finish it off with the
come
nice
on. Really nice. Kushner though, super ratty. Just gets up in the faces. Oh, and Nevera sends him back. But it's dicey. It's a 3v3. One rifle has been recovered in the hands of Aslan. Red's going to be invested too. So this is them going all in. BBL are digging into this round.
I think Brave's just going to have to play this through with the classic though. No possibility of retrieving a weapon. She's going to try and clear through. A lot of information on the back of that, and the mosh pit as well. Only one member of BBL committed to default here, though.
Get a wiggle on, though. This is so scary now. Time starting to run down. That's Nuzera gone. Down to 2, Shin and XMS. The fight now begins. Oh, what a shot, though. Aslan's fallen. Defuse starts to begin. Turco and Brave now sweating, nervous. Spray comes in. Shin's still standing. Defuse. He's not going to be able to do this. Oh, he's turned back. The time. Oh, it's just too late for Shin. BBL clawing into that round.
The impact there with the wingman almost actually clutching that through. Decision making of who do you shoot in that scenario. Luckily, able to just buy a second for that spike to go off. Kushner was here so quickly. I mean, you can see Scream just not expecting that whatsoever. Even off the sound cue there, it comes so early. You have to question exactly where Scream is assuming that's going to go. I mean, he's mag dumping into a smoke, but thrifty conversion here. BBL back in a position to keep this close for the time being early on in this half.
Gosh, but
early ultimates are plenty for Carmine Corp.
And one off for both XMS and Nuzera, so they are just knocking on the door of it. That's lovely stuff.
I was trying forward to deal with the turret.
Doesn't quite find
catch though, no.
Let's just stay into play. Allows a little bit more comfort for Nevera. Doesn't get too worried about that potential. When we look at what the plan is again from BBL, they are happy to run this clock incredibly low. And we did see this sort of look last time end towards that A piece. So Scream getting away with daylight robbery, but this time around, different look.
The question you ask you though is, with no contact on B, what does this really achieve? I mean, you can see here already, Scream's invested the knife towards yellow, knows nobody's actually slipped the net and crossed behind that Viper wall, and already a preemptive rotation here.
Very nice, and that was, again, one of the other things we were questioning. Some of the rotations were a little bit late. The positioning wasn't ideal. You can see
This is the byproduct of that. Moshpit should deal with the lockdown here, and it absolutely does. So
yeah.
BBL are barely going to get through the front door.
And I mean, the way in is brutal. It's a horrible gauntlet to run. Yes, they find Scream, but again, he could get res potentially. BBL are on the side, but everyone's here. Shin says hello, gets one, puts down Turco. Where's the next layer of pressure? Nuzera goes back to it. Kushina can make the mad dash for it, gets away towards B, but loses out on his only teammate in the meantime. It's a 1v2. He's got all his kit, though, ready to play with, and he's got time. Where does he go with this?
Messe has actually got the Reckoning as well.
Yeah,
he's going to pop it.
Kushina could get this right, though. Timing is everything perfect. Positioning, Paranoia already sends it. XMS blinded for a second. Kushina doesn't strike! And the push from Kushina holds it perfectly. Catching XMS, desperate to close that gap. Lovely individual work from him, taking that TP all the way over towards B and converting the 1v2. Big round for him there.
Right down to the wire, though. Nothing seems comfortable so far on Icebox. Even as the ending, there was even holding this, he's ready for it, but XMS, unfortunately, out of line of sight, not able to trade that without pushing a little closer. Lad chuffed to bits about that conversion, because you look at that previously, actually, when Navera puts the lockdown, you think, yeah, wraps. Like, it's done, it comes on so late in the round.
We'll see the money management going forward in this game for Carmine Corp. As it stands, going for a little bit of a half buy, really. I see the Bulldog out for Shin, the rest.
A Skriko. We'll wait to see if we see a real one.
Yeah.
That's a Guardian down to about 650.
That's the one.
On the Thrifty.
Seems horrific. Kushina, though, could be up for the first. Navera going to slip in. Try and stay somewhat undetected, but does need to respect this now. And it is a stack here for Carmine Corp, so correct read early on. XMS. Curious, but well aware. Taking a lot of space here. So this is going to be brawly, going to be scrappy. BBL can't back really away from this. This time they've committed everything to this side.
I say, finally here, Navera will put a Nano Swarm down behind the wall to prevent this farm from coming through. A little bit of damage here, but they haven't actually taken away a chunk of the wall.
Brave still alive. It is Shin to find Aslan. Hold on. Okay, we are in the post plant. Navera can't close in. The Paranoia hit correctly. Right here. Now we look at what's on the other side. Still, that Bulldog is the main thing that could spark this. Kushina getting a little naughty with it as well. The angle's perfect. He does take down the main man, though. Shin is gone. That Bulldog yet to be recoverable and yet to be in play. Brave going to reaggress somewhat. Spots out Scream. Spots out a second. Brave! Bulldozering his way through the site, and now this is when it gets problematic. The Cove is up in place. Sochne goes down! Carmine Corp! They've got time on the defuse. This is wild stuff coming out. The fact it got so dicey at the end, I thought BBL were fully in control there.
I mean, you said it was going to look scrappy on the way in. It was scrappy on the way out for BBL. No ability to reset into any form of comfort. When Kushina comes forward, you got to respect the intention here to try and equalize this engagement. But after that, things just fall apart for BBL.
Looking stressed out, worried. Not having any of that composure there.
So much utility on available late there for Carmine Corp. Again, the first engagement, I believe, with Shin didn't even come ahead of a flash or anything like that.
So it looks like BBL going to take this moment to pump the brakes. The plan certainly not going as intended. Still a close scoreline at 4-3, but you look at the rounds, BBL having a couple of those conversions that maybe will take an individual to step up once again. But this time around, got to say, much different look from Carmine Corp. A lot happier with some of the fundamentals we're seeing here, some of those earlier teething issues we saw with the roster.
Yeah, and I think the most frustrating thing to see it lock in was the approach to some of the set pieces.
Yeah.
That was what was... If that's what you kind of prepped and come away, and that was the execution of some of the plans, that's what's really concerning. So to see even just some of those small pieces cleaned up already, definitely a positive indicator for them. But again, we look towards the buy rounds, and actually even from the previous let's take away, if XMS can start finding this space outside A with what BBL are doing with this early default towards B, or favoring B, trying to deal with the mid utility of Nivera, XMS and potentially Scream as well, who's been positioned towards A site a couple of times now, they can be ready to greet BBL as that default drifts back in their direction.
So I do wonder if they kind of readdress this now. If that's another, an additional protocol that they add to the list this time around.
They're going to be probing this time against Nivera.
Nivera, though, waiting for it. This is where he gets quite dangerous, though. He is on, I wouldn't say a full island. He does have Scream there, but Scream can only be the supporting act. The flash is good.
Nivera
but
swings
Nivera
a little ahead of it,
ate it. That's the problem. So he couldn't capitalize on any of those players that were blinded. Now he's in a bit of danger here. Scream has to get more involved in this, and he is. But right next to him, backing up his brother, making sure he does not fight alone. And you can already see them starting to peel away from the side, get to a little bit of a safer distance, and actually it's Nivera readdressing BBL trying to take that space. Really nice work. Diligent, well considered, and well positioned.
Didn't look pressured at all there.
No.
Scream and Nivera in unison. Shutting down that BBL push towards B.
Very nice.
I'm curious really where the adjustment now comes from BBL. They don't seem to be achieving what I think they want to with this early pressure. It's definitely not digging deep enough. Like I said, you can't really fault the utility on the side of Carmine, which again was a concern, the investment of the utility and the timings and the decisions made on the back of that. But even with that previous example of that late knife towards yellow from Scream, completely dictating that rotation.
That should be a fair amount of info found there. We'll see if they adjust accordingly.
Don't think XMS caught a glimpse of Kushner there.
But the knife had to have had so much impact. Already Scream is dedicated himself here, and you still have that Viper spit on the other side, so they can put bodies behind this, but they're not removing Shin yet either. Still want to be cautious of that potential double pump that we have seen BBL lean towards. Loads of ults for themselves to play with here as well. And Rez now online for Aslan. So early progress towards that B site, at least to the form of getting that orb in hand, achieved. We hadn't seen much of this though, pressure towards middle, and we did know earlier on some of that utility wasn't clearing the turret.
There's actually no 2 nanoswarms still available for BBL. I was talking about the other day though, sometimes it is sort of preferential if somebody takes contact off the turret as opposed to dealing with it early.
This mid-split, precarious. Nivera's the one who's going to see a lot of this action and overwhelm. Too many targets here. Counter ult comes in just to secure the site. Sushni does find Nuzera, but the trades are coming through. This is all favorable towards BBL. They have the time on their side and they have the numbers on their side. And this plant is really interesting. They've got so many bodies posted up deep here. Scream, XMS. First step achieved, that's a back line gone, but a great trade from the side for Kushner. Finding Scream removes any threat from this. I don't know what XMS can really do now.
Maybe look for an exit coming back out from screens here, or just retreat towards B main. Beautiful execution from BBL though. Yeah, the gap in this setup becomes mid. I think actually the willingness to pop the alarm bottom moves so quickly towards screens. I mean, this Viper split completely negates Carmine's investment of the same ultimate. Actually, even having said that, they're still ready, or 2 players ready, I should say, to pressure the backside of that. So there's no retreat factor. Nuzera can't come back and pressure that once they fall in mid. Nivera is obviously giving away a lot of information. I think actually on the back of the wall being posted here, Nivera's happy to... Okay, that's how you get the kill on Nuzera, yeah. That stuff, I didn't know if that was just a spam blind into the pit or... But again, I mean, he's put in a pretty awkward spot there. He has to find a kill ahead or behind the Viper's pit, so... BBL really leaving no options for Carmine Core there.
But I don't think you can do that more than once. That's not something you can run every single time. It depends on some factors that simply aren't in play now. At least finding early information, but that's very different to the previous rounds where that knife has found 4+ players. So this could be indicative, but again, how much credence do you put towards that? Because Scream's walking middle. Do we see the combo?
Here,
I'm looking for Shin to put that flash into place. Does Scream swing on it? It's not just one player though. There's a lot of players behind this. The timing's going to be very crucial. A bit of spam. Oh, this is dangerous. It's a dry swing. It works out really well. Scream just caught none the wiser. No flash really in play for him there either. So now Shin's next on the chopping block. He knows there's danger, does get out with his life though. Nuzera waiting on the other side. They're right up the guts. They're right up the middle of this one. Nuzera wants to get involved. Too many players, but he's made it well towards one. Brave's gone down, waits for the second. Aslan wins that fight. Sight now potentially to be the next target. Can they get the spike down here? We still have players in really weird positions. Navera, the switch to the rifle, the death of him.
So that's it. Mosh pick actually. Will Shin going to find one at least here. XMS was detained. Kushner there on the backstab. I don't know if they actually noted XMS's position though. There's a 1v3. 2 players tagged up. Nope, Turco going to seal the deal. BBL will tie things up 5 apiece here, Lauren.
And I love the variety we're seeing from BBL. These mid hits now, their adjustment. I quite like this.
Just on this, again, with BBL's kind of willingness to kind of probe towards B, but not overcommitting to that first engagement, I think Carmine Core are making the same read that BBL should, which is mid is our opportunity here. If we don't want to overinvest, we don't want to get held in that choke point on B main, mid's where we've got to hit. In this round, Navera completely switches up his setup with Killjoy. He's over towards A side, and there's 3 members of Carmine Core, but you're waiting for that catalyst, that one thing that kind of sparks them into action. Scream's just stood in tube. Shin's there the entire time on Boiler, ready for that same set piece we saw earlier, but I guess there's no audio cue, there's nothing they feel like, yeah, now's the time we pop.
It cost them that impact early on. And now more of an all-in piece right towards A. Navera, the one to hold this. Gonna see the player, finds the pixel, takes down his opposing number. And Navera's not relenting this time. Still gonna try and hold a lot of space on this ults galore. With Thrush coming in, with everything coming through. But the site is, the site is cleared. They're playing deeper here, BBL. They have to respect the amount of ults coming in here. So Carmine Core have a chance to get back on the site now.
Kushner going to open things up. Brave going to double down as well. Shin will fall. This push comes back onto site here, though.
Yeah, this is much better already. XMS, though, wants to get that Cove on the way. Turco, great connection, but it's only 2 of them. Navera and XMS, how much can you do here? XMS, he's going to find another, and now down to just 1. XMS, desperate attempt, but it's not enough. BBL up to 6 and take the lead.
Beautiful round here. The reset after that reckoning from BBL. I was curious at how deep they were going to dig back onto site. They didn't want Carmine Core to get away with anything behind that utility. You can even see there as well, the nano swarms burnt so early just to make sure nobody from BBL really takes damage. It's a beautiful response here.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Very nice, yeah.
Again, the time in this final swing, it doesn't give XMS, it puts him in a position where he's going to snap onto the 4 to get that done.
This angle's almost impossible. But I want to see what the look is now, because BBL is starting to set the tempo. They've taken that pendulum, that momentum back into their hands here. Starting to be a little bit more, in the essence of dictating where this pace is.
We're back in the early setup here for Carmine Core. Scream over towards 8. XMS playing towards barrels as well. Shin tasked with holding down mid, and a very deep hole from Nuzera once again. Difference being Navera does have the lockdown. Actually no utility watching tube right now. So he has to be on guard.
I wonder how paranoid they get about middle now. They had a little bit of contact from that. How much do they put behind it? Because they have no one actively watching towards tube. Yes, you do have someone like Shin kind of patrolling that way. He has nothing, but it's pretty indicative it's at bare minimum. B presence with maybe a mid lurk. That's not what we're seeing here. We are seeing an all-in piece towards this B side. Nuzera now denied any sort of swing from CTO by Snowman. Kushner first to step in. Scream this time. Is he ready? No! Kushner!
Again,
found
with
Navera before. This time finds Scream. But they still need to get towards the side here. Kushner does go down in the end. The trades are coming through. The lockdown still in place. They have to make their minds up about this one. Does get dealt with. Aslan extends for it, but only on 6 HP. Gonna get that heal back up and get to his job of planting. Brave starts to clear back through. XMS should have the drop on it, and he does. Brave's gone. It's all on Aslan, barely breathing on 35, Nuzera. Good shot. And we're tied back all even. It's gonna be 6 apiece here.
Beautiful recovery in that round from Carmine Core. This was a broken purchase as well. Yeah. A Bulldog, a Guardian thrown in the mix. BBL do try and dig a little deeper on B side to take some of that control.
Switching sides.
We'll say as well, the intent there to play anti-plant. Late investment in the nano swarms inside that poison orb. just running the clock down further and further.
So let's kind of take stock of where we're at, you know, 6-6. I want to know if they've kind of hit some of those markers that we were worried about at the very start of this. And I think it's a fair way to kind of address this. I think so too. I think some of the initial worries we had with at least Carmine Core have been somewhat corrected. Now, it's not going to be the fix-all and the be-all and end-all. We aren't fully on board just yet. I still want to see more. But some of those bigger issues, those glaring ones, look way better off here.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's particular rounds that come out to me from Lock-In. It's like the on split, the fault line with XMS to swing off his own camera. Little things like that. And it's just like the setups. All wrong. Like it's completely backwards. This year, there were just a few small pieces that you could tell that actually some of these, I guess, strategies that rely on different aspects of Carmine Core's power is being put into effect. Obviously, the question on screen not want to play duelist or not wanting a duelist in the composition. These are the sort of things that you think, well, actually, how are you going to achieve some of these set pieces?
Start to see some of those answers right in front of us, which is wonderful to witness. Now, the response from BBL was great. I think we started to see a little bit more depth in the playbook coming out from them as well. I thought they might have hit a bit of a brick wall with that kind of 4-1 split that really did get worked out by Carmine Core, but then they're starting to adjust towards middle, that nice little mid split in towards the Viper split. A couple of really nice pieces coming out.
Worked out, yes, but I don't think Carmine Core ever really got into a position to punish it. It was only the one round we saw XMS go exploring very deep outside A. I think actually, I believe it was around where it was just Sheriffs, and typically Suchny was there to kind of hold that down. So again, whether or not that's just kind of the stars aligning for BBL, and there could have been a couple of rounds where actually that mid control is taken away. Carmine Core are willing to dig a little deeper with Shin and Screen, who are present in most rounds towards mid. My concerns come from actually we go to the side where you are a little more concerned when you're talking about some of the issues with Carmine Core. Again, that synergy now of getting somebody into a position where they're ahead of the curve, there's some utility invested behind them to get them to succeed. This composition, who's it going to be? Are we deathballing? Are we sending XMS forward on the harbor?
Who knows? That's what we're going to have to find out. That is the real curiosity of kind of agent compositions that look like this. It does leave you kind of curious, especially on that attacking side. So again, that's what our eyes will be going towards with these two head-to-head, but so far pretty close. 6 apiece in that first half here. So very excited to see if there's one team that really does start to tear away on this scoreline. So far, they look somewhat inseparable. We go back in. This time around, Carmine Core starting. They go on the second half here on that attacking side, so we get to see who is that first man in. Who are they trying to prop up into that position?
I mean, with the frenzy investment here, you'd believe it's Scream.
You would, wouldn't you?
He's going to be the one, hopefully, we see posted up playing close quarters here. Does have a flash for himself as well. Obviously, Shin with a little bit of utility to complement that as well. Again, it is XMS, the other expected one, I'd say, in this double controller composition to be exploring with him.
We've got 4 players already over here from BBL. Yeah, Sushini's a little bit further away, but that's fine.
Early investment of the wall.
Yeah.
And this is based on no information elsewhere. Well, I guess based on the lack of information elsewhere.
All right, here comes the burst. Dizzy's up and going. Noting at least 2 on the site. Going to be sending out Wingman as well. And the plant's going to begin. Does go down, but XMS is there to be able to pick up that mantle. Or at least the spike. 35 seconds. You can see BBL still challenging, pretty much postured up on the site. They're not giving up site control at all. Carmine Core need to dig them out of these positions, and nothing is working. Carmine Core just could not get on the site comfortably. Got held at the door, and Uzera's noted. Everyone's ready. Look at this firing squad around that corner. Uzera goes for this. He is dead. Dead to rights. There are 4 players waiting. BBL. 5 alive. No sweat on the brow. There was no punch to that hit.
Well, I guess we got our answer, though. It's not XMS or Scream. It's Lil Bro.
It's Lil Bro's
He's the
in,
one to be sent forwards. The problem with this sort of plan, though, is there needs to be some pressure behind the cove. You can't just let them util dump inside that cove or even just pop it immediately and then have a smoke to punish. I'm hoping that's not going to be the cornerstone of the plan, or I should say, of this composition.
Hopefully not.
The adjustment needs to come that actually, which is then where the concerns come once again. Who have you got to take space behind a cove?
Exactly. Who is that player who's going to have to take that space, take that chance, and probably not a favorable one at that point, but at present, very early read here. BBL already drawing players over, and they've left no one towards A for the attacking side. So Carmine Core very much focused towards B here. They have no information of behind them, so this is where it can get dangerous if someone from BBL decides to take that space. So this is all in. If they double pump back away from this, dangerous. Kushner, though, this is also pretty dicey. There's a lot of players here. Paranoia is going to be paramount, and he's getting out of there for now. Yeah, dips away and needs to temper himself a little bit. He's got the information they wanted, but two players are still refusing to rotate.
It's not a huge tag on him, though. Still got a little bit of shield left, so can play distance with that scope.
If they're going back with no information, there's so much more to clear here. With even 48 seconds, this worries me.
That's problem being, though, Turco is playing a little off-site here, so...
He's just playing safe,
yeah,
just in case, but...
Gonna wait for an audio cue or somebody to dig deep enough to show themselves on the screen. Now, actually, Navera, Navera and XMS remaining here at B.
I like that.
Plants the seed of doubt.
And that's what we weren't seeing during lock-in. When they were trying to pull off these fakes, they weren't leaving bodies behind it. They weren't leaving that kind of second layer of questioning. This time, much better from them. Now they should be able to get the plant. Turco, he can't really change the outcome of this. Can maybe do some chip damage, doesn't even get that. So plant is down. The rest of the supporting team does get over there. And now we're in a 5v5 post-plant.
I mean, BBL have to move quick here, because actually Nuzera's still got 2 snake bites and the poison orb down on the spike.
It's a lot to burn through.
So BBL need like 2 or 3 kills very quickly here to pressure this backline. At the minute, it's not happening. Maybe waiting for Suchny to get into a position here.
Oh, Nuzera! Beautiful backline save. Turco on the side. Wait, excuse me, someone! Someone! Where the hell was Nuzera? Apart from here now like a banger. What the hell just went on? Was he not ready for the lineups?
I didn't hear enough people shooting at the wall. I know we cut off to catch that kill on the flank.
I just want to see the replay. I don't.
There's only one chunk of the wall gone. I'm not sure where the first snake bite ended up landing. I'm pretty sure there was still one left available. But even after that, it's
so late.
Yeah, there's the vulnerable there on the UI, but again, when we cut away, there's not enough people shooting that Sage Wall.
No.
As soon as it's invested, especially with the weaponry on the side of Carmine Court, there needs to be 2 chunks of that gone.
A little bit of a mistake there. And actually an early pick coming out. Hold on. XMS has gone down so early on.
It's all the way on spawn ramp.
Yeah, how the hell did they get that? All right. Come back to that. Navera, slow. Oh my God, Turco.
Didn't even have a chance to react. That was so fast.
There was nothing, and the spike's a million miles away.
Yeah, it's going to be Nuzera to try and pick that up, unless Shin and Scream are going to peel away from this. They are. Yeah, Nuzera's actually going to go exploring.
This is just taking so much time away from them.
BBL
They've not even got through the site yet.
No, I was going to say BBL are just going to tuck themselves in now. There's no reason to explore for any information.
Maybe Scream just, as I said, finds a bit of space and gets a kill. That's the only thing that he can do in this. And there is still a player to get past. That's nice. Kushner, he's got him. Scream, just raw talent coming through. But Sushni's up for the challenge as well. 24 seconds now. They need to get this plant down. Both have rifles, though. Shin and Scream, the duo we were liking seeing, kind of working in unison, but the backline's under pressure as well.
Scream's 24 HP as well. There has to be a double swing if he's going to commit to clearing this. Shin posted up close now, but there's 2 on the flank for BBL.
Ooh, Scream, what a shot! And the positioning's perfect. This duo is looking real good together. Turco's done wonders with that Sheriff, but this might be beyond him. Time beginning to tick here. Needs Scream now. Oh my word, he's got him. Another 1v1, hold on. Shin's got to play this right. Yeah, he is. He's going to do the best he can. There's nothing more to do. Turco has to sit back and watch this one. Oh, Shin's done him dirty. Beautiful work between Shin and Scream to make that round go from what looked like to a nightmare to a dream. That was going terribly for so long.
Yeah, it's unfortunate really for BBL not to convert that. With the weaponry they had, really just Sheriffs doing work for them.
It's Scream doing work for him early here. The fact he was able to slip this deep, flash through the wall and just catches Kushner, I mean, you can't ask anything more from him to do that, and well, just icing on the cake, isn't it?
In slow-mo.
Yeah, it's lovely. Thank you, production.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Wasn't sure about exactly what happened there, but...
No, I didn't know.
Yeah.
But now I know. I have learned. But well, they hold on. And if we look at it in the bigger picture, BBL were doing that damage with very little weapery. But
yeah,
Carmine Core needed the round to get themselves back in this matchup, I feel. 7 to 8.
I mean, it's kind of tit for tat, though. You look at this round here. Was it? It's only really Nevera and Nuzera to come away with this stack of credits. Ultimate Cycle probably still in favor for BBL, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the lockdown being the one that's missing here, but Hunter's Fury and the Res can be round changes on their own.
First time we saw maybe a consideration of that middle pressure coming through, I'd say relatively early on, around the minute marker. Backing away from that.
It's looking like a BBL approach here towards B main.
Yeah.
Everybody stacked up here. I guess that's actually going to be the indicator here for BBL, but I'm not seeing
no challenge.
A fast rotation
30
here.
seconds left.
No, they're really adamant it's this AP, so I don't know what the read from BBL is, but it's absolutely wrong. Spike down. Crowd loves Lil Bro. And Carmine Core gets a really comfortable post plant.
Yeah.
0 damage done. They are happy with this. And yeah, I think Shin's realizing how much space they still have to play with.
Still got the Mosh Pit invested
That's
now.
lovely time.
Still got 2 Snake Fires, still got 1 Nano Swamp. Lots to work with here.
They should, and we've seen this go wrong in the past, but they should be in the perfect place for this. It's going to take something to really disrupt this. And again, timing is everything. Nevera's holding this down well. Turco with the trade towards Shin. That's removed some of this factor in the defuse.
It's getting stuck.
No, not again! Not again! How has this happened again to them?
Total faith in the utility.
Put a body behind it, please.
Yeah. I mean, you've got bodies to throw at that. There's enough people alive on Carmine Core just to secure that round. Give away a rifle. Whatever it takes to make sure that BBL don't get away with a defuse like that.
Show me it again. There's the plant. And Brave, yeah, look at that.
The Nano Swarm's just off.
Yep. Oh, wow. That is a heartbreaker. That's a heartbreaker, too. Because that's the perfect post plan, right? You're sat there 5 alive, you're loving it. There was no player nearby for BBL. They were adamant it was that A-piece. Oh, man. And the ult's now just starting to really come through. Yes, Turco's there. Aslan's got his. Cushion is not far away. Brave still got a little bit of work towards theirs. But again, this is calling for double digits. And I'm worried about that money breaking for Carmine Core now.
This is a weird setup from BBL as well. It's not the sort of setup you want to shift walk into late round. Again, Shin did retrieve that globule. The only thing being the knife to really act as a fact finder here. On this side. Can we use it now, though?
This is a really...
Oh my God!
Okay,
now he's going to see
oh
Shin.
My God. Ah, how is he? Oh, you've made an absolute meal of it. 2 for 1 trade, 3 for 1. That's a discount you'll take every day of the week if you are Carmine Core. Plant going to come through this time, surely. They should be good for it. No more mistakes. Raven Sushni. Come on. This can't happen again. This plant is very open. There we go. First bit of util run through. Second piece being implemented now. The clock should simply be perfect. Yeah. And yes, they've decided this time, okay, that plant, there's no sneakiness to it. We've got to get out with our rifles.
It's heartbreaking not to see Shin die there. So I was talking about it, there's another 2 players of BBL there. The fact that actually, globule shot on the way out, actually to not be in a position where anybody else can really swing behind pipes there to make use of that setup. I mean, rightfully so on the recon tag on Shin, you have to go for that kill.
There's Melt. She starts acting up when we're casting.
Yeah. Haven't seen any of this nonsense so far this week.
No, it's crazy.
And this right here, like I said, there's two other members of BBL stacked underneath that can't do anything.
No, they can't change any of this fight.
But you can't vault Kushner in this scenario.
No, he has to go for that. It's just, yep. Yeah, there it is. That is exactly how you feel.
You and me both.
Wow. And a little bit of a gap closed here. I felt that round could have been maybe a spiral up, but you can see it's actually halted BBL's progress substantially. Yes, the ults are there now, but look at the purchase. 2 rifles and then just the pistols behind it. On the other side, looking lush with it. Money galore.
Standing ahead.
I mean, Turco, don't think he needed to use that. Could have just seen it in the end. Sees 3 players, potentially maybe just 2, but pretty indicative. And Navera getting caught for a second there, but gonna fall back this. We haven't seen this kind of like 3-2 approach much. They have been that all-in early work towards beat. Bit of a change up here.
I'm curious, really, one of the things I've had my eye on with this Gecko use this week is where the utility is invested so that you can retrieve it ahead of another site hit, right? I'm not seeing much deep investment here towards yellow, for example, so that it can be retrieved. It's very, very early on.
Oh, the gamble stacked to the wrong site. Feels terrible.
I mean, Brave's got one of those rifles, though. I see the poison orb. Actually, yeah, the poison orb's over the top of B main here. So I actually can't really commit to denying this plant. But definitely not now with the null command going through.
Nope. Plant's going to come in. A little grumbly dude doing his job. Plant's down.
That Cove comes in just at the right time.
Should be fine here. Go look at Kushina and Brave to be the ones to be disruptive, but there's a lot of utility in these post plants. It works quite nicely for them. Yes, it's full and there's a bit of an issue every now and then, but Sushni, there we go. That's a shot, not bad. That's a rifle as well. A couple of ults going to be coming into this. Shin ready to invest when he has to. Brave, the one has to suffer through this. Scream, swings, takes 3 with him. Brave will trade it, but now Sushni needs to do damage on the backline, does do well. Takes out Nuzera, but time. Oh, what a shot from Brave, but time is the aspect of this that does not go away from Carmine Corp. It's going in their favor. We'll have to go down with the ship, but you take it when you get it 9 apiece now, 9-9. BBL's lead has crumbled.
Sushi, unfortunately, in a position there where he has to hold on to that rifle. He can't dig too deep. He's so late in that lurk position. Picks up the kill on the flank, yes, but I think he brought down to 600 credits there. So even when he picks that up, I don't think there's any situation, unless this goes massively in favor of BBL, who is committing to this. Couple more bullets for Brave, and maybe it's doable.
Time for a field test.
Kushner actually pulling out the operator here.
Both sides. Navera.
Yeah, Navera as well.
Let's see if that changes any of this dynamic. Navera, the one kind of slowly looking towards that A site, but on the other side, Kushner. Could be a curious head-to-head that... See how it works out. The Aldrone did go in as well. It's not going to find much here. I don't think you're going to hear anything of it either, but it does get him a little bit of a deeper angle to play with, which may close off this A-site approach.
I love this proactive push, though, to deal with the turret here, take away some kind of flank security from Carmine Core, and it's actually going to draw the rotation of Turco. He's in position here with the Hunter's Fury. Well, it's probably going to be the wingman he finds with it to deny the plant, but if that happens, the spike will be down on default.
Yeah, Brave's got to be careful, though. Down so low, 5 HP. Can't take much of a fight anymore, and they're willing to give up the site. You're absolutely right. The Hunter's Fury will be what they're looking at. Kill will come out. Oh, on the other side, though, clearing the site, they will now be fully aware that they do have the green light for the plant. There it is. Poor little bro. Doesn't get taken down. Where is it? Okay.
Oh, it was invested towards yellow.
Did it find anything? Did it? I think Shin was already tagged.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that did nothing. So, retake time. Gotta have some utility for this, because Navera's waiting with an operator. Yeah, hello, Navera. Sushi's gone down, and he is patrolling this. He's looking for the next one. Does dip away eventually. Just saw Brave starting to come out. Paranoid sent in. Rez comes out. That mid-lurk from Scream. He's got 2. Navera as well. The brothers in the feed. Just perfect play between the two of them. Sushni, it's nothing to do but die. Carmine Core taking the lead now.
You need to see the adjustment from BBL, the amount of post-plant cheese that Carmine Core have in this composition.
Yep.
You can't allow these plants to come through completely uncontested, which is why I'm surprised by the Hunter's Fury. After that first wave of utility, if Carmine Core don't get that spike down, there's a lull in the round where Carmine Core have to fully reset. BBL, unfortunately, aren't taking space on the flank, even after dealing with this turret. They know that they're going to force Navera away. BBL have to take a look at the bigger picture here.
I'm wondering if they do maybe take a pause to try and deal with that, because externally we can see it very clearly. I'm wondering in their minds if they can see it clearly.
I'm hoping that's what.
I'm certainly the coach role, yeah. And I do want to see them change something up here, because you're right, there are a couple of things that you have to do. Roll your mind back to some of those post-plant metas that we've had in the past, very early on, especially. You know, teams like Fnatic are some of the ones who are so ratty with it. You had to
there's
disrupt
4
the
agents
back line.
here.
that have abilities to be so annoying in a post plant. So you can't let them get there.
And the 5th is what secures the plant, so it's like,
if you let them get that spike down, you're probably not going to get them off it. So I do want to see what the adjustment is for BBL. This is going to be a hard one as well, because they don't have much to... I mean, again, when we discuss maybe our dislikes with Carmine Corp's agent selection to an extent, the same thing does get said about BBLs to a degree if they're not willing to take fights on it. They're not willing to almost over-push to try and maybe be disruptive.
And this is where maybe if you do have the Jet in this composition, you have somebody that you can send forward, particularly on the defense, to weaken this setup, pull away some of this utility, or even a key stakeholder in this Carmine Corp composition. So it doesn't even really require much layering or timing in that utility. You can just start dumping. Unless BBL are fully cleared towards yellow, get some control, some contact towards B main, which is when Nevera's just posted up with an operator anyway. There's no flash in the composition for BBL, so there's no way late round to force Nevera off any of these safe angles.
You're starting to see them really suffer the consequences of this. And Carmine Corp's game plan is working really nicely on this side. And with the purchase they have here up against these Sheriffs, it should continue, but we have seen stranger things. Yeah, we have seen stranger things. So we wait and see.
I believe it was Turco to find the first last time.
Yeah, does get a lot of information off this as well. So you're going to see just about everyone hitting that rotation. Let's see if they get that spike down. It's, again, part of that game plan that's been working wonderfully for them. Once they get that down, and that underhand flash is stunning from Scream. Back-to-back impact. The plant's going to come in, and now just one left alive. It's a formality. Carmine Corp showing off their intention here with this agent composition.
Confident sweep through A site here. Scream looking, dare I say it, for the first time in a long time, very comfortable being the initiator of some of these site hits and being the front line for Carmine Corp.
Doing really nicely. And the money's just in such a almost immovable place for them.
Yeah, I mean, BBL walking a tightrope in that regard. I do have some key ultimates here in terms of the defense. Viper's Pit, the lockdown. Don't have the Viper's Pit invested off the rip, though.
Kushner. Did he get seen on that? I think he did. Knife should have connected. But I think they're starting to read maybe aggression was the name of the game coming back out, but has been instantly dealt with.
Again, there's just with two members here, again, BBL don't know the full picture, but there's no exploration outside A site. This drone's going to dig a little deeper.
So they haven't been playing behind it.
Yeah, there's nobody there posting up behind this drone.
We have been seeing him kind of use Dizzy to clear yellow as well, so I wonder if that's going to give Aslan trouble this time, or if he still goes through it, right? I think they seem very aware that someone after that early aggression could still be around this. Knife's going to show it. Yeah, Aslan, I wonder if he even gets away. He's trying to stick around for this. Dangerous game to be playing. And the flash, not going to be fully showing where he is. Aslan going to take that corner again. Now he's in danger. Oh, he eats that one. Scream. He is playing wonderfully right now. Really seeing him kind of working for himself, but working for the team at the same time. Denial on the plant this time. Kushner does get to dip away, but there's the second layer. Now we need to see everything do this. Both ults going to come in at the same time. Paranoia going to hit. Scream needs to get out of there. And there's Turco. Takes in towards this. Looks like the defuse going to be starting as well. Denied. That's XMS taking him down.
I don't know how many people are going to get detained here, though. We'll see how many the defensive Killjoy detained, but at least one here.
Oh my word, Zera just flies out. XMS! Oh, and the damage done early towards Kushner works. And Nevera's found Brave, so even in the scrappiness of that post plant, Carmine Corp still coming out on top. BBL, nothing working here.
And the utility synergy here between Shin and Scream.
It's
getting the flash to get Shin into a position as soon as the Dizzy's off cooldown. He's then in a position to throw it directly up in the air to reveal any sight towards, anything towards default. Even towards Snowman to an extent behind that wall. The timing is absolute perfection from Scream to get Shin into that position.
This team's been working. This team has been working. I was worried genuinely looking at Carmine Corp in the past, but they have been hard at work. And BBL not highlighting some of those problems, not digging deep enough potentially, pushing Carmine Corp to their limits here. So we see a substantial adjustment, actually, from Carmine Corp's approach for a second or two at this early round.
Now anticipating some aggression outside A, which you got to argue, you got to argue should have happened by now. Somebody should have been exploring this side of the map with a real lack of contact or any sort of pressure for quite a while. Close clear from Shin, though. We'll be able to retrieve the globule. Have that available once again. One off the ultimate as well, actually.
Frustrating. That one in place. Brave's got Nuzera.
Yeah, that's a big kill.
Okay. Well, interesting to find that out of nowhere, but the vast majority of the team is still looking towards A. Common Core will lose out on Nuzera in that post run if they do get there. Clearing towards back of sight, but there's no one working behind this here. Look at the spike, Mike. It is not going towards A here.
And what's important, though, is there's 2 members of B. I'm seeing Sushni consider the rotation now.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
he's actually drifting towards A site as Carmine Core slip away.
Wow. Good call here.
NanoSwarm's still here for the anti-plant on default. Sushni, Frostbite Scream, that's a big kill to find here. A 5v3 now for BBL.
Brave, this is so dangerous. They have no idea he's there. Great work from Brave. 10 seconds now. Can he play his life? Can he buy some more precious seconds? He tries to. Takes him down to 7. And now you can see the rest of BBL getting over here. Spray and gets it. 2 seconds is not going to be enough here. Shin can do nothing about it. Kushner makes it there in time. BBL up to double digits, not out of it yet, and keeping 4 alive.
I'm not sure if Shin's in range to hear that TP, but doesn't even turn around. I don't know if he's conscious of the cove being pushed. Great work from Brave, though, to be able to play his life here so late on. When Carmine Core finally looked for that plant on B site. Yeah, with a couple of weapons carried across as well, BBL had to scrape together another purchase. And after that, crescendo of ultimates being invested in the other round. Not sure how the ultimate cycle looks for either team right now.
You can see Common Core coach going through options now. I believe this is their timeout. Yep, absolutely. As you don't want them starting getting a little lost in the sauce. They have had a substantial upper hand here, I feel, across the board on this half. A couple of the things we'd like to have seen BBL trying to do not being achieved, and now it's even harder. When you're facing map point 12 against you, very difficult to try and get aggressive or try and be disruptive in that manner, because if it goes wrong, it goes terribly. One benefit, though, Kushner has been having an absolute blistering game as well, if we're going to highlight someone like Scream. And I'd say the combination with Shin has been impressive, but individually, XMS has been having a series too. But across the board, we now see what BBL can do. Can they bring this back into, or Common Core has 2 opportunities to close this out?
See what's available here once the scoreboard drops for both teams. That's actually only Shin with the ultimate here. Kushner finally going, exploring here. At least all the way up towards Belt. Has to dip away, though. Comes so late in the map.
But I don't mind it, because it forces Carmine Core to use a little bit of that utility early on to clear the space. Now, Shin does invest the ult. For now, can be recovered, though, so not the end of the world. Clears close, spots nothing. This now puts Brave back in the driving seat of this round, if he can control this. But we've been seeing the utility combo between Scream and Shin that's been clearing yellow, and it's been incredibly hard to handle. And there it is, Dizzy on the way. That's Brave now in troubles, but Sushi bailed him out. Scream was just headhunting Brave at that point, but now they've tempered the aggression. Now maybe they finally got the answer here.
I'd say so happy to see BBL on the back of that early aggression outside A send 4 members all the way towards B to greet this hit.
It's lovely.
Now actually Turco in that same position we saw him earlier, waiting for a sound cue or something. Does have 2 shock darts to play. He's playing a little closer this time. Can maybe do some chip damage here. But Carmine Core are drifting back towards B.
They're being absolute fakey boys. They're trying things out, right? They're trying to hint it's A, but we know where it's ending.
There's a wall invested here. They're going to have to either deal with that and a NanoSwarm to delay behind that. It's only 20 seconds left, Lauren.
They've got to go. They have to get this done. Okay, there's the first. NanoSwarm gone through. They still need to deal with this. They still don't have the spike down. 13 seconds now. When is the spike going down the cove? A little far away. Little bro trying to get that plant. He is desperately trying to keep this team in this. He's done his job. Plant's in. Now the rest need to dig in as well. Shot from Brave. And now a 3v2. Navera. Oh, big shot from Navera. Oh, and it goes again. Navera going wild for the side. He's desperate to catch Turco. Misses it. And now there's danger. Oh my God. Turco. Archer's back in kind. Navera gets away with nothing. Defuse is there, and BBL are alive.
5 HP for Turco to clutch this one out. What a ridiculous round from Navarra as well. Goes down swinging with that operator. That is wild. Again, BBL. You got to credit the setup here. The late investment of the wall, everything is there to slow down Carmine Core. I even looked up, I was thinking, yeah, I think they've still got 40 seconds. And then you look and it's like, it's 20 seconds. They have to burst through the wall. There's not going to be enough time to dig deep on site. BBL going to be able to play off this utility.
Oh, wow. We've actually got a game out of this one. I was worried it was starting to look a little, you know, one-sided, but BBL waking up in the final moments and Carmine Core now being pushed. Timeout almost, you know, we're seeing almost back-to-back timeouts here. They need to get a grip on this. They need a plan for this one round. They want to close it out in regulation. They do not want to go to OT. They don't want to open up that possibility. Get it done now. You're this close here. A final hurdle. And I think ult-wise, pretty sure BBL have the upper hand on that.
Yeah,
I know
definitely.
at least they have one ult online. I'm not sure about the rest here, but Carmine Core, I don't think they've got much to work with yet.
Well, still have the Hunter's Fury to play with. One away from the Viper's Pit, so in that regard, I think the closest on Carmine Core is Navarra after that round.
Yeah, 2 away still.
2 away from the lockdown. So we're not actually, it's going to be an early play for an AWP here, or Brave's just going to maybe dip his toes if Carmine Core show presence here. Sets the one way up, and yeah, he's poised here to try and get an early kill. Potentially to get that ultimate online. Be a massive swing factor.
Again, it looks like they're going through the motions, though. Highly indicative of this.
Oh, my word.
Ooh. There hadn't been much of an early challenge, really, towards B-Long, so that could have been new, but Carmine Core do have B-Long control now. But Brave is trying to play no man's land. He's playing a really, really out-of-character spot here.
Fusion is here, too.
Yeah, not alone. Just playing off the back of yellow, playing behind that wall. They don't have a flash through that, though. They can't step through this. They're waiting for this to drop. Scream's there. XMS is there. This is so dangerous. And now the reveal. It's XMS. Finds Kushner. Now there's troubles. Now there's problems. Luckily on the other side for Brave, he had already backed away a little bit, sitting deeper on the side, so they've noted him. Now Hunter's Fury gonna come out here. Can they find anyone? Posting towards yellow. Last one. Nothing. Just splitting between them.
It's so unfortunate there. Brave tries to set Kushner up with a snake bite. But the fact it's 2 makes it so much harder for him.
This time not sending him with the spike, holding on to it a little bit longer, knowing that they've been dealing with this. Ooh, a little bit vulnerable on there. Careful now. Brave's got him. Navarra's gone down, but Scream pushes CT. Finds Turco. And now another attempt on the spike, Brave. You don't double dip. You absolutely do. Tries it, gets nothing. Barely gets away, does keep his life. Post plant, 4v3.
Well, the Viper's Pit does come online now. Again, don't show me another Ninja Diffuse from BBL.
Oh my God,
Sushi's found
XMS.
XMS.
He's gone down. We're down to an even 3v3 now. Show me what you got in this post plant, boys. Shin is putting his body on the line. He will not let that happen again. Oh, Aslan finds him. Rez considered. Dips away, has to respect it. Utility still in play. So
oh my God!
BBL finding all of Carmine Core. Diffuse gonna come in uncontested in the end. And it's tied up. It's gonna be a late night here in Berlin. 12 apiece, both teams, blow for blow.
I was saying the Viper's Pit might be a factor. Comes through here in this retake. Aslan had a quiet map, but finding a crucial kill here in the 11th hour. It's only his 6th so far this map, Lauren.
What a time to find that. We're in OT.
That string of rounds, though, 5 on the bounce.
They looked
for Carmine
perfect.
Core. Just can't close it out, at least in regulation. Flip sides once again. See, actually, if some of the factors we talked about in regulation for both sides, but not that evident here. If BBL adjust that default. Start looking towards mid. You can see there, actually, Kushner desperate to show presence to that knife, but not getting tagged.
Navarra opting for the operator. Had quite the series with it, don't blame you.
Yeah, no surprise.
No. But it is just Navarra here. Now, yes, he has his utility to try and keep him somewhat safe, but...
I mean, he's on rafters to hopefully can get one and dip away, but it's risky to swing this wide.
He was deep. Oh my God, Navera, get away from there. Yeah,
He's double dipping.
He's going back. Oh, the madman, he went back for more. Greedy almost, but it pays dividends. He's found Aslan. Makes the plan a little trickier, but they should have it down here. Sushni trying to overextend, find one back, couldn't turn the flash, and there's Scream. Instantly makes his appearance. The site's no longer safe. Dizzy gonna come in and try and find a little bit of impact as well, tee up Scream, but they get away with 3 standing. Kushina goes back for more. This seems desperate, and it might just be with only 2 of them alive, Turco and Brave. What can you do about it? Little bro's here in the defuse, and nothing's gonna stop him. Carmine Core take back the lead in OT.
Shin's utility has been so pivotal for Carmine Core in so many scenarios. See here once again as well, Scream sends the fragment forward towards default. Shin then has a mosh pit behind Dice. There's just nowhere for BBL to play. See, yeah, that's why Kushina's forced into this wide swing. And Nivera, what are these swings? And he gets away with the second as well. I mean, he should have had 2 there, honestly. The first, I'm not entirely sure where that shot went.
Nope.
But it didn't hit.
Nope.
But then Reese swings onto it.
Carmine Core running mid. They've got 3 players just stacked up in middle right now. What on earth is going on? Okay, no one's there. No one greeting on the other side. Kushina has gone walkabouts though. First time we've seen him kind of post up here deep. He might, I don't know how long he sticks around on this. We hadn't seen this during regulation really. Yes, he started to posture a little bit more, but...
Well, this is what we wanted from BBL.
This
is to explore some of the space outside A. Unfortunately, it's the 1 round now where that same turret is planted that nobody was behind. But it's 3 members of Carmine Core. The drone will spot it. Doesn't spot the second, though.
No.
There's no ping on the minimap, no.
How long does he wait here? This is the oh, now this is when you start getting really anxious. You want to try and make something happen for your team. You just lost a player on the other side of the map. But the spike's here. Kushina could change the entire game from this position if he just stays patient.
Honestly, if Nivera pulls this turret or it gets deactivated, it's going to be the worst thing for Kushina!
The timing is perfect for Carmine Core and could not have been worse for Kushina. They are running through this game. They wanted it in regulation. They might just have it in OT, though. Turco and Aslan, last 2 alive. And this is a mountain to climb in front of them. Turco does get 1, Aslan with a second. Oh my God, what is going on? Wall to protect him. What can Scream do? He has to get there. There's nothing he can do to deny it. BBL, how have you done it? With merely 2 standing, you destroy Carmine Core.
Switching sides.
It's another one where BBL just get away with daylight robbery with a defuse. Again, the timing just not there for Scream to recover. Still, a wall available so late on. Turco finding the first and the second onto XMS.
Last player standing.
See as well, Nuzera a million miles away from this.
You never thought you'd get there.
They can barely believe it.
I'm honestly stunned. I've seen Kushina drop down like that. I was like, okay, it's done. That's done. There's no way they recover. Was it a 2v4 or 2v5? I can't tell you, but it was something like that, and that is the ones that are gut-wrenching. You pump the brakes. You have to get the boys back in order. For Carmine Core, they've now been on the verge.
Yeah,
you think that's the round they were going to be like, cool, map 2, we're there. Now, mentality reset. They're back in the pit. They're back here, having to fight their way out.
Maybe a tilt time out here.
Oh, absolutely.
Carmine Core, to be honest.
Those are the most frustrating rounds. That was on a platter for them. Wow.
Some of the things we have credited is rounds like that really stand out. You look at some of the mistakes. And even in that scenario, if Scream is that late, that disconnected from the play, there should be minimal peeking done from anybody that's playing close to site. Because if they fall, if in some universe Turco finds both kills there,
that's a discipline we needed to see. In the literally the final hour, sat safe, sat keen, they would have had that. Refresh the minds, though, as we are going back into this 13 apiece now. Tonight is going to be incredibly late, but a good game nonetheless. We take these. What can BBL do now? Because already exploring, being toyed with by Carmine Core, and I like that. Overextending towards A, they have the information they need now.
Nivera's going to get very, very lucky if he gets away with a kill here. Spotted by the drone finally. Forced a little deeper. Fortunately, it needs to be Nuzera to try and deal with this wall if it does come up. But the minute Aslan positioned towards yellow.
It's the flank that's terrifying me, though. There's so much... Yeah, okay. Sushni now should be like,
yeah.
Half the map is not ours.
Yeah, there's no security here.
We need to go this way.
I mean, at that point, BBL almost need to double down and just hit B harder.
Yeah,
this
there's
rotation's
no subtlety.
already come through. Full tube control. BBL are literally funneled into this choke point.
Okay, there goes the plant, and there goes Navera. 1-for-1 trade out, though, and the plant is down.
This is exactly the adjustment you want to see. Comes a little late, but at least they get to the plant. Needs to take Snowman control here. They're resetting back towards B main.
Ooh, that's ratty from Aslan, though. Surely gets checked on, but a little bit of a pocket to play in. Swings it. XMS, big denial there. Claiming that back and making the site somewhat under Carmine Court control. Once this drops, though, game back on for BBL. Utility could be coming in, buying time on this, and Brave waiting. Strikes at the right time, but the defuse isn't stopping yet. Shin, he's still going for it. Finally, it goes their way. Diffuse comes out for Carmine Court under the nose of BBL, and they could do nothing to change that outcome.
That is absolutely the execution you want to see from BBL on the back of that info early on. The one thing that's missing is that deep crossfire from Snowman. Prevent one of these rotations coming in from Carmine Court. Because they had the numbers for it.
Yeah,
BBL can maybe give away one player in that trade for Snowman. Yes, it's risky, but against the Harbor, you can't play this deep yellow or B main post plant. Because you know all of that utility is just going to be invested to cut sight lines.
Now, last time we saw in this half, or this side, they did go for that weird three-man stack towards mid. Wait to see if they can get that pick. Didn't really get much for it last time around. Toying with the idea again. Shin actually committing far deeper this time. Oh, he's supported by Scream too. This is not a solo endeavor at all. Sushni on the other side hasn't seen this look before. The turret will take contact, but he's going to hear that now. Sushni's in a very precarious position, but no follow-up. He's going to get this information that no one is here. If he waits patiently, that's achieved very little in that regard. He knows that no one's followed that up.
It's one of the scenarios I'm talking about, though. It's almost better for that turret to take contact on someone than to be dealt with by utility. Because now, BBR are on red alert towards mid. Yes, there's an alarm bot still there, but
the only benefit in my mind is that it does slow down rotations a little bit. You might get a little bit paranoid of someone lingering around tube, but beyond that...
The other benefit being Brave has explored deep towards B main.
Yeah.
Now that's a big positive in terms of this defense here, but there's still only 2 members of BBL holding down the 4.
Yeah, this is a lot for them to try and achieve. This is an onslaught. Carmine Court have all players ready for this, barring one who's waiting to explore that positioning middle. Gets dealt with. Now the floodgates are open. They have to try and support these 2 players on this A site. Carmine Court are here. Plant's going to come in. Aslan bursts in. This boy is brave as hell. Aslan, unthinkable form. We go again.
He has a quiet map and then pulls out one of those.
Not bad.
Ridiculous from Aslan. I said it's a beautiful approach to this round from Carmine Court.
Damn.
I was saying there's only 2 of them to hold down the 4 here. That's all it took.
Get comfortable, I guess. Back to business. 14.
This could be the most rounds we play in a day of EMEA Valorant.
Just what we needed on Super
Yes.
Week. Just what the doctor
Yeah.
ordered.
That's a stat I don't want to know.
Yeah. Please don't. Fact-check us.
Somebody's already crafting it.
Yeah. Don't have my phone on me. I won't
Yeah.
be looking after this game if it ever ends. But it has been quite high octane, so I'll take it.
I mean, I'd be the first to say I had very low expectations coming into this, what we saw at lock-in, but already exceeding for me.
Yeah, beautiful. Side take on the way, though. And Carmine Court having to respect this. Plant will be in. And they can't really go off tempo on this one either.
Future's up to it again.
Yep.
He actually dropped off rafters, though.
Ooh, but this lurk from Brave, hadn't seen this either. XMS, how are you ready for this? So good. And now the site's under scrutiny. Scream! Gets it. The headshot machine is certainly turned on to business today. Good trade for Shin, though, keeping very favorable numbers. A 2v4, you don't lose those, right?
Right?
Right? All right, let's find out. Little man going to work, doing his best. Oh, that's lovely. There we go. Carmine Corp instantly quelling any doubt. Back to 15, back to the lead here. What they needed.
It's another scenario where I feel like BBL should be very aware of how deep they need to push. And it just doesn't happen. And this is where those composition questions start to come into play. We're having the exact same criticism of Carmine Corp, but there's the argument for that strength in the post plant.
Yes, absolutely.
At least you then adjust the game plan accordingly.
Okay, upper hand goes to Carmine Corp. They just need to get this one. And we saw this attack inside was so strong for them. But Brave looking to maybe this time stick around longer. Yes, does note the player, but doesn't want to put his life on the line for it just yet. Will fall away, but needs support and needs it now.
Trying to prioritize another aspect of this post plant strength as well. Shin's ultimate. Retrieval of the orb here. You see this same sweep towards yellow here.
There goes Dizzy, and they follow behind, but you can see Brave trying to find that timing between it, and he's got it just right. Now Shin is the one who has to handle this. Brave has nowhere to go. Oh, what is that? What in God's name is that from Brave? Finding Shin when he had no right to. And now Carmine Corp are down to 3, and they don't have the spike down. They don't have the strength of the post plant as much anymore.
They don't even have wingman to plant for.
No, they have to put their body on the line for it.
No XMS, no Shin. This plant is going to be nigh on impossible without
40
1 or
seconds.
2 kills.
And if you're BBL, you've got to just sit in. You sit in deep. You play this to the clock. You can see Carmine Corp cautious, careful, trying to approach. If they get a pick, perfect, but they've got to get it safe somehow. Is it a walk through CT? Yeah, it absolutely is. Flash for Nuzera does get one, but it's quickly traded. This might allow for the plant, though. That's what we're asking for. Nuvera can't do it. Gun doesn't get out in time. And back to business. The never-ending game here. 15-15. BBL answering right back in kind.
This was one of the big concerns during regulation. It was actually BBL's inability to remove either XMS or Shin. The comfort of that plant coming through and allowing a full 5-man post plant. So this round is almost the perfect storm for BBL. This kill was ridiculous from Brave. Absolutely ridiculous.
No.
And then he eventually dies by Scream running through a nano swarm, layered with a snake bite a little late, but absolute madness from Brave there.
Timeout coming in. Not sure who's at this point. Maybe one from Carmine Corp just because, it's actually BBL, fair enough. At this point, I've got to say though, I'm liking seeing BBL find that little space of timing, working out that kind of B-site take that's been coming in, which we've seen that KO Knife comes in, we've seen, Lil Bro goes there, clears out as well. But they're playing just behind that. I really like what Brave's been trying to do for it.
And it's tempered as well. It's not as if they're throwing bodies on the line to find that opening engagement. They ultimately, keep harping on this, they don't have somebody to throw down with anybody. The other thing being, the expectation has to be that there's not really going to be anybody on the side of Carmine Corp that's chomping at the bit to find that first blood. It's very much a slow burn on both sides of the coin here.
Slow burn indeed at 15-15. Bloody hell. Who'd have thought it?
How far down the rabbit hole?
Honestly, I'm in for it now. I don't even care. It's fine. But normally when I talk about what's the maximum OT we've had, it closes out. So if I bring up that conversation, what are we done for? So I'm going to, I've brought it up now, but I'm not going to fully discuss it. But we go back through and Carmine Corp are on the defending side here. If you're losing track, BBL on the attack. BBL this time, eyeing up the A side. Struggled to really find impact. Navera being a real nuisance in this. XMS gets curious. How much does he get sent to motion here? Looking for the
it's
flash.
A beautiful
it's
flash.
So good. High flash comes in, but Aslan somehow not caught by it. Does get the trade. Scream doubles down on it though. Fighting Aslan now. Kushner. Okay, gets to slip into the lower side of the smoke. But in the meantime, we do have the entirety of the B side under wraps. They've got this. How deep does Sushni go? And does it? He got that kill. That could have been a whole different round, but now they're pulling away from the side. Kushner is still here. Gets checked on Scream. So heads up. Carmine Corp. showing their strength now. Turco does get at least the chance for a plant, but I mean, 35 seconds now to play with, and I don't think he's going to be given anything here.
I was going to say, he's desperate for a kill, and Carmine Court can just disengage from both sides here. They have the numbers.
Yes. Hello.
Hiya.
Yeah. Fighting. Just let me get the plant down.
Spike
All right,
planted.
Turco. Not going to make me a believer here today. Scream is going to get it. Big round for him as well. That's going to be 16. Carmine Court once again with the upper hand advantage, but it's been the side switch we've seen a couple of times. That has been their issue now.
Can Carmine Court drag this one across the line now? It's a beautiful setup here for XMS.
Yeah,
another example of one of the concerns we had coming in, which is the value from this utility from Carmine Court, especially with some of these compositions. If you drop a duelist, the cornerstone of your play needs to be utility and value converted out of it. And there's so many examples already here from just one map. Scream already up to 30. Didn't even notice that happened in the last few rounds.
XMS is 27.
Yeah.
It's been a ride and a half. Actually, a real challenge towards B Long this time. A little bit different. They've committed behind this. Normally they kind of show a little leg and they back away from it. They don't really stick around for this, but this time they are actually staying on this one. Aslan is not backing off either. We're going to see that early utility not finding anything. Kushner, he's not been noted. He's found Shin, gets away as well with his life. Aslan still here. Big work from BBL early on. Oh, he's just scrapping it. He's brawling.
Oh my God!
Aslan, this guy knows no bounds. Coming alive in the wildest times. Oh, and Scream to boot. BBL going again. 16 all. Unbelievable between these two. First time we'd seen them commit to that scrap.
That is outrageous from Aslan. So was that scenario as well. Kushner with the perfect bait to TP away. It forces somebody from Carmine Core to drag a little deeper into B main.
How many times?
I think here for Carmine Core, they may be expecting it just to be one. There's so many questions about approaching this B main push. Because there hasn't been anybody from BBL
No,
to
they haven't seen that.
Such a huge curveball to throw out in round 32. Completely disrupting the protocol list of Carmine Court.
What a game. Something in the water state, and there's a gap. Did he see the... Yeah,
no, I think that's just on the box there, I think.
I am seeing Navera talk a whole lot, and I am seeing rotations, though.
Okay. So, maybe caught a pixel out of place.
Maybe something, because I am seeing Scream go over the side. I am seeing them kind of preparing for this one. So BBL, sadly, they have no idea. They've been absolutely red. Carmine Core on the other side are ahead of the curve now. Bit of a rude awakening, though. Shin caught sleeping this time. XMS, an unchecked position so far. Gonna just tuck himself.
Oh, he gets revealed.
He's still got Kushner! And Scream gets to hold on towards the back of Dice. They're still holding the sight lines here. Sushni shot towards XMS, though. And where do they go? Nuzera handles Brave. The option towards B no longer looking viable.
Lockdown available now, though.
You're right.
Double down on this. I mean, Navera is going to be able to play just outside rafters here.
Navera backside, deciding he's respecting this, though. Falling away. Huh? He's
got a corner to play here.
Oh no, oh no. No way, Navera! Back-to-back kills. You give him an inch, he takes a mile. Takes two with him as Aslan, though. The man who changed that prior round with 14 seconds. Is there anything you can do? Navera is not going to give you anything now. Slowly, but surely it's Scream to do it, waiting in the wings. 17 for Carmine Core, once again, taking the upper hand here.
Navera, man. Another bailout round on the back of this operator. And Nuzera, the timing of this kill coming through completely rips away any options that BBL had towards this late round.
So resilient from Carmine Core, though, because they keep losing and coming back in, winning out on this side. It's just marvelous to watch. Navera worth his weight in gold for this side. And now we see the test again.
And don't want to entertain this B main engagement this time around. No. An early knife sent through, and it's going to potentially put Nuzera in a position. Oh, not this spot again.
Up here, and he gets attacked. Huh? Sushni just aim-botted down two of them. That guy is just ridiculous. I want to see that one. I'm sure it's just literally just the heads just appearing up. But they've just lost so much of their impact. Brave shoulder checks it, knows Nuzera's there. This could be their final goal. Calls in support.
Another round that the BBL have displayed discipline on previously. Getting this early advantage and tucking very deep. It's Shin, once again, it takes away that comfort of the plant coming through. XMS still here, so the Cove available. But with 3 players alive, it means the one has to commit to this plant.
Toxins going up.
Okay, they've got 5 to play with the BBL. They've got so much in their hand, right? What does Nuzera do with this?
I have this careful.
Okay, gonna go for this now. An off kill to plant.
Nuzera's been tagged.
He has been. They know where he's trying to plant now. Oh, and the adjustment on the util. Nuzera's in danger. He's able to avoid it so far. Desperate for a pick, but no one's given them that opportunity. No one wants to give them that. Yeah, absolutely not. Turco just slamming the door, and yes, they have the plant down, but it's going to be XMS and Nuzera to try and make something out of this.
And a 2v5.
It just looks impossible. BBL once again. We go further. 17-17. I'm going to need a cup of tea in a second or something. Maybe a little stronger here. These two inseparable.
Very little to call between these two teams.
Show me that shot at the start, though. Yeah, look at this.
That is.
Bam. Oh, god damn, Sushni. That damage alone?
This was Scream and Shin once again on that mission to deal with the turret. Force some sort of pressure onto that back line. You know, force BBL to adjust into one side or the other, or even actually to readdress mid. But immediately rips it away. Similar to the previous round, it just removes so many options for Carmine Core within the first 20 seconds of the round.
Yep. Let's go. Carmine Core defending side. Getting proactive, though. Big intent behind this, showing a lot over towards A.
Similar curveball than what BBL pulled out.
Yeah, I like it.
Something that's not happened before, something new.
Oh,
but
beautiful.
That's not new. Nuvera lands another shot with the operator.
This guy's a monster on this side. Game-changing for Carmine Core throughout this. Scream, I mean, if it was anyone else, I would be worried about this position, but it is Scream. So I wait and see. Finds Aslan, needs that little bit of assistance there, and does get away with his life. No trade here. Oh, come on! The Brothers Grimm just one by one taking down BBL, who are going in drabs here. No collective approach to this. Sushni and Turco would need, again, 2v5 territory, which looks very unlikely now, as they have so little to clear these positions, push them away from the site. So Flash comes in, Turco. Actually, Sushni to find Scream. Let's see that discipline kick in now for Carmine Core. She don't start messing around with this. Let's play smart.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Want to get that plant going. They're clearing all these ratty close angles. Now they know they've got them at least respecting this round. Turco going to try and get the spike down. Do they get away from sight? Sushni, dangerous! And the man who's danger close was Shin. Goes down. Turco, my God.
Goes down swinging.
Yeah, I mean, he was down to 2. In the end, it's fine. Carmine Core once again will take advantage, but we've seen this before. We've seen it time and time again now.
You have to argue this war of attrition should come to an end. BBL once again being punished with no real way to force Nuvera off these angles. Like I said, they're very safe, very deep angles that even if they find this kill, there's usually somebody else from Carmine Core that's in close proximity. Nuvera touching 30 now.
Stay in the moment.
Is this the one they can tip the scales just that little bit further for Carmine Core? Sitting on 18 now. BBL, how much do you have left in the tank? How many more times can be put in this position? This time noted. They know there's been aggression. They have been working outside that utility early on, though, forcing the hand of Carmine Core to invest a little bit sooner just to clear this close area. Now drone going to go through. How much does it see?
Nothing this time around. Adjustment of the turret position as well, so actually no information given across to BBL.
It has been, look, Kushner, I think, has actually hit the rotation a little, maybe early, preemptive here to this.
So it's not necessarily going to cause any problems with Shin being on pipes already.
No.
I think maybe they just heard a step, though. Because Kushner is headed back this direction.
I mean, there's a lot of util being put towards this. No intent behind it yet. The wall just, I think, got committed there. And now they've got to know that this is the end goal. This is where they're intending to be, but it is still just the 3 players here. That fourth has not hit the rotation button just yet. Full faith in these boys. We're down to 37 seconds now. Turco yet to be moved out of position, might be next on the chopping block. Does need to be careful if he gets pinned towards this. Lil Bro gonna try and come in and hit that plant. He's doing it just right about now. Nothing to deny it. Plant is down. 5v5 post plant. This is where we see Carmine Core at their strongest.
XMS is going to find an early opener as well. Turco will fall. Again, this is the concern. Lots of utility burnt up this time around. That's only the snake bites for Nuzera. Scream ready with his flash.
And he's so close though. He's gotten Scream down, and there's more. He's trying to get in their face. Shit and XMS in unison. Finding him, finally breaking the back of BBL here. Brave in a 1v4. It's just too much. 19 eventually carved into the scoreboard for Carmine Core, but it was a marathon of a game.
Wow. What an exhausting series to have to play out. Map, sorry. Yes, map one. Absolute scenes here between Carmine Core and BBL on Icebox.
You don't see those often. You don't see those often.
So many individual players stepping up to the plate as well. When it takes so much to dig deep and deliver. Nivera, man, absolutely insane. Early on, Shin and Scream, definitely the shining stars for Carmine Core, though.
That was a long series, and it's going to be a longer evening, because that is only map 1. Do not go anywhere. Do stay tuned. We'll be back in just a second.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back once again. I want to give a shout out to all you troopers at home who are sticking with us through yet another overtime. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Kukuka and Tom. That felt like it could have gone either way, but it was K-Corp in the end that snatched it.
I wasn't even close, I know what you mean.
It was like an hour and 45 minutes of Icebox. I mean, I just can't get enough of Icebox, you know?
Or just defense, over and over and over and over and over again.
Is it going to be a retake? Is it going to be a 4K? Is it going to be Nivera, Glass Cannon with the Killjoy? Is it going to be Aslan getting like maybe
that was the nice thing about
3
Aslan.
times more kills in overtime than in regular?
Aslan saw this coming, so for the first 24 rounds, he decided to have a nap. And then for the rest of the game, he was the best player in the server. It was actually just absurd how much of a comeback he had. Of course, the battle of the sort of 2 players of Kushner and Scream, just having this sort of brawl of who was going to be the best player in the game. Honestly, at this point, I don't even know. I think Nivera gave himself a pretty good shout as well with that operator on a Killjoy. There was so much that happened that I almost start to forget what went on earlier in the game. But
I can tell you,
Kushner had some like pretty cool rounds as well, didn't he?
Exactly. We were talking about it as we were watching it, and it's the fact that Kushner, even though he was playing from that Omen, he was trying to use it as a jet. He was the one going in. The problem is that they only had his paranoia to use as a flash. So, you know, sometimes he would get into his own smoke, and it would be like very surprising for K-Corp. But, you know, some other times he was just dry peeking off of the smoke and really not getting what he expected. Even though I think it was a great performance from both these teams. We were talking about how tired they were. I don't know how tired they have to be right now.
Tom, you said you don't really remember what happened in the game, so I'm going to ask you, do you remember what happened in round 16 and 18?
I do remember what happened in the rounds I requested. Well, we go into this round, and it's actually sort of a look at one of the rounds that went very badly wrong in the initial post plants for Carmine Corp, which was actually just them having a lot of utility, and I think the plant was just that little bit too deep, or maybe the utility missed by a little bit, but that was enough for one of these like sneaky diffuses to actually come through from the other side. Now, the round itself, okay, it's important because it was sort of some of the rounds that they managed to steal away, but one of the things that was quite cool, and this was from both teams, was the adaptations we saw later on. So although this round ends up, as said, with like a sneaky diffuse coming through and the post plant not really working out for them, the next round is going to be one where it's a very similar scenario, but we want to focus just on what Scream does. So there's the diffusal. Obviously, you see the utility coming through a little bit later on, but the Nano Swarm was the one that didn't quite connect. And then you have the fact that Scream did basically the same thing, but he wide swings. And now that's how initially there was adaptations. The later adaptations were ones where we saw the likes of BBL. Well, we'll look at this first. This was obviously Scream. He wide swings, just to make sure that if that utility has missed, it's not the end of the world because he's going to be in position. But the adaptations BBL made going into overtime, which is why I think we saw a lot more defensive rounds, is they denied plants. They tried to stop them getting in there altogether. So it was basically a game of adaptations because it started off being very good attacking rounds from the side of KC, but Sushni eventually got to the point where he went, okay, let's just stop them planting altogether.
You know, going into the map, Tom and I were talking about how kind of disgusting the composition is going to be when it comes to that post plan. It's good that even though they had the plan, they also accepted the fact that it could go wrong, and they adapted onto that. Definitely all that merged down. I have to say, it's probably one of the first times that I look at especially, you know, Scream going on to, you know, New Age and actually developing himself as a player.
I mean, you guys speak about that, the fact they had to deny the plan. And the last round where they lost to K-Corp was the one that they didn't. They didn't spam down the wingman, and it was a 5v5, and it was a little bit unfortunate. But I do want to celebrate something real fast.
The end of map one?
Yes, end of map one. End of map one. But Kushner has gotten his thousandth, is that a word? It is now. Kill for BBL. Look at him, the GOAT. I think we didn't expect him to play the Omen there, but like you guys said, some good ideas. I still wish
I'll be honest,
he had done the jet.
He's halfway to 2,000 after that match.
Probably. You mean Lothar's halfway to 2,000 years old after that.
Why are you just throwing? Why are you throwing shots at him?
Yeah, I mean, this is, we're building up to Kute's kill. This is the second, 999th, and this is the 1,000th kill, right here. And he was on Scream! Yes! Yes, king.
Why did we not edit out the 2 whiffs before?
Because
it's a story, it's the journey, Tom. It's not just, it's about the climb.
He could have had his 1,000th kill a few seconds before if he hit his shot.
Wow. Are we doing this? All right, Tom, get in the server. Go on, get in. I want to see you
sub
and
me in,
Kute. I
sub me
want to
in,
see you and
coach.
Kute 1v1.
Come on, let's go.
We played
Vlad will sub me, and he believes in me.
We played against each other. I've killed you a few times.
Yeah, but that's just because you sit in the spawn until the round's already ended. That
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
She gets the kill.
I get the kill, I get the win. That doesn't sound like a problem to me. Before this gets a little bit too out of hand, we're getting quite hyped here, I feel like. The later it's going on, like Pansy and Hypox said, it's getting more weirder and deranged. But the players of BBL, they're getting super hyped as well. I don't know if you guys saw some of the camera reactions on stage when they were playing, but we've compiled some of them to show you guys. Look at this energy. Oh my goodness. I'm scared.
It's funny because we're getting some nice here, but actually we could hear the people screaming from here. And
He's sipping his drink. Oh my God, Vlad.
Oh my God, look at the reaction from BM. He's like, no. I think that was the round that ended up giving them the overtime. That's why Vlad had that reaction. But yeah, time after time, they're just losing it, just like us.
Oh my God, I think these two teams must be the most hype that we've had in this arena.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of OTs, but nothing like this.
I'm gonna make this my phone alarm. There's absolutely no way that I'll sleep through. I'll probably wake up in a shock each time. But
You're gonna have to pay for your therapy.
We should
give
do
you
a
some
quiz
PTSD.
where I just play the sound bites of their screams and you have to guess who it is. Because I don't think I'd be able to guess it.
No, me neither. I think that's very difficult.
And we've got something even more crazy to show you guys. Vlad, you saw him a little bit there. He was getting kind of hyped. And he did his best Barber and owner impression, I believe, in the coach's room backstage. And holy moly, every time he smashed that desk, as you guys can see, the camera that's on him is just moving slowly and slowly into like a different position. Oh my goodness.
Someone's out of frame.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God, you couldn't even see his face anymore. Oh, and then goes.
It's still going.
another
It's
one.
still going. He's going to be fully off camera in a second.
So you know who to blame. If we have another tech pause, you know what we're fixing here. We definitely need a new PC and a new camera for that booth.
How is that pen still intact? Like, that pen is getting the ink squeezed out of it. Oh no, he's gone. Come back.
You cannot even see the head.
Come back, Vlad. Come back. Oh no, that was a disappointed. That was a disappoint.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's still going. It's still going.
I knew you could sub out players, but I didn't know you could sub out your coach.
Somehow it's still going. But we're going to try and get that fixed up before the next map. I want to see more Vlad cam, but this is what we love about being able to be in this Coliseum and pit. We get players on a LAN environment. We get reactions like that.
All
We
the
get the
time.
crowd
Yes.
as well. They're so loud for this game. It's tomorrow. It's
Yes.
tomorrow, and they're still so loud.
Yeah, definitely. They got their ticket yesterday, so they're still using it. I wonder if they can, maybe use
Just
it.
stay here for the later game.
Well, technically.
Yeah, I mean, we've got what? 6 p.m. it starts, right? So we have like 18 hours.
17, because we have the pre-show.
Yeah,
And we
17
open the
hours.
venue at like 4:30. I was gonna say.
Might as well just stay over.
Yeah. Just take a
Wait
nap,
for the
get some
boba truck to
Yeah.
open back up again. Yeah. It's a good morning.
There's loads of beanbags out there. I feel like we could make a fort, Are you down?
We have some chairs. We can
Kakuka
just-
looks like she's down. Should we
I'm
just make a
down.
fort and stay
I
here
know.
and camp here?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be
I
a
love
great
camping.
segment. I think that would be amazing. Just camping around the fire, stories, telling ghost stories.
I've never done that, but I'm down.
You've never done that? No way. We'll describe to you the horrors of everything we've seen today.
Yeah, it's the ghost story of when no one could win an attack round on Icebox. That's my...
Yeah. Honestly, I'm going to write this down. I feel like we should do this. If enough of you at home want to see this happen, I'll make it happen. Now, let's talk
for
about...
one of the post plants, we could get it ready. If we end up at this late, for one of the post
Yeah,
plants,
we can
just
get
some
we can get
marshmallows.
s'mores, yes.
Yeah.
Hot chocolate. Oh my God, I'm so
Never
down.
done
Should we
that.
just go now?
As long as Zesh isn't cooking,
Tom, are you
I'm
down to hold a fort? We're just gonna bounce. You cool?
No.
No?
Something will definitely go wrong if you leave me on my own.
Okay, well, do you know what? We might potentially have 2 maps left. Not 1 map, but 2
That's
maps.
true.
Potentially,
Okay.
potentially. So let's talk about the
So
next one.
this could be 4 a.m. is what you're telling me.
Yep, and it's split with Tom Biz on the desk. Basically, that's going to go OT 100%.
It could be worse. I could be casting.
There might even be a Panpog tech pause, I reckon.
They do like those. They
So
were.
we don't even have a
do
bingo
you know,
active,
do you know
okay?
what's fun? They were casting when I was on the desk for the turret bug. So it really is all coming back together.
Don't you
You
dare.
just need to look like Achilles, and we have the full team back together.
Do you like DRX? Yeah. Do you like a DRX? I think that's what you got.
I love it. It's the best team in the world. They have the best.
It's almost like he's in the room with us.
Honestly, I've heard that many a time.
Shall we talk about comps? Is that something that you guys would be down to chat about?
Yeah, I mean, we can say about BBL that you can either look at one time that was played almost a year ago. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Carry on. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm chilling. Yeah. Someone get me another Red Bull.
And yeah, on the side of Karma and Corp, we saw them playing against Loud on this map. So, you know, maybe they repeat the comp. Maybe now that we've seen Gecko, they want to run it too. We know that they love the triple initiator. So, you know, I'd be down for
I'll be honest, the only thing that sticks out in my mind of the last time they played it was the Aftershock 1v1. Between between
That's
New
mean,
Zero
Tom. That's
and Icebox.
mean.
It's just stuck. It's ingrained in my mind forever.
Listen, we have seen a few Geckos so far. We've seen Angel, we've seen Xiao, we've seen Clout, and I have to say that Shin, to me, has been the most impressive.
The combination worked. I feel like there's a lot of ideas. It just worked. It looks nice. I'm down. Yeah, big up to the fans that are staying as well. Look at that. We're heading into Agent Select now for Split. Of course, K-Corp losing to Loud, not the end of the world. You know, Loud, one of the best teams in the world. So maybe we see that comp again. They did have a raise. That one did have a duelist.
Yeah, exactly. And it was not Scream, surprisingly. He was on the KO, and I have to say, I think that he was trying to make maybe too many opportunities for himself, going on the lurk and trying to be, you know, another of the duelists, because you cannot remove and change his
it's
DNA.
already different. It's already very different, because Navira, I think, was on
Oh,
last
the
time.
Scream raise. He did it.
Okay.
He did it.
Okay, this definitely is interesting, because again, like from what we saw from Gecko from Navi, I didn't really see like a massive amount of value created from it. I think there's options maybe to get some like plant down on B, but a lot of it came in for that sort of information play. Like it was sort of fighting in towards middle. I think Scream being back on Raze, I think like going into the last season's EMEA, he was the highest amount of rounds on Raze possible. So I definitely good to see him back on a duelist.
Honestly, I think that he was just listening to Desk, and when he heard that he needed to be on a duelist to win against Turkey, he was like, okay, guys, we scrap everything. You stay on the Gecko. I'm really looking forward to see what they have planned, because really, they had so many synchronized plays, so many good retakes with the agent, that I'm really looking forward to see splits.
All right, it's time for me to toss over to your casters. I've been told they can't hear us, so I'm going to try and troll them. Pansy and Hypok, how much do you love Tombiz?
Pretty indifferent, honestly.
I love Tombiz. The only thing I love more than Tombiz is Carmine Core. In the space of one map, I've become their greatest. I've never wanted a team to win a series in 2 as much as I do right now. That's how much, Tom, from me to you.
There it is. Okay, well, you've had the hot take, obviously. We are looking at what's Split next.
Yeah, which didn't look great. Looking, if I'm honest. I mean...
Oh, no, it didn't. No, it didn't.
They did get kind of run over by that Loud composition.
Yes.
A complete inability of how to approach the defensive half.
Yep.
I mean, in my eyes, it sounds stupid to say out loud, but scraped together 8 rounds. It's what it felt like when you watched that game. The defense side, there was a number of set pieces that just looked lost, if I'm honest. So that has to be a major concern. Big positive being, they've obviously had some time with Gecko here. They're feeling confident with it. Shin's obviously now identified as that specialist to pick that up.
Absolutely.
And Scream's on a raise. I'm here for it. Historically, I wasn't. But today, yeah.
Here we go. All right, well, proof's in the pudding, isn't it? We have to wait and see if it actually looks good in practice. It's one of those that, you know, it didn't tickle us, but I'm ready and willing to learn. Let's see how it looks now with Shin in combination. He's been marvelous so far, and it looks like, as a starter, Brave will be the first port of call. Call off completely. Scream's aggression, not needing too much more than that.
And bizarre to see the Boombot available here as well, even if that's going to be a jump pick that you entertain.
Consider.
Why not just send the Boombot forward? So a little bit of an overstep there from BBL to give away the first blood. But credit to Scream at least to be close enough to charge that down. Actually, a possibility for an upgrade here for a Frenzy. Well, right there. Navera to pick it up, if anything. Unless Shin's actually already retrieved that. Let's see actually what the purchase looked like at the start of it.
No, we were distracted.
Well, he's down on 50 credits, yeah, so I think has invested that himself. A pause for thought here, though, for Carmine Court.
No overextension from BBL.
Yeah, I was going to say, waiting for somebody on BBL to overstep the mark once again. Did credit them on Icebox for having that kind of mid-round discipline when they were in an advantage. Here, there's a lot of weight on Sushni's
30 seconds left.
shoulders here.
Oh, that's a mouthful to say. Oh, little bro. Absolutely stunning work from him. Shin's the one actually claiming it in the end. I think he had some support there from Scream, but regardless, they have the site fully under control. No real immediate threats here. A little bit of attention put towards CT. Scream controlling it, though. Lovely work. And, oh, this is clean work. This is lovely from Carmine Court. Turco going to get just a little benefit to it, but four standing. Beautiful work. Frenzies galore. Everything they needed. And it worked wonderfully.
I'm interested to see actually how Turco's going to apply this breach on the defense. If Carmine Court do kind of look for this early engagement and pause and wait for BBL to re-explore some of this space, and whether or not that's even going to come. BBL didn't have much of a say in that one.
No. This was Carmine Court's pick, so I guess if you are considering the 2-0 as a potential, this does make it a little more likely. BBL have to see how they look here on this map as well. Bit of a real scrap out of the first, but if this is what they've been practicing, if this is their go-to, their stronghold, and this mid-crunch really not going to get what it wants.
Retrieval here. Carmine Court a drift away from Garage. There's still got that camera. As I said, the camera set up on A side, so they can kind of commit to this with Brave at least watching the cross, but unfortunately there's nobody on the other side of this for Carmine Court. So curious when the walk mid comes. Actually, yeah, it's going to come now after this first wave of smokes will drop.
But the patience has been impressive from Carmine Court, and it's going to pay off. Yeah, very, very diligent in these defaults, not really giving much space up. And off the back of that, feeling like A is the site they want to end towards. So yes, that cam is there, but at this point, they gamble towards B. So should be a very safe site take. No threats at all. And now with a clear sight, they will be feeling out that stack. Now I wonder how far Scream decides to go. If he does decide to go a little bit further here. Plants in. Job done. Crowd goes wild. And BBL, what damage can you achieve, really?
Yeah, just classics. I'm sure Carmine Court are going to look to play a little bit of range here. Mitigate that risk as much as possible. Scream actually with a rifle. You zero the Bulldog as well, so I want to see them limit the damage as much as possible. And BBL might even just wait this out. Don't want to give away any early progress towards ultimates. Feed any kills across. I think it's the right decision, honestly.
Yeah, it's not exciting Valorant, but it's the right way to play.
It's rare you ever see this situation present itself, but it is absolutely the right decision when you think bigger picture. Yes. Especially with Shin already having good early progress.
Here we go. Makes perfect sense. Really limiting the success, but Carmine Court will happily take the round if that's the very little they get out of it, but we do see a bit of a bonus here, though. So going to carry over that rifle you noted on Scream in that prior round. We did see the Bulldog as well. And then just the SMGs around on the other side, rifles galore. So yeah, only one light armor really being lent into. The rest, pretty comfortable so far.
Right, actually, the knock-on effect of this as well. With no damage down, Carmine Court ultimately get a round in hand as well. Because with this slow default as well, if they're looking for control of both orbs potentially. Obviously did see Shin being the priority in terms of retrieving those.
Oh, those little footsteps. Makes me so happy. And the exchange of utility middle, but it is very tense here, very, very considered on both sides, trying to draw both players out best they can. A lot of intent behind this, as mirrored from both teams. 3 players here. First contact truly made was towards Kushner, does draw out the wall, but nothing really achieved off the back of it, just chip damage here.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the wall investment, it needs to come deeper in male here. If you're going to sit this deep in heaven, there's no reason to wall off mid. At least give Kushner an opportunity to backstab that push.
They've fallen so deep away from this, though. It will take time for Carmine Court to clear this, depending on where they want to go, and there is utility still in play, but 40 seconds is still a decent amount of time, but Will be long rotations for either side, whichever way they decide to end, which does look like B for now. 37 seconds now.
First time actually BBL are going to have the favorable stack.
Yes, 3-2 as it stands. And also keep in mind, Cougar isn't a million miles away. Still, this counter utility is going to really rot the clock. 25 seconds, they've got to make a move here. Shin's got to get a bit of a wiggle on. Aslan has already found a Vera. So we scream to respond. Aslan finds some more. Lovely work coming out from BBL here. Keeping their composure even under the pressure late game. Nuzera can't make much of it. Yes, taking away a couple, but 3 staying alive is quite critical considering how vulnerable that economy is for BBL. But first on the board for themselves.
And considering it was flawless coming into that from Carmine Court to get to that point with a couple of rifles to boot. And it's not around that. I mean, Carmine Court are achieving a lot with this default, but it doesn't result to any damage. It doesn't really force a rotation. BBL drift back into, I think, what's their intended setup.
Yeah.
With a 3-man B hold.
But again, this is still early round, so I do want to see what Carmine Court, if they do continue to realize, yes, we are garnering this space. Yes, it's running down the clock, but we're getting what we want here. I'm wondering what the end goal may be. If there is an adjustment to be had.
Curious,
and
even
again,
as
this dry walk middle.
Yeah.
I don't love it. And maybe Scream could make me a believer, but I would have liked to see a little bit more intent behind that. BBL showing they're willing to brawl out here. That should be a reminder for it.
The spacing as well for Shin to be a little further behind that. If Scream's going to walk a smoke, you want to guarantee a trade there, at the very least. XMS will be spotted off this camera. Actually, we're going to tag as well, but Navera not considered.
Yeah, almost overperforming in that situation. There is presence on the site. Yet to find. Shin still towards middle. Trying to maybe be the knife in the back, but Carmine Court peeling away from this. What a difference of pace we're seeing here. This is very patient play, very late round play, which is a precarious game plan to have if it backfires. We'll see.
I mean, there's no aftershock to disrupt the plant. Obviously, Cushion is dead, so there's no paint shells here.
But it's the time they get towards Brave.
Yeah. I mean, it all rides on how long Brave can survive.
Shin should be able to clear a fair amount of this, I guess. He should know what's coming now. Oh, lovely work from Brave. Just looking for the player on the little bro. Now he's in danger, though. How long can he stay alive? Support's on the way, but it's not there yet. 14 seconds. Carmine Court get a move on. 10 seconds now, and Turco's made it there. That's so dangerous. Caught in between a rock and a hard place. 5 seconds now. They are running out of time. And Turco, they're just running out of players. Carmine Court, what is the plan to that?
So the aftershock not deep enough to clear Brave on backside. Again, placement of the gravity well as well. It doesn't even pull him into a position that Carmine Court can punish. Perfect swing from Brave though here, this first one.
Lovely.
I think even there actually, XMS's utility is actually purely reactive. Which means that backside position wasn't even considered for Carmine Court on the approach.
We can see a little bit more from Carmine Court on these plays. When you talk about very slow teams that hit like that, they go for those very slow pieces. It does take a lot of coordination to get that utility bang on the money. It has to be perfect, it has to be coordinated. So when DRX were running something, not necessarily here, but across the board, a little bit of those late hits coming in. Obviously, Navi under prior titles had that sort of style, but I need to see that late round intent behind it.
I mean, with a late hit like that, it needs to be a blanket of security in terms of utility. There needs to be no
stone left unturned.
Exactly, because there can't be a curveball on the way in when you have 15 seconds. No. There just can't.
Oh, we'll see what they can make happen with these sheriffs. On the other side, the buy continues to get strong, right? They get the money behind it. They get a little bit of buffer, build up those ultimates if they can. There's some room here.
Thought Brave's barrel might have been protruding there, but Scream didn't seem to react.
No, I wonder. Quite close now, though. It's that jump-off point. How do they clear the site here? 3-2 split once again. This is a bit more of a problem. Shin's actually found Sushni, and now Brave is alone. Yes, support comes through on CT. Plant's on the way. XMS does find Brave. Here we go. Much better. Plant's going to come in uncontested. Pressure towards CT now, starting them out. They want to get aggressive on this. Plant has been denied, however. Keep that in mind. There's now a chance for a refight on this. 15 seconds. Aslan takes down one, but a quick trade comes out. A 2v3 now. Rifles in the hand of Nuzera and Navera. And this is what we wanted to see. Cushion is still standing, though. Oh, the double swing. Good work from Carmine Court, but so dangerous again.
What a conversion for this Thrifty. You think actually, what happens there, I think, is the mosh pit lands on Sushni when he's in his spy cam. I'm not sure if we have an opportunity to catch a perspective of that.
I don't know how he got caught by it.
I mean, the kill comes through so early as well.
Super
Not sure if
early.
even after this, if production can pull that, but I think Sushni's just sat in his cam, waiting for contact. It's a contact play on the back of that.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, because I'm thinking, screen's posted the paint shell directly underneath Hell in front of New Box, so...
Good. Just what we needed.
It's about that time.
What time is it, Michael? No.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No.
All right, well.
It's tech pause time. What time is
That's
it?
what that is.
Players elated as he smiles across the stage.
They are thriving right now. I really want some tech pause music, you know? Like something very intense.
Well, I actually had this conversation with, obviously, John Locke, our architect, musical architect of
Yes,
VALORANT.
yes.
About selecting tech pause music and
Can
differing
we
it for-
select it?
Well, I would hope so at this point.
Because it's for us. What would you go for? Would you go for more of a relaxing number, like, you know, elevator music? Or would you go a little bit intense?
Lo-fi. Yeah,
Lo-fi
lo-fi,
vibes.
yeah, lo-fi beats to tech pause too. That should be the...
Kevin sat there like, I've got it, guys. I'm working on it right now. I'm going to get it. It's going to
We
happen.
can get it done by the end of the night. I mean,
Yep.
we should have plenty of time, obviously.
No one's got
So,
anywhere else to
no.
be or do anything tomorrow. Lighting's cool though, isn't it?
I've never actually seen the... Somebody tweeted the other day they'd never looked up in here, and I just realised I had.
Oh. Well, there you go.
That's the part of the material we're at. We're looking up.
Oh.
Looking for answers.
Yes, truly, desperately, truly, madly, deeply.
Crowd's still out there, though.
You lot are mad.
Yeah.
How are you getting home is the question. Hopefully all of you drove. Shout out to that one
Walking,
person.
yep. We got a walker up there.
Yeah. Keep them warm with a couple of maybe spicy beverages. Shout out to you lot. I actually can't believe the crowd's still out there. It's quite impressive.
That's dedication.
It is. It is. I kind of expect it from the Carmine Core fans. I know they're a little mad for it, but BBL fans sticking around. Absolutely dedicated.
Coach is half asleep.
Chairs are really comfortable.
Again, the camera for Vlad has been slowly
Intense,
adjusting
but just like,
throughout map one. But the Carmine Core coach is slowly becoming more reclined.
Yes, yes.
As the series progresses.
Now, I get worried because the teams seem happy, which means it could be a
Yeah,
longer
there's-
pause.
yes.
They're like, ha 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 ha, we're never leaving.
Arms across.
Yeah, that's not gaming.
Hands
That's
off.
not. Oh, no!
No, come on.
Oh, don't do this to us. That's me when the tech pause
Yes.
hits. Oh. How's your day been? Answer the question.
I tried to think of something. Just great.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. You've really
Yeah.
filled that time.
I do honestly think today, even if this goes to like a 13-11 and Carmine Core win, this might be the most rounds we've seen from two.
Like
best
two
of threes.
games. Yeah. And I think at the start of the day, you probably wouldn't have thought it between these teams potentially either. Like maybe, but
I mean, this, like I said, honestly, I think it's a fair assessment to say my expectations were low coming into this series. I even had a chat with Vlad earlier, and he was like, expect something different today.
Okay.
Like, don't judge us by
what you'd
lock-in,
previously seen. Yeah.
which is obviously the first thing that
You're
everyone's
like,
going to go to.
So
but
lock-in.
on the other side of that, as though
Yeah.
I was so disappointed with Carmine Core, and even after the FBX series, and looking at what you would hope. Like I said, Shin had an absolute lights out performance.
It's great to see.
That was kind of the diamond in the rough.
Well, because you look at that roster and you look towards the top end, right? You look at the big names. You've got
Yeah, you
Scream, Navera, you
Naturally.
put XMS up there, and the other two you're looking like, okay, well, what can they bring to this roster? How do they fit in? How do they look? And Shin was one of those kind of outstanding stars.
Well, in terms of a tier 1 stage, definitely an unknown quantity as well.
I've seen players who've eventually become incredibly diligent, having those first couple of outings and just not having it, right? Super dry, just not feeling comfortable, feeling all of those kind of differences that we talk about when we come into first events, and it just was so apparent that this man, when he sat down, felt like it was home. And again, he's putting stickers on his arm. Brilliant. We're talking him up like he's great.
Yeah.
And, like, he's just like, me put sticker on arm. I wouldn't mind some of those stickers though. Where are
He's
they?
really embraced the
There it is.
the Gecko main.
Yeah, he has become Gecko now.
XMS not happy about it.
Oh, no, there
it
it
was.
is.
Yeah,
there
yeah.
it is.
Looked
There
very
it is.
disappointed
Scream,
at first.
however, judgment. You can really see the difference between the brothers.
I still don't think I've... Okay, I was about to say, I don't think I've seen Nevera smile.
Yeah, he's a cheerful.
Yeah.
He's cheerful. Don't worry about it. Might have to open this up to the audience. Don't know how long this may last.
The audience or Twitter?
Not, Twitter. I'm sorry. Audience in-house. I don't know. I might have to just look at, you know, maybe a hashtag. I don't think we've got one. Do we have a hashtag? I should know that.
VCT EMEA, is it?
Oh,
That's, at least that's the
maybe. You know
flared
what?
one.
You know what? We're going to commit to that.
You can get at either of us directly.
Oh, we're going to shill our socials?
I don't know if we can get a ticker up for the stream.
Okay, we're doing a mailroom. We're just going to do inbox right now.
Okay.
Do we be good to the company or to ourselves?
Ourselves.
All right, nice.
Yeah, it's at that point of the night where, yeah.
Yeah, at us, at Pansy, and at...
Hypoc.
Nice, well done. No production. Tweet at us, folks. Your thoughts on the day. Did you expect this to go this far? While you do that, we do have a little bit of a breakup from the podcast. I know. The fans are devastated.
I was just getting into it.
I know, we're really warming into it. But we are going to throw it back down to the wonderful desk who are waiting in the wings to give us a little bit of a pause for thought so we can catch all your tweets.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypoc. The obvious hashtag would have been PanPog Tech Pause, I would have thought. And I also heard that because it's a special occasion, they're giving away Riot Gun Buddies. So if you want to at Pansy and at Hypoc, hashtag PanPog Tech Pause, and they're going to just choose some of their favorite people.
Oh, okay.
And maybe give them a gun buddy. Yeah.
Social media, just
One
try and
sec.
DM them.
Just
and
write
I think they
a
have 10
tweet.
each, so
Yeah, I think it's like the more you tweet, the more entries you get, right, to get it pulled out. So feel free to, get the spam going. It's
what was the
VCT
hashtag?
EMEA approved.
What was the hashtag?
PanPog Tech Talk, TED Talk. Oh my God, we are so creative. There we go. Yeah, PanPog Tech Talk. I feel like that should be a thing. Yeah.
Almost there.
we should create a lower third for when this happens. You know, the people know that finally they're starting to call.
It does happen a lot, but I should let you guys give you an update. We're just attending to one of the players' personal needs right now. It's nothing serious, and we are ready. It's been tended to. What would you know? Back to you for the PanPog Tech Talk.
Can I have Gun Buddy, please?
We're back in business. That's what you get for taking away from us. Gets fixed really quickly. How dare you? Don't come back on camera. I see the lights going on. Don't do this to us. It's a late night. All right, we're chilling out now. I had a little floor nap earlier. But we've been told the issue has been resolved, so we should be back underway nice and quickly. You're welcome.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we are.
It was us, thank us.
Yeah, we've been hard at work fixing it. Yet to see it on pause, but you know what? High hopes. High hopes here, Michael.
I'm not seeing movement. Oh, yeah, there we go. I was really worried for a moment
Well,
there.
that's just the observers. They're like,
Yeah.
it's gone from there. Now they're like, all right, chair back in
No,
business.
there you go.
No, all right, fair enough. My bad. Still paused. Still paused. How you doing, observers? You good? Little nod?
Movement.
Movement. There it is.
There we go.
Oh, we're back
There
in the
we
building.
go.
3-2. If you're just tuning in, if you're just waking up from a very short nap, Carmine Court is currently in the lead. Money very much in their side now, and BBL still trying to scrape together a purchase here. Aslan does have the rifle, so keep that in mind.
Pace change here coming out of Scream as well. See how far he can actually get to explore heaven. You have Fusion on the other side of that. Only a Sheriff in hand. Will be noted here. Actually, the swing comes through a little late with a paint shell, but doesn't get punished yet. Scream will dig a little deeper, though. Will find that opener. 4 members of BBL now scrambling this rotation across from B Heaven.
Scramble somewhat slowing down here. And there could be a counterburst through towards Heaven. I wonder if that's got much validity to it. I'm looking at Aslan to be the danger man. And he responds. He's ready to stand up to the task. Aslan again delivers. Shin's gone down. This is suddenly becoming a bit more of a scrap than I think they expected. Turco's got a rifle as well. Don't forget that. Filtered back into the hands. Brave still doing a little bit of chip damage, but Scream back filling that space. But what a weird turn of events. They've made a mad dash for it. Spike is out of there.
Spike never even made it towards sight.
30 seconds
The
left.
intention there for Carmine Court to actually catch that rotation, I believe. Conscious of another member of BBL being positioned on site. Isn't going to matter though. 20 seconds left comfortably. Then the spike down. Problem being Brave and Turco both have weapons now. Scream, Showstopper available. Nuzera, Rolling Thunder, two massive tools here in the post-farm, but Scream has to find the first. Does do that. Turco quick for the trade, though.
All right, Turco. He's had a couple rounds like this, but this setup's so hard to break.
He's got ahead of the stun or the Rolling Thunder.
Ooh, hold on. Oh, dear. Trying to get a little bit dicey now, Turco. You got a time limit, though. And it's depleted. XMS, no sweat in the end for him. No big threats found. Got a little bit precarious up towards heaven. Handled themselves well, eventually. And I do believe that Yinzu has thrown us under the bus with gun buddy talk.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Anyway.
I never like to get involved in the Riot gun buddy discussion.
No, it's mostly Mitch who gives them out anyway.
Yep,
So
yep.
4-2. We look at the ultimates coming on. Actually, Carmine Core pretty good on theirs. Well said. XMS, Nuzera, and Scream all with theirs. On the other side, Aslan does have Res, so that is in hand.
And big actually, they carry those across. They don't have to throw any of those ultimates in to secure the previous. It's on the buy round here. Massive components for Carmine Core to work with. Again, this push and prod default here towards mid. It's going to keep three members of BBL occupied. It's not even a kill trap for Sushni to play off here. Just has that contact camera deep in heaven. The intention is here for the retake. That means Kushner has to go huge here from this position.
It's not an easy one to play into. Set for success, though, but actually Scream gets to keep his life here. No immediate threat to danger in the end. Actually sconned away. Has pulled rotations in, though. 4 now present here. Oh, going to be popped and sent back. Scream into the next round. They're actually going to cancel this.
And this is the concern with how Carmine Core have approached this. 30 seconds left now. Brave still tucked in very deep on B site.
30 seconds left.
Can he buy any extra time once again? He did fantastic to survive as long as he did previously. Is he up to the challenge again?
He'll be unfazed by the utility coming in. Try and show a little bit of presence, puff up the chest, make a bit of a problem of it. He knows they're now flying towards the site. 13 seconds, they've got to get that spike down. Anything to deny it? Oh, maybe it's Brave. Now tucked to the corner, Shin could be in trouble. No, Nuzera's there with him. Ready for the double face if they need it. XMS pouring in utility. Shin does find Brave. And now an even situation, 3 apiece. 1 CT, 2 Heaven. Rez comes in to tip the scales in favor. XMS puts them back down to an even odd. You can see the utility now needs to come in. Aslan, oh, the drop down as well. It's Nuzera up against Kushner. Nuzera trying to play to the clock, play to that time limit. The swing's there. Nuzera, brilliant play. Kushner, no chance to get in. 5 now for Carmine Core.
Beautiful work from Carmine Core.
Excuse me?
There's another one. Let's focus on the round at hand,
Yes,
though.
talk to me here, Mike, 'cause a lot went on.
Fantastic. And even actually at that point of the round, getting Turco back on his feet, he has the fault line to try and set up some second attempt.
Yeah.
So a second wave on this retake. But Carmine Core weather the storm. Able to outlast, unfortunately, this time around, Brave can't really kill much time. Carmine Core are way pacier in terms of the approach to B site.
Tech pause now.
Players almost resorting to launching things at each other.
Yes.
XMS was considering it.
He was close. He was close to it. He was like, oh.
I do believe this is a short one.
Do you?
I've had that promise in my ear.
Oh.
I've been promised.
That's a bold
Yeah.
promise. There's the Carmine Core fans. No rest for the wicked. They are here as late as they need to be. Dedicated audience there, as Sideshow found out. See how this tech pause shakes down. Hopefully it is a short one and we get back into business because it can just offset that tempo and pace.
Yeah, I mean,
it's hard. It is hard to deal with. Again, these players need to stay focused. They can't be talking to each other really. They, you have to hold as you are. Now let's talk about the tempo we're seeing here because Carmine Core have really kind of shifted a little bit here. The pace is very curious.
And they have been dictating the pace of some of these rounds. It's a little baffling to see BBL still commit to this kind of 3-man hold on mid where there's no exploration. There's no point in the round where they say, okay, let's confirm presence or confirm absence, actually. And this setup on A just isn't really making me feel great. They have a fault line set up for Turco. Again, when that camera takes contact, the plan is to obviously stun up, find the paint shell kill, but again, if it's Scream to lead the charge, as has been the case, you can kind of get out of that quite easily. Unless he's burning up the double satchel to get to ramp. No, I think it's only one satchel coming out of the previous tech pause. So I'm curious, actually, if I was talking about how they were going to apply this breach on the defense. They haven't really secured any, you know, risk-free opening engagements.
There we go. Oh, no.
It doesn't say left and right on the earphones.
Oh, no. Oh, God. It's all gone Pete Tong. Oh. Should be fine. It's all good. Nothing else to do tonight. I do love Stevie. If you are wondering occasionally, if you guys at home hear the occasional voice ringing out from stage, Stevie, wonderful man.
Absolute legend.
Gets people going.
Yeah,
Quite
he
literally.
does.
Yeah. And will announce when players return. I like that. It's good.
Back. I was told 2 minutes.
Don't. Hey. I need positive mental attitude
we're
here.
close.
We're getting there. Here we go. Look at the focus coming in. Getting comfortable again. You know, got to warm back into it. It's a long game. It's been a long series. I can't even blame them. And I like to blame people.
It's heartbreaking to deal with this stuff after that map one that's already had enough rounds in it to really cover 2 maps in itself.
Absolutely.
But we need to see BBL answer back here.
Yes, we do. That is, it is the question, right? What is the game plan now? They've set the tempo. Carmine Core, no subtlety really about what they're doing. You know, it's once you've seen the plan.
If they read into this as well and they try and play for the late round and force Carmine Core into these desperation late hits, then unfortunately we need to see some sort of setup to address that.
Deep fall from Aslan. He's fired up. Whatever he's done, absolutely fired up and ready to go. Quickly, though, dealt with. Navera, no messing around. Brave. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep. Well, Carmine Core have learned how to use utility as well. That gets really scary when they start actually clear mid with utility too. Sushni now, nothing to do in this round. They've won every fight they wanted. No real threats made with these sheriffs and bits and pieces. Even the judge dealt with very quickly.
I mean, we're watching a different team to what we were 3 weeks ago. It's actually really enjoyable to watch some of the massive concerns be addressed. Like I said, we had isolated rounds on Icebox. We had these examples.
Oh.
Makes a mess.
The reaction.
Oh. But it is a joy to see Carmine Core actually get on the same page.
Because I think a lot of us, rolling your mind back to even previous lineups, loved what Navera brought. Obviously, someone like Scream, so exciting. Shin, what a potential in a young player coming in. And the same, XMS News area, other players, I can't wait to see what they do here. So it was like, when does this gel? Does it gel? So many question marks. And seeing a little bit of, you know, reward off the back of that, really nice to see for them, growing from those earlier games. BBL starting to maybe feel a little bit of that exhaustion starting to hit. Need to see something with this buy here.
Definitely do. Ultimates still kind of lacking, if I'm honest. Kushner down at 1 and 6. At Showstopper not even on the cards just yet. Turco one off the Rolling Thunder. So maybe opportunities, if they can get a kill here, to at least rely on those in the next, try and claw their way back into this half. But we're entering round 9 now. Tongue twisters late at night.
Early in the morning. As you can see, a little bit of resistance shown. Scream not over-investing in utility does give him that ability to figure it out.
Little things like this, like Scream's trying to dig away this cam that is kind of pivotal to what BBL's approach is to this defense.
And Kushner has to respect it, has to get out of there. And they're getting so much control. Again, loving Shin on Gecko. I
His
feel like
utility's been fantastic.
just taking space, allowing that freedom for Scream then to kind of fill that role. And it's forced BBL in such unfavorable, deep positions.
I mean, he's going to have the ultimate again for the site hit. Mosh pit.
Who's going to watch for...
I thought he was going to go over screen there.
Oh, he's got the ult back. Don't think it's going to go quite so far, but Scream. Great shot with Sushni. And that's the site looking really available. Kushner now in danger. Oh.
I say no smoke for the cross there. It was only the wingman, but Bart will come through regardless. And lots of heaven control here. BBL have to address it. Aslan the first,
Good
Turco
trade.
the second.
Really good trade. Taking down XMS at least allows that opportunity. Yes, there is a lurk to this, though. Nuzera is not a million miles away. He can get there in time. This is good, though. Navera? How did you hit that? Kushner should have had it every day of the week. And they know where they are now. They're closing in slowly but surely. The net surrounding Aslan, caught on the cross, pulls the trigger. Nuzera is there. Carmine Core are playing a beautiful game of Valorant, and I did not expect to be saying it, but I'm happy I am.
Hitting their stride now, looking very comfortable in terms of the decision-making on display. Even there, Nuzera knows that he can play for the late round. Doesn't have to take that one greedy kill onto Aslan as he drops from heaven. Beautiful stuff. And come back to it again, these individuals starting to shine.
And the beauty for me is when you get that nice system in place, right? When you start having those, the structure there, it does allow some of those players to find that comfort within it, so you don't get that scrappiness to it anymore that depends on just one bailing them out. Really starting to see the system they've been working on in practice. For BBL, though, feels like a brick wall. They haven't been able to adjust well yet. We haven't seen them take back the reins much. It has been very much a one-speed sort of map, and it's at Carmine Cores. So during this timeout, I'm not sure what BBL really has for us.
I mean, it comes so late on in the half that some of the adjustments we've been hoping to see are almost salvage mode, right? Yeah, to try and get potentially three,
just a little bit,
potentially 4 rounds on the board. And either scenario, really, I'm still of the opinion, you need to really win out your defensive half here on Split. You have to. That ship has sailed already.
Yeah.
So we're literally in salvage mode already.
What can they get? It's just felt like a vice grip from Carmine Core.
Rolling Thunder invested in the previous, but Showstopper online now.
Okay.
In terms of game changers, that's probably going to be the last ultimate available for the half. Neural Theft, yes, maybe the revive coming through. But again, to find value from that res on the defensive side of Split, very difficult. Unless you're fighting for mid. You can isolate one player on Carmine Core, find that trade. It's not been the case. BBL haven't explored.
No, once again, that exploration looks like it's not going to happen. Let's see what they get up to here. Spike is back in hand.
The frustrating thing really is, this is how BBL would play a defensive round on Icebox when they were 1 or 2 man up.
Yes.
Yes, in this round, it's only Sheriffs and a Stinger, but it's been the same in the buy rounds. And we credit to them for that because it's the correct approach. That there's been no way for BBL to create that advantage on the defense.
No. And
Seen
the
this
information
before.
found. Yep. Yeah.
There's my buddy.
Beautiful setup, but it gets nothing.
Nope.
Almost a little early there with the camera tag.
Didn't get what they wanted. Brave. Now feeling really in trouble. He is. And it's Turco to get one in the meantime, but Scream making them pay. BBL left in tatters. Aslan slowly trying to make his way over here, but there's so much more to do. Spike does need to go down, but it feels inevitable. It is. Carmine Core striding through the game. Yes, a little bit of danger here and there, but the money's in a great position. There's no problem in that regard. BBL need to get a buy on the board, which they should have here.
They will do, but you're then concerned about the round 12 buy. And we're looking at either 8-4 or 10-2, to be honest with you. And with the way this half has gone, you're leaning towards 10-2.
You are. Producer, one more time. You didn't say that. You didn't. Oh, it's funny. It's funny, it is. Who's paid for this? Who's paid? Okay, I do believe it is an audio issue with one of the players. So hopefully, because these players, you know, they come prepared. They have backups, right? I think it is Navera. His headset is
Always a
off.
troublemaker.
Yeah, you can tell. You can really tell with him.
He's got that look in his eye.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, hopefully there is a backup available, so it's a quick fix. Because, again, it shouldn't take too long. But we've been told lies in the past, Michael. We have been lied to. We've been hurt.
2 minutes.
I love how you're committing to 2 minutes. No one else has.
No, I'm just saying that was one of the lies.
Oh,
Yeah.
And look, hey, headsets back on, hold on.
Referee looks very pleased about the
Yeah,
situation.
ref's like, look, I've done a great job here. This is
Nods.
Yeah, nods.
Nodding.
Yeah. Oh. No. But What is that? What is that?
Is he trying to lasso something?
Yeah, hold on. You could just sit up, I guess.
Our sponsor Logitech very happy about this.
Yeah, still working though. So there you,
there you go.
There we are. Lovely. Oh, he's realised he's on camera. He's like, oh,
can hear.
They've seen me. They've absolutely seen me.
Remain calm.
If it hits him in the head, And that is the quality you get with the Logitech G, I believe, Pro Wireless there. Maybe the light
The super light,
yeah,
I
the
think,
super light.
yeah.
Very nice. Oh, a little bit of, oh.
It's got weird.
It's got a little weird.
It's got a little
late
weird.
night. It's not quite the stacks. Feels a bit strange. It's just you on your own. Nope. Okay. All right.
Oh, well.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it's just nasty
I don't
work
condone
now.
that at all.
No. No.
Logitech, I wouldn't treat your mice like that.
No. No.
Never.
You know my Twitter, if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, you know where to find us.
You know, we're here for you. Love to try a keyboard or something as well. I bet they're pretty robust.
Desperate. For a scrap.
Okay, I'm looking for Navi. Hold on, heads are on. Heads are on. Okay. Hey, we're looking good.
Oh, this is it. I feel.
Yeah,
Look at the other casters are like, what is going on down there? Faces pressed against the windows.
It's like a zoo in here. We could have called it the zoo.
We could have.
We really should have explored that option. Coliseum. I do want to kind of do the, you know, like the thumbs
Yeah,
up,
we
thumb
do
down
need to
thing
go
from the
though.
window.
Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah.
Gladiator scene.
Oh, I love that.
I do one now, actually, technically.
God, can we just for you, Mike? This is your moment. Wait, hold on.
No, it starts like this,
tech,
and then goes down.
Down. Yeah, there it is. Nice. Apparently, Tech Pause is pretty much good to go. So.
I was quite close.
Yeah,
actually,
it was 1 minute and 55 seconds on
1:55.
that. Not bad. I've been watching.
A quick, brief tech pause.
I've heard that phrase before. I've been watching.
We're back in
Drive
it though.
To Survive. So
High
that was
octane,
a nice
6 rounds separating these
hit
teams.
stop there. What? All right, this is the buy the BBL needs to make work. It has been a drought for them. Sparse have these rounds been for them. Claiming a couple at the start, but Carmine Core looking so robust in approach. Pace has been perfect from them, slow, cautious, but it has been winning the race. At 8-2, BBL, you have a couple of ults, one more important than the other. You got to make it work somehow here.
Again, the adjustment for BBL actually to invest the wall a little deeper, denial of space. The problem being you don't see anybody else towards A Heaven. This time around, actually, Kushner positioned towards backside on B. The Rolling Thunder going to get posted through. Not going to be any threat because retake has been the MO here for BBL. Sushi's got to be careful, though he's traded out with the showstopper.
Did get Shin, so at least evening the odds somewhat, but plants in, so the time's on their side now. Retake started.
Kushner has a showstopper as well.
Wait to see where that gets invested if it does. I mean, feels somewhat free. Look at the utility he's still got to invest here. Kushner's got so much to play with. They're clearing those close corners. Okay, there it is. Gonna start it off, clear towards the right, sees nothing, looks towards the side. Turco does find Scream, but there's still that element there, which is Navera. Gone and deleted. 4v2, XMS and Nuzera. Not really in a position to do much. Can be a nuisance, but they still need to take back some additional space. Heaven, that's where they're going. But the defuse is started. Braves on it. XMS, hold on, he's taking down one. Can he deny it? The tag, it's not enough. The defuse is there. BBL clawing on to a couple of rounds.
You almost want Aslan to res here. Get another weapon up.
The money's so dire.
I mean, Brave's not going to be able to afford. I'm looking how the purchase is going to settle, but unless they make a play off the res here, and that's literally the intention from the get-go, you want to see the eco res. It's not often we're calling for it, but here when the fourth is so desperately required, there's one tag that comes through.
That was silly close. Silly close to it. And now you can see the effect of that. You've got 2 SMGs coming out. Not ideal. Would have loved to have seen that purchase there. I wonder if Carmine Core slipped back into that gear they've been in, that slow, methodical crunch they've been going for. Different look, though, with the wall as well. Investing over towards 8. A little bit of a switch up this time.
Again, that adjustment that we did see in the previous, not evident here, and Carmine Core ultimately capitalize off that. Shin able to actually retrieve his utility ahead of the smoke dropping. All of it.
Yeah, he's back in business. This pinch towards A could be deadly. Kushner is here, as is Aslan. Both of them do have rifles. You can see on the back lines, BBL wanting to kind of take that space back. Turco being played into with this jump spot from Brave. Scream loves his oh my God, come on. You're not meant to win that fight. I was going to say he loves his dry peaks, but he should have lost that one. And now you're adding doubt. You're getting worried because Scream's just taking space.
I was going to say, dealing with the spy cam actually looks as if it's going to pull Aslan into the line of sight of Nivera, and it's punished. Kushner now on an island. Wingman sent forward, will be dealt with, but the swing comes through. Scream there to trade it.
The combo work again between him and Shin's utility has been lovely. And meeting on the rope, Shin wins out. Sushni's down. Plant readdressed and Brave spotted. Oh, it's stunning from Carmine Core. What a response coming back in.
The timing of this round as well. Scream dealing with that spy cam when 3 members of Carmine Core are set up deep in A heaven.
Yep.
I said Aslan has to make a decision there. Unfortunately, he's pulled right into the line of sight. The waiting arms of Nivera's operator. And a commanding half here from Carmine Core.
I'm pleasantly surprised by what I'm seeing because it was their attacking side with some of their calls, some of their approaches that really left me wanting. Now I'm seeing a wonderful look, and maybe BBL's having a bad game. Maybe we get to see this once again tested the next time around with those next opponents. But it has been great. It's been really good. So I love seeing this from them. It's a rare treat to see this because it was all concept and theory, right? We weren't sure if that was going to be the case by any margins. And now seeing it in action, I'm very much aboard this. Now, the second half, though. BBL have to somehow reignite a fire because it has been flat, it has been dreary now. And it's hard to pick yourself back up after a half like that.
And it's tough because so many of the approaches on defense on Icebox looked fantastic. I just think that ethos was completely absent here on Split. There was a similar sort of situation where you're wondering when they're going to put Kushner in a position to create an advantage, because that's when BBL looked fantastic on Icebox.
Yeah, I'm with you.
There wasn't enough, set pieces cooked up around this breach and this raise that allowed BBL to lean heavily towards this retake setup, and especially against the Gecko. You have to make that consideration now. Carmine Core get heaven control, and somebody's just playing screens off a spy cam, that wingman plant comes through for free.
Yeah.
You don't even have to send anybody to site.
Nope. Well, I glimpse back at this, it is the Carmine Core frag movie at this point. It was very much one-sided for them.
I mean, I think just in that last tech pause, 3 members of BBL won 3 kills.
Yeah, it's not been a good game individually, sadly, and as a collective here, or at least a good map. I think map 1, it was their biggest attempt, it was their best attempt, and it was damn close. What a fabulous game that was.
I'm looking at it now, yeah, Brave, Kushner, and Sushni still on 3 kills. Turco and Aslan, 12 and 10
That's rough.
apiece.
That's quite rough. I was kind of hoping one of them would, maybe step up a little bit more. I mean, Scream's having a good game as well. Lovely to see that. 15-7. Joined by Nuzera, but it has been, once again, I love seeing this new combination.
The man who doesn't believe in duelists, shining on a duelist.
It's weird.
Looking really comfortable at taking opening engagements.
Psyche's quite good at aiming and
Things
stuff.
you love to see.
We do. But willing to adjust mentality if it works for the team. Take that. Let's see how it goes going forward. Second half on the way, 9-3. But the bigger issue is, if you're hoping for a third map, Carmine Core in the lead, and they did pocket map 1. So BBL, you're having a laugh.
Cheers.
You're
Fill
having
the
a laugh.
Coliseum.
You're having
We were so close as well. This is 3 seconds away from round start.
How could this happen to me?
Well, I mean, it's lucky we haven't just filled a halftime.
You're
We've got
absolutely
plenty
right.
more material to burn through.
On a
for this
9-3.
one.
I can hear
I can
Sue
hear
laughing.
Yinsu
Yinsu's
from
absolutely cackling
several
in the
kilometers
background.
away.
Oh, well, here we are.
So one thing actually for the audience, I need people to start handwriting signs and bring them in.
Yes, the signs.
Show
I want
us
signs.
something.
Yeah,
Anybody's
yeah,
got a Sharpie out there now, actually.
I think, honestly, considering you've got some amazing crew in-house. Oh, I do see a sign being held
Oh,
up.
what's that one say?
Hold on. Can we get...
Forza BBL.
Okay.
There we go.
Is that sort of just printed off something?
Somebody's printed a picture of somebody.
Someone's got their mum's printer out there. Mum, I need to borrow it.
If we could get the cam actually sweeping around, look at some of these signs. Is there anybody at Carmine Court? We got some flags.
I do see on the other side as well. We're just asking production to do things. They're like, please, we just want to sleep. I've never known what sleep is anymore, but sure. See, I'm trying to see the signs. I'm going to look at windows. My glasses are very bad. No.
There we go.
Oh,
Sign who cars, of course.
Sign
Obviously.
who cars. Yep, solid. Was a BBL. Okay, yeah, no, I think we can ask for creativity. Going forward, let's see if we can provide some of those nice little things and people come out there and...
Because we need help for times like this.
Yeah, we're floundering.
Yeah.
I'm just... Oh, we're back underway. There we go. 9-3. We might end this game. Maybe. It will be BBL on the attacking side, and it will be Carmine Core on the defending side. Map in hand for Carmine Core, so this has to be everything for BBL.
Again, one thing we were talking about, the approach at Lock-In, a lot of it was built around the breach. Slight composition change here. Carmine Core might actually recall the smoke yet. The grand reveal, Scream finds two with the frenzy. Kushner stunned up.
They're still going for more. Shin's right there, chomping at the bit too. Down to 2 players left alive, limping towards the site. But look at the spike. It's just in middle. Sushni has to battle his way back in through bodies. Actually, XMS a little low, maybe vulnerable. No, Navera, so sharp. Brave's turn. Can he live up to the name? 3-10 right now, needs to really delve deep for this. Not easy. Oh, you can see exactly where they're watching, and there it is. It's 10 for Carmine Core. That's double digits.
Another scenario where we talk about the concerns from Lock-In, these set pieces that looked absolutely dreadful for Carmine Core. Executed perfectly here in the pistol round. Beautiful stuff at the right time as well. Ahead of this trap. Shin happy to actually sweep through, capitalize on the stun as well. At that point, it's all but done for BBL. So actually don't throw anything into this other than a Sheriff.
Yeah. You can even see it on the players when we go to the cams. They are frustrated. You can imagine how hard this has been to play against, test your patience every single time. And now you lose the pistol. Bad to worse.
Well, I mean, as well for BBL, it's one of those situations where you look at Carmine and Lock-In, that's probably the pre-tape that they've studied coming into this.
Absolutely.
And Carmine Core have cleaned up so much of their approach to both maps. So BBL are kind of troubleshooting on the fly here. You can't really fault it. There's lots of things that I think are concerning, but they haven't necessarily played a bad game. No. Split in particular here, there's been numbers lacking. But I mean, Carmine can have been the ones to be in the driving seat.
Roll your mind back and imagine the first map went the other way, right? That's that. Again, it could have been a totally different picture altogether. As it stands though, Kushner stands between Carmine Core and 11. Trying to desperately defend this plant.
2v4. It's just the one Sheriff.
It's got to be Kushner. There. And they know the position. Paint shell going to go in. No, no, the combination. Brilliant. Gets out of danger, but oh my God,
look at that utility!
Who is this team? If you took away the names, I would never have guessed that's Carmine Core, but they made it a minefield. There was nowhere safe to be.
The aftershock, the mosh pit, the paint shell, the gravity well, everything. There is nowhere for BBL to play on site here.
Yep. Bloody hell. What a new leaf for Carmine Core. And you can kind of see it there in the background. There was literally nowhere to hide. Wow.
That's a beautifully prepared retake
Yeah,
from B-site. I mean, it's a shame in a round like that is where you actually end up showing it.
Yeah. God. This goes here. Marvelous side. Last attempt, really, if you're going to be honest about it. This is the buy they can scrape together for BBL. Carmine Core will be riding through on odds and ends. There is a rifle on Scream. If there's anyone who's got it, it probably wanted to be this man. Doesn't get noted on the first attempt here. Decides against a second bite at the cherry.
Shin's one off his ulti as well. And the total contrast here for the approach on the defense. Look at this progress through Garage. A mosh pit actually planted outside as well. Potentially a gravity well, or at least a star there. Brave has to hold down the fort here.
He's in so much danger. He has no idea they're this close. He only gets one. XMS gets the trade. Turco's there, though. Finds Scream. That takes away the one big rifle, leaving XMS, Nuzera, and Navera to try and make something happen. Locked off from CT. They can't try and find a fight on it. Aslan clearing through.
He can aftershock this, though.
Does get the plant down.
Opts not to, actually.
No.
Could have stunned and aftershock the plant, but... Try and play for another pre-take, or retake, sorry. A planned retake. towards B side, but Aslan shutting down Navera. The spanner in the works.
Yes. XMS does have a rifle, nearly for a second or two there. It does get ripped away. So BBL, if they keep these 4 alive, certainly not a bad way to try and bring back a respectable scoreline. Maybe make a map out of this. Let's see. Zerek, can he cost anyone this? No, absolutely not. BBL. Okay. For now, it's a plaster on what's a hemorrhaging wound, but it is 4 rounds, and it's the big one they had to win to maybe give themselves a shot, but here's the big purchase answering back.
The smallest of buffers for BBL to pull
it's so
this
tiny,
off.
I know.
But you'd argue it has to be flawless here.
Mm-hmm.
And here, I mean, you look at the first ult cycle, it's going to be there or thereabouts, where we'd expected to see with only having 1 round win in the second half so far for BBL. But Rolling Thunder being the first one on the cards. Definitely a playmaker.
And it's this early test again coming through. Kushner does have to look at
The utility is
so different.
On point for Carmine Court.
It's mind-blowing.
They're actually really unfortunate not to find a kill on that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you expect Kushner to be the one to explore towards
Are they
ropes.
walking main? Oh god!
Oh, what a
if they,
catch.
if they back this up.
Well, they have to police the ultimate now, though.
Yep.
Maybe Brave's going to be the one to police that. I mean, Carmine Core have completely peeled away from this. Not going to be a re-hit for Carmine Core to retrieve that globule.
Cage triggered.
And it's a hit towards heaven. Rivera warded off from this. And you
More
can see the
utility.
coming
Look
in.
at this.
The combinations are just fabulous, and they're just buying time, sponging time. Scream still down there. It's Shin in unison fighting Aslan. Turco trying to find back in from main. Brave can't do it, but Kushner can. And now a 2v1. XMS, where are you? Oh my god, is there anything left in heaven?
I think he can maybe get this one.
Okay,
yes.
He does. He's got the upgrade rifle there. He needs to find 2 if he wants to get them to 12 now. This could be 5. BBL step by step, desperate to bring it back. Does not find much for that. Oh,
He knows
god.
what Turco is.
XMS, the experienced man himself.
You didn't see him?
Oh my god, XMS. Oh, now he's going back for more. Maybe a call from a teammate, but he's got to make a move now. Getting closer, finds nothing. Turco playing it to the second, has to play it to perfection. 7 bullets, and XMS is running out of time. A tap on the spike, but no commitment. This time he's going for it. Turco slowly getting there. Oh, he's got him. XMS falls. It's 5 for BBL. The mountain is being scaled slowly but surely. But it's still a long way to go, but they bought themselves another round here.
Turco's so lucky to get away with that first peek to the right side of Pillar. Again, this is even actually after XMS finds one of the harder kills. BBL give away an opportunity with that first challenge towards Rafters.
Not
Don't
technical.
panic. Yep.
Not technical.
This one's planned from Carmine.
Tactical. There we go.
And probably because they're probably feeling the heat just a little bit here.
Yep.
Economy back down to just Sheriffs here. One thing I will say, we haven't seen a single Screeko. Discipline in the purchase. But that was the most frustrating thing to watch.
Apart from Icebox, I don't think they would have been in a position to fall into that here.
Well, this is where you wouldn't want to see it, right? When you're like,
right
oh, BBL need, to have big wins and a snowball effect. That's when you want Carmine to keep in mind that they can't let these stupid purchases come through. A Guardian into a Thrifty, a rifle here, a hero rifle that we're just going to send XMS out on a solo mission with. That was what was happening at Lockheed. It's like, it just goes from bad to worse so quickly. Yes. And before you know it, BBL are knocking on the door of double digits.
Yes. Fans want to go home. They're cheering on the boys. 11-5 though. See if they can get a little naughty with it now. Let's see what they can do. Sheriffs, I do see a little Spectre coming out for Shin.
I had to come closer and look at the
You're
numbers
like,
there.
what is it?
Yeah.
You're ready to go. temptation with a scoreline like this will be beckoning. Oh, I've got 11. Plenty to play with.
Yeah,
be fine.
Just do some damage.
Just chip damage. Sorry. Oh, let's see. Given just enough space here towards middle, but seeing a lot of players behind them. Zera, oh god, he's giving it away. He made a bit of a mistake of that one. And no big punish off the back here. Already in on the site. Got what they wanted. Do need to go through their diligent plan of just checking everything, but it is free.
I mean, Carmichael have re-cleared mid so quickly, though. Again, concerning with the equipment they're retaking with.
That's a rifle.
That's the first, yeah. Scream catches a glimpse of a second.
You are divided.
My divide's going to go up as well, actually.
You have to throw something at this to convert it.
Oh god, Scream's got Aslan. They're down to 3 now.
Another kill, he's got a paint shell.
Where's the next attempt going to come from? They've got a slow burn lurk coming through B main.
I mean, again, the secondary objective here is damage. Force the repurchases.
Well, speaking of damage, look at that, Navera. Blocking Brave's head off the shoulders, Screams found Turco. How much time is on this? I don't know how much time he's got.
He can stick this now, he can't.
Just about gets there in time. No time for defuse, but damage, who's the name of the game. They're getting damn close. Ripping the money away from BBL as best they can. A round conversion. But they're on notice now.
And Shin actually held on to the Spectre there. That situation where you want to see him for. I think 1350 ahead of this round after buying that SMG. Not a concern if Carmichael look for an engagement in a trade, but the concern being BBL Esports now in the driving seat in terms of this ult cycle. Again, Carmichael still a little bit delicate in terms of the economy. You have that showstopper to set it off potentially. But everything but the Cosmic Divide available for BBL. Best possible scenario for them here. Still 5 rounds left to find here.
If they can make something happen like that first map, I mean, I'm all aboard.
There's a gap here towards A site.
They've identified it. Well, they will soon.
There is a kill trip, though, set up here for XMS. You see Navera just tucked all the way towards spawn in that spy cam.
Lovely. Kushner's made away from that. Navera does find Brave.
It, yeah.
Perfect call there. That is the spike slowed down, so there will be a little bit more, a couple more seconds for these rotations to come in. How do they play the tempo? Waiting for the reveal, they get in there, they're diving in, head first, Scream. Post-it doesn't get it. Scream's gone down. There's no trade, there's no nothing. The plant's still not in, though. Keep that in mind. They're trying to maybe secure site here.
BBL can stabilize, though, especially with this smoke going back up onto heaven. It'll be a safe plant, can't be punished by Carmine Court. And a couple of members of Carmine Court tagged up
Tagged
here.
up, yeah. 78 on Shin, 79 Nuzera, and then
BBL
down to
looking
36.
flawless in terms of the HP.
Super clean. Let's see, this is the first couple of steps. They can't. Oh, it's not clean. XMS does get the trade, but Executioner answers back. That's big. And now a 2v4, still very difficult for the likes of Carmine Court to find a way into this. And it might be the value of those rifles that is more important. XMS clutching hold of his rifle, denies Aslan taking that away, and it's time to back the hell out of there. Keep them going forward. It's gonna be 7 for BBL. This map ain't over yet, Mike.
Beautiful execute from BBL. Again, the plan for Carmine Core is to play off that one kill trip, but with the benefit of the ultimates, which I'll come back to in just a second, the res comes up, BBL still 5 standing. Now look at the left side of your screen though. After this replay, it cost BBL nearly everything in the tank. That's a huge investment. Yes, they get the buy round up.
Yep.
Carmine Court.
What are we seeing here, Michael?
I'm seeing a scree coat.
It's a scree coat.
We've got a judge in hand, down to 700 credits.
Oh, Scream. No, he's got the judge with 700 credits. It's all right. There's another one on Shin. A little bit more money, though, behind that. But again, it is a weird buy. Maybe feeling they can just do enough. They're this close. Look what we did with those sheriffs. Imagine what we got with a little bit more on top.
The concern being it looks like BBL might just walk into the one problem that they would face in a round like this. Fault line set up towards Mail as well. This is a brutal, brutal setup to walk into for BBL, and there's 4 shift walking towards it.
Scream did play under the tutelage of Sliggy, the judge apologist.
Well.
Look at this setup here. This is Carmine Core now, potentially on the verge of doing something very nasty. Oh God, BBL have no idea. Here we go. There's the first. Does he get to go for more? Or does he back away? Oh, my God, he's gone for it. Aslan goes down as well. They've only got 3. The flash. No follow-up. Shin, though, on guard duty. Waiting on the other side of the smoke. Is this how they really get to 12? Is this what's done it? A beautiful setup and some nastiness with the judges. Shin's got to be so careful here. Does he get it right? Oh,
Shin didn't see the barrel.
How the hell did Brave get that kill? Nuzera now on the chopping block. It's falling by the wayside. There's still 3 standing. We still got Scream on the damn judge. XMS and Navarro, though, do have the rifles. Plant's going to come in. No denying that now.
Scream has to go for one of these guns. Has to. Cosmic Divide invested here by XMS. Cuts off backside. Scream's going for it.
He's just jumped in. They have no idea. Doing it behind the divide potentially, but he's looking for that frag. He's got it. Scream gets traded. It's all on XMS and on V2. This investment got so dangerous, but the double stack towards the back of the site. Does he clear it? He's looking, and it doesn't matter.
Oh
BBL
my God.
holding on for another round now. Carmine Crew, look at the money, Mike. Where are we at?
XMS and Scream are going to be the concerns here. Scream able to scrape together, I think, on the back of the kills alone. The light shield and the rifle. This setup was beautiful. It's almost like Scream should have got like 3 from there.
Yeah, absolutely.
XMS, though, brings nothing but, I was going to say, he's just switched up at the last second. It will be a full shield and a judge.
This is when frustration might be setting in for Carmine Core. We've got to remind ourselves they are human and they are hitting the wall themselves here. 8 rounds for BBL. Also, all invested. They're rebuilding. In that rebuild phase, Brave, 2 off from his. The rest actually quite far off. And
They're so fast.
So fast, but is flashed. He can't do anything about it. Scream, great supporting act. Doesn't allow his team to get isolated at all. And their first attempt at this gets warded away. There was 3 players ready for that.
I feel like even though they concede the kill, it's the first time the BBL haven't actually been rewarded for the early round. As I say that, Scream's been isolated.
Oh, the swing! What's happening?
In no man's land.
What is he? Young player frustration hitting the wall. You're seeing it live here. A 4v3 now, starting to get nervous. XMS, Shin, and Navarro, where are you in this? XMS is a million miles away. He can do nothing about this. You've got Shin in CT, that's fine. Of course, Navarro up towards heaven.
Aslan's going to get the heal back in a second as well. That'll get Turco back to a reasonable amount of HP. Fault line back available. Spy cam in hand for Sushni here. A 3v4 for Carmine Core.
A little bit of a check towards heaven. But it's Navarro, it's Shin, closing the gap. Brave, send them back. Shin's gone down. Brave again.
Brave!
What a time to come alive for Brave. And XMS has to walk away. And BBL, this time with 4 standing, finding form when it matters. This match is far from over.
I can't believe what we're witnessing.
There's got to be a pump of the brakes here. Carmine Core cannot let this carry on. They cannot let this carry on. I don't know how many timeouts they still have left, if I'm honest.
I've lost track.
Mate.
No clue. But they need to pump the brakes here.
They need a grip on this game.
I think they've just burned their last timeout.
Yeah, surely. It's 9-11 now. That is so feasible.
2 rounds separate them. I was talking about 5 still feeling like mountains to climb.
It was a mountain.
Pivot round that comes through that Carmine Core are forced to save as 2. And it throws the entire rhythm off kilter. And BBL capitalize in massive fashion.
Magnificent from them. Didn't expect it. I honestly, call me a cynic, call me what you want. I think if we saw the rounds they had, you could have called this game, but the resilience on BBL is unbelievable. Even just bringing it back to this marker. Bringing it back to 9. What is it now, 6 on the trot? Back-to-back rounds like that. Forcing.
On attacking split.
Yeah, forcing Carmine Core to their knees. Their money is in pieces now.
Yep. I mean, because this arguably should be 10. XMS is offbeat in terms of the purchase.
Yep.
He's probably in a situation here where he's thinking, I either save here or I'm playing with a judge again in another buy round.
Yes, this should do.
I mean, it's just, there are so many problems on the horizon here for Carmine Court. Ultimates, yes, a bonus. Scream 1 away. Nuzera 1 away. Shin 2 away.
Trying to set up a little bit of a pinch here, but Scream's already cleared it. He's got his ult. Okay.
Big and around like this.
Yeah. Yeah, that can get you. That can get you the kill you need.
Is the awareness there from BBL to see that orb's been retrieved? I think that we're
Look how
within
deep
earshot.
they're sat, but yeah, you're right. Do they check on that?
The longer this goes on, you've got to argue the awareness will be there. But you roll the dice of where you approach. There's so many choke points on split to make that showstopper absolutely deadly. Looks like that same setup once again in male. Previously a judge, now a showstopper on the other side of it. And that's when you know Scream will get 3.
But I'm looking at BBL. Do they keep that in mind? Would they even consider trying to run with that again if they know that's something that's in the pocket for these style rounds, right? The ones where they could have gone for a little bit of a mixed bag buy. Okay, triple face, triple swing. Nuvera forced away. There are 4 of them here. Wall has gone up. No opportunity for Nuzera and Nuvera. And there's the ult popped. They need to scramble. They need to get out of there. Scream actually catching, I think, a flash of his own teammates and being slowed down substantially.
Maybe
I think it's always for nothing.
out?
Yeah, absolutely. Sends it, nothing. Where are they going now? Keeping them guessing. They're going back towards B. Still players here. That paint shot could be huge. And so could the Sheriff in the hands of Nuvera. Handled by Kushina, but look at the time. 10 seconds now. It works both ways. They left it so late.
The Moshpit, does it land? Does that actually catch him?
Oh, it does! Okay, 2v2 now. It's getting dangerous. Sushinino, the bodyguard on duty. Little bro goes in. He's trying his best. And it's only a trade.
And this is the one rifle. Kushina's down to 18 HP.
XMS on the corner. He's got him. It's 12. After baiting the ult, breaking the money, everything looking right for BBL. Carmine Core scrape it together.
That is a mad round. BBL do everything right.
Everything.
It's on this re-hit here where you think, Nuvera's got 2, what the hell? Kushina responds with 2 of his own. Brave commits to this plant because of the time. Oh my word.
They've given themselves a bye here, but it was 6 in a row. It was BBL building back in. Has this knocked the confidence? Has it taken them away from the chance they had? Is this enough to reignite that hope, that belief that Carmine Core have? This comeback was never real. They were never worried. Let's find out. Kushina. So much impact in that prior round, still not enough. There's going to be Shin on the other side here.
First time BBL's intention has been to split through vents here.
They've got the right read, though. Looks like Nuzera is ready for this.
It doesn't clear.
Oh god, it
didn't re-cleared!
Kushina is dead to rights! I'm looking for the utility to come in from Nuzera, but it's all just trying to slow down the roll right now. Sushni has broken back in. Quick smoke towards CT. It looks like Brave dives. Excuse me, Shin dives towards the site. No! Caught with Lubro in hand. XMS tries to fill that gap. Where is the spike? It's on the way. XMS deleted! Nuzera and Nuvera, the last 2 alive, and they weren't on this site. They weren't that close by. And I think they've realized the money still ain't pretty. And it might be time to fall away from this.
God.
4 standing for BBL. Double digits etched on that scoreline. Carmine Core right back down to the position they were just in. Cling hold of these rifles. Otherwise you are in dire straits. But again, money questionable for both sides.
It's almost like actually Carmine Core going to be the victims of their own success here. With that round win to break up the loss bonus,
yeah,
it completely resets them. As long as BBL keep Turco and Aslan alive here, those are the concerns in terms of the numbers. You can see they're desperate to punish the finances even further, but ill-advised.
Yep.
BBL have found double digits, Lauren.
How are they at 10? How have they done that? Wow. Oh, what a treat we're having. Didn't expect this.
This was such a crazy exchange in heaven as well.
Yeah, it was. Oh, frustrations there, you can see it. And now we look at the purchase. What does Carmine Core do? Where are they left with the money, Mike? What's the plan? Compose yourself, talk me through it. Because it looks pretty all in here. We got 2 rifles, a sheriff coming through. 1 judge for XMS.
I mean, when you want to see discipline most, you see it. At least 1,300 being the Bard, who's there slightly below that, but the rifle in hand for this round. It's an opportunity to save that and play for round 24 potentially. Kushner back on that showstopper. He's been heating up the last few rounds.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, roll your minds back. We were in a position where 3 members of BBL had 3 kills.
It was so flat.
I think that was only like 7 or 8 rounds ago.
Yeah, it was. It was so close to this. Navarra does have the rifle, so I want to keep eyes on this one. Slowly but surely they are creeping, but not, maintaining composure here. Yes, key, but Scream, I wonder if the timing's right. Yes, it is. Navarra does find Brave. Now Scream, if he can just keep himself alive, can still be a problem. Keep that map looking small. Pops the ult, sends it, gets him. Okay, they are not allowing any chance of this one. Shin going to quickly upgrade, though. Sheriff now found. We still have that rifle on Navarra. He's the one going that long way around. There he is. Sushi, how far do you go? Too far. That's how far you go. Navarra single-handedly is making a go of this one. But the 2 more, where are the other players here? Still towards heaven.
No more peaks from BBL required. Force the hand of Carmine Core. I mean, actually, if Carmine Core can actually remove these weapons, force the repurchase, be the best possible outcome here.
It would be. Shin gives it a go. Can't do much with XMS. Makes a try.
Oh my God.
We wouldn't be casting the early game tomorrow, would we, Mike? Because this one ain't over yet.
Nah.
This could be OT. This could be map 3. This could be...
Sorry, just to come away from that, the problem being Turco actually picks up a crucial kill here at the end of this round to get 1 away from the Rolling Thunder.
Yep, influential.
Yes.
Very influential.
So influential.
That's one of the players you didn't want getting towards that. And he certainly has. Now, let's see what they do.
BBL pulled this out from?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
They look completely deflated at the start of this.
A different look, but it could all still change. Carmine Core still gave themselves series point. Not map point, series point. Long ago. A lifetime ago, it feels like. And if you are missing it right now, XMS did spot the players on the cross. They are going to go for the burst towards the site. XMS looks like the target, but he's evacuated the site. He does not want to stick around and does not want to be vulnerable to this.
Does Turco get the plant here for the ult, though? Still a long cross. There's still a tripwire here ready. Oh my God, Turco actually digs it out.
Smart. Navarra still holding territory, though. Does want to give him heaven.
Planting. This is massive. They can retake the space towards heaven or CT here.
You can see him calling it out. Careful, you can absolutely see it. Timing's everything now. Still a utility with Carmine Core, but this is a 5v5 post plant now. Oh my God. Is there a
Look at the combo!
Where's the damage? Oh, there's error! This utility work is out of this world from Carmine Core. And it's not over yet. 3 to find. Anything more in the tank. Shin fights Snowshin.
Oh my God!
No way! Kushner in the final round. Carmine Core pulling off unbelievable scenes. Utility work, teamwork out of this world.
Who'd have thought we'd be sat here saying Carmine Core looking like one of the best structured retake teams so far in EMEA. There are so many examples from these 2 maps alone.
That retake.
It's totally polarizing to the Carmine Core from Sao Paulo.
They had to have been working so hard in that in-between of time, and it wasn't much time, Mike. There was very little time there. They have rebuilt themselves beautifully. What a roster.
Right, wow. Heartbreak here, BBL.
Yes.
It was concerning in the first half there, but what a performance from both teams here. Throwing everything at this series.
Oh, wow. I mean, we almost had OT again for the second map here. We almost went for
Almost
potentially
wanted
a
another
third.
one there.
Yeah, just roll it out at that point. You know, you're not going to complain when the quality is that good.
No.
I am absolutely taken aback by the quality these two teams have brought. These are the Prime Gaming match highlights. In case, I don't know, you're doing something several hours ago. You didn't see map 1.
This
it
seems
was
like a
a
lifetime
belter.
ago.
What a map this was.
Scream and Shin on this map, though, you can see some of the preparation coming to fruition here.
Yes.
And credit to everybody behind the scenes for Carmine Court for the, I mean, massive amount of work.
It's an overhaul.
That's been achieved.
It's an
This is a
absolute overhaul.
different team, a totally different team.
Yeah, really impressive. And then let's flip the script and look on the other side as well. Of course, BDL, what a performance.
Yeah.
How, I mean, I don't want to say unlucky because it's not luck at that point, but the first map, so close. The second map, bringing it back within touching distance.
You know, as well, I made a point throughout this series, Vlad is a very prep-oriented coach.
Yeah.
So to come into this, Carmine Court have a totally different outlook on the game, in terms of compositions, everything. You got to credit BBL in that regard in terms of
keeping up.
Yeah, the troubleshooting on the fly, all these reactive plays forcing them into probably an uncomfortable situation to sit back and play defense the way they did on Split, because it was so different to Icebox. So different.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, what a series that was.
What a day!
Incredible.
What an insane day in EMEA.
And these aren't the teams you sometimes expect that from. Carmine Court, I think, were one of the teams you were kind of...
This was absolutely mad. Again, we had a couple of examples over towards B as well.
Sure, yeah,
The investment towards pillar and backside. There's so many
judge
things.
setup that was happening
Yeah,
with the screen.
so many things to go back and look at from that second map alone.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of analysts will be out there combing through this now. I actually can't wait. But I have heard word that down on the stage, Nevera is waiting with Yinzu to talk through that victory, and what an incredible one it was.
It was indeed. Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypok. I'm joined by Navira. What a trooper. First of all, congratulations for that victory. You've been involved in a lot of crazy games, I feel like, in your career so far. Where does this one rank in terms of how difficult it was?
I think first of all, BBL were really strong, and we expected that kind of game, like really tough, and now they are a really good team. They were really tight with Derek's last tournament, so we knew it would be super hard. And also, like we were doing Ramadan, like with almost the whole team, like 4 of us.
Oh wow!
So yeah, we were fasting, and it was a bit tough in the end. A lot of mistakes. But I think in the end we managed to win this, and yeah, super tough game.
I'm not going to keep you here. Just 2 more questions. First of all, Gecko, you guys are trying it. A lot of people are complimenting you on social media, and a lot of analysts saying that they like the way you played it, they like the comp. What was the reason behind this comp on Icebox?
I think overall Gecko is a better agent than everything in the game.
Yeah?
I do think so. But it's a new agent. So you need to figure out how to play, and there are a lot of new stuff, you know. But I do think it's the best agent in the game right now. It's like harder to like Chamber, because Chamber was the easy, but I think it has the same potential as Chamber. I'm pretty sure of that, and we're trying to play it as much as we can. And I won't spoil the other gun, but I think it's the best agent.
Oh, I look forward to it. I think the way you're playing is convincing a lot of other people how you feel. And lastly, I know at lock-in and even on the first map, we hear about your coaches backing Scream when it comes to no duelist comps. They believe in that, they think it works. But we saw a duelist just now, a Scream played it. So what happened here? Like, is that not a thing anymore?
I think it depends the map. Like, we don't have a rule like no duelist at all or something like this. It just depends the map, and we think that in other maps you don't need a duelist, but in some maps you need, because I still think a duelist is like Raze, you know, one of the best agents in the game. So you have to play it at least 1 time, maybe 2. I won't spoil, but yeah, depending the maps, obviously.
Yeah, try to make it work. Try to make it work. Thank you very much, Nira, for joining me. Go and get a good night rest, and I see you back here for another game later on in the week as well. That is it from us. It's very, very late. Thank you for staying with us. We're going to break down this game tomorrow in the recap section of the show. Have a great night, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
You're the best.
finishing! Nice start!
you